was now somewhat convinced of William's strength, but he couldn't guess just how strong William really was. He suspected that William might be a demigod-level powerhouse pretending to be weak in front of him. Damn, William has been his sidekick for so long, and if he really is very powerful, actually, that wouldn't be too bad when you think about it. That's what Walker was thinking. William raised an eyebrow and said, "Me going all out? We'll see about that." After the battles with the Cosmic Entity Guardians, William couldn't imagine when he would need to go all out again. Those powerhouses from the Cosmic Entity Guardian battles, the cosmic entities from various universes, were mere trash in his eyes. Go all out. The main problem was finding a worthy opponent. "That knife of yours seems pretty impressive," William said with a squint, casually observing Walker. Of course, Walker boasted. Just as he finished speaking, space twisted, and a black mechanical hand tore through the fabric of space, reaching out from midair. Chapter 760 Friendly Human. It's still functioning. Walker had thought this robot was already scrapped, but unexpectedly, it was still capable of emerging. Walker didn't know much about what it was like inside a spatial rift, but his master, Moros, was a deity of spatial control, and being cast into a spatial rift was extremely perilous. It was said that even those with strong physical bodies could lose their way once trapped in a spatial rift, and returning was not an easy task. One might be exiled for tens of thousands of years, dying of old age in the desolate cosmos. Of course, a robot wouldn't age and die, but it shouldn't have been able to return so quickly either. "That's the robot from earlier." Walker glanced at William and smiled. "I'll leave it to you." Walker wanted to see William's true strength, and now was a perfect opportunity. "All right." William looked up at the robot, which was gradually revealing its entire body, and walked towards it. Amy quickly stepped forward, tugging at William's sleeve. "Mr. Johnson, that robot is really powerful. Don't go. Let Walker handle it." Walker almost choked. What was this? Just a moment ago, this young lady was risking her life to save him, and he thought she cared about him. But as soon as William showed up, things changed. Why shouldn't William deal with this dangerous robot? William patted Amy's head and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." Amy then let go of his sleeve, completely trusting William. If William said it was okay, then it definitely was. Walker crossed his arms and watched the robot ahead. This robot was indeed very powerful, and he didn't believe that William could still hide his true strength when facing this robot. William walked towards the robot. The robot suddenly landed on the ground, its mechanical eyes flashing red, and it emitted a synthesized mechanical voice. "Friendly human, not an attack target." As the voice rang out, Walker nearly tripped and fell. How did William suddenly become a friendly human? Damn, was there a major glitch in the robot's programming? From what angle did it see William as friendly? Wasn't he friendly? William stood in front of the robot, beckoned with his finger, and said, "Come here." The robot slowly walked up to William, who then punched it in the head, producing a clear metallic clang. The robot's head didn't even tilt. Instead, it responded, "Hello, human." William turned back to look at Walker with a helpless expression and said, "This is a bit awkward. The robot greets me, and I hit it. It doesn't seem right to keep hitting it." Walker was momentarily lost for words. The robots here reacted to him and Amy as if they were mortal enemies, yet they greeted William with such friendliness. "Hello, hello. Welcome to Earth." William extended his hand. "Walker." The robot slowly extended its hand and shook William's. "Hello." William nodded and smiled. "Hello, Walker." Something about this scene felt off. Amy tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, seemingly eager to shake hands with the robot too. "Mr. Johnson, can I shake its hand?" Amy asked from behind. William replied, "It should be fine. It seems friendly. But I guess you'll have to put down your sword." Amy promptly stuck her sword into the ground and scampered forward, stretching out her small hand, looking up with bright eyes, and greeted. "Hello." The robot also bent down to shake her hand. Human younglings are truly adorable. Walker was on the verge of a breakdown in the background. "Cute my foot. It wasn't acting like this just a moment ago. Who was it that slashed Amy earlier? And now you're calling her cute? Besides, Amy, being as big as she is, hardly counts as a human youngling anymore. You're cute too." Amy beamed with joy, completely forgetting that this robot had chased her with the intent to slash her just moments earlier. Thank you for the compliment. The robot's amiable demeanor endeared it to Amy, who quickly called out to Walker, Walker, put down your knife and come say hello. BB-9 is so cute. It already has a name. Star Wars? It's definitely not as cute as BB-8. Walker hesitated, wondering if the robot had become friendly due to some malfunction after being caught in the spatial rift. Or perhaps this wasn't the same robot as before? Yes, that might be possible. It was friendly enough with William and now with Amy too. He also put down his knife and walked over. Come on, BB-9, shake hands. Walker approached the robot and extended his hand. The robot's eyes glowed red. Its mechanical hand reached to its waist, and it drew a katana, slashing towards Walker's hand. Holy shit. Walker quickly withdrew his hand, thankful he had been cautious, otherwise he would have lost his hand with that strike. William quickly pulled Amy to the side. Amy was also bewildered, wondering why the seemingly gentle BB-9 would attack Walker on sight. Walker leaped back, drawing his sword to engage in combat with the robot. William, holding on to Amy, simply stood by as spectators. That's some impressive swordplay. Go Walker. Such fast moves. Walker is the best. Walker, silent and focused, used the sword techniques he had just learned to spar with the robot. Given that he had just picked up these techniques, and despite his natural talent, Walker found it challenging to keep up with the robot. In just a short time, he had already accumulated a few new cuts. William and Amy showed no intention of intervening. William even pulled out a piece of mutated beef jerky, handing it to Amy, and the two of them munched away, watching the fight as if it were a leisurely pastime. Although Walker was getting injured, his sword skills were improving, and he almost forgot that he had initially wanted to use this fight to gauge William's true strength. After watching for a while, William found it somewhat boring and said to Amy, Let's leave Walker to play with BB-9 here, and we'll go check out what's in those ruins behind. Hearing William's words, Walker felt a surge of frustration. Play? This is what you call playing? Why don't you come and play? When Amy heard William, she didn't think much of it and actually waved at Walker. Keep playing with BB-9, Walker. We're going to check out inside. Come find us later, okay? Walker was momentarily stunned, receiving more injuries in his distraction. Damn these two. But now, nothing he said would make a difference. The robot seemed fixated on him, striking with ruthless aggression. Walker was already at a disadvantage, and if he didn't focus entirely, he might very well die here today. Walker had no time to respond as William had already led Amy into the ruins. As for what was inside the ruins, William had prepared a gift for Amy. After coming all this way, how could he not bring a gift? Chapter 761 Divine Fruit. Amy trusted William completely. It never crossed her mind that he could possibly deceive her. Just as she believed, how could someone as kind-hearted as William ever trick her? And how could he bear to deceive such a sweet child like her? Amy, do you see that tower ahead? Isn't it beautiful? In the midst of the ruins stood a 150-foot-tall tower, shimmering with lights and exuding a futuristic vibe. It's beautiful, Amy replied, admiring the tower from a distance. When you were fighting outside earlier, I went in to take a look. It seems like there are a lot of good things inside. Why don't you go in and take some? William had realized that with humanity's current capabilities, reclaiming lost lands, or even contending with mutated creatures was extremely difficult. Although he repeatedly told himself that he just wanted to observe how events unfolded from a bystander's perspective. But having watched humanity evolve from ancient times to the present, he had witnessed many brilliant civilizations, which also held his memories. Too many interesting people and events were intertwined in his heart. If human civilization were to disappear, he probably wouldn't be happy about it. After all, he hadn't, like some deities, discarded emotions and desires, focusing solely on becoming stronger. In some ways, he was more human than those deities. Good things. Amy looked at William curiously, puzzled. Why didn't you bring them out yourself? Although Amy didn't suspect William of deceiving her, she wondered why he had come back empty-handed if he had already been inside and seen these so-called good things. Like pulling a trick, William produced a bright red fruit. This fruit, about the size of a strawberry, was blood red all over with a smooth, translucent skin. It was a special product of the divine realm, known as the red flame fruit. The red flame fruit is revered as a divine fruit in the divine realm, grown on the edges of the ancient abyss, and typically only those of the absolute deity level are privileged enough to enjoy it. For ordinary deities, a single red flame fruit is enough to purify their bloodline and significantly enhance their physical form. Although Amy is a disciple of the sea god Poseidon, she is still fundamentally human. It's uncertain how much of an enhancement she would receive from consuming such a divine fruit. Amy took the red flame fruit from William, examining it in her hand. "I've had this fruit before from my masters." William smiled and asked, "How was it? Do you want more?" Poseidon, always generous with his disciples, and especially so with Amy, had even given her his own sword of the Abyssal Guardian. To him, giving away red flame fruits was nothing extraordinary, so naturally, he made sure his young disciple had some. Amy, like a puppy seeing a bone, nodded eagerly, her mouth almost watering. Purify the bloodline? Such effects were meaningless to William. William enjoyed eating red flame fruits simply because they tasted excellent. The skin was tender and juicy, sweet and slightly tart, with a hint of refreshing fragrance. The most distinctive feature of the red flame fruit was its cooling effect upon entering the mouth, spreading a warm sensation throughout the body once swallowed. Truly a top choice for a household fruit. After his last visit to the divine realm, William had taken the opportunity to pick 5 pounds of them, storing them in his spatial ring. If the deities of the divine realm knew about this, they would surely scream in luxury, treating red flame fruits as ordinary strawberries. Probably only someone like William the Obliterator could afford such extravagance. As Amy popped the red flame fruit into her mouth, she immediately experienced an explosion of flavors, surpassing any fruit she had ever tasted. Swallowing it, warmth spread throughout her body, and it felt as if infinite power was gathering in her abdomen. Even though it wasn't her first time eating a red flame fruit, she still found the taste incredibly delightful. "Mr. Johnson, do you have any more?" Amy was quite greedy for tasty treats, and William thought that such a naive child, if not for her abilities, could easily have been kidnapped by traffickers in the past. "Of course, there are more, but you'll have to pick them yourself," William said as he ruffled Amy's hair. "They're inside that tower." Amy's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that the delicious fruit came from there. "Let's go in and pick some fruit." Amy was thrilled. As a child, she had always wanted to climb the phoenix tree in William's courtyard to play, even though the fruits from that tree weren't edible and were only good for playing. Climbing trees to pick fruit was such a fun activity. "I'll stay outside and wait for you," William said. "There are many things inside, and if you can bring them out, you could help a lot of people." Amy didn't question why Mr. Johnson wouldn't go inside. She was mostly caught by his last remark about helping many people. During these days of mutated creature unrest, Amy had seen many refugees struggling to find food. Schools in New York had suspended classes, and many of the city's usual bustle had vanished, along with many delicacies. So many people needed help. "Are there many fruits inside?" Amy asked, clenching her fists. "What else is there besides the fruits?" William replied, "There are also some metal chips and some books inside. You can take all those things out. If you give them to Commander Samuel, he will surely praise you." That was all William could do. Those metal chips were items from within the high tower, containing records of future technologies. The books he mentioned, they were his compilations of the basic secrets on how to become a soulmancer. Today, there aren't many secrets available for humans wanting to become soulmancers. Whether it's deities of witchcraft like Moros, or even the sea god Poseidon, they wouldn't teach ordinary people the secrets to becoming soulmancers. They choose their disciples based on aptitude and fate. And other soulmancer organizations? Their secrets are often incomplete, and even with the resurgence of energy, it's quite an achievement for disciples of typical soulmancer organizations to reach the demigod level. In the current situation, being at the demigod level really isn't considered strong. If William were to release these secrets, it could truly lead to the widespread ability for everyone to become soulmancers. As for the level of power one could ultimately achieve, that would depend on the individual's insight and fortune. Of course, among these, there are secrets that William considers basic, but they are actually sufficient to elevate a demigod-level powerhouse to the initial level of a mortal deity. With the fall of the cosmic entities of the 13 universes, naturally, The guardians of the cosmic entities no longer exist. There are also no emissaries from the divine realm coming to Earth. Earth's powerhouses no longer need to reach the quasi-deity level and then, after breaking through, reshape their bodies in the divine realm in a soul state. The joint development of technology, magic, and theology is perhaps the only way for humans to contend with the powerful mutated creatures and re-establish a peaceful order. Peace also needs to be protected by strong military power. Hearing William say this, Amy also became excited and said, "Mr. Johnson, then you wait for me outside. I'll go in and get the stuff and come out." William nodded and said, "Then you need to be careful. There are many powerful monsters inside, and you'll have to defeat them to get what you need." Chapter 762. Go for it. I'm rooting for you. Amy's mind was simple. Whatever William said was the truth. Defeat the monsters, and you get the treasures. Amy had played some mobile games before, so she found this concept quite straightforward. In fact, she thought it was only natural. Carrying the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, Amy walked towards the towering structure ahead. Once she entered, William disappeared from the spot. As for Walker, William wasn't worried about him. The robots wouldn't kill him, but these 3 days wouldn't be easy for him. Injury was inevitable. The stronger he became, the stronger the robots would be. William needed to constantly control the robots, but he didn't need to be physically present all the time. As Amy walked through the grand doors of the tower and down a metallic corridor, she saw a mysterious figure wearing a mask, his back to her. Beside the mysterious person was a 2-foot-tall mechanical dog, and behind him stood a divine tree laden with red flame fruits. Transplanting a red flame fruit tree into the tower was no difficult task for William. Amy was invited in by him, so naturally, the red flame fruit tree was supposed to be there. Mr. Johnson really didn't lie to me. Amy's eyes landed on the red flame fruit tree, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Little girl, you want to pick the fruits here? You'll have to defeat this little dog first." William slowly walked towards the second floor, leaving only the mechanical dog and Amy to face off. Amy's strength was not weak now. The mechanical dog was originally the guardian of the tower. In terms of power, it had at most the strength of a high-level soulmancer. For Amy, the fight would definitely not be difficult. What little dog? Amy stared at the mechanical dog, her eyes filled with curiosity. This kid didn't look very formidable. "Stupid human child." The mechanical dog barked out, shooting 2 red lasers from its eyes. Amy raised her sword with both hands, easily blocking the lasers. "Little dog." Amy squinted and smiled, then swung her hand through the air, delivering a slap towards the mechanical dog. Her tender hand transformed into a huge palm that grabbed the mechanical dog. "Little dog, you need to behave." Amy had learned more than just swordsmanship from the 2 high-ranking god kings. She had also picked up various divine techniques. Dealing with a mechanical dog was a piece of cake, wasn't it? Woof woof. The mechanical dog couldn't move at all, completely under Amy's control. "Noble human child, Unit 1138 has been defeated and is willing to serve you." It was over in a second. Defeated with just 1 move, without any suspense. Amy was even ready to use her lightning magic. It seems there was no need now. That masked weirdo is... After seeing the masked William for the first time, Amy felt that this figure seemed familiar. Although William had deliberately changed his voice, Amy still felt. The masked man was Mr. Johnson. It seems Mr. Johnson was just playing with her. Even William hadn't expected that Amy, this supposedly foolish little girl, would figure this out. He began setting up a powerful magic circle on the second floor. And the treasures on the second floor were various methods for setting up powerful magic circles. To contend with the powerful mutated creatures, human physical strength often falls short compared to various powerful magic circles. Although these powerful magic circles were formidable, they were not so easy to learn. William made this knowledge public, and the rest was up to the human's ability to comprehend it. Perhaps some could master these powerful magic circles and use them to resist the mutated creatures. Amy picked all the red flame fruits from the tree and stored them in the storage bracelet given to her by the sea god Poseidon, quickly taking the mechanical dog with her to the second floor. William stood there and said, "If you can get through these defensive magic circles, the secret manuals on how to set them up will also be yours." "All right, Amy, hearing that it was about defensive magic circles, was not afraid. Just defensive magic circles, after all. Her two masters had also tailored powerful magic circles for her before. She felt she could easily get through this defensive magic circle, just like she had bullied the mechanical dog earlier. William, having said his piece, didn't wait for her and went up to the third floor. The third floor contained various weapons, and if Amy could take all these items back, it would surely enhance the overall combat power of humanity. As for the fourth floor, it housed the future chips that originally existed in this space. The fifth floor contained the secret techniques for becoming a soulmancer, prepared by William. William indeed planned to help humanity. He was on the side of humans. But whether some things could be obtained depended on Amy's strength. Perhaps if Amy couldn't make it this time, they would have to call stronger humans to try. Amy had already enjoyed plenty of good things from William. Naturally, the items upstairs wouldn't be given away easily. What would happen if that became a habit? If everything was simply handed to Amy, it would be no different than William using his mind to wipe out all the mutated creatures. On the second floor, Amy initially thought she could easily break through the defensive magic circle, especially since she had managed to get through the defensive magic circle laid down by Poseidon before, although it had taken quite some time. However, once she entered the defensive magic circle, she found it to be even more intricate than those set up by her two masters. If not for the sword of the Abyssal Guardian in her hand and her resilient willpower, she might have been slain by the attack triggered by the defensive magic circle with her very first step forward. Time ticked by, and 3 days, neither long nor short, passed. Walker had also stubbornly survived and was now walking towards the high tower with a robot in tow. William sat next to a stone under the tower, playing games on his smartphone. Upon seeing William, Walker couldn't help but frown. "William, where's Amy?" William pointed towards the grand doors of the tower and smiled. "She went inside." Walker pondered for a moment. "Why didn't you go in?" "I was waiting for you," William said as if it were the most obvious thing. "You're okay with her going in alone?" "Why wouldn't I be?" William chuckled. "Amy's swordsmanship is incredible. What danger could she possibly be in?" "You're really laid back," Walker laughed. "Now that I'm here, let's go in." The robot now closely followed 3 steps behind Walker. "I'd rather not go in. I might hold you back," William said, clearly planning to continue slacking off. "Get in." Walker glared at him. "You're still trying to slack off, huh? Don't think I don't know you've been hiding your true strength. You're at least at the demigod level. When you, Amy, and I first entered these doors of terror, you started coasting. Now you're really okay with Amy fighting alone in there? Wouldn't you be heartbroken if something happened to her?" William smiled. "Aren't you here now? With you around, nothing can go wrong. Go for it. I'm rooting for you." "Fuck. I came here thinking I'd toughen you up a bit, but it feels like you're toughening me up instead," Walker said, frustrated, giving William a deep look. "Are you really not coming in with me?" William shook his head. "I still prefer being kept by a woman. There are plenty of treasures upstairs. Whether you can get them depends on yours and Amy's strength." Chapter 763 Being alive was already quite an achievement. In the end, Walker entered the tower alone. He couldn't persuade William, and even though he knew William's true strength was formidable, he couldn't change his tendency to slack off. If he didn't want to exert himself, no one could force him. Walker entered the first floor and, seeing nothing, quickly moved to the second floor. When he arrived, he saw Amy standing there, looking dazed with a pale face, her sword of the Abyssal Guardian planted in front of her. "Amy," Walker called out from outside. "What's going on here?" Amy didn't respond. She was completely engulfed by the defensive magic circle, which targeted her soul directly, rendering her sword of the Abyssal Guardian almost useless. At that moment, even the sword spirit within the sword of the Abyssal Guardian was caught in the defensive magic circle. It was impressive that the sword spirit could withstand the first wave of attacks. Amy stood still, only perceiving a phantom figure in front of her. She and the sword spirit faced this phantom, utterly helpless. "Master, this defensive magic circle is unlike anything I've ever encountered," the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian confessed. It couldn't imagine a world where a defensive magic circle could prevent it from adhering to the sword's body, as if forcibly extracting it from the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. It was terrifying. After all, He was the sword spirit from the sword of the sea god Poseidon. What kind of defensive magic circles hadn't he seen? What kind of defensive magic circles hadn't he experienced? This situation, it was almost too much for the sword spirit of the sword of the abyssal guardian to accept. Could it be William the Obliterator? The only explanation the sword spirit of the sword of the abyssal guardian could think of was William the Obliterator. In 3,000 parallel dimensions, who else but William the Obliterator could achieve such a feat? You mean the William you're talking about is Mr. Johnson? Amy's soul and the sword spirit, both trapped in the defensive magic circle, found it much easier to communicate than before. Yes, that's him. The sword spirit of the sword of the abyssal guardian exclaimed. William is William the Obliterator. Didn't you know that? How could I have known? The phantom figure opposite them, wielding a long sword, launched another round of attacks, and Amy, along with the sword spirit, could only continue to fend them off. You really didn't know? If it weren't for William the Obliterator's recommendation, how could two high-ranking god kings have possibly taken you as their disciple? The sword spirit struggled to cope as it spoke. If I'm not mistaken about the current situation, this must also be a test from William the Obliterator for you. I know, the one wearing the mask earlier was Mr. Johnson. Amy could feel the exquisite swordsmanship of the phantom before her. Compared to the phantom's swordsmanship, the so-called god-slaying sword techniques of her two masters seemed quite weak. Poseidon, always strong-willed and proud of his own strength, had developed a powerful secret technique in his lifetime that was said to slay gods. He would never have imagined that his own disciple would find his swordsmanship somewhat lacking. If that's the case, we must never reveal the true identity of William the Obliterator. The sword spirit of the sword of the abyssal guardian now shuddered at the thought of William the Obliterator's own sword. It's called the Sword of Soulbreaker, right? That sword is truly unparalleled in this world. Whether it's the sword of the abyssal guardian, Zeus's sword of thunder, Apollo's sword of the sun, Athena's sword of wisdom, Ares's sword of war, or any other divine sword, they all pale in comparison to the sword of Soulbreaker. Why is that? Amy could feel that the phantom in front of her didn't really intend to kill her. It seemed more like it was teaching her swordsmanship. You have no idea what the name William the Obliterator signifies. The sword spirit of the sword of the abyssal guardian started to say, then shifted its tone and spoke earnestly. Since Mr. Johnson wants to train you, you should just learn well. Mr. Johnson is extraordinarily powerful. Even your two masters would have to obediently listen like children in his presence. If you don't behave, wouldn't you be letting down Mr. Johnson's good intentions? The sword spirit of the sword of the abyssal guardian suddenly realized that the defensive magic circle they were trapped in was most likely set up by William the Obliterator. This meant that every move they made and every word they spoke could be relayed back to William the Obliterator. What was he about to say next? Was he about to speak of William the Obliterator's brutality? Oh my goodness! Was he tired of living? The sword spirit of the sword of the abyssal guardian would never forget the first time it encountered William the Obliterator, and how terrifying his sword of Soulbreaker was. With one strike, it shattered the god-slaying sword formation, and with another, it sent him flying. It was because of that strike that the sword of the abyssal guardian itself cracked. If it hadn't been for Poseidon's careful nurturing over the years, it would never have recovered to its peak condition. The sword spirit had no doubt that the sword of Soulbreaker could slice it in two with a single strike. Thinking back to how it had dared to strike at the masked man and spoken so arrogantly just moments ago, and recalling the scenes it had witnessed in the divine realm, being alive was already quite an achievement. At this point, if it dared to speak ill of William the Obliterator, it would definitely meet a gruesome end. After saying all this, Amy asked, "Is Mr. Johnson really that powerful? More powerful than my two masters?" The sword spirit of the sword of the abyssal guardian replied, "Do I even need to say it? Just believe that even if your two masters joined forces, they would willingly kneel before Mr. Johnson, and neatly at that." Wow. So Mr. Johnson is really that amazing. Amy's soul kept sparring with the phantom in the defensive magic circle. Her aptitude is definitely much higher than Alice's. Saying she's 10 streets ahead might be an exaggeration. But being 3 or 4 streets ahead is certainly no problem at all. Keep going. The sword spirit decided not to intervene anymore and stood aside within the powerful magic circle, playing the role of a slacker. He was, after all, just a sword spirit. He couldn't grasp the secret sword technique demonstrated by the phantom before him on his own. He could only understand such techniques if his master did first. Therefore, this kind of training was best left solely to Amy. As long as Amy grew stronger, so would he. From this perspective, if he joined in with Amy, he would just be getting in the way. Most importantly, once he knew that the defensive magic circle was set up by William the Obliterator, the sword spirit could be sure that its purpose wasn't to take Amy's life, which naturally allowed him to stand aside and play the slacker. Amy had an exceptional talent for swordsmanship. In just 3 days of sparring, she had already begun to grasp parts of the secret sword technique, and her soul had become more stable than before. Standing by, the sword spirit remarked, "Mr. Johnson is truly remarkable. In just a short while, he has significantly boosted Amy's strength." This comment, though sincere, also had a hint of flattery. Having offended William the Obliterator, if he didn't try to make amends, he genuinely feared being cut down by the sword of Soulbreaker. The strongest of people never strike a flatterer. Whatever amount could make William the Obliterator forgive him would suffice. While Amy was engaged in combat with the Phantom, Walker stepped into the defensive magic circle. Seeing Amy battling a mysterious phantom and the sword spirit of the Abyssal Guardian just standing by watching, Walker couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. "Is this what a sword spirit should be doing? Are you just going to stand there and let her fight alone?" Chapter 764. Learning too much and too varied isn't necessarily a good thing. The sword spirit of the Abyssal Guardian gave Walker a sidelong glance and said, "Mind your own business and just stay put." His attitude was strikingly similar to William's just moments ago. Damn, was he trying to slack off? It was bad enough that the sword spirit was slacking off, but to suggest Walker do the same was crossing the line. Was he really trying to get Amy killed? Walker ignored the sword spirit's warning and rushed forward to help Amy. Since they were both in a spiritual state, Walker had barely taken 2 steps forward when an invisible force repelled him, making it impossible for him to get any closer. The sword spirit stood by, watching the scene unfold. As expected, if Mr. Johnson didn't want Walker to intervene, there was nothing Walker could do. "Now you see why I told you not to go over there," the sword spirit sneered. To be honest, the sword spirit really didn't think much of Walker's abilities. With such meager strength, he could easily crush Walker to death. Amy was the disciple of 2 high-ranking god kings. What was Walker in comparison? "Just stand here and watch," Walker said, seeing Amy battle the ghostly phantom and feeling it was very dangerous. He had at least a bit of discernment. The phantom's agile movements and mastery of the secret sword technique were truly exquisite. Although he didn't understand swordsmanship, he could somewhat tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Amy's swordsmanship should have been considered quite formidable, but compared to the techniques used by the humanoid phantom, it was like watching a child spar with a martial arts master. In any case, Amy hadn't managed to land a single blow on the phantom, but instead was constantly being overpowered. This power was terrifying. What kind of formidable beings were inside this doors of evolution, and why were they all so strong? Even an S-class mutated creature shouldn't be this formidable. He couldn't even begin to imagine the disaster it would bring to humanity if these beings were to escape from the doors of evolution. However, the sword spirit of the Abyssal Guardian didn't care much about that. He was content to just watch from the sidelines, knowing that Mr. Johnson wouldn't really harm Amy. What was there to worry about? In just 2 or 3 days, Amy's swordsmanship had noticeably improved. It's important to note that the magic circle was primarily for the training of the soul. He would bet that once Amy stepped out of the defensive magic circle, her strength would significantly increase, and her soul would undoubtedly become much more resilient and powerful. With such an opportunity and personal guidance from Mr. Johnson, if one could stay here for 100 years, wouldn't they be invincible upon leaving? Of course, this so-called invincibility would have to exclude Mr. Johnson. The secret sword techniques Amy was grasping were continuously transmitted to the sword spirit of the Abyssal Guardian. Even though her understanding was superficial, the sword spirit felt that these techniques were much more exquisite than those of the sea god Poseidon. After all, Poseidon's secret sword techniques ultimately just harnessed the power of the cosmic entity of this universe. But the secret sword techniques of the humanoid phantom possessed an indescribable power, a power that definitely surpassed that of the cosmic entity. If Amy could fully grasp these secret sword techniques and reach a level of strength comparable to Poseidon, she would definitely be able to outmatch the sea god. Just stand there and watch. Why bother with so much? The sword spirit couldn't be bothered to explain all this to Walker. In his eyes, Walker was just a minor character, and he only spoke to him for Amy's sake. Back in the day, among the myriad gods, aside from Poseidon, Zeus, and Mr. Johnson, the sword spirit of the Abyssal Guardian didn't take anyone else seriously. Amy was completely engrossed in her battle with the Phantom, not even noticing Walker's arrival. 10 days quickly passed, and Walker felt that Amy was quite formidable. The sword spirit deeply agreed. In just about 10 days, Amy's soul had become much more resilient and her sword of the Abyssal Guardian sharper than ever. Perhaps it was because of Amy's young age and high starting point that her progress in the path of swordsmanship was so smooth. This was probably why guilds recruiting soulmancer apprentices tended to choose younger disciples. Younger individuals, with undistracted minds, think less about other matters and focus purely on practicing swordsmanship, achieving a state of self-forgetfulness. Enough. After 13 days of dueling with Amy, the Phantom finally let out a hum and struck Amy with a sword blow that sent her flying. This sword strike was the culmination of the past several days' techniques, simplified from complexity to simplicity. The sword of the Abyssal Guardian in Amy's hand was merely a product of her imagination. She was in a soul state, and the sword spirit of the Abyssal Guardian was standing by her side, the sword in his hand being the manifestation of her thoughts. The moment Amy was sent flying, everything cleared up, her soul returned to her body, and the sword spirit returned to the sword. Amy stood leaning on her sword in the clearing, while Walker looked around bewildered, completely confused. Was everything I just saw fake? Walker hadn't grasped the secret sword technique used by the Phantom, which was exactly William's intention. Learning too much and too varied isn't necessarily a good thing. Walker had just learned 2 sets of knife techniques, and probably hadn't handled swords much in his life. If he tried to forcibly comprehend William's secret sword technique within the magic circle using his soul, it would likely only lead to mental chaos. Amy hummed softly, leaning on her sword, slowly opening her eyes. Inside the magic circle, she had indeed grasped a lot. The god-slaying sword formation's powerful strike, although formidable, seemed somewhat lacking compared to the final strike unleashed by the Phantom in the magic circle. She felt somewhat dazed, the image of that final strike continuously appearing before her eyes. Suddenly, the sword of the Abyssal Guardian slipped from Amy's hand, flew into the air, and landed next to Walker, the blade quivering slightly. "Don't go over there. Don't disturb her. Otherwise death." The sword spirit of the Abyssal Guardian knew that Amy was on the verge of a breakthrough and couldn't let Walker, the fool, disturb her. Walker felt his entire body locked by a powerful force, as if taking one more step forward would tear him to pieces. In front of William, the sword spirit of the Abyssal Guardian might not count for much, but it was originally the sword of the sea god Poseidon. With Walker's level of strength, it could kill him at any moment if it wished. Even if Walker possessed a unique treasure, he wouldn't have a chance to react. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura, Walker naturally didn't dare to move and could only stand by and watch dumbly. Amy's brows furrowed slightly, and after a full 10 hours, she suddenly opened her eyes brimming with brilliance, and a terrifying energy swept out, causing the entire tower to tremble. Walker was thrown by the mysterious energy wave, his body covered in wounds, turning him into a bloody figure. If not for his strong physical body, he might have died on the spot. "Walker, what happened to you?" Amy turned around and saw Walker's miserable state, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. "Why are you covered in blood?" Walker coughed heavily twice and said, "I guess I have you to thank for this." Chapter 765. Walker, have some fruit. Amy didn't understand why Walker was thanking her. Walker quickly used the witchcraft taught to him by Moros, and his injuries soon began to heal. However, the shock inside him was hard to calm. From Amy's actions, It seemed that the energy she had just released was subconscious, not a deliberate attack on him. Although he had been suppressed by the sword spirit, it was clear that Amy's power level had greatly increased. Has she reached the demigod level? Walker sensed Amy's aura. Had she really broken through to the demigod level, just like that? Why hadn't she undergone a heavenly tribulation? He didn't know that the cosmic entities of the 13 universes were gone. So naturally, there was no such thing as a heavenly tribulation anymore. Getting stronger simply meant getting stronger, without needing to pass any tests set by the cosmic entities. I don't know, maybe. Amy wasn't very clear about the specifics of advancing in power levels. Big shots like Poseidon and Zeus certainly wouldn't tell Amy about what constitutes a mid-level soulmancer or a high-level soulmancer. After all, being gods of the divine realm, the secrets of power enhancement they held didn't concern levels like mid- or high-level soulmancers. It could only be said that Amy's current strength was roughly comparable to that of a demigod-level soulmancer. On Earth, those who reached the demigod level were overwhelmingly powerful compared to other humans who hadn't reached that level. One strike from them, and no one could withstand it. Her current strength was much greater than that of Alice when she had reached the demigod level years ago. Walker, are you really okay? Amy, seeing Walker covered in blood, couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over. This kid hadn't seen much blood before. It's not a big problem. What else could Walker say? He was a bit weak now, but there was no threat to his life. As long as he wasn't dead, he could quickly recover through his witchcraft. At that moment, Amy pulled out a red flame fruit and handed it to Walker. Walker, have some fruit. Thanks. Walker casually took the red flame fruit and popped it into his mouth. He initially thought it was just an ordinary fruit, but as soon as he swallowed it, he felt his blood and energy boiling inside him. What kind of fruit is this? Walker's eyes widened as he quickly sat up straight, interlocking his fingers, and began to channel the witchcraft Moros had taught him, his body eagerly absorbing the energy from the red flame fruit. Having studied witchcraft under Moros, he wasn't exactly a novice unfamiliar with the world, but a fruit that could directly purify one's bloodline was something he had never even heard of. The sword of the Abyssal Guardian returned to Amy's hands. The sword spirit of the Abyssal Guardian, seeing Walker's inexperienced reaction, sneered secretly. Indeed, he was just an ordinary person, one who had never even eaten a red flame fruit. It seemed this ordinary person had gained some strength, but what was the point of such a minor improvement? Too weak. Several hours later, Walker had fully absorbed the power of the red flame fruit, and his physical constitution had significantly improved. Now, his strength could probably match that of a demigod-level warrior, and he could hold his own against some S-level mutated creatures. Amy, where did you get this fruit? Walker was curious. Did this kid have too many treasures on her? Was it given to you by your master to save your life? Walker thought of many possibilities. Such a fine item. Who else but her two masters could provide it? Such a fruit must be incredibly precious. Amy was really too generous, giving away such a treasure so casually. No, Amy replied. Did it taste good? Good, it tasted good. Walker was at a loss for words for a moment. Was this treasure something that could be simply described as tasty or not? Amy, you shouldn't give away such treasures so casually in the future. Walker sighed and said, I know, this fruit must have been given to you by your master, right? To be eaten only in a life-threatening situation? No. Amy's eyes widened. Why would this fruit be something to eat only in a life-threatening situation? She had just seen Walker covered in blood and thought for a long time before deciding to give him the fruit to quench his thirst, and because it seemed like a good thing, it might help Walker. I know, you're kind-hearted. No need to lie to me, Walker said. But don't give away such treasures to others so easily in the future. Walker knew Amy came from a powerful background and had many valuable items, but if she gave away treasures without understanding their value, it would be easy for others to take advantage of her. No, not at all. Do you want more? I have plenty. Amy had picked all the fruits from a red flame fruit tree when she came up, and now she casually scooped up 4 more and held them out to Walker. Walker was speechless. Wasn't this fruit supposed to be some kind of rare treasure? Why could Amy just casually pull out 4 more? How many more do you have? Walker couldn't help but ask. Amy replied, I didn't count, but I think there are over 60 more. 60 more? Walker felt that perhaps poverty limited his imagination. Or maybe his master was just poor, while Amy's master was incredibly wealthy. Thinking about it, Moros hadn't really given him any valuable treasures. Then looking at Amy decked out in luxurious gear. Really, comparing oneself to others only led to more despair. Walker sighed deeply and said, "I won't eat anymore. Just keep them for yourself." Such divine fruits. One was enough. Although Amy had many more, Walker wasn't the type to shamelessly deceive a child for her fruits. That was something only someone like William would do. "Oh, didn't it taste good?" Amy said as she popped another fruit into her mouth, then turned around and said, "There's a chest over there. It must be the reward for defeating the boss here." She didn't mention anything about William. After all, the sword spirit had specifically said that since Mr. Johnson didn't want others to know, she must keep it a secret from Mr. Johnson. Talkative kids could get their tongues pulled out. Walker stood behind, somewhat dumbfounded. "You just ate it like that." Logically, shouldn't one sit down and concentrate on absorbing the power contained in such a fruit after eating it? "How else should I eat it?" Amy said as she stuffed another fruit into her mouth, laughing. "It really tastes good." Walker was mentally blown away. Indeed, seemingly young and cute little girls often come from very well-off families. Especially someone like Amy, who couldn't just be described as wealthy anymore. Who else in the world could afford to eat such divine fruits as snacks? Amy, however, didn't think too much about it. She continued eating the red flame fruits as she walked towards the large chest ahead. Defeating monsters and looting equipment seemed like a natural outcome to her. Plus, she already knew that it was William playing with her, so wasn't it normal for her to receive rewards after clearing the level? Walker didn't ponder much either and followed her. When they opened the chest, they saw it neatly packed with books. Tempest Rune Array, Ethereal Light Formation, Elemental Storm Array, Eternal Frost Array. Walker read the titles on the covers of the books and couldn't help but swallow hard. These powerful magical arrays sounded incredibly formidable. If getting just one book of powerful magical arrays felt great, here was an entire chest of them. What was this? Had the drop rate from the boss Amy just defeated been a bit too generous? Chapter 766. Was it still possible to run away now? Amy and her group were making smooth progress, of course, partly because William was deliberately going easy on them. Normally, Amy should have only been declared the winner on the second floor after defeating the humanoid shadow. William didn't really care that Amy had guessed the masked man was him. What did it matter if such a foolish child knew his identity? The third floor featured a giant robot designed by William, whose strength far surpassed the demigod level. Defeating it wouldn't be easy. This was designed to make Walker and Amy demonstrate all the secret techniques they had learned. What was the point of their training if not tested in real combat? Considering Amy's feelings, William had designed a robot instead of a living creature. Defeating a robot wouldn't involve bloodshed. After all, she was just a child, and William didn't feel the need to force her to take a life. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, some things should just take their natural course. After reaching the third floor, Amy used a water summoning spell to wash the blood off Walker. "This big guy looks pretty tough." Walker, who had brought the samurai sword-wielding robot with him, commanded, "BB-9, go and destroy it." It was safer to let his subordinate robot test the waters first. With such robots, it was impossible to gauge their strength level through sensing their aura, and rushing in recklessly could easily lead to disaster. BB-9's red eyes flickered as it spoke. "If can't win, won't fight." And then, surprisingly, it took 2 steps back. Walker knew BB-9's capabilities. After a grueling 3-day battle, he hadn't even managed to scratch BB-9's paint, and the robot's sword skills were nearly divine, always keeping him under pressure. It was only by a narrow margin that he had survived those 3 days, and in terms of strength, he was still significantly outmatched by BB-9. But now BB-9 was saying it couldn't defeat this robot. Damn, how strong could this robot be? Was it still possible to run away now? "Amy, maybe we should head back down." Walker was already thinking of retreating. He was an adult and knew what danger looked like. And the giant in front of them was definitely dangerous. Although Amy was strong, he felt that it was wise not to engage with a creature that even made BB-9 want to back down. The robot, standing 15 feet tall with a giant axe, was motionless for the moment and showed no signs of attacking them. Behind the robot, there was a pile of golden boxes. It seemed like a classic scenario of overcoming obstacles to claim treasure. Currently, they seemed to be outside the robot's aggro range. When fighting BB-9, Walker had heard a system notification that said if they lasted 3 days, BB-9 would be theirs. However, there was no such instruction on how to win against this larger robot. Did they have to defeat it? What if it was extraordinarily powerful? There was no need to risk their lives for some external rewards. I'm not afraid of it. Amy, who hadn't been in real combat and was essentially a novice in fighting, was fearless. Plus, knowing that this was just William playing with her, she was naturally unafraid. Mr. Johnson surely wouldn't harm her. If it had been a giant lion, Amy might have been scared to tears, but facing this metallic robot, she boldly charged forward with her sword of the Abyssal Guardian. The giant robot's eyes suddenly opened, purple electricity swirling around, and it let out a deafening roar that made Amy shiver, almost dropping her sword. Amy didn't know how powerful the giant robot really was, but it was definitely intimidating. If it had been before, Amy might have just cried on the spot. Walker covered his face, unable to bear watching, thinking. She still dared to charge forward, wondering who had given her such courage. I'm not scared, Amy shouted as she raised her sword and charged at the robot again. Walker now believed that Amy wouldn't come to harm. The girl had too many top-tier artifacts on her. Even if she couldn't win, she could definitely retreat safely. Let's just see how it goes. Walker casually stood aside, playing the slacker, the kind that feels totally justified. At this moment, he seemed to understand William's mindset a bit better. Standing aside and doing nothing seemed pretty enjoyable too. Amy's swordsmanship had indeed improved significantly, and the sharpness of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian was beyond question. Despite the robot's large size, it was surprisingly agile. Amy engaged in a rapid exchange with it, and in just 1 minute, they had gone through hundreds of moves. The robot's axe had already developed a notch. Of course, this was because William had lowered the difficulty for Amy. If the robot's axe had been crafted as a more powerful artifact than the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, Amy probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Her weapon was an advantage, but defeating this robot was not going to be easy. Walker had been watching for a few hours. The robot's attacks were fiercely aggressive, and Amy spent more time dodging and blocking than attacking. This will exhaust Amy if it keeps up, Walker remarked, not completely playing the slacker as he analyzed the situation. He tried to spot the robot's weaknesses. The only openings on the robot's body were its eyes and mouth, and its joints seemed to be relatively fragile. Amy, try targeting its joints. Walker had an ace up his sleeve. He planned to seize the moment to throw a knife at the robot's eyes. But he wanted Amy to test the waters first. He had seen the power of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian that Amy wielded. The material of the robot clearly couldn't match up to the sword's material. If they could disable its joints, wouldn't that mean victory? Upon hearing Walker's suggestion, Amy began to intensify her attacks. However, the robot was not slow. After its arm joint was struck by her sword, it blocked all her subsequent attempts to strike its other joints. It was now on guard. Damn, it was smart. Seeing the situation, Walker realized that if they continued to chip away at the robot like using a dull knife on meat, it might be too challenging. A quick, decisive strike would be best to take down the big guy. Amy, use your strongest strike on the joint of its right arm, and I'll target its eyes, Walker instructed. Okay, Amy responded. William was keeping an eye on the battle and couldn't help but laugh when he heard Walker's plan. The robot was designed to be quite intelligent. At the very least, it could understand human speech. Walker plotting so loudly was somewhat amusing. Did he really think the robot couldn't hear him? And speaking so loudly at that? William thought that Walker might be aware that the robot could understand him and was possibly trying to use a diversionary tactic, a feint. The likelihood was quite high. True or false? Wasn't it all just a game of psychological warfare? Chapter 767. It was a deeply unsettling thought. William had no intention of controlling the robot's movements because if he did, the robot would never lose. He didn't want to design a no-win situation for Amy and the others. After all, he wanted to give them a glimmer of hope. After Walker shouted, he threw his flying knife. It was a direct attack aimed at the robot's eyes. The robot, not receiving any instructions from William, made its own judgment. It held its giant axe in front of its eyes with its right hand, ready to block, while also guarding against Amy. Amy had just learned a secret sword technique from William, and it wasn't that simple. She thrust her sword, and the light trailing behind her was as dazzling as a rainbow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was sharp and piercing. The robot's giant axe broke. Its left arm was severed. Humph! Amy's lips curled into a smile. Had she succeeded? Walker would surely praise her. Awesome! Walker couldn't help but exclaim. Hee hee! Amy laughed out loud. Keep going. Now's your chance. Cut off its right arm. Amy looked puzzled, glanced at Walker, but still made her move. Walker was stunned. What are you doing? Amy indeed struck again, but her sword was aimed at the already severed left arm. Weren't you the one who told me to cut off its right arm? Amy was genuinely confused. It was clearly Walker who had said it. Upon hearing this, Walker took a deep breath. He was wrong. He was really wrong. He had thought that Amy, in a moment of quick thinking, had severed the robot's left arm. Now, it seemed that the poor kid had gotten her left and right mixed up because the robot was standing opposite her. You're supposed to cut off his other arm. What's the point of chopping the one that's already down? Walker was frustrated, now understanding why Stephen and the others didn't let Amy go off on her own. Forget about finding her way. She couldn't even tell left from right. No matter how strong she was, if she wandered into some ravine and got lost, it would be a nightmare to find her. But you told me to cut off its right arm. Amy muttered under her breath before raising her sword and charging again. Things got a lot easier for them after that. Whether it was Amy's sword of the Abyssal Guardian or Walker's flying knives, both were top-tier artifacts. William hadn't made the robot out of anything particularly indestructible. Plus, now that Amy and Walker had honed their combat skills and found some weaknesses, winning was only a matter of time. William didn't bother with them. Everything was going as he expected. If Amy and Walker couldn't win under these circumstances, they would likely struggle to survive in future battles, as hadn't yet realized how terrifyingly fast the mutated creatures were evolving. Dolly had previously transformed the power of over 100 holy halos into divine soul energy that enveloped the earth, strengthening the already physically robust creatures even more. Like the demon whale with bloody teeth they encountered earlier, its growth rate was unimaginably faster than that of ordinary creatures. In the mere 10 days they spent in the doors of evolution, those demon whales with bloody teeth outside had undergone another transformation, becoming even stronger. Of course, the humans outside had also progressed somewhat, but compared to the gigantic, mutated creatures like the demon whale with bloody teeth, they were hardly a match. While Amy and Walker were still tackling the tower, William had already returned to the base in Arcane Village. He didn't want to stay inside any longer. It was utterly joyless. William, why are you back? What about Amy and Walker? Samuel asked nervously upon seeing William. William had emerged from the doors of evolution, but the other two hadn't yet, which was a frightening prospect. What if something had happened to Walker and Amy? Humanity would lose 2 of its top warriors. Most importantly, there were already suspicions that William might be a transformed, mutated creature, and Walker and Amy had entered the doors of evolution with him. If something happened to Walker and Amy, Samuel didn't know whether he should still trust William. It was a deeply unsettling thought. They're still inside, fighting hard, William said. I couldn't be of much help, so I came out. Oh, Samuel nodded absently. How are they doing in there? They're doing all right. Should be able to come out in about half a month, William replied. I see. The more Samuel thought about what William had said, the more terrified he became. They could come out in half a month? That meant there was no way to verify their safety now. Perhaps Walker and the others had already been harmed. Half a month wasn't particularly long, but it wasn't short either. Recently, the various reports transmitted by satellites had been causing them anxiety. The mutated creatures seemed to have grown stronger again. In less than half a month, 34 S-class fighters had been killed, 3 base cities had fallen, and over 10 million civilians had become food for the mutated creatures. If Amy and Walker died because of William, then William's motives would become horrifying. Was he trying to sabotage the base from the inside? A mutated creature that could transform into a human might be an even more terrifying entity than the demon whale with bloody teeth. Thinking about all this made Samuel's scalp tingle. Are you nervous? William squinted at Samuel, who was visibly tense, his muscles tight and hands trembling, clearly unsettled. "No, not at all, huh?" Samuel forced a laugh. "Why would I be nervous? You really do look nervous. Are you okay?" William asked. "I'm fine." "Oh, Mr. Johnson, you've completed those documents, right?" Samuel quickly changed the subject. "Weren't you planning to start a class on beast language? The school has been built. Do you want to go check it out?" "Sure. Let's have a look," William replied. "The students have already started attending, right?" "Yes, they started 3 days ago," Samuel said. "I'll take you to the school." Right now, Samuel dared not confront William directly. The incident where his flying knives had completely missed William had left a deep psychological scar, especially considering that William might be a more terrifying mutated creature than the demon whale with bloody teeth. He really didn't dare make a move. If things turned sour, the consequences would be unimaginable. Samuel felt that the best he could do now was to stabilize the situation with William and call for reinforcements. William was inside the base, so using the space ion cannon was definitely out of the question, and it was best to avoid any combat within the base. The reinforcements he needed to call must be powerful enough to take down William with a single strike. All the way to the school, Samuel thought about many things, but he still tried to control his emotions and appear natural. If William became suspicious and decided to go on a killing spree in the city before leaving, they would be powerless to stop him. Samuel felt that currently, there might be no one in the Arcane Village base capable of defeating William. Hold steady. He must hold steady. Chapter 768. This matter is beyond my capabilities. Along the way, William could sense that something was off with Samuel. However, as for Samuel, William couldn't be bothered to use something like mind-reading magic on him. To William, mind-reading felt like the most tedious thing. What's the fun in knowing what others are thinking? "Samuel, I really think something's up with you," William said, raising an eyebrow and smiling at Samuel. "Is there something on your mind?" "There is something. I still have unfinished business back at the command center in the base. Now that I've brought you to the school, I'll have another teacher take you to the office while I head back to check on things," Samuel replied. "If you have any questions, you can ask him." Teacher Dexter, please take Mr. Johnson to the office. He's our new teacher for beast language," Samuel said as he brought William into the school, thinking it was crucial to call in a heavyweight soon to handle the situation. As for William, he needed to be kept stable. The Dexter he called upon was a burly man, clad in metallic battle armor. "Principal Samuel, our school has a beast language class." Dexter looked puzzled at Samuel. "We didn't before, but we will from today," Samuel explained. "To defeat our enemies, we must understand their habits and master their language. Mr. Johnson is the beast language expert I've specifically brought in for this purpose," Samuel said, his heart tingling with nerves. "That's right. To defeat the enemy, understanding their habits and mastering their language is essential." Perhaps the mutated creatures thought the same. Although William's arrival had provided information about the mutated creatures, only half a month had passed, and the creatures had evolved again, becoming stronger, making that data seem less relevant. But if they let William gain their trust, and he started sabotaging from within, while the external mutated creatures began their assault on the base, it was too horrifying to consider. It seemed that not only had the mutated creatures grown stronger in combat, but their intelligence had also increased. "About this new class, you need to inform the other teachers, right? How are we going to schedule this? Shouldn't we discuss it first?" Dexter almost grabbed Samuel to stop him from leaving. Suddenly adding a beast language class, how was he supposed to arrange everything without any prior notice? "I have some other important matters to attend to right now. Please take Mr. Johnson to the office for now, and keep an eye on your phone. I'll send a notification to all teachers," Samuel said, maintaining his composure. He knew that in this critical moment, he had to remain calm. Revealing William's true identity could cause unnecessary panic and lead to disaster. "All right, Principal Samuel, you go ahead with your tasks. I'll take Mr. Johnson to the office to sit for a while." Dexter didn't think too much about it. Samuel had many responsibilities, and naturally, he had a lot to handle. The arrangement of courses and the reassignment of teachers were actually managed by the vice principal, so there was no need to cling to Samuel. After finishing his explanation, Samuel was about to leave. Just as he turned around, William suddenly called out, "Commander Samuel, Samuel's body stiffened slightly, but he quickly recovered, turned back with a smile, and asked, "Mr. Johnson, do you have any other questions?" Although William didn't use mind reading, his observational skills were sharp, and some reactions were almost instinctive. He could tell that Samuel was somewhat afraid of him. Yes, he was a bit afraid. William had seen this kind of reaction too many times. "You don't have my phone number yet. How will you send me messages later?" Phone number? Samuel asked, somewhat bewildered. Can your phone number still be used? Most of the signal towers on the ground had been almost completely destroyed. Although mobile phones could still function, the old phone numbers had long been unusable. Their mobile signals relied on the base's internal stations and satellites, and all communication apps were independently developed by the base. The old telecom operators' phone numbers and communication apps were unusable. William pulled out his phone, suddenly realizing that normally, old phone numbers shouldn't work. The video calls from Alice to him and Calvin were solely reliant on William's abilities. With almost all terrestrial base stations destroyed and telecom operators out of existence, it would indeed be strange if his old phone number still worked. Indeed, it can't be used anymore. How will you send messages to me? William took out his phone, which showed no signal, and handed it to Samuel. Samuel took William's phone, looked at it, and like connecting to Wi-Fi, he connected William to a network, registered an account for him, and downloaded an app. Now it should work, Mr. Johnson. If there's anything, I'll send you a message. Samuel handed the phone back to William with a smile. Now, Mr. Johnson, you can go with Dexter to get familiar with the surroundings. I'll arrange the work matters for you. Thank you. William was accustomed to blending into the environment of any era. After taking the phone, he didn't ask Samuel any more questions and followed Dexter towards the office. Samuel left almost without looking back, quickly reaching the research institute. Dr. Sanger, did you suspect earlier that William might be a transformed, mutated creature? Samuel found Frederick in the institute right away and, after closing the door, he couldn't hold back any longer. Frederick adjusted his glasses leisurely and said, "Even if he is a transformed, mutated creature, it doesn't seem to be a big deal as long as he is helpful to humans. He can be considered a friend." Walker and Amy followed him to the doors of evolution and haven't come out. While he came out alone, Samuel said breathlessly, "I now suspect that Walker and Amy have been killed by William." "Just because they haven't come out doesn't mean they were killed by William," Frederick responded. "What if they weren't killed? But what if they have been killed by William? Do you have a way to deal with William?" Samuel knew Frederick had his suspicions and hoped that William was truly on the side of humanity. But this matter could affect the lives of over 100,000 people at the base. How could they take such a risk? Preparations must be thorough. What if there's even a slight chance, that's over 100,000 lives at stake. If William really is a transformed, mutated creature, and Walker and Amy have been harmed. Frederick pondered for a moment and then said, "I can't handle it." Although he was just a scientific researcher, he knew the terrifying strength of soulmancers like Amy and Walker. Amy was a figure on the list of human powerhouses. If they were both harmed, one could imagine William's strength. Unable to cope. That was Frederick's answer. Samuel clenched his fists and said, "The first thing we need to do now is send elites into the doors of evolution to check. If we can find Walker and the others, there's no need to deal with William. But if we can't find them, then William must be dealt with." "That's your business. This matter is beyond my capabilities," Frederick said, then continued to tinker with his computer. Chapter 769, A Beast Language Teacher. It almost sounded like a joke. Samuel knew he could no longer rely on Frederick for this matter. Finding Walker, Amy, and someone powerful enough to take down William in one strike were now his priorities. Moreover, he had to act quickly and discreetly. Thinking of William currently being at the school, Samuel decided to text the teachers there. In his message, he didn't express his suspicions about William, but instead informed the teachers that William was a novice beast language instructor and a distant relative of his, asking them to look after him. He couldn't risk sharing his suspicions. The teachers might accidentally reveal them. Fearing they might treat William disrespectfully due to his youth, he simply mentioned their distant kinship. He hoped this would earn William some consideration from the teachers. William was like a ticking time bomb. If someone unknowingly provoked him and triggered his anger, the people at the school would be the first to suffer. Until it was certain, And until he found someone capable of defeating William with a single strike, it was crucial not to offend William. After sending the message to the teachers, Samuel began sharing his suspicions with the headquarters of the Human Alliance in Washington. After several discussions, the headquarters decided that they must first confirm whether Walker and Amy were still alive and try to summon the deity of witchcraft to the Arcane Village base. Additionally, the top 10 warriors from the human rankings were to quickly head to Arcane Village as a precaution. In reality, even the top-ranked warrior on the human list wasn't sure they could quickly kill a mutated creature on the level of a demon whale with bloody teeth. And since the deity of witchcraft was notoriously elusive, it was uncertain whether they could be summoned at all. Everything had to be prevented before it could happen. William, for his part, hadn't expected Samuel to think so far ahead. He and Dexter hadn't even entered the office when Dexter received Samuel's message. After glancing at the message, Dexter looked up at William and said, "William, Principal Samuel is your uncle, right?" "Huh? Why do you ask?" William responded, "I'm not very familiar with Principal Samuel." "Ha ha, got it." Dexter laughed. "How do you learn that beast language? It doesn't involve making strange animal noises, does it?" "No need for that," William replied. "After all, the vocal systems and physiological structures of mutated creatures are vastly different from humans. To fully mimic the sounds of a mutated creature, it requires extensive study and training. So how do you learn it?" Dexter thought to himself that William was probably just given a job by Samuel because of their connection. A beast language instructor sounded like a cushy job, much more relaxed than a pre-apocalypse physical education teacher. Normal study involves learning about the habits and body language of mutated creatures, William explained seriously. Actually, it's beneficial for humans to learn these things. For example, the demon whale with bloody teeth communicates with its kind using infrasound waves that humans can't hear. When it's angry, it makes a sharp, piercing sound, and when it's happy, it emits a dull roar. William used the demon whale with bloody teeth as an example. Demon whale with bloody teeth? Dexter smirked, thinking it sounded just like the behavior of ordinary whales, and chuckled. "You really know your stuff, knowing the habits of the demon whale with bloody teeth." Now he was sure William didn't really have any substantial skills. Just mentioning the demon whale with bloody teeth, a creature whose sounds no one could verify, and talking about its emotions, happy and angry? What's the use? When the demon whale with bloody teeth is angry, it destroys 2 cities. When it's happy, it destroys 3. Even knowing this, it's pretty useless. It's all right, but creatures like the demon whale with bloody teeth generally don't appear on land. There are many mutated creatures around Mount Olympus, though. If we're talking about this base, it's best to start by learning about the habits of nearby mutated creatures. William now fully embraced his role as a teacher. Since he had decided to teach beast language, he was determined to do it well. Just like when he was a beggar, he was definitely the most pitiful-looking and collected the most money, and when accompanying others at bars, he was always the top performer. "Yeah, you're pretty impressive," Dexter said, not really buying William's explanation. In his view, combat ability was the only true measure. Even if William really knew beast language, it didn't seem very significant. Especially seeing William's rather frail physique and the aura of a weakling, Dexter felt like he was wasting his time today. If William wasn't Principal Samuel's distant relative, he would have left him by now. Who has time to chat here otherwise? In the end, Samuel has indeed made significant contributions to this base, so placing a relative in the school isn't really a big deal. No one would make a fuss over such a thing. William could sense Dexter's perfunctory attitude and didn't say much more. He followed Dexter to an office. "Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to William Johnson, our school's beast language teacher." Dexter went through the motions without making things difficult for William, even giving him a brief introduction. "Oh, welcome, Mr. Johnson, hello." The teachers in the office, all informed by Samuel, were neither warm nor cold in their reception. School had just started, and everyone was busy with their own tasks, so even acknowledging William was quite decent of them. In the office, all male teachers, they saw William's delicate and handsome appearance and figured he probably wasn't very capable. Young and having entered the school through connections, they wouldn't bother with him if it weren't for giving face to Principal Samuel. A beast language teacher, it almost sounded like a joke. In this world, People were either struggling to survive or striving to enhance their own strength. Beast language. Who would care about that? William wasn't upset by the teacher's attitudes. After all, they weren't acquainted, and a greeting was already quite nice. William, take that desk over there. Dexter pointed to an empty desk at the back, saying, as for your classes, Vice Principal Guerin should have them arranged for you. All right, thank you. William thanked him and took his seat. Just as he sat down, a figure burst in, excitedly shouting, Mr. Johnson, you're here. William looked up at the figure and asked, You're the vice principal here? This person was none other than Guerin, the president of the Emerald Lion Guild, with whom William had dealt several times. Thanks to William, Guerin had even gained deeper insights in his swordsmanship, significantly advancing his strength. Yes. I heard Mr. Johnson was coming but couldn't greet you in time. I hope you don't mind. Guerin was exceedingly warm towards William, his face almost squeezed together. The teachers in the office were stunned, staring blankly at Guerin. What was going on? Guerin was, after all, the president of the Emerald Lion Guild, ranked 7th among human powerhouses. Why would he show such an attitude towards William? Even if it was to curry favor with Samuel, it seemed excessive. And did Guerin really need to curry favor with Samuel? Chapter 770, ranked 10th, was Evelyn. No need for a formal welcome, William said with a smile. I'm just here to teach. As for the classes, I'll leave the scheduling to Vice Principal Guerin. Guerin completely ignored the other teachers in the office and chuckled. Mr. Johnson, you jest. Just let me know when and how many classes you'd like to teach. The teachers in the office were at a loss for words. Since when had Guerin become so humble? Guerin? William Johnson? Suddenly, someone recalled a rumor. It was said that Guerin had an unspeakable relationship with someone named William from the 13th Bureau. To put it bluntly, a Brokeback Mountain scenario. A chilling thought indeed. And looking at Mr. Johnson, he did seem exceptionally handsome. Piecing together another rumor about a William who had recently arrived at the Arcane Village base and had a conflict with Hugo, it all started to make sense. This William Johnson must be the man from the rumors. Given Samuel's character, he normally wouldn't randomly place someone in the school. But if it was for Guerin's sake, then it naturally made sense. As the president of the Emerald Lion Guild, Guerin was a formidable force. In the current situation, the Emerald Lion Guild was also a crucial military asset. If giving Guerin's old flame a nominal position could secure Guerin's loyalty, then why not? William was unaware of the complex thoughts brewing in the teachers' minds. He simply stated, Vice Principal Guerin, I'm just here to teach. I'll follow whatever arrangements the leadership makes. Guerin gradually calmed down and assured, Mr. Johnson, don't worry, I will make sure everything is arranged properly. Guerin held the appointed position of vice principal at the school, but he also had to manage affairs related to his guild and couldn't always be at the school. Just yesterday, he was at the Emerald Lion Guild when he received news that a powerful mutated creature had infiltrated the Arcane Village base and needed support, prompting him to rush to the base to await further instructions. Now, it seemed, what use was there for worrying about a powerful mutated creature sneaking in? With Mr. Johnson here, what trouble could any mutated creature possibly cause? William was simply looking for something to do and wasn't seeking any special treatment. Guerin's current behavior made him somewhat uncomfortable. It was like those school beauties, who really likes a sycophant? Although the comparison might not be perfect, the principle was the same. Over the years, too many people had tried to ingratiate themselves with William. Guerin initially wanted to chat with William, but sensing William's disinterest from his tone, he could only offer a smile and say, Then, Mr. Johnson, I'll get busy arranging your schedule and setting up a private classroom for you. Guerin's demeanor when speaking to William was extremely respectful. It wasn't that he was afraid of William. Rather, he was filled with admiration and gratitude towards him. Guerin admired William's swordsmanship, and it was also under William's guidance that he had achieved his current success. So it seemed only natural to Guerin that he should show respect in his actions and words towards William. Guerin placed his hands in front, bowed to William, and then stepped back. The teachers in the office had their eyes wider than one another. Guerin, who had lived for several thousand years, found such a gesture quite ordinary in ancient times. But to the modern people watching, such a formal gesture was hard to accept. A bow. In response to Garen's bow, William simply nodded and said, "Thank you for the trouble." William, however, was more in tune with the times. In this era, bowing seemed a bit too formal. Many soulmancers were like this. They lived long lives, spending much of their time focused on enhancing their own powers. They believed that the old customs were polite and proper, not seeing them as overly complicated. After Garen left, the teachers looked at William with even more complexity in their eyes. Their thoughts were similar. They didn't want too much interaction with someone like William from the rumors. While they didn't oppose homosexuality, normal men didn't want to have too much to do with homosexuals. They simply found it hard to accept. The teacher's attitude towards William was a bit strange, but William didn't mind. He already had his own desk, and he trusted that Garen would handle his employment and class schedule properly. With nothing else to do, he greeted Dexter and started wandering around the school. The school's infrastructure was still quite good. Despite the presence of mutated creatures outside, inside the base, it looked almost no different from before the apocalypse. At least the students seemed to be doing well. This was, perhaps, a fragile semblance of peace. Humanity had realized that defeating the mutated creatures and restoring peace from the past would be a long-term battle. They couldn't let the next generation of young people constantly live in an apocalyptic panic. Preparing for war was inevitable, but nurturing the next generation needed to be a gradual process. Unbeknownst to William, in just a short while, the top 10 powerhouses of humanity had gathered at the base. However, they didn't seek out Samuel, but were scattered in various corners. A person transformed from a powerful mutated creature? How strong could they be? These powerhouses continued to observe within the base. It wasn't until Samuel sent a message stating that the mutated creature was William that many were shocked. Ares, the president of the Pantheon Guild and humanity's strongest, was stunned. Mr. Johnson was transformed from a mutated creature? It seemed not entirely impossible. He had previously worked as a chef in William's home, where two shapeshifter lords from another world resided. But even if Mr. Johnson really was transformed from a mutated creature, it seemed there was no reason to attack him. He also pondered a question. Even if the top 10 on the leaderboard joined forces, could they really defeat Mr. Johnson? Thinking back to the time he had interacted with William, his intuition told him that they probably couldn't win. 10 people joining. Forces might just get wiped out in seconds. He couldn't understand what Samuel was thinking, planning to make a move against Mr. Johnson. Was he tired of living? Among the top 10 humans, a few knew William personally, and ranked 10th was Evelyn. She was a ruthless person, initially loyal to Hades, then stripped of her superpowers by William, and 5 years ago became a disciple of Moros. Relying on her tenacious character, she enhanced her strength to the extreme through witchcraft and even mastered the power of spatial laws. Now, she had reached the 10th position among humans, even surpassing Amy. If Amy was considered a pay-to-win player, then Evelyn was the epitome of a strong comeback through sheer hard work and determination. The price she paid and the hardships she endured were beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. When she learned that William was transformed from a mutated creature, her expression also became complex. Chapter 771. Why bother explaining so much? William had spent half the day wandering around the school playground, but there wasn't much new to see. The students were just learning different things. On the playground, students were practicing combat skills. In this era, enhancing students' combat abilities had become the most important task. Besides that, learning about high-tech weapons and various theoretical knowledge was also essential. But clearly, that wasn't enough. William mentioned teaching them beast language, but it might be more useful to teach them a biology course about mutated creatures. The students living in the base wouldn't have a chance to fight with mutated creatures unless the base was breached, at least not until they had developed some combat capabilities. If they ever encountered a mutated creature in the future, how could they fight without knowing the creature's true strength or habits? Currently, most of what humans knew about mutated creatures was derived from videos transmitted by space satellites and analyzed. Much of the analyzed data was unreliable. Most importantly, mutated creatures evolved periodically. Without timely knowledge about these creatures, stepping out of the base would mean certain death. Of course, under the current circumstances, it was a near-certain death for the weak to leave the base. William was basking in the sun on the school playground, watching the students practice their combat skills, enjoying a moment of peace. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the sky, and Ares descended from the air in front of William. The students on the playground were stunned. Flying through the air was seen as a sign of a powerful being. The teacher instructing students in martial arts on the playground is only a B-level strongman. Compared to Soulmancer, he might not even be able to defeat a mid-level Soulmancer. Without the aid of equipment, he also lacks the ability to fly. The arrival of a flying powerhouse naturally drew their attention, but they only dared to watch from a distance and didn't dare to approach. Ares was clearly not one of the school's teachers. Most ordinary people knew that some Soulmancers had quirky tempers, and accidentally provoking one could easily lead to deadly consequences. "Hello, Mr. Johnson. Do you remember me? I'm Ares, the president of the Pantheon Guild." Upon seeing William, Ares bowed gracefully, his head lowered in a humble posture. William waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, Ares, what brings you here? You don't need to do that when you see me in the future." Only then did Ares slowly raise his head and said, "I owe a great debt to Mr. Johnson for helping me through tough times. I dare not forget it." Back then, Ares nearly lost his mind trying to enhance his powers, and it was only with the pills William provided that he could regain his sanity. Additionally, there was a time when an envoy from the divine realm came looking for Ares. If he hadn't been with William, he might have been taken to the divine realm. He didn't want to go to the divine realm. Moreover, staying by William's side had brought him many benefits, and from then on, he became the strongest human. William's great kindness was something he could never forget. "Did you need me for something?" William, seeing Ares, probably guessed what was going on. Samuel must suspect that William had killed Amy and Walker and buried them. "Huh, interesting." William didn't laugh, just looked at Ares. This guy couldn't have been sent by Samuel to kill him, could he? "Mr. Johnson, may we step aside to speak privately?" Ares felt some matters were better discussed in private. William said, "Go ahead, they can't hear us." The moment he finished speaking, the students and teachers on the playground only saw a blur, and both Ares and William had vanished, not to mention hearing any sound. William didn't care much. After all, Ares, the top-ranked human, making someone disappear on the spot was nothing unusual. Ares glanced at the students nearby. In his view, nothing had changed, but he knew Mr. Johnson's methods were mysterious and profound. If he said it, so it would be. "According to Samuel's intelligence, you took Amy and Walker into the doors of evolution, and then they never came out. He suspects you are a mutated creature in disguise, and that they have been killed." Now William understood why Samuel had been acting so strangely towards him, and why he was afraid of him. Such a vivid imagination. But then again, it was quite normal for him to think this way. In a world full of crises, if Samuel didn't think this much, this base would probably have been overrun long ago. "So, you came here to kill me?" William laughed. Ares quickly responded, "Mr. Johnson, please don't misunderstand. How could I dare? I came today just to clarify the situation. Samuel must be mistaken, and I will explain it to him later. Please don't hold it against him." William asked, "Do you think I'm a mutated creature in disguise?" Ares replied anxiously, "That's absurd. With your strength, if you wanted to kill Amy and Walker, why would you need to take them to the doors of evolution?" As Ares had grown stronger, he felt even more that William was unfathomable. His instinct told him that if William wanted to kill him, it would only take one strike. Such a powerful being. If he wanted to kill, why would he need to take his targets to the doors of evolution? Moreover, Ares felt that Mr. Johnson had a good temperament. He wasn't the type to relish killing. With his refined and easygoing nature, as long as you didn't anger him, he would be a very kind elder. "Very smart," William said. "You don't need to explain anything to Samuel, but Walker and Amy might really need your help." The tower at the doors of evolution was not easy to get through. Since Samuel had called the top 10 human powerhouses, why not let them go in and have a look? If they went in and brought back Amy and Walker, all misunderstandings would naturally be cleared up. Why bother explaining so much? William was content being a teacher at the school. How nice that was. Ares talked with William for a while longer and roughly knew what to do next. Meanwhile, Samuel was on edge back at the base. After entering the base, he had been monitoring William's every move via satellite. When William appeared on the playground, he had someone watch. him. Later, when a man in a long robe was seen flying down to William, he watched it on the surveillance screen. When he saw Ares, he was stunned. Was Ares preparing to challenge William one-on-one? What surprised him was that after Ares appeared in front of William, he actually bowed to him. My goodness. Samuel's jaw nearly dropped when he saw that scene. Ares was the top-ranked human, and he was bowing to William? And then, the two of them just disappeared into thin air? Samuel clenched his fists. Could it be that the bow was just a prelude to a final showdown? Were they now fighting somewhere else? Chapter 772, We Can't Be Friends Anymore. Samuel's confusion didn't last long. William and Ares soon reappeared on the big screen at the base. Both were neatly dressed, without a scratch on them, showing no signs of a battle. What's going on? Samuel clenched his fists. Ares had suddenly sought out William alone. Then the two disappeared for a few minutes, and just as suddenly reappeared as if nothing had happened. What was Ares really up to? Mr. Johnson, since that's the case, I'll take my leave now. Ares never intended to fight William. Even if William really was a mutated creature in disguise, he believed that William was on the side of humanity. At this point, he felt it was also time for him to leave, as more people were arriving. William nodded, and Ares turned to leave, choosing not to fly away. In his view, flying away in front of Mr. Johnson might seem a bit impolite. Due to Samuel's intelligence, human powerhouses were gathering at Arcane Village. Evelyn and William were old acquaintances, and the two had been through a lot together, including a mix of love and hate that couldn't be simply explained in a few words. Ares had found William quickly, and naturally, Evelyn wasn't far behind. Just now, Evelyn had arrived at the school and was watching from a distance. Before leaving, Ares glanced at Evelyn, considering her to be somewhat weak. Whatever her purpose, it really wasn't Ares's concern. Why should he worry about Mr. Johnson's affairs? Little girl, show some respect to Mr. Johnson. Before leaving, Ares couldn't help but telepathically warn Evelyn. Mr. Johnson was good-tempered, but if this young girl acted recklessly and decided to strike, she might very well end up throwing her life away prematurely. It was a well-meaning reminder from Ares, advising the young not to court death. Evelyn just smiled when she heard Ares's warning. She wasn't foolish. It was clear that William was no simple being. Having inherited Morgana's memories and experienced so much, Evelyn naturally knew that William was an entity who had lived for at least 3,000 to 4,000 years. She had also fought William before, and his methods were terrifying. Previously, many demigods were no match for William, not to mention that Alice, who had been with William, had already become famous. Was there even a need to question William's strength? Evelyn had seen photos of Ares. Could she really defeat someone whom Ares respected so much? Most importantly, Evelyn no longer wanted to attack William. When Evelyn was loyal to Hades, the secret technique she learned required severing her own emotions. The fastest way to become stronger was to kill William. This also showed that, whether it was the former Morgana or the current Evelyn, their love for William was extreme. Now that Evelyn had become a disciple of Moros, she no longer needed to rely on killing William to enhance her strength. Upon reflection, secret techniques like the Rite of Oblivion of the Underworld King, which required severing one's emotions to gain strength, seemed rather absurd. Killing the person you love most to become stronger. What was the point of gaining such strength? William, long time no see. Evelyn's appearance had recovered, and after 5 years of enhancing her strength, her aura had become even more unique. She no longer resembled the naive young girl William first met, nor was she as cold as when she had just inherited Morgana's memories. William and Evelyn exchanged glances, and he nodded. It's been a few years, hasn't it? How are you? You don't still want to kill me, do you? Evelyn raised an eyebrow and smiled. Even if I wanted to kill you, I probably couldn't, right? William nodded. At least you have that self-awareness. Good. Evelyn scoffed. You're as confident as ever. Always confident, William replied, looking up. You came looking for me this time, thinking I was a mutated creature? Evelyn sighed and asked, Are you a mutated creature? What if I said I was? William squinted. I wouldn't believe it. Evelyn rolled her eyes. Mutated creature? Mutated creatures had only appeared in recent years. William had been around since the medieval period. At most, he could be a soulmancer. Evelyn didn't believe he was a mutated creature. William replied somewhat irritably. Then why ask? Just kidding around, Evelyn said with a bright smile. Shall we take a walk together? Let's go. William felt at ease. Even if Evelyn was his ex, it didn't bother him. It seemed Evelyn had something she wanted to discuss. Aren't you afraid Alice will get jealous? The two walked around the school, and Evelyn casually asked. William responded, What's there to be jealous about? Besides, you talking like that really gives off a femme fatale vibe, which I can't really handle. Cough. Not at all. Evelyn glared at William. With the way you talk, I don't know how Alice puts up with you every day. How can she not handle it? She's got a good temper, William said. You didn't come here to rekindle old flames, did you? I'm not that bored. Evelyn actually didn't know why she liked William. Back then, Morgana truly loved Arthur because Arthur was so dazzling, just like William is still dazzling today. In fact, after Evelyn met William at the bar and thought about it later, William really was a good person. If Evelyn hadn't received Morgana's memories, if she had just been an ordinary girl, maybe she really would have ended up with William. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. In the end, she and William became enemies, and now it was time to let go. I don't even know why I came to see you today. Evelyn walked under the shade of the trees, not looking at William, and said calmly, Maybe I still like you, but I know it's impossible between us now. William just quietly listened to her speak. Sometimes, being a listener is also a form of courtesy. Indeed, he and Evelyn were impossible. Just as when he was Arthur, he did not love Morgana. Later, his interactions with Evelyn were not so innocent. After everything was understood, the past was just smoke. Today, I think we should finally settle things. Evelyn turned her face, smiling. I've let go already. Maybe I did some things in the past that disappointed you, but you also destroyed all my magic powers before. We're even now. If possible, let's still be friends in the future. William shook his head. We can't be friends anymore. Evelyn's face stiffened, and she asked, You still hate me? William replied, I just know that if I still consider you a friend, Alice might be unhappy. Let's leave it at that. Don't come looking for me anymore. Chapter 773 You really don't understand what I'm saying. William never believed in staying friends after a breakup. Although he and Evelyn had never truly started anything, Alice knew about Evelyn. If William really continued to treat Evelyn as a friend, even keeping in regular contact, it would be like a thorn in Alice's side. In ancient times, men could have multiple wives, and emperors could have many women. William from that era could accept these norms, but times have changed. Back then, if a successful man didn't have several lovers, people might say his wife was jealous. Similarly, women in ancient times didn't mind their men having multiple wives, some even took pride in it. But now, things are different. William had to consider Alice's feelings. A clean break was necessary. There was no need to remain friends. All right, I understand. Evelyn nodded, feeling a hint of loss at that moment, which made her realize she might not have truly let go. If she had really moved on, why would she feel this loss? Thank you. Evelyn suddenly stopped, smiled, and said, Let's end it here. We won't meet again. She had many things to thank William for, saving her grandfather in the past, taking care of her, and now, for not giving her a chance. From that moment of loss, she clearly realized, if William had said they could still be friends in the future, wouldn't that have given her a chance? Indeed, this man was still so ruthless. William turned around, waved his hand, and said, We shall not meet again. Samuel watched the situation between William and Evelyn on the big screen, completely baffled. What's going on here? Samuel was utterly confused. William knows Evelyn too. Man, are they dating or what? Could Evelyn be mesmerized by William's handsome looks? Samuel couldn't figure it out. And what about that earlier stuff with Aries? What was all that about? The only thing that seemed under control was that they hadn't fought, and no one was hurt. Samuel was monitoring William at the base when Aries suddenly appeared behind him. Samuel, what are you watching? Aries called out. Samuel turned around and nodded to Aries. Hello, President Aries. No need to keep watching. Mr. Johnson isn't a mutated creature, Aries said. Walker and Amy are probably still in the doors of evolution. We should send all our strong fighters in there. There seems to be a situation. Oh, Samuel asked, how do you know that? Aries replied expressionlessly. You don't need to worry about that. As for Mr. Johnson's identity, it's not your concern. Just know that he's not a mutated creature. Samuel was indeed an S-class fighter, but compared to a powerhouse like Ares, he was still much weaker. If Ares wanted to kill Samuel, he could do it almost instantly, without breaking a sweat. That was the difference in their strength. Mr. Johnson. Samuel took a deep breath. You know William from before? Sort of, Ares said. You'd better tell the others not to offend Mr. Johnson. All right, I'll send a message right now. As Samuel was pulling out his phone to compose the message, he saw on the big screen a dark figure suddenly appear and pounce towards William. Someone's making a move. Samuel's pupils constricted. Ares asked calmly, Who is that? Zed, the top assassin back in the day, now the third-ranked human fighter. Samuel grew tense. If William wasn't a mutated creature, what contributions had William made to their base? William's work compiling data on mutated creatures was indispensable. If Zed killed him, Samuel would probably live with guilt for the rest of his life. Ares, please, intervene and save William. Samuel was beyond caring about pride now. These fighters were here because of him, and the misinformation was reported by him. If William died because of it, he couldn't escape the blame. Ares didn't move an inch and said, I can't interfere in this matter. Samuel pleaded. Ares, with your strength, if you go now, you might still save William, or just tell Zed that William isn't a mutated creature. From the screen, it was visible that William was dodging, managing to evade Zed's attacks several times. But in Samuel's view, with Zed being a top-tier assassin, if he wanted to kill William, William would have no way to escape. Ares frowned and said, You really don't understand what I'm saying. As an assassin, once ranked first on the assassin leaderboard and now third on the human strength rankings, Zed had his pride. He actually had little respect for the so-called official data. The combat power of an assassin can't simply be explained by strength levels. One-hit kill. Defeating higher-ranked opponents was just routine for him. When he heard that Samuel wanted to gather the top 10 ranked individuals to kill a mutated creature, he couldn't help but laugh. A human-shaped mutated creature? He had been hiding and observing William since Evelyn arrived. From the way William walked, it was clear he was completely unguarded. From an assassin's perspective, this man was full of flaws and weaknesses. Killing him would be too easy. Zed was extremely cautious, because the information provided by Samuel made him so. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that his meticulously planned strike, a blade crossing space from the shadows, was dodged. Zed, a master of assassination, had awakened abilities to control time and space after the global anomaly. Already a top-tier assassin, awakening such abilities only skyrocketed his combat power. Just now, he had paused time for half a second and crossed space with a sudden slash aimed at decapitation. He didn't care what kind of being William was. He didn't believe that William could survive if his head was severed. A calculated strike, and William merely stepped back half a step to dodge it, leaving the blade to cut through air. In that instant, Zed panicked. He could feel that William was not affected by the time stop. It was at that moment he realized just how terrifying the entity before him was. He had been rash. But once the assassination was initiated, there was no stopping. Since the opponent had such strength, escaping without killing William seemed impossible. Yet William had not made a move. The person trying to kill him must be from the human strength rankings. If you can't kill him, just leave already. Isn't this guy done yet? William easily dodged Zed's 27 attacks, just standing there, showing no intention of striking back. Chapter 774 Young people are always so reckless. The more ferocious Zed's attacks became, the more fear he felt. As an assassin, the principle was often to strike to kill with one blow and then retreat immediately. But now, his carefully planned strike hadn't achieved the lethal effect he'd intended, and though he wanted to retreat, he dared not. Zed didn't know if retreating at this moment would expose him to a devastating counterattack from William. This man was too bizarre. No matter how Zed attacked, he always managed to dodge perfectly. Zed aimed a slash at William's throat, but William merely tilted his head slightly at the moment the blade was about to touch his skin. Such a deadly strike was effortlessly dodged. William's actions seemed effortless, without even a hint of exerting extra force, and this composed confidence gradually shifted Zed's mindset. Zed prided himself as a god of death among men, but in front of William, he felt like nothing more than a jumping clown. The less William retaliated, the more Zed feared that once he stopped attacking, William would strike. Is this fun for you? William was already bored. This man was so weak that he couldn't be bothered to strike. Knowing that this man must have been sent by Samuel to assassinate him. What do you want? Zed finally couldn't bear the internal pressure and stabbed at William's chest again, asking the question. You came here to kill me, and yet you ask what I want. William laughed, grabbed Zed's wrist, twisted his waist, and slammed Zed hard onto the ground. Bang! The ground cratered upon impact, and Zed could clearly hear the sound of his own bones breaking. In that instant, his knife also ended up in William's hand. Zed couldn't even begin to imagine how vast the difference in strength must be for the situation to have turned out like this. His shadow blades, notorious for claiming countless lives, where every slash was followed by the wails of lost souls, seemed nothing more than a toy in William's hands. Zed's eyes twitched violently as he stared at William, his body trembling. With a flick of his wrist, William sent the shadow blades flying past Zed's head. Without so much as a glance at Zed, William slowly walked away. Zed heard the whooshing sound by his ear and thought he was about to die right there. But then, that man just walked away. This was even more painful than being killed. Did William mean to say that Zed wasn't even worthy of dying by his hand? A wave of unprecedented humiliation and defeat surged through Zed as he lay there, his gaze dim. What top assassin in the world? In front of William, it seemed like a mere joke. Back in the command center, in front of the large screen, Samuel was at a loss for words. He now understood why Ares said he couldn't intervene. It wasn't that Zed was particularly strong, but that William was too powerful. Zed making a move on William was never going to be advantageous. Perhaps Ares was only wondering if Zed would die. But Ares and Zed probably weren't close, and Ares wouldn't care about Zed's life or death. Suppressing his complex emotions, Samuel asked, Ares, do you know William? Ares glanced at Samuel and said softly, Mr. Johnson's strength is unfathomable, and I too have been a recipient of his kindness. Samuel grew even more excited and exclaimed, I see. No wonder Mr. Johnson knows so much about those mutated creatures. Do you know just how strong Mr. Johnson really is? Ares replied, Mr. Johnson's strength is not something I can casually speculate about. So that means Walker and Amy are definitely safe, right? Samuel said, now that Mr. Johnson is involved, our base can surely develop more stably. Ares said, I don't think Mr. Johnson is preparing to lend a hand. In his eyes, these so-called mutated creatures might be nothing challenging. He probably doesn't want to bother with these matters. Maybe he just wants to play around in the human world. By revealing his identity so rashly, he might not want to stay here long. Samuel frowned and said, Mr. Johnson is human too, right? Now that humanity is in trouble, as a powerful being, shouldn't he be willing to help? Ares replied, humans are indeed in trouble, but it's not yet the brink of extinction. And why do you think that just because someone is powerful, they must intervene? You just don't understand. Ares' willingness to save the world stemmed from his moral upbringing and his faith in God. He was ready to step forward when humanity needed help, but he also knew that once someone's power reached a certain level, their mental state might change. Just like some deities who never consider themselves part of the same species as humans. To them, humans and those mutated creatures might as well be the same, indistinguishable. If humans were to be wiped out, it would just be part of the world's evolution, with no need to forcibly change anything. Ares didn't know what William's thoughts were and dared not speculate. He finally told Samuel, perhaps Mr. Johnson is still willing to help humanity, but if you push too hard, it might only alienate him. With someone of his stature, it's best not to meddle too much. From Samuel's perspective, if William was human, then helping humanity against the mutated creatures at such a critical time should be a given. But hearing Ares' words, he could only nod. In agreement. Perhaps those truly powerful beings all have peculiar temperaments. Today's events must not be disclosed, not even reported. Pretend you saw nothing, Ares advised, leaving it up to Samuel to decide what to do next. Samuel gradually calmed down and remembered that what he needed to do now was to immediately send a message to other powerful beings, urging them not to attack William. Damn, even Ares treats him with utmost respect. If someone else foolishly attacks William, Wouldn't they end up just like Zed? To all powerful beings, do not attack William. Please reply if received. Samuel chose to send a mass message. He didn't dare explain why, but simply warned them not to attack William, hoping that would be enough. Zed struggled to his feet, dusting himself off, when his phone suddenly buzzed. He glanced at the message and immediately felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, Zed was immensely irritated. Why couldn't they have told him earlier? Who was this William anyway? Terrifyingly powerful, and they expected them to take him down? Top 10 human powerhouses. Even if they all teamed up, it seemed like he could knock them down one by one with just a flick of his finger. He had forgotten that Samuel hadn't actually ordered him to attack, just to be prepared. The plan was to act against William only if there was suspicious activity or if Walker and Amy were confirmed dead. Zed had simply wanted to prove his own strength, which is why he had attacked William. Even if Samuel's message had arrived earlier, Zed probably would have tried his luck anyway, and the outcome wouldn't have been any different. Young people are always so reckless. Chapter 775, was Garen not satisfied with him? William's temper has improved significantly over the years. If this had been eons ago, encountering someone like Zed who starts a fight right off the bat, he would have definitely slapped him dead on the spot. Now, having lived for so long, he has become more easygoing. Plus, having had a satisfying battle in the Cosmic Entity Guardians War, fighting someone at Zed's level now feels utterly bland. He was already trying hard to control his own power. If they must fight, what's the point? Garen arranged William's teaching schedule quite swiftly, a class a week, taking up a large lecture hall. It was one of those elective courses where students could choose to attend if they were interested. Once the schedule was set, Garen hurried over to see William. Mr. Johnson, do you think this arrangement is suitable? Garen thought of Mr. Johnson as a transcendent sage, for whom teaching was merely a playful endeavor. For a big shot like him, isn't one class a week just perfect? As for the students, only those destined would attend, of course. It would be best if no one attended. If that happened, he'd bring in everyone from the Emerald Lion Guild. With this setup, Mr. Johnson would surely be pleased. Garen felt he understood the desires of the powerful well, thinking maybe if Mr. Johnson was pleased, he might teach him another secret sword technique, which would be a huge win. William took the schedule and glanced at it, his brow furrowing slightly as he slowly lifted his eyelids. Just one class a week, and it's an elective. Was Garen not satisfied with him? Any major complaints? Garen also hummed subconsciously, but quickly realized something was amiss and hurriedly said with a smile, Mr. Johnson, are you satisfied? William's frown relaxed slightly, and he said, since it's Vice Principal Garen who arranged it, I have no objections. Mr. Johnson, please just call me Garen. I can't bear such formalities, Garen said, remembering how terrifying William could be when he took action. In today's world, who could withstand a strike from William? No. You can bear it. Now I am your subordinate. What can Vice Principal Garen not bear? William, holding the schedule, asked, how is my salary calculated? Salary. Garen was stunned. Salary? Does a great being like Mr. Johnson even need a salary? You're not planning to pay me at all. William's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze turning somewhat menacing. Just one elective class a week and not even mentioning the salary. It seemed Garen was really dissatisfied with him. William remembered that he had hit him before. Oh, so he's taking this opportunity to make things difficult for him on purpose? Garen felt a chill run down his spine, that terrifying sensation as if a wrong answer could lead to his immediate demise. What do you think? How should the salary be given? Garen's forehead broke out in cold sweat, feeling like he was brushing a tiger's teeth. Now he felt he was in real danger. William sneered. Isn't that something the school administration should consider? I'm only teaching one class a week. Vice Principal Garen, you should decide how much to give, shouldn't you? Garen's back was soaked with sweat, his Adam's apple bobbing noisily. Hearing William's tone, he felt the danger increasing. Then, how about 10,000 energy crystals per class? Garen said tentatively, watching William's expression. One class. Nowadays, the school paid salaries with ordinary crystals dropped by mutated creatures. Energy crystals were generally only available to large guilds. 10,000 crystals for one class was already a huge amount. The Emerald Lion Guild had been gathering resources everywhere these days, and the entire guild had only managed to accumulate over 2 million energy crystals. Offering 10,000 crystals for one class to William was truly a princely sum. Although Garen himself felt that the offer might be a bit low, he thought that 10,000 energy crystals per class was still manageable for the Emerald Lion Guild to pay for a while. If it were any higher, he might not be able to afford it. Why would I need energy crystals? William said, as far as I know, the school usually pays with mutated creature crystals. What's the meaning of giving me energy crystals? And 10,000 crystals for one class. Are you trying to squeeze me on purpose? William continued, I know I've hit you before, but now I'm just here to teach. As the vice principal, doing this is particularly pointless, you know? If you don't want me to teach, just say it outright. What's the meaning of this passive-aggressive behavior? One elective class a week, and you're giving me 10,000 crystals per class. Is your Emerald Lion Guild just too rich? William was genuinely upset now. He came to teach mainly because he was too idle and looking for something to do, but he couldn't stand this kind of underhanded treatment. Garen almost burst into tears. What passive-aggressive behavior? Where was he being passive-aggressive? Being passive-aggressive in front of William? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Mr. Johnson, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it like that at all. Garen explained with a mix of laughter and tears. I just thought that, given your status, one class a week was already quite generous. As for the salary, 10,000 energy crystals per class. If you think it's too little, I can add more. Please don't be angry. Oh. William glanced at Garen's expression, who seemed genuinely frightened and sincere, apparently not trying to squeeze him. All right then. William nodded and said, I thought you were being sarcastic, implying something negative about me. Since that's not the case, let's discuss this further. After he finished speaking, Garen felt a great relief throughout his body. Just a moment ago, it really felt like he was stepping through the gates of hell. Damn, Mr. Johnson actually thought he was being sarcastic. Holy crap, that was a bit too much of a joke. If he hadn't explained himself quickly, he might have died without even knowing why. In the future, I must never try to guess the thoughts of a big shot like him. Once you get it wrong, it's really easy to cause trouble. After understanding Garen's intentions, William was no longer angry and said calmly, Vice Principal Garen, don't be upset either. It was all a misunderstanding, but it's good to clear things up when they arise. Yes, yes, yes. Garen nodded repeatedly. Misunderstandings can be deadly. They must be avoided in the future. Firstly, I'll be teaching about the habits of mutated creatures and the properties of some mutant plants. One class a week is definitely not enough. I need to have classes every day. Do you understand? William decided to be straightforward. Also, regarding the salary, I hope to be treated the same as other teachers. Whatever the standard pay rate is for teachers at the school, that's what I should get. Hearing William say this, Garen suddenly realized. What the hell was he thinking? Does a powerhouse like Mr. Johnson need energy crystals? He doesn't. What he wants is to experience life, and if it's about experiencing life, then he should be given the feel of living it. Arranging just one class a week for him, wasn't that underestimating him? Garen finally snapped back to reality, a smile appearing on his face, and said, Mr. Johnson, I know what to do now. Chapter 776. You finally got it. William felt relieved. He couldn't understand why these people always overthought things. He was here to teach, and they should just arrange it as they normally would. Making special arrangements was really pointless. Garen nodded and said, Mr. Johnson, rest assured, I will arrange at least one class for you every day, and as for the salary, it will definitely be the same as the other teachers. Good. Let's settle it then. William smiled. Thank you, Vice Principal Garen. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Please, feel free to go. I will have everything arranged for you by tomorrow, Garen replied, standing still with a humble bow. William nodded and walked away. Now that the classes were arranged, his next task was to go back and revise his materials. The mutated creatures had undergone new changes, so naturally, the materials needed updating. Otherwise, how could he teach? Those materials were essentially the future tutorials, and if they weren't organized properly, teaching would naturally be inconvenient. William took a tour around the school to familiarize himself with the environment. Then he straightforwardly headed to the base's research institute. Hi, Mr. Johnson. Frederick greeted William naturally when he saw him, without any hint of awkwardness. William nodded. The data on the mutated creatures needs to be updated. Thank you for your trouble. Frederick had specifically prepared a dedicated computer for William. William sat down and began updating the data on the mutated creatures. This time, Frederick didn't ask William how he knew this information about the mutated creatures. After all, no matter the reason, as long as William was willing to update the data, it was a good thing. If William had any malicious intent, there was nothing he could do about it. That was Samuel's problem, not his. Frederick was the type of person who focused solely on his research. Regardless of whether William was a human powerhouse or a mutated creature, it was none of his concern. As William updated the data on the mutated creatures, Frederick watched from behind. Has it only been half a month, and the mutated creatures have become this strong? Frederick knew the mutated creatures had grown stronger, but he didn't have a clear idea of how much until he saw the updated data from William. With the previous data for comparison, the increase in strength seemed terrifying. In just half a month, it seemed like all the mutated creatures had significantly increased in power. Pretty much, half a month isn't a short time, William remarked, noting that most of the mutated creatures didn't have a very strong desire to attack. The animals had mutated, but to William, they were just creatures that had become stronger. However, in the eyes of ordinary humans, their status as the dominant species on Earth was no longer secure. The mutated animals had become beings not to be trifled with, no longer just potential food on the table. They had taken over cities, making human living environments worse. Upon reflection, William thought that Earth was never solely for humans. The animals, once easily slaughtered and domesticated, had grown strong and reclaimed their territories. To William, this seemed like a natural and inconsequential development. Although the mutated animals had become more bloodthirsty and aggressive, their violence was not directed solely at humans. The mutated creatures also fought among themselves over territory and survival. For instance, after the establishment of the base in Arcane Village, there had only been one beast tied, and the mutated creatures had not attacked again. The mutated creatures knew to avoid danger. In their eyes, the base at Arcane Village was a hazardous area, and they would not venture there without a compelling reason. Frederick, looking at the updated data, felt a chill. From his perspective, humans and mutated creatures were adversaries. With the mutated creatures growing at an alarming rate, if another beast tide occurred, the situation for humans would be dire. Cities could be slaughtered at any moment. Mr. Johnson, do you think these mutated creatures will continue to get stronger? Frederick asked respectfully, valuing the information William provided. William responded, they will definitely get stronger, but the rate of change recently has been unusually rapid. Moving forward, those at the top of the food chain will grow stronger, and the ecosystem will gradually balance out. It won't continue to be as extreme as it has been recently. The operation by cosmic entity Dolly had transformed the power of over 100 divine halos into energy, creating an environment these earthly creatures had never experienced before, akin to a starving person suddenly presented with a feast. For a while, they would voraciously absorb this energy. But as time goes on, the ecosystem will balance out, and the strength of ordinary mutated creatures won't increase as rapidly. Only those at the top of the food chain will continue to devour others and grow stronger. This situation is strikingly similar to those powerful creatures from the Age of the Gods. History often repeats itself in astonishing ways, and William was no longer surprised by this. Do you think these mutated creatures will aggressively attack humans? Frederick furrowed his brows, a question he had been pondering these days. Should humans position themselves as adversaries to the mutated creatures? William chuckled. If humans are too weak, they will naturally become targets for the creatures. Frederick nodded in agreement. Being behind means getting beat. If a species is too weak, it naturally becomes prey for stronger beings, just as humans used to consume chickens, cows, sheep, and fish as a matter of course. As William said, if humans are too weak, the mutated creatures will naturally attack them. The desires of the mutated creatures are probably quite simple: to feed, to reproduce, and to claim their territory. When they realize that these bipedal beings are easy prey, why would they choose to fight other powerful mutated creatures instead? What if the mutated creature's intelligence evolves further and they learn how to domesticate humans? And mutated creatures don't necessarily have to be absolute adversaries, but humans must become stronger. Frederick realized this as he continued to watch William update the data on the mutated creatures. When William updated the data, he didn't just change their attributes. Naturally, he also tweaked their cooking methods. After all, as the mutated creatures changed, some aspects like the tenderness of their meat or the hardness of their shells also altered, necessitating adjustments in cooking methods. Your cooking methods? Frederick took a deep breath and asked, "Do you really think humans could potentially hunt and eat these mutated creatures?" While typing, William responded, "Humans also have their top fighters, and it's normal for them to battle these mutated creatures. We're already facing a food shortage, so if we're fortunate enough to kill them, why not use them for food?" Chapter 777, Not Poisonous Enough, just wasn't thrilling. William never thought of the mutated creatures as particularly bloodthirsty, at least for now. These creatures had simply become physically stronger while their minds remained quite simple. They hadn't developed a civilization like humans. Most of their killings were purely for survival. Unlike humans who in the past might have killed animals out of vanity or to turn their bodies into wealth. Because of this, beast ways were unlikely to happen often. After updating some of the mutated creatures' data, William went home. The first thing he did at home, naturally, was to find something to eat. He had eaten all kinds of land animals before, and after mutation, their meat generally became firmer but also drier, and likely not as tasty. William naturally turned his attention to the mutated marine creatures. Even after mutation, the flesh of marine creatures generally maintained its original level of tenderness, although some developed toxins or had their toxins become more potent. To the average person, these toxins were deadly, but to William, they were like chili peppers to ordinary people. Not poisonous enough, just wasn't thrilling. Blue-striped devil octopus. William had had his eye on this type of octopus for a while. Previously, he had prepared it for Amy, so he always chose the non-toxic parts, skillfully cutting them off without the blue-striped devil octopus even noticing. After all, William wasn't cruel enough to keep slicing meat off a single blue-striped devil octopus. The previous blue-striped devil octopuses were still young and not very toxic. This time, William had his sights set on an adult blue-striped devil octopus living in the deep sea. This particular blue-striped devil octopus was clearly mature and had mutated thoroughly, making it the largest and fattest one on the entire planet. When William arrived in the deep sea, the blue-striped devil octopus was lazily wandering around, occasionally taking a breath and then devouring some of the surrounding marine life. If its body were fully extended, it would span over 10,000 miles, undoubtedly a colossal creature wherever it was. When William appeared in front of it, he was like a mosquito hovering beside an elephant, hardly enough to catch its attention. "Hey, stop right there," William called out softly, and the blue-striped devil octopus's form hesitated, suddenly losing control. William then appeared right in front of the blue-striped devil octopus. The blue-striped devil octopus had developed a sense of awareness, and although William was small in size, his presence instinctively frightened it. "Spit out some poison," William said, intending to test the product first since he had never eaten this type of poisonous octopus meat before. Poisonous and non-poisonous, the taste should be quite different. Of course, a normal person, even a demigod-level powerhouse, would definitely not fancy eating poisonous octopus meat. Startled by William's command, the blue-striped devil octopus exuded blue toxins all over its body. With a flick of his finger, William gathered a cluster of blue poison at his fingertip. He didn't even need to taste it to know that the toxin was decent. Paired with octopus meat, the flavor should be quite good, though it all depended on the concentration of the toxin. Since the concentration affects the taste, William still put the blue toxin in his mouth to try it. The blue-striped devil octopus was almost dumbfounded. What kind of person was this? Eating its poison? Wasn't he afraid of dying? After tasting it, William slightly frowned. The flavor was a bit mild. The blue-striped devil octopus thought to itself, "This person should die, right? So brazenly eating poison?" But the next moment, William pulled out a knife, appeared in front of the blue-striped devil octopus, and sliced off a piece of meat from its central part, then strode away. The blue-striped devil octopus was utterly bewildered. What had just happened? Where was it now? What kind of being was this bipedal creature? Why was such a small creature so terrifying? The blue-striped devil octopus felt the situation was too bizarre. Having always lived in the deep sea, it had never seen such a creature before and had no idea where it came from. Frightened, the blue-striped devil octopus hurriedly burrowed deeper into the ocean trench. William had no idea that his actions today had caused such a psychological trauma to the blue-striped devil octopus that many years later, when it first rushed out of the deep sea and saw the land filled with numerous bipedal creatures, it was so scared that it immediately fled back to the deep sea, never to venture out again in its lifetime. To it, all those bipedal creatures were as terrifying as William. The land must be a horrifying place, it thought, unimaginable. William arrived at his New York City backyard with the octopus meat and its poison in tow. When it comes to cooking gourmet food, there's nothing quite like doing it in a familiar place. It was early evening, and the deep autumn night was particularly cold. As soon as William appeared in the yard, he noticed Serafina sitting under the sycamore tree in a wingback chair, much like how William himself used to sit there and read. "Mr. Johnson?" Serafina quickly stood up upon seeing William, a bit surprised, but she soon squeezed out a smile, masking her awkwardness, and said, "Didn't Amy come back with you? I've been waiting for her here." Serafina had previously escaped from the divine realm and possessed Sophia's body, making her entanglements with William quite complex. Serafina was naturally proud, but a man like William was exactly the type that such a proud woman found irresistible. "She didn't come back," William said. "Thank you for taking care of Amy all these years. It's only right, after all, I owe Amy." Serafina couldn't go into details, certainly not about how Amy had raised her from nothing. "Have you eaten?" William asked. "If not, you're welcome to join me." "Yes, that would be great," Serafina said. "Thank you." Serafina's current strength was not weak, and unlike William, she didn't usually have cravings for food, but how could she refuse an invitation to dine with him? "This fish meat is poisonous. Will you eat it?" William sized up Serafina, whose current body was transformed from the eternal vine. Logically, she should fear fire but not poison. Being originally a plant, could a bit of poison actually kill her? If the toxicity was too intense, it might not be impossible. "I'll eat," Serafina declared resolutely. William smiled and said, "You really are brave." Back when William hadn't figured out what a cosmic entity was, he couldn't resurrect beings, or rather, even if he did resurrect them, various accidents would lead to their deaths. But now, he no longer had such concerns. As long as he wanted, he could resurrect anyone. Everything was without worry now. Even if Serafina were to die from poisoning, William could simply bring her back to life. So whether she would actually die from the poison seemed irrelevant. Chapter 778. It is poisonous. You want to try? Serafina had faced life and death several times. When she possessed Sophia, she knew right away that William was no ordinary man, and she even harbored some feelings for him at one point. However, the more she interacted with William, the more she realized how inscrutable he was. It's natural for women to be attracted to powerful men, but just how powerful William was had become a mystery. Judging from the powers William had displayed, Serafina found it hard to estimate, but based on the strength of Amy's two masters, she could guess that William was likely on the same level as two high-ranking god kings. It was very possible that William was even more powerful than those two high-ranking god kings. Otherwise, how could he have both high-ranking god kings teaching Amy at the same time? Amy was talented, but her talent was just decent, not so extraordinary that it would warrant simultaneous guidance from two high-ranking god kings. Even the sea god Poseidon and the king of gods, Zeus, had given their most powerful artifacts to Amy. Putting all these facts together made the situation quite terrifying. Serafina considered herself strong, at least strong enough to match most men in the world. But she didn't feel she was a match for high-ranking god kings, nor did she think such beings would be interested in a romantic relationship with her. Similarly, she was puzzled why William would be with Alice. Compared to her, wasn't Alice even more ordinary? In terms of looks, physique, and strength, everything about her was so average. William didn't care what Serafina thought. Due to a misunderstanding about William's tastes before her rebirth, Seraphina's current form could only be described as petite and cute, with an unremarkable bust. From a bombshell to the girl next door. How could William, a mature man, possibly prefer such a girl next door? Would you like to try some of these non-poisonous ones? William eventually decided to make 2 versions of the octopus dish. His portion contained a deadly poison, while Seraphina's was poison-free. Thank you. Seraphina wasn't usually this shy, except when she was around William, where she was exceptionally polite. You're welcome, William replied, and then started eating his octopus. Mr. Johnson, you didn't bring Alice back with you? Seraphina asked casually while eating her octopus. She's training in the divine realm, William answered offhandedly. Oh, Seraphina said. So, are you back this time to help humanity against the mutated creatures? I originally thought of just coming back to see Alice's father, William said. But there's not much to do in the divine realm, so I stayed to teach. Teacher. Seraphina looked up, her eyes lighting up. In her mind, she didn't harbor any particular feelings for William anymore, but the idea of staying close to him, perhaps as his student, seemed quite appealing. Considering William's formidable power, under normal circumstances, becoming his disciple would be nearly impossible. Now that William was teaching, could she possibly attend his classes? Yeah, experiencing life and earning a salary isn't too bad. Can I attend your classes? Seraphina suppressed her excitement, looking up at William with hopeful eyes. If you want to go, just go. Why ask me? William didn't mind whether Seraphina attended his classes or not. Then I'll go tomorrow. Seraphina knew about William's base in Arcane Village, so she could just head there. She never cared much about the fate of humanity or the rise and fall of nations. Saving the world was better left to those more powerful than herself. What did it have to do with her? Actually, when Amy left, she had wanted to go with her, but was afraid William might disapprove. Now that she had William's permission, she was definitely going. William tasted his octopus and said, Amy will be sent back here in a few days. How long? With Seraphina's current strength, as long as she didn't encounter a top-tier mutated creature, there was basically no danger. At least she could retreat safely. She and Amy together, where couldn't they go? Once Amy was sent back, couldn't they just leave again? What's the big deal? In half a month, William found the taste of the poisonous octopus meat indeed different, more thrilling than even mustard-dipped varieties. If next time he and Amy ate together, he'd directly stuff this poisonous kind into Amy's mouth. Hee, that kid would definitely be very happy. It would surely be like that, Seraphina said. Then I'll pick up Amy when the time comes, take her to see her mother, and then head to Arcane Village together. Safety was basically not a concern. Their flying speed was extremely fast. They could reach Arcane Village from New York in less than half a day, so these details were trivial. William nodded, continuing to eat his octopus meat. After a moment's thought, he decided not to give the poisonous octopus to Seraphina, considering its potency. Mr. Johnson, is the octopus meat you're eating really poisonous? Seraphina noticed that the octopus meat on William's plate looked quite different from what was on her own. The octopus meat on William's plate emitted a faint blue glow, seemingly filled with a mysterious allure. The octopus meat on her plate was clean and translucent, a stark contrast. It is poisonous. You want to try? William hesitated. I'm not sure if you can handle this poison. Seraphina smiled brightly. With you here, even if I get poisoned, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Besides, my true form is the eternal vine, which theoretically should be immune to poison. Then why don't you try? William placed a piece of the blue octopus meat onto Seraphina's plate. Seraphina, bold as ever, picked it up and popped it into her mouth. Seraphina's eyes widened. A faint noise escaped her lips, and she stiffly fell over. Her fall was more realistic than some depicted in movies, her head thudding loudly on the ground. William raised an eyebrow, looking at Seraphina on the floor. Good grief. She wasn't breathing. She hadn't been poisoned to death, had she? On reflection, the poison of the blue-striped devil octopus was indeed fierce. Although Seraphina's true form was the eternal vine, to say it was completely unaffected seemed unlikely. After all, some toxins, when poured on plants, could kill them instantly. William calmly ate 2 more pieces of octopus meat, only to see Seraphina's skin begin to turn blue, a faint blue light flickering. She wasn't dead. Indeed, Serafina was even absorbing the toxins. William nodded at Serafina, appreciating that her plant-based form was quite remarkable. If she could absorb the toxin from the blue-striped devil octopus, then she would likely be able to absorb other toxins from mutated creatures as well. This could potentially allow her to specialize in using poisons in the future. With this ability, her strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Being plant-based, her adaptability was incredibly strong. Chapter 779, there was a complete food chain among mutated creatures. Late at night, a breeze blew through the window, bringing a hint of coolness. Serafina groggily woke up to find the moon directly overhead, still lying in the yard, with no sign of William. Damn it, she had been poisoned, and Mr. Johnson hadn't even bothered to help. Even if CPR was too much to ask for, the least he could have done was move her to a bed. Even if he didn't do anything else, some formality should have been observed. Just leaving her to sleep in the yard. What kind of ruthless man does that? After confirming Serafina was all right, William had finished his octopus and gone to bed. The dishes and utensils were still on the table in the yard. William had cooked. Of course, he wouldn't be expected to do the dishes. Serafina stood up and looked at the tableware on the table, sinking deep into thought. Could it be possible that William's offer to let her attend his classes was actually a ploy to get her to clean up after meals? William had already returned to his room and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, Serafina was still standing there, dazed. "Didn't you sleep?" William asked casually, as if bumping into a neighbor and asking if they had breakfast yet. It was all the same. Serafina asked, "Mr. Johnson, do you need to sleep?" With the level of power Serafina had reached, she didn't need sleep. Especially not someone like William, who was even stronger. Even slightly powerful soulmancers don't sleep. "Of course, I need to sleep," William said. "There's nothing else to do at night, so why not sleep?" Just as most soulmancers no longer need to eat, William still chose to eat. Other soulmancers were constantly using every moment to enhance their powers, seeking greater strength to live longer and become stronger. But William, he just lived like an ordinary person. What about becoming stronger or living forever? To him, weren't these just natural? If he were like those other soulmancers, locking himself away in a room to meditate, abstaining from food and sleep, what kind of life would that be? "Okay, you make a good point," Serafina said. "Shall we head to the arcane village base together now?" William glanced at her and replied, "You'll have to go on your own. I'm in a rush to get to work." Serafina, who hadn't yet achieved the power level necessary for teleportation, would have to fly there. But, with William's abilities, wouldn't it be simple for him to take her along? Clearly, William had no intention of doing so. Rushing off to work. After saying this, William's figure gradually vanished, leaving Serafina standing there in disarray. Typical William. Despite her frustration, Serafina leapt into the air and flew towards the arcane village base. William teleported back to the room Samuel had arranged for him. As he stepped out, Samuel was waiting at the door. "Mr. Johnson, off to work?" Samuel greeted him with a smile. Due to Samuel's actions the previous day, William had been attacked by Zed, which also led to Zed getting a beating from William. It was only after Ares intervened, entering the doors of evolution to find Walker and Amy and reporting back, that Samuel realized his grave mistake. How could he have suspected William, a man of such capabilities who was wholeheartedly helping them? By compiling data on mutated creatures, of being a mutated creature himself? Reflecting on this, Samuel felt deeply remorseful and sorry towards William. "Yes, off to work," William replied. "Principal Samuel, are you heading to the school?" William probably guessed the situation, but he wasn't angry. In his view, Samuel's actions were understandable. Yes. Shall we go together?" Samuel still wanted to accompany William and took the opportunity to ask him some questions. Ares had warned him about certain things, but the questions Samuel wanted to ask didn't necessarily involve exposing William's identity. "Let's go together then." William, looking youthful and very much like a sunny young man, smiled warmly and gently. "Mr. Johnson, have you had breakfast?" Ares casually asked, trying to bridge the gap between them. "I haven't eaten. I had some food last night, and I'm not hungry now," William smiled and asked. "So, is there something you wanted to discuss?" It's nothing major," Samuel said, rubbing his hands together. I just wanted to ask what you think are the benefits of learning beast language and their habits, and your views on our future confrontations with mutated creatures. Now that he knew William was a super strong soulmancer, Samuel felt it was appropriate to seek his opinion. Generally speaking, the perspectives of the powerful tend to differ. They see things from a different angle, at least a more far-sighted one. Since William had decided to teach at the school, did that imply he had some unique views on humanity's resistance against mutated creatures? What special views could I possibly have? William chuckled. Didn't you have a meeting before? I think the strategies proposed there were quite good. Anything else? At this point, Samuel just wanted to jot down everything William said in a notebook. There might be something valuable to learn. William explained. If you've read the data I compiled on mutated creatures, you would have noticed that these creatures are selective about their habitats. Or rather, they don't necessarily favor human cities, and they have already formed a complete food chain among themselves. William continued. When their environment is comfortable and food is abundant, they do not prefer humans as their primary food source. Samuel furrowed his brows. He had only skimmed through the data William had written before. There was a complete food chain among mutated creatures? William's lips curled into a smile as he said, the logic is actually quite simple. Today's mutated creatures evolved from animals of the past. They didn't just appear out of nowhere. Before mutating, they had their own habits and dietary preferences. These are things ingrained in their genes, so under normal circumstances, these traits are not likely to change easily, William explained. The reason for the beast tides is mostly due to battles among some powerful mutated creatures, which stir up the rest, forcing them to leave their original habitats. Another important reason is that as mutated creatures grow stronger and larger, the territories they once inhabited are no longer sufficient. With humans occupying many cities, these creatures have no choice but to invade human cities, causing the beast tides. William's analysis was quite on point. To be precise, mutated creatures and humans are not in an absolute opposition. It's just that everyone is looking for a place to live, which leads to conflicts. Just like how humans used to cut down forests to build cities, mutated creatures are now attacking cities to make them their new habitats. There seems to be nothing inherently wrong with that. Chapter 780 Brown Noser. Hearing William's analysis, Samuel suddenly felt like he had an epiphany. What William had said was something most humans wouldn't consider. In the typical human mindset, mutated creatures are the enemy. When mutated creatures attack cities, the human response is to reclaim the lost ground by exterminating them and then rebuilding the cities. For a long time, humans have felt that the entire planet belongs to them. After the animals mutated, the once easily slaughtered creatures became ferocious and even began to kill extensively. This is something humans find unacceptable. At least, it's something most normal humans can't accept. Mr. Johnson, your ideas are quite unique, Samuel nodded and said. But if humans want to survive, shouldn't they leave their bases and attack them? William nodded. If the strength permits, of course, it's possible to leave the bases and launch attacks, turning those mutated creatures into food just like the animals of the past. Isn't that a normal thing to do? I've even written the recipes for you. William's database on mutated creatures even included clear recipes. He was straightforward about it. If you can beat them, definitely fight. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Isn't that what it's all about? Samuel gave a wry smile. But what if we can't beat them? As William walked, he said, then we must try harder. We can definitely do it. Samuel felt utterly dejected, wondering how it could be so simple. Last night, Frederick also talked with him for a while. Based on the data about mutated creatures provided by William, Frederick realized that the creatures were evolving and becoming stronger. Even if, as William said, mutated creatures haven't yet prioritized humans as their preferred food, as the creatures grow and multiply, conflicts with humans will become increasingly intense. What if the mutated creatures find out that these bipedal beings are easier to prey on? Just the thought of it is terrifying, isn't it? But William didn't care about these concerns. His focus now was on teaching and doing his own thing. From a certain perspective, he had already done a lot for humanity based on his personal likes and dislikes. That should be enough. The two arrived at the school under the bright sunshine. while the howls of mutated creatures near Mount Olympus could still be heard occasionally from outside the base. The students had already begun learning combat skills. The Pantheon Guild soulmancers were also teaching here, but they only chose to instruct a select few talented students. Becoming a soulmancer required talent, and training an ordinary soulmancer consumed a lot of resources. The resources needed to train an exceptional soulmancer were unimaginable. No guild would recruit disciples without considering the cost. The reason the Pantheon Guild sent people to teach at this school was merely to help with the revival of human civilization. Most of the other teachers at the school were superhumans. 5 years ago, there had already been a massive recruitment drive for soulmancers on Earth. After gaining experience, the leaders of major soulmancer organizations realized that having too many disciples was a burden. Rapid expansion only resulted in a group of mediocre disciples. The guild needed a legacy, and some exceptional disciples required the entire guild's resources for their training. Especially now, with mutated creatures everywhere, resources were somewhat strained. William could see that both the Superhuman Alliance and the Soulmancer guilds were still trying to adapt to the new environment, and they were still in a process of continuous exploration. "Good morning, Mr. Johnson." Garen had been waiting at the school entrance for a while. Upon seeing William and his companion, he immediately came forward to greet them with a smile. As for Samuel, he just gave a casual greeting. Samuel finally understood what kind of status William held. There had been rumors before about William and Garen having some unspeakable relationship. Damn, those who said such things were just idiots. Garen, such a powerful warrior, couldn't possibly have those kinds of inclinations. Besides, even Ares showed such respect to William. Garen's attitude was clearly that of a brown-noser. Vice Principal Garen, good morning. William also greeted Garen. "Mr. Johnson, what do you think of this arrangement?" Garen carefully handed over a schedule. "Regarding your salary, it will be paid at 10 C-grade mutated creature crystals per class. What do you think?" "That's fine." William glanced at the schedule, which included a class every day, and found it quite satisfactory. "Mr. Johnson, if you think it's okay, then it's settled." Garen didn't even consider asking Samuel for his opinion. In Garen's view, Samuel's strength as an S-class fighter was just average. In a real fight, he could probably take him down with one hit. What objections could Samuel possibly have about Mr. Johnson's schedule? Now that Samuel knew William's capabilities, he naturally didn't dare to speak out of turn. "Mr. Johnson, I would like our guild's disciples to attend your classes, would that be all right?" Garen had been waiting here for a long time, and this was what he really wanted to say. A lecture by Mr. Johnson was a rare opportunity, and how could the people from his Emerald Lion Guild afford to miss it? No matter what Mr. Johnson taught, it was worth listening to. Maybe Mr. Johnson would take a liking to one of the guild's disciples and teach them a secret sword technique. That would be a jackpot. Hearing Garen say this, Samuel immediately responded excitedly. "Yes, Garen, that's a great idea." The fighters of the Emerald Lion Guild were all swordsmen with formidable combat skills. If all the guild's disciples came to the base, wouldn't expanding the base be a breeze? It seemed that saving humanity could very well start from the Arcane Village base. Using Arcane Village as a hub and expanding from there sounded like a solid plan. "I'm asking for Mr. Johnson's permission. Why are you butting in?" Garen gave Samuel a sidelong glance, really wondering if there was something wrong with Samuel's brain. Mr. Johnson hadn't agreed yet. How could he dare to bring his guild's people over? "Samuel," William said, "you want your guild's people to attend my classes. What does that have to do with me? You don't need to ask me about this kind of thing. If there's nothing else, I'm going to prepare for my class." "I understand, Mr. Johnson. Please proceed as you wish." Garen bowed his head, his face full of smiles, feeling that the Emerald Lion Guild was on the rise. William was somewhat annoyed by Garen's attitude, always bothering him with everything. Time to slip away and prepare for his class. After William left, Samuel didn't follow him but asked, "Garen, did you know Mr. Johnson before?" "Of course I did." Garen looked proud but was unwilling to elaborate, mysteriously smiling. "You wouldn't understand." Samuel really wanted to curse, but he was too angry to speak. "I don't understand." "Yes, I damn well don't understand." "How could I understand if you don't tell me?" Garen ignored Samuel and leapt into the air, flying away. Now, he was about to move the entire Emerald Lion Guild over. There was a Pantheon guild on Mount Olympus, but now that Mr. Johnson had allowed him to move his guild over, what could the people of the Pantheon guild say? Chapter 781 caused trouble. For thousands of years, the members of the Pantheon guild on Mount Olympus have considered themselves the most faithful followers of the gods, teaching their disciples the most orthodox methods of becoming soulmancers. The Pantheon guild is located on Mount Olympus, the place closest to the gods, and each temple within the guild is adorned with carvings of the Olympian gods. It is the birthplace of ancient soulmancers, making the Pantheon guild the undisputed leading guild in the soulmancer community, possessing the most valuable resources. Moreover, 5 years ago, the sea god Poseidon descended and personally instructed the soulmancers of the Pantheon guild, significantly boosting their strength and hinting at a return to their former glory. With the recent anomalies occurring on Earth, the Pantheon guild could not simply stand by. Many of its members have traveled around the world to save people, but they still regard Mount Olympus as their own backyard. In the past, when soulmancers from other guilds visited the Pantheon guild, they at least needed to make an appointment rather than just showing up unannounced. The Pantheon guild is protected by a magical barrier that prevents uninvited guests from entering. The only change now is that, with the global anomalies, the animals near Mount Olympus have undergone significant transformations. Arcane Village, located at the base of Mount Olympus, has become a direct destination for many soulmancers, bypassing the Pantheon guild. The commotion caused by Walker and Amy last time was significant enough, their duel causing tremors in the mountain. The Pantheon guild sensed it, but did not comment. But today, over 100 formidable fighters flew through the sky, forcing the soulmancers of the Pantheon guild to take notice. Even though humanity now faces a common enemy, internal conflicts among humans are ever present. The grand arrival of the Emerald Lion Guild at Mount Olympus immediately prompted an elder of the Pantheon guild to intercept them in midair. "Garen, what is your guild doing here with so many people?" Alexios of the Pantheon guild floated in midair, single-handedly stopping Garen and the members of the Emerald Lion Guild. Garen, who had been humble and respectful in front of William, now had a breakthrough in his swordsmanship and did not regard ordinary soulmancers highly. He nodded slightly and said calmly, "I'm leading our guild members to support Arcane Village and to study at the school there. Do you have any objections?" "Support for Arcane Village?" Alexios frowned, hovering in the air with a massive crystal orb floating in front of him, emitting the aura of a demigod-level warrior. "We at the Pantheon Guild can handle these mutated creatures around Mount Olympus ourselves. We don't need the Emerald Lion Guild interfering. Please, everyone, go back." To ordinary people, these mutated creatures might seem ferociously abnormal, but to the soulmancers of the Pantheon Guild, they were merely beasts. Aren't mutated creatures also resources? Since the era of the gods, Mount Olympus has been the territory of the Pantheon Guild. How could they allow another guild to snatch away their resources? As for the base at Arcane Village, in the eyes of the Pantheon Guild, those superhumans are ultimately just ordinary people. At most, they are ordinary people with awakened abilities, a bit more powerful. They could tolerate them establishing a base under Mount Olympus and helping some ordinary people, but it was a completely different matter for the entire Emerald Lion Guild to come here. Both being soulmancer organizations, with hundreds of guild members rushing to Mount Olympus. Was this an attempt to take over Mount Olympus? This was something the Pantheon Guild could not tolerate. Seeing Alexios release the aura of a demigod-level warrior again, with a tone clearly meant to intimidate, Garen simply smiled and said, "It seems that the Pantheon Guild does not welcome us." After speaking, Garen produced a wooden sword in his hand, his gaze cold, saying, "Are you trying to challenge me to a duel?" As an elder of the Pantheon Guild, Alexios certainly had some strength, but Garen had once witnessed William using a sword and had grasped some of William's secret sword techniques. With the swing of Garen's wooden sword, Alexios's face turned pale, and the giant crystal orb in front of him trembled mournfully. There was no need for a duel. Just the oppressive sword aura released by Garen was enough to prevent Alexios from making a move. "Garen, is the Emerald Lion Guild looking to start trouble?" Alexios now realized that Garen's strength far surpassed his own, and if it really came to a fight, he might die. But the dignity of the guild could not be challenged. It must be defended to the death. Garen laughed and said, I have no intention of causing trouble. I've already said, I came here to learn with our guild members. If you insist on stopping us, I don't understand your reasoning. Seeing their guild leaders so dominant, the members of the Emerald Lion Guild felt quite proud. Mount Olympus, the strongest Pantheon guild in the world? Hardly. President, in my view, the Pantheon Guild is just all bark and no bite. Since we're already here, we might as well find a place to stay. Why not have the members of the Pantheon Guild make some room? It's about time the title of the world's strongest Soulmancer Guild was passed on. Yes, President, Mount Olympus has always been a place rich in energy, once the dwelling of gods. Naturally, it should belong to those who are capable. The members of the Pantheon Guild are so weak, it's shameless for them to occupy such a treasure land. The members of the Emerald Lion Guild didn't really care about the rampant mutated creatures here. A powerful Soulmancer, even when facing mutated creatures, at least has no problem ensuring their own safety. On the contrary, in the current environment, Soulmancers thrive, their abilities improving rapidly. They even feel that this is the era that belongs to Soulmancers. They will become true gods, and by then, those mutated creatures won't be a big deal. Once they become stronger, they can save more people. Many ordinary people might die now, but at least not all will perish. Having endured life and death hardships, when they save these people like gods, they will be truly grateful. Now, making the Emerald Lion Guild the #1 guild in the world, in the future, the entire Soulmancer community will look up to them, and people will worship them as gods. Just thinking about it feels wonderful. Garen originally came just to learn, but hearing his guild members talk like this, his own desires began to grow. Who wouldn't want to expand and glorify their own guild? The fact that mutated creatures are rampant is already established, but if he could unite the Soulmancer community and lead them to conquer the world, what a great and glorious achievement it would be, surely to be recorded in the annals of history. The more Garen thought about it, the more excited he became. With a slight tilt of his wooden sword, he took a deep breath and said, Why don't you ask the president of your Pantheon Guild to come out and have a talk? Garen, do you really want to challenge our Pantheon Guild? Alexios's gaze turned cold as he said, Humanity is in the midst of a crisis, and you still want to stir up trouble. Disasters will eventually pass, but some matters can also be dealt with along the way. Garen stood in the air, truly like a deity. With such a commotion in the sky, everyone in the Arcane Village base looked up. So many powerful beings flying in the air. Were they here to help? Commander Samuel had mentioned that members of the Emerald Lion Guild would be coming to the Arcane Village base. William stood in the office corridor, looking up at the sky, wondering whether Garen was here to learn or to cause trouble. Well, it didn't seem very important. Let's just watch and see how it unfolds, like watching a drama. Some students were still standing on the playground, also looking up and starting to discuss among themselves. Is that guy holding the wooden sword the president of the Emerald Lion Guild? I heard his swordsmanship is the best in the world. I heard there's another master who is the best, even more powerful than Garen. Stronger. It's hard to imagine. Chapter 782, is that supposed to be impressive? Garen hovered high in the sky, his posture unmistakable. Alexios, knowing he was no match for him, remained calm and said, Garen, your strength is formidable, and I admit my inferiority. But if you want your guild to replace the Pantheon Guild, then you'll have to break in yourself. With that, Alexios turned to leave. Regardless of Garen's initial intentions, the Emerald Lion Guild and the Pantheon Guild were now at odds. Garen found himself pushed into a corner by his own guild members. Now, with William residing in the Arcane Village base, here he was, openly challenging the Pantheon Guild. It was said that the Pantheon Guild's protective magic barrier, the Olympian Divine Barrier, was crafted by the collective might of the 12 Olympian gods, Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Hermes, and Hestia. This barrier was incredibly powerful and intricate, capable of summoning fierce lightning, storms, flames, sand, and ice, and it could also rapidly heal its allies within. Even a divine being would struggle to escape its clutches. Although the Olympian Divine Barrier was not as powerful as the God-slaying sword formation or the Starlight Burst Array, Its advantage lay in its ease of setup, and on Earth, it was enough to withstand any soulmancer. Garen himself wasn't confident in breaking through the Pantheon Guild's defensive barrier. Now, having stirred up such a situation without clear reason, he felt uneasy as he calmed down. Go back and tell your president that our president can break your so-called protective barrier with a single sword strike. Hiding in the mountains is no skill. Let your president come out and fight. Yeah. If they can't even withstand a single strike from our president, they might as well pack up and leave Mount Olympus. What right does the Pantheon Guild have to call themselves the strongest soulmancer guild? The members of the Emerald Lion Guild mistakenly believed that Garen had summoned them here to replace the Pantheon Guild, thinking that going to Arcane Village to study was just an excuse. The clamor from his guild members annoyed Garen, and he couldn't help but shout, "Shut up, all of you." The members of the Emerald Lion Guild quickly fell silent, realizing that President Garen probably wanted to legitimately take over the place without being overly conspicuous. Alexios quickly returned to the Pantheon Guild, interpreting the attitude of the Emerald Lion Guild members as a clear indication of Garen's true intentions. Talking about studying at the base was just a pretext. It was clear they intended to take over the Pantheon Guild and claim the title of the #1 guild. Soulmancers are often individuals who have lived for many centuries, especially in the Pantheon Guild, where some elders have existed for 2,000 to 3,000 years. With age, people often care less about material gains or losses, but their reputation becomes paramount. The full-scale attack by the Emerald Lion Guild was undoubtedly an insult to the entire Pantheon Guild. After Alexios reported the situation truthfully, the upper echelons of the Pantheon Guild were furious. In the Grand Hall of the Pantheon Guild, the guild president and 10 elders gathered. One of the council elders, Ilias, spoke coldly. "The mere Emerald Lion Guild dares to provoke us on Mount Olympus? It seems our Pantheon Guild has been too low-key these years, making some think we are weak and easily bullied." Since the Pantheon Guild's president, Ares, who is ranked first among human powerhouses, was often busy fighting against powerful beings from various dimensions and battling top-tier mutated creatures, the guild's affairs were managed by the acting president, Andreas. Acting President Andreas remained calm, saying, "Garen seems to have improved his strength over the years, and his arrogance isn't much of a concern. Since he wants to meet me, I shall go and see what he has to say." Ilias sneered, "President Amir, Garen is not worthy of your intervention. Let me handle him." Alexios quickly interjected, "Ilias, Garen has likely reached the lesser deity level by now, and his secret sword technique is terrifying. It would be better for the president to meet him personally." Previously, the strongest on Earth were at the quasi-deity level. Once reaching the quasi-deity level and surviving the heavenly tribulation, one could ascend in soul form to the divine realm and reshape their body. However, in recent years, for unknown reasons, there have been no heavenly tribulations, nor has anyone ascended to the divine realm. Andreas had already reached the quasi-deity level, but had not faced his heavenly tribulation, a fact well known within the Pantheon Guild. Since then, such individuals have been referred to as being at the lesser deity level. Those who have never been to the divine realm do not realize that their so-called lesser deity level, without a strong backing in the divine realm, would only lead to a life of hard labor. Whether the path to becoming a deity has an end, no one knows. Earth's soulmancers only know that the lesser deity level represents the pinnacle of worldly strength. Ilias's aura suddenly erupted, overwhelming Alexios, who struggled to breathe. He laughed. "Lesser deity level? Is that supposed to be impressive?" Andreas lifted an eyebrow and smiled. "Stavros, you've been so busy with guild affairs that you might not be aware, but actually, all our elders have broken through to the lesser deity level in the past 2 years. You've worked hard. From now on, focus on enhancing your own strength. I'll handle the guild affairs." Among the 10 elders and the president of the Pantheon Guild, except for Alexios, who was too occupied with administrative tasks to improve his strength, everyone else had advanced beyond their previous levels after a surge in Earth's energy. The world's #1 guild indeed has its deep-rooted strength. Alexios laughed heartily. "President, you really kept me in the dark. I thought you were the only one who had broken through. Now that I know, Let's show Garen what the Pantheon Guild's power really means. After the surge in Earth's energy, the concentration of energy at Mount Olympus had surpassed any secret realm in the former divine realm. Naturally, the members of the Pantheon Guild advanced faster than those from other guilds. Moreover, 5 years ago, the sea god Poseidon personally visited the Pantheon Guild and taught a complete method for soulmancers to enhance their strength, even giving personal guidance to Andreas. The Pantheon Guild had returned to its former peak. If the 10 elders joined forces to set up the Olympian divine barrier, unless a nature deity from the divine realm descended, no one could break the Pantheon Guild's protective barrier. Alexios, it seems you were also annoyed by Garen just now. Come with me, and I'll help you get some revenge. Ilias, who had been practicing for 1,500 years and was once considered a prodigious talent shaking the world, was proficient in various secret techniques of the Pantheon Guild and served as a council elder, responsible for teaching advanced secret techniques to other guild members. Apart from the 3 supreme elders and Andreas, he was the strongest in the Pantheon Guild. Now that someone was challenging the Pantheon Guild, it was natural for him to step forward. Upon reflection, Garen realized that whether he challenged the Pantheon Guild or not, he should at least inform William and see what his stance would be. William had been watching the playground for a while before he returned to his office to brew a cup of tea and start preparing for his lessons. He had 20 minutes before his first class began. Although Samuel had provided William with a laptop, William still preferred to write his lesson plans using pen and paper. As William was getting ready to prepare his lesson plans for the upcoming class, Garen arrived at the doorway of the teacher's office. The other members of the Emerald Lion Guild were waiting on the school playground. There were other teachers in the office at the time. Garen walked up to the door and saw William engrossed in his writing. He knocked on the door, drawing the curious glances of the other teachers, and William looked up briefly. Mr. Johnson, may I have a word? Garen stood at the doorway, not entering, as William hadn't invited him in. At this point, Garen was still unsure of William's opinion on the matter. Vice Principal Garen, just come in. Why stand there? Dexter said with a smile, though his smile carried a somewhat profound meaning. To him, Garen's demeanor was somewhat like that of a greasy middle-aged man courting his beloved, yet still trying to appear gentlemanly. Damn, 2 guys, really? Seeing Garen's ingratiating manner. Chapter 783, The Triton Seal. Garen didn't enter the office just because Dexter had invited him. What if Mr. Johnson didn't have time to see him? He stood at the doorway like a child who had done something wrong, looking somewhat nervously at William. William felt it was inappropriate to let Garen stand at the door like that, especially now that he was a teacher at the school. With his commitment to whatever job he took on, it seemed excessive as a teacher to let the vice principal stand at the door. Vice Principal Garen, what do you need? Come in and talk, William said, always one to separate personal matters from professional duties. He could guess why Garen was there, so he temporarily put aside his work and looked at Garen calmly. Garen finally stepped into the office and glanced at the other teachers. The teachers also tactfully left the office. Vice Principal Garen, you guys take your time, we're off to class. Dexter tactfully left, thinking it awkward to stand around while those 2 discussed personal matters. Without needing further prompting, the other teachers quickly exited the office. Now, only Garen and William were left in the office. Mr. Johnson, I want to challenge the Pantheon Guild. Do you think it's a good idea? Garen didn't beat around the bush or make excuses, he got straight to the point. He knew that speaking in vague terms in front of William might only annoy him. William raised an eyebrow and said, You want to challenge the Pantheon Guild, then go challenge them. Why are you telling me this? Mr. Johnson, don't you think this is just infighting? What Garen really cared about was William's opinion. Nothing else mattered to him at the moment. In his view, his strongest sword was enough to intimidate the entire Pantheon Guild. William said seriously, Isn't humanity progressing through internal conflict? Besides, what does your infighting have to do with me? This left Garen somewhat at a loss for words. He had thought William might have some concerns. Now it seemed that William really didn't care what he did, whether it was infighting or not. It was none of his concern. Garen suddenly realized, right, with Mr. Johnson's level of ability, why would he care about these things? Garen understands now. Garen slightly bowed his head and took 2 steps back, saying, Mr. Johnson, you continue with your work, I'll take my leave now." William waved his hand dismissively. He was growing increasingly averse to such obsequious behavior, but since it was meant as a sign of respect, he didn't feel the need to comment. Just as Garen was about to leave the office, a loud shout came from the sky. "Garen, aren't you challenging our Pantheon Guild? I am Ilias, here to meet you." Ilias's voice boomed like a great bell, his powerful presence overwhelming as it descended from above, having located Garen right above the office, taunting him. William chuckled. "Your opponent has come to you. Better go out and face him." Garen nodded, slowly stepped out of the office, straightened up, and with a leap, flew into the sky to confront Ilias. Ilias's words also spread throughout the entire base of Arcane Village. Samuel and others were shocked. Was Garen here to provoke the Pantheon Guild? Hadn't he said he was bringing members of the Emerald Lion Guild to the school at the base for learning? If it was a challenge to the Pantheon Guild, that changed the complexion of things entirely. With humanity already facing a major crisis, why would the two major guilds engage in infighting? This seemed utterly irrational to Samuel and the others. Pantheon Guild's elder Ilias? Garen, holding a wooden sword, spoke indifferently. "Ilias, you dare come alone? Didn't you think to bring your guild leader?" Garen had already reported the matter to William, so he made no attempt to disguise his intentions. The challenge was out in the open now. Ilias, hands behind his back, spoke disdainfully. "You're not worthy of facing our guild leader." Now that the challenge to their Pantheon Guild was clear, Ilias, known for his fiery temper, was not about to exchange pleasantries with Garen. "Is that so?" Garen replied with a cold laugh. "It seems your Pantheon Guild is ready for a war of attrition. That suits me fine. Let me take you on one by one." Garen tilted his wooden sword and declared, "If today I am fortunate enough to defeat the members of the Pantheon Guild, I ask that the Pantheon Guild withdraw from the prized land of Mount Olympus." Garen had anticipated that the members of the Pantheon Guild wouldn't rely on the defensive barriers of the Guardian Guild to fend him off. After all, they were once the strongest guild, and a sense of superiority still lingered. "Fine. If you lose, how about the entire Emerald Lion Guild comes under the management of our Pantheon Guild?" Ilias proposed crisply, sneering. "And we could even make Garen an elder, which wouldn't be too bad." "Ilias, enough talk. Make your move." Garen could sense that Ilias was powerful, but he believed that he was at least his equal in terms of strength. But strength is one thing, and the main characteristic of a swordsman is their aggressive attack power. Historically, in the world of soulmancers, it's almost taken for granted that swordsmen have the strongest attack power. A truly powerful swordsman challenging and defeating stronger opponents is nothing unusual, especially since Garen had learned secret sword techniques from William. Ilias wasted no more words. Clasping his hands together, a small golden seal suddenly appeared in front of him. The Triton seal. With a flick of his finger, the small golden seal expanded immensely and thundered down towards Garen. Garen raised his sword, striking at the massive seal. When the wooden sword touched the huge seal, a massive blast of air was unleashed, causing the trees of Mount Olympus to sway, some even snapping in half. Some ordinary people were blown away by the blast, but there were many superpowered observers who could help save those around them. As Garen and Ilias clashed for the first time, it seemed likely that innocent bystanders might be caught in the crossfire and killed. "Humph." Ilias snorted coldly, his eyes slightly closed as he chanted a spell. Suddenly, a thick purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky towards Garen. With the recent surge in Earth's energy, the spells of the Pantheon Guild, derived from natural forces, had become stronger. Even though the cosmic entity had left the 13 universes, the original cosmic laws remained unchanged. The heavenly tribulations were gone, but these spells had become 5 times stronger than before. Swordsmen are strong, but under these conditions, some spells had also been enhanced. Garen quickly dodged, avoiding the purple lightning falling from the sky. The purple lightning struck the school playground, instantly turning dozens of innocent students to ash. "Let's see how long you can dodge." Ilias wasn't concerned about the students at all. Seeing Garen dodge the first lightning spell, he gathered all his energy, his eyes tightly shut, and chanted again. 10 purple lightning orbs floated around him. The orbs emitted a blinding light, and the sky thundered with the sound of lightning. the clouds dense, and the lightning painting half the sky purple. His aim was to attack Garen, but most of the lightning struck the base of Arcane Village. The magic unleashed by a lesser deity was not something ordinary superhumans could withstand. Garen was overwhelmed, barely able to defend himself, and many ordinary people in the base died under Ilias's magical lightning. The frequency of the magical attacks was too high. Garen wanted to engage in close combat, but Ilias's various flashy spells blocked him, and even his wooden sword had turned to ash. Chapter 784. Next time you fight, keep it away from Arcane Village. Garen's previous sword was destroyed by William, and ever since he learned William's secret sword technique, he had been wondering why Mr. Johnson would use a wooden sword. It must be that once the secret sword technique is perfected to a certain extent, the material of the sword itself no longer matters. Also, using a wooden sword probably shows more disdain for the opponent. Imagine my opponents used all sorts of divine artifacts and sharp weapons, yet I defeated them all with just a wooden sword. Who could stand that level of cool? However, Garen's swordsmanship clearly hadn't reached the level where he could dominate the world with just a wooden sword, especially when facing opponents of the same rank who were so powerful and had such formidable magic. Even with his strong secret sword technique, his weapon just couldn't withstand it. Sword come! Garen shouted loudly. The swords from the scabbards of the Emerald Lion Guild's swordsmen flew towards the sky. Heh! Ilias sneered, made a magical gesture, and suddenly hundreds of golden stones appeared in the sky, falling like meteors. The swords that had just flown up were all knocked off course. Such a powerful, indiscriminate area attack naturally injured many innocent people, especially since the place where they were fighting was right above a school. If all those golden stones were to fall, the entire school would likely be destroyed, not to mention the casualties. After knocking the swords of the Emerald Lion Guild off course, those golden stones, along with the swords, all floated in midair. William walked out of his office, stood on the corridor, looked up at the sky, and said, "Can you keep it down a bit when you fight, and maybe pick a different location?" Many students and teachers were hiding inside the school building. The battle between Garen and Ilias was like a battle of gods, and ordinary people were definitely suffering. The school building was of decent quality, but neither the students nor the teachers felt it could withstand the residual effects of the battle between these two powerful beings. But now, William had stepped forward. The battle in the sky seemed to hit the pause button. The students and teachers near William were stunned. What was happening? Up in the sky, two deities were fighting, and he dared to interrupt? Wasn't he afraid of dying? They greatly admired William's fearless spirit. Dexter, who was hosting William, quickly stepped forward to pull him back, then shouted to the sky, "Vice Principal Garen, and the other gentlemen, if you must fight, please do it somewhere uninhabited to avoid involving innocent people." As he spoke, he tugged at William again. Although he couldn't stand idly by, in this era, powerful soulmancers often acted without reason. Even though William had a special relationship with Garen, it was clear that Garen was at a disadvantage. If Garen were to die, given William's arrogance, might he also end up implicated? Hearing William's words, Garen quickly responded, "We'll move farther away." Then he said to Ilias, "Ilias, how about we change locations for our duel?" Changing locations is fine. Ilias probably felt he had gone a bit too far, but his gaze fell on William and he chuckled. "This young man is not simple, huh? Was it you who controlled these objects just now?" Dexter quickly interjected, "You jest, sir. He's just a minor C-class superhuman. How could he possess such powers? You two should pick a deserted place to fight." With so many students dead, Dexter was naturally angry, but unable to gauge Ilias's temper, he could only smile apologetically and avoid provoking him. William glanced at the cratered playground struck by lightning and the ashes of the students, his brow furrowing slightly. He came here to teach, and this person is destroying the playground, killing students? William looked up again. The golden stones and swords floating in the air all swiftly flew towards Ilias. What? A glint of sharp light flashed in Ilias's eyes as he was about to use magic, but before he could finish speaking, the swords floating in the air had already pierced through his body, and the golden stones crushed him to bits, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Alexios, standing in the distance, was completely dumbfounded. What just happened? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that Ilias had used some advanced invisibility magic that even he couldn't detect? In the sky, a gentle breeze blew. William said, "Next time you fight, keep it away from Arcane Village." Soulmancers are known for their capricious temperaments, often killing ordinary people without a second thought, not even bothering to apologize. Isn't William the same? He doesn't care about challenges or internal strife. Whether Garen kills Ilias or Ilias kills Garen, or even if the entire Emerald Lion Guild is wiped out, it has nothing to do with William. But while he was preparing his lessons, there was constant thunder from above. He was teaching at the school, and someone dared to kill his students? And they intended to destroy the school? And then there's the house at the Arcane Village base. If the dormitory he was living in were to collapse, he could obliterate the entire Pantheon Guild with a single slap. Understood, Garen said, bowing deeply in William's direction. I was reckless. Now that Mr. Johnson had intervened, there was no way Ilias could have survived. There was no need to hide Mr. Johnson's identity anymore. Proper courtesies must still be observed. What the hell? Dexter and the others were even more stunned. What was going on? Garen was bowing to William? Was it William who had killed Ilias? That man had been overpowering Garen in the fight, yet William had killed him with nothing more than a flick of his eyelids. And to think they had previously suspected William and Garen had a Brokeback Mountain kind of relationship. Now they probably understood why Garen showed such a humble and flattering demeanor towards William. William turned and walked towards the classroom where he was supposed to teach. At the moment he turned, all the pits that had been created by the lightning strikes at Arcane Village miraculously restored themselves, and all the innocent people who had died due to Ilias's magic were resurrected. However, everyone's memories had changed, as if everything had reverted to the moment when Garen and Ilias had just started clashing. But Ilias was gone, and so was the wooden sword in Garen's hand. Apart from William, many people were still staring at the sky, remembering only that Garen had clashed once with the giant seal summoned by Ilias using a wooden sword. Ilias, that move was really powerful. Garen, frantically searching for Ilias's presence, said, "Let's change locations and fight again. Such battles can easily harm the innocent." Garen too had lost part of his memory, but the words William had said were imprinted in his mind. Next time you fight, keep it away from Arcane Village. He didn't remember that Ilias was already dead, thinking instead that Ilias had just concealed his presence, and so he shouted out loud. No one responded. "Ilias, if you don't answer, I'll take it as your agreement." After saying this, Garen flew out of the vicinity of Arcane Village, circling to the other side of Mount Olympus. Seeing Garen leave, the people inside the Arcane Village base breathed a sigh of relief. Alexios was also shocked beyond measure. The Triton seal summoned by Ilias was indeed immensely powerful. If Garen couldn't even detect his whereabouts, didn't that mean Ilias was sure to win? Chapter 785 Beast Taming Class. Garen deliberately chose a secluded spot, standing midair, and borrowed a sword, focusing intently on tracking Ilias's whereabouts. "Ilias, it's no fun if you keep hiding like this," Garen called out. His voice echoed through the mountains, but still, there was no response. "I want to see how long you can hide." Garen understood well that in a battle between soulmancers, a single move could determine the winner. It was likely that Ilias was hiding somewhere, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. At such a time, he knew he must not lose his composure. He just needed to calm down and watch for changes. If the enemy doesn't move, neither do I. Alexios shared Garen's thoughts, feeling that Ilias must have used some special magic, surely waiting for the right moment to strike Garen fatally. Such a clever tactic. Both of them stood still in midair, motionless. Meanwhile, William didn't care about what was happening with Garen. His lesson plan was ready, and it was time for his first class. The classroom could seat 500 people and had a sign at the door that read Beast Taming Class. Inside, all the desks and chairs were brand new, neat, and clean. Garen had done a reliable job. William entered the classroom, where a group of students were animatedly discussing the recent battle between Garen and Ilias. The commotion from Garen and Ilias's fight had been so loud that the students had taken shelter here, although they didn't remember anyone dying from Ilias's lightning magic. Some even had full question marks in their minds. Their memories were still stuck at the first clash between Garen and Ilias. At that time, they shouldn't have been in the classroom. No one had died then, and many were watching from the sports field, eager to witness the spectacle. Logically, they should have been outside the classroom at that time. How did they end up inside? William walked in, saw 300 to 400 students, and was pleased. The first class would have been quite awkward if the classroom had been empty. Actually, if it weren't for Ilias's lethal lightning magic killing some people, these students would never have taken shelter in the beast-taming class, especially since they had no idea what this class was about. How could so many students have ended up here? In this era, competition is even fiercer than before. Everyone is striving to become stronger. A class like beast taming sounds rather weak. William walked up to the podium, scanned the room, and prepared to start the class. Yeah, class is starting. What class is this? Teacher, what do you teach? I remember this as the beast taming class. It was just renovated yesterday. I thought this classroom was a general use lecture hall before. How did it change to a beast taming class? The students didn't quiet down, although they all took their seats out of respect. They continued to whisper among themselves. The transformation of a general-use lecture hall into a beast-taming class made it seem like this class must be something special. Nowadays, with resources scarce and classrooms in short supply, having a dedicated beast-taming class added a certain prestige. Teacher, what are you going to teach? Us. A burly young man stood up and asked William curiously. The students respected their teacher, and they wouldn't underestimate William just because he looked young. They all knew well that you can't judge a soulmancer by their appearance. Some who looked like teenagers might be ancient beings who had lived for thousands of years. Were these ordinary students really in a position to provoke such beings? Even if that wasn't the case, being a teacher at the school and having a dedicated classroom like this meant that anyone with common sense would know not to mess with this young teacher. The students at the school were at most newly awakened superhumans or beginner soulmancers. Challenging a teacher would definitely not be a wise move. In this apocalyptic world, there was no rule against corporal punishment. William said, I'll teach you how to identify various mutated creatures and altered plants. The students looked at William, momentarily at a loss for words. The female students, who had thought this handsome and young teacher would be impressive, were surprised that he was only teaching these subjects. What's the use of learning these things? Can it enhance our combat abilities? These questions were on the minds of most students present. In school, if students wanted to have status and survive in the future, the most important thing was their combat ability. Learning these seemingly useless things could very well be a waste of time. It's like being in a world where strength determines status, and you tell me you can write poetry. Is that useful? Soon, a student asked, Teacher, is this a compulsory course? Clearly, some students were already thinking that if it wasn't compulsory, then attending now would just be a waste of time. William smiled and said, No, this is not a compulsory course. Garen already had his own plans. He wanted to get members of his guild into William's class. If William's class became compulsory, would there still be seats for his Emerald Lion Guild members? With an elective course, not many people would likely attend, and ideally, it would be filled with members from their Emerald Lion Guild. That would be perfect. Teacher, can I skip this class? I still have homework for my compulsory courses that I haven't finished. Of course you can. William was here to teach, but since his course was elective, he naturally gave students the option to choose. If they didn't want to attend, could William really force them? Teacher, I also have a combat class to attend, so I'll leave too. Then I'll go as well. Hearing what William was going to teach, the students began to leave one by one. William just watched as each student walked out of the classroom. People tend to follow the crowd. If only 1 or 2 students left, it might indicate they made a mistake in judgment, and perhaps the class was worth attending. But with so many leaving, it suggested that anyone who stayed was foolish. That was the general sentiment. In less than 3 minutes, only 3 students remained in the large classroom. One looked no older than 10, small and frail, sitting in a corner, timid and shy. Another wore thick glasses, eagerly holding a pen and notebook, staring at William. And a girl, around 17 or 18, with heavy makeup, black lips as if poisoned, dressed in punk attire, sat in the front row, resting on one arm, staring at William with a crush-addicted gaze. William scanned the room. Only 3 students attended the first class, and such unique ones at that. It was certainly unexpected. Chapter 786. Mr. Johnson, are you really that strong? A teacher's duty is to impart knowledge and wisdom, educate students, and address their queries. If William hadn't become a teacher, it might have been a different story, but since he was one, he would continue the class as long as there was even one student present. There are only 3 of you left. Come sit at the front, William said calmly. The girl in the front row propped her elbows on the desk, cradling her head in her hands, smiling at William, and said softly, "Teacher, I'm right here." William chose to ignore her crush-addicted demeanor. He never imagined that being a teacher would also require relying on good looks to keep students in the class. And what was with the makeup on this young girl's face? A perfectly good face, made up to look like a ghost. The bespectacled boy sitting in the middle said, "Teacher, my eyesight isn't very good. I can't sit too close. This spot is just right for me." The small, timid child in the back row spoke in a low voice, "Teacher, I can hear from here." As he spoke, his head was almost buried in the desk. Then he shrank like an ostrich, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Probably only someone like William could hear him. Since that's the case, I'll start with a brief introduction of myself. As he spoke, William turned and wrote his name on the whiteboard with a black marker. "My name is William Johnson. You can call me Mr. Johnson, and I am 26 years old." While preparing for the class, William had forgotten to mention his age, but his driver's license should say he was 26 now. "Wow, teacher, you're 26. The girl in the first row looked at the name on the whiteboard and murmured, "William, such a stable name. And your handwriting is so beautiful. Just 8 years older than me. That's nice." "William." The bespectacled boy looked intently at William, waiting for what was next. As for the small child in the last row, he continued to shrink his head, sneakily watching William. William paused, then continued, "As I mentioned earlier, I'll be teaching you about the habits, characteristics, and strength levels of mutated creatures, as well as the traits of plants after mutation. This won't directly increase your personal strength, so if you want to leave, I have no objections." The girl in the first row shook her head and said, "I'm already strong enough. I don't need to get stronger." William glanced at her, a novice soulmancer level. Well, she was probably one of the better students. The bespectacled boy spoke earnestly. "Teacher, getting stronger isn't just about personal combat ability. I prefer to solve problems in the simplest and quickest way, so I think the knowledge you're teaching is very useful." Impressive awareness. As for the kid in the last row, he simply stayed quiet. William didn't bother with student introductions. He just started teaching. As an elective course teacher, who knew if he'd have a new batch of students next class. In a 40-minute lesson, William covered the habits, weaknesses, and combat methods of 3 types of mutated creatures around Mount Olympus. He wrote everything down on the whiteboard in great detail. Mutated creatures might be getting stronger every day. What I'm teaching you are their habits and weaknesses, which generally don't change. If you remember these, they should be useful when you encounter them in battle. At the end of the class, William felt that such courses should ideally be mandatory, as many students currently focus solely on enhancing their own strength and tended to overlook this kind of knowledge. Mutated creatures and humans were currently hard to coexist peacefully. Calling them adversaries wasn't an exaggeration. Not knowing how strong your enemy isn't a good thing, especially the students in this school, most of whom didn't have exceptional talents. Those with real talent were usually taken away by large soulmancer organizations and specialized agencies for individual training. So even if these students became stronger, their potential was quite limited. Once they became adults, if a war broke out between humans and mutated creatures, most of them would end up as cannon fodder. Of course, if someone's personal strength was too weak, even knowing this information might not be very meaningful. For instance, if you know that a mutated wolf's weakness is its belly, but you're too weak to strike it, you'd likely become food in the first round of the wolf's attack. William saw things quite clearly, but this was all he could do. Being a teacher at the school gave him a sense of participation in these apocalyptic times. "Mr. Johnson, I was wondering if there are any books about mutated creatures and mutated plants?" The bespectacled boy looked at William eagerly, clearly wanting more. William pondered for a moment. "Currently, there are no such books, but there will be soon. He had been considering this issue too. Rather than teaching each student individually, publishing a book for students to read themselves would be more efficient and convenient. Civilizations are often built on the knowledge preserved in books, which can also spread cultural knowledge faster and more conveniently than oral traditions. Teacher, I think you explain things very well, and your voice is very pleasant to listen to. The girl in the first row was nearly swooning. Mr. Johnson's handsome features were flawless from every angle, his physique impeccable, his handwriting pleasing to the eye, and his voice so gentle. Oh my, if only she could have a boyfriend like him. William chose to ignore the girl in the first row. The bespectacled boy also ignored the girl, and after a moment of silence, he asked, Mr. Johnson, if that's the case, did you compile all this information about the mutated creatures and plants yourself? Yes. William didn't deny it, but he sensed that something unexpected might happen. That means you must be extremely powerful, Mr. Johnson, the bespectacled young man asked. Mr. Johnson, when is your next class? I teach this class at the same time every day. William only had one class per day, a schedule arranged by Guerin, who, recognizing William's stature, dared not burden him with more. I'll come again tomorrow. The bespectacled boy stood up, bowed to William, and then left the classroom without making any impolite requests, only saying before he left, Mr. Johnson, my name is Jasper Ingram. William noticed that this kid was quite perceptive. His combat skills might not be strong, but his analytical abilities were impressive. Such people are suited for behind-the-scenes roles. Perhaps he would be better suited to learning how to set up powerful magic circles. If this kid learned to set up powerful magic circles, just activating one could be devastating. Mr. Johnson, are you really that strong? The girl in the first row, always seeking William's attention, boldly asked. William smiled and replied, I'm all right, not too strong. Chapter 787 Divine Constitution. Modest. The girl giggled, standing up and not forgetting to introduce herself. Mr. Johnson, my name is Emma Steele. After saying this, she also left the classroom. Her name didn't quite match her gothic makeup, but William could tell that if the girl changed her outfit, she would probably look quite attractive. However, he wouldn't say these things. Speaking such thoughts to a girl infatuated with him could easily lead to misunderstandings. The kid in the back row glanced at William, and seeing that he hadn't left, remained seated, looking timid. It seemed he wanted to wait for William to leave before he himself would go. William smiled. This kid was really timid, but surprisingly, he possessed a rare divine constitution. People with such a constitution, if they became soulmancers, could advance their strength much faster than ordinary people. In the past, the soulmancer community often ranked people's constitutions, with divine constitution being the top tier. It was rumored that such individuals had the potential to become gods, but they also needed a massive amount of resources to elevate their power levels. Typical soulmancer. Organizations lack the resources to nurture disciples with a divine constitution. Wondering why this kid was so timid, William was about to leave when a middle-aged man in a robe rushed in, gave William a nod, and then shouted at the boy, Silas, what do you mean by not coming to class? Silas, William noted the name. This kid's constitution was similar to Zoe's warrior god constitution, except he hadn't had the good fortune like Zoe, who was found and then nurtured by the sea god Poseidon. The teacher who had just burst in was of a mid-level soulmancer's strength, which, in this era, wasn't considered weak, but certainly wasn't strong either. It seemed he was an independent soulmancer practitioner. If he belonged to a guild, he would surely have recommended Silas to the guild rather than teaching him alone. He should know that with such a constitution, he wasn't capable of teaching the boy properly. William took a closer look at the middle-aged man. A practitioner of dark forces? Interesting. It wasn't that William had a prejudice against practitioners of dark forces. Rather, most who wielded such powers tended to forge their own paths and didn't follow conventional routes. Moreover, this teacher had concealed his use of dark forces very well. If William didn't have a unique eye for people, another soulmancer might not have noticed it at all. William simply nodded at the middle-aged man as a greeting and then walked out of the classroom. Mr. Johnson, the little boy whispered from a corner. William heard him, but he didn't turn around. From Silas's voice, he detected a hint of panic and fear and a plea for help. Switch bodies. To take over his divine constitution? William could easily guess what the middle-aged man was planning. If he had been kind to Silas, there was no reason for the boy to be so timid. Given his talent, he should have been confident. And then there was that voice, laden with desperation. Normally, this wouldn't be William's concern, but now he was a teacher, and since Silas had attended one of his classes, that made him his student. Although not a direct disciple, what is a teacher's role? Besides imparting knowledge and wisdom, educating students, and addressing their doubts, it also includes ensuring that his students are not bullied. That was just the kind of person William was. The middle-aged man, named Damien, had been at the Arcane Village base for some time. With his mid-level soulmancer abilities, getting a job as a teacher was easy, and Silas was someone he had brought into the base, publicly claiming him as his disciple. The base was not lacking in other powerful soulmancers, and naturally, some recognized Silas's extraordinary constitution. But since Damien had already declared Silas as his disciple, other large soulmancer guilds naturally wouldn't compete with him for the boy. As for other independent practitioners or smaller guilds, they couldn't afford to nurture a talent like Silas. After William left, Damien approached Silas, his expression turning cold, and said in a low voice, "Who told you to come here? You are my disciple. Do you need to listen to these worthless teachers?" Silas kept his mouth tightly shut and slowly stood up, trembling all over. "Stop shaking. If others think I'm mistreating you, I'll just double your training when we get back," Damien said with a cruel smile on his lips. The kid in front of him was indeed a genius. But what of it? A genius who hadn't yet matured was still easily manipulated by him. He just had to wait until Silas grew up, and then that divine constitution would be his. Hearing Damien's words, Silas tensed up, clenched his teeth, and had no choice but to follow Damien out of the classroom. As Damien led Silas by the hand down the corridor, his face immediately took on a friendly appearance, while Silas remained stiff, following Damien like a marionette. After returning to his office, William began organizing data on mutated creatures and plants, preparing to compile them into a book. It wasn't until school was dismissed that William left his office. At this time, Garen was still near Mount Olympus waiting for Ilias to make a move. As the sky darkened, Damien led Silas out of the school, and William slowly made his way to the school gate. Seraphina had also arrived at Arcane Village and had been waiting at the school gate for some time. Seeing William, she called out, "Mr. Johnson, I have something to take care of. Find yourself a place to rest," William replied. "What is it? Can I come with you?" Seraphina was quite familiar with William by now. Although she had given up pursuing him romantically, she felt that just being able to live alongside Mr. Johnson was quite enough. At her level of strength, she had a long life ahead, and liking someone didn't necessarily mean needing a romantic relationship. Just being in the same space for a long time made her feel happy. Coming along is fine. William had already decided to follow Damien and see for himself. If Damien was indeed mistreating Silas, he was prepared to teach Damien a lesson. This was why William often took on various professions. Once he chose a professional identity, he could find connections with the world. Otherwise, living in an invincible manner was just too lonely. Becoming a teacher, he had his responsibilities and obligations, and people who were connected to him. This way, his actions didn't feel like meddling, and his life felt more fulfilling and meaningful. As a teacher at the school, Damien naturally had his own residence within the base. He led Silas into the dormitory outside the school, greeting acquaintances with a smile along the way. But once he entered the house, it was as if he put on a different mask, his expression turning dark and frightening. After Silas entered the house, his whole demeanor seemed to deflate, listlessly crawling into a corner and into an oak barrel, his head following suit. Even without entering, William could see the situation inside the room. So that was how Damien treated his disciple. Chapter 788 idea of squeezing in with Mr. Johnson and sharing a bed seemed quite appealing. "Mr. Johnson, what's the deal with that guy?" Seraphina was curious about why William would take an interest in someone like Damien. A mere mid-level soulmancer. Was he really worth William's attention? "That child is my student," William explained. "If he gets scared later, help him calm down. Calm him down." Seraphina hadn't expected that this was the reason she was brought along by William. But she agreed nonetheless. Could she really refuse something William asked of her? Instead of taking the elevator, William appeared directly in Damien's room. Damien was about to perform a secret ritual to exchange blood with Silas, aiming to later take over his divine constitution. When William appeared in the room, Damien was clearly startled. Then his face twisted into a strange smile. "What do you want to do? Who let you into my room? What do you think?" William glanced at the oak barrel in the corner and raised an eyebrow. "Heh, it seems this little bastard has told you something." Damien sneered, suddenly launching an attack. His right claw glowed with a bloody light, eerie and sinister, as he lunged towards William's chest. "A mere novice soulmancer." Damien's words were cut short as he turned into a pile of ashes. Did a powerhouse like William even need to lift a finger against a mere mid-level soulmancer? Just a thought, and Damien was reduced to nothing more than dust. In terms of combat, William hardly needed to act unless he felt like it. Encounters were over in an instant. Damien had thought William was just a novice soulmancer, but he could never have imagined that he was this powerful. A mid-level soulmancer might not be considered weak normally, but in front of William, he was no different than an ant. "Silas," William called out. Silas, still inside the oak barrel, didn't dare to poke his head out, completely unaware of what had just happened outside. William approached the oak barrel and spoke gently. "Silas, I'm Mr. Johnson. Damien is dead. You can come out now." Silas still didn't dare to poke his head out. Impatiently, William tapped his finger on the oak barrel, causing it to vanish, leaving Silas crouching there, shivering. It was clear that Damien had often tormented him. "It's okay now. You're safe," William said. "Would you like to come with me?" Silas looked up at William, whispering softly, "Mr. Johnson." William looked back at him, silent, their eyes locked. This scene reminded William of a long time ago when he had rescued James Taylor from under the gun of bandits. They were just children. Back then, William had saved James and raised him, only to be betrayed in the end. When William finally found him, he didn't kill him. It wasn't because he was soft-hearted, but because he had seen too much of such things and no longer cared. Just like now, saving Silas. Even if Silas might turn against him in the future, William didn't care. He was indifferent whether those he saved would be grateful or vengeful, as these things held little significance to him. Silas slowly looked around the room, not seeing the person who had frightened him, and finally nodded timidly. "I'll go with you." He didn't know how this William Johnson would treat him, but his instincts told him that Mr. Johnson must be a good person. How could someone so handsome be a bad person? To avoid any misunderstandings, William turned around, and suddenly, he and Silas were outside the dormitory building. Serafina glanced at Silas and chuckled. This kid is really lucky. Although Serafina wasn't top tier in strength, even Damien had recognized that Silas had a divine constitution. How could she not see it? But when she said Silas was lucky, she wasn't referring to his divine constitution. She meant that this kid had managed to latch onto William Johnson's coattails. Looking at Amy, then at Alice, these two were just ordinary people lost in the crowd, but everything changed once they got involved with William. They became true darlings of fortune. In Serafina's view, as long as Silas could gain William's favor, his future was boundless. Hearing Serafina's laughter, Silas lowered his head. In his eyes, the woman before him was stunningly beautiful, like a fairy, making him feel utterly inferior. "You can stay at my place for now," William said. Having chosen to save someone, he naturally wouldn't just leave him be. He would surely arrange a good place for him. He wasn't planning on taking any more disciples. He was already a teacher. Why take on more disciples? Silas quickly nodded. It must be said, children are often swayed by appearances, and in his view, good-looking people generally aren't bad. If someone had a face full of scars, muscles, and tattoos, they must be a bad guy. People like William and Serafina, they must be good. Hearing William's offer, Serafina's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "Mr. Johnson, I don't have a place to stay either." Without a second thought, William said, "Then come along." Great. Serafina had no expectations from William, but hearing his invitation sparked a bit of fantasy in her. The three of them arrived at William's place. Serafina looked around as she entered and said, "Mr. Johnson, you live here?" "Yes," William nodded, then turned to Silas. "Would you like something to eat?" Silas didn't speak, but at the mention of food, his stomach involuntarily growled. After school, Damien hadn't prepared any food for Silas, and he was now famished. William walked into the kitchen to start preparing food. Serafina followed him and asked, "Mr. Johnson, there's only one bedroom here? Maybe I could squeeze in with you." William glanced at her, wondering what the young girl was thinking day by day. "I don't live here. You stay here and help me look after this kid," William said while cooking dinner. "You two seem about the same age. Just treat him like your little brother." Serafina was speechless. What did he mean they looked about the same age? She had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and although she couldn't compare to William's age, she was certainly a mature woman. Calling her a great-great-grandmother to the boy would be more than appropriate. But how could she defy what William said? All right then. Serafina felt like she had become a nanny again and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Johnson, where will you sleep?" William naturally replied, "I'm going back to New York. I'm used to that bed." That far. Serafina couldn't believe that William, while based in Arcane Village, would actually travel back to New York just to sleep. Was it really necessary? William smiled. "For me, it's all the same. It's not far." To William, with his ability to teleport, the neighboring bedroom and a small courtyard in New York were just a step away. What did distance matter? Oh, Serafina felt somewhat disappointed. Deep down, she was conflicted. The idea of squeezing in with Mr. Johnson and sharing a bed seemed quite appealing. Unfortunately, that wish was not going to be fulfilled. Chapter 789, Do You Still Need Proof? The next day, Damien didn't go to school, and none of the other teachers could get in touch with him. At first, no one paid much attention. That changed when Silas arrived at school with Serafina. Most of the teachers at the school knew that Silas was with Damien. Silas was Damien's direct disciple before Damien came to the base, and Damien treated Silas like his own son. Now that Damien was missing, it was another little girl, Serafina, who brought Silas to school, and this girl seemed not so simple. It was known that this little girl had come to the base alone the day before. Everyone was well aware of the conditions outside the base. Anyone who could arrive alone at the base's gates, neatly dressed, was naturally a top-tier fighter. It was said that yesterday, it was Samuel himself who had received this little girl. "Silas, where's your master?" One of Damien's colleagues finally couldn't help but ask. When asked such a question, Silas instinctively shuddered and hid behind Serafina, his eyes darting around. He probably knew that Damien had been killed by William, but he felt he couldn't say it. Would Mr. Johnson get into trouble if he spoke out? Serafina, who looked like a little Lolita, had previously inhabited Sophia's body in a spirit form, where she was enchanting and sexy. Now, in front of William, she also behaved very cutely. But in front of others, her temper was not so good. Serafina looked at the teacher expressionlessly, her voice cold as she said, "Damien was actually using dark powers and adopted Silas intending to take his divine constitution. I killed him last night." Killed. The surrounding teachers looked at Serafina with strange glances. Serafina was very pretty, and because of her physique, with a stern face, she looked like the typical flat-chested Lolita. But even so, she should be harmless, right? "You say Teacher Damien was using dark powers. Do you have any proof?" The teacher naturally couldn't believe it, as Damien was always kind and approachable, hardly fitting the profile of someone who would wield dark powers. Even if Serafina was powerful, that didn't give her the right to kill at will. Moreover, he really couldn't see how Serafina, with her petite appearance, looked like a strong fighter. After all, Damien was a mid-level soulmancer. How could he be easily killed by a little girl? "Silas, you say?" The teacher, unable to believe that Damien was a user of dark powers, wanted to clarify the facts. Silas clutched the hem of Serafina's dress tightly, his head bowed, too afraid to speak. "You want proof from me?" Serafina didn't even look at the teacher, her head lowered, her expression dark. The teacher felt as if an invisible giant hand had grasped him all over. He could feel that if this giant hand exerted a little more force, he would be crushed into pulp. This teacher was also a B-level superhuman, in terms of strength, comparable to a mid-level soulmancer, but in front of Serafina, he truly felt like an ant that could be squashed at any moment. What do you want to do?" The teacher's face was filled with terror, unable to comprehend how this little Lolita could be so terrifying. This was a school. Kill him at school? In front of so many teachers? The nearby 3 teachers also sensed their colleagues' distress, each of them on high alert as they watched Serafina. "Oh, you want to play too?" Serafina let out a cold laugh, and the air around her dropped several degrees. A layer of frost formed on the teachers, and their bodies were immobilized. After her rebirth, Serafina was no longer limited by Sophia's body. Moreover, her body, transformed from the eternal vine, had a high affinity for energy. She was originally a ruler of a faction in the divine realm, skilled in many secret arts. Having lived again, in 5 years, her strength had already recovered to the level of a guardian deity. These teachers in front of her were merely mid-level soulmancers. Killing them would be effortless. "Serafina, what are you doing here?" Just then, William walked over and asked in a low voice. Mr. Johnson, I wasn't doing anything. I was just chatting with these teachers." Serafina quickly reined in her aura, her face breaking into a sweet and adorable smile, her eyes narrowing into slits. The teachers, whose movements had been restricted by Serafina, collapsed to the ground in relief, looking at her in terror. "My goodness, you call that chatting?" That kind of chatting is a bit too terrifying. But this little Lolita's change in attitude was too sudden. One moment she was a dark, murderous Lolita, and the next second she switched to a sweet and cute demeanor, which was really hard to swallow. William approached Serafina and asked, "Have you completed your enrollment procedures?" "Enrollment procedures?" Serafina smiled. "I just need to speak to Principal Samuel." Serafina, while in New York City, had helped humanity fend off mutated creatures and was essentially part of a government agency. Coming to Arcane Village just to complete some enrollment procedures was very simple for her. "Oh, then you and Silas can be in the same class." William didn't have much else to do at the moment, and he wanted to be an observer, naturally curious to see how certain individuals would grow. He had been thinking about who to entrust Silas to, and now it seemed Serafina was a perfect choice. All right then. Serafina showed no signs of refusal to William's suggestion, then turned to ask Silas. "Silas, what grade are you in?" "2, second grade," Silas murmured. Serafina. "All right then. A formidable lord of the divine realm, and she's going to be in second grade. That's terrifying." But even so, she agreed to it. The teachers nearby were completely numb by now. Serafina, such a formidable being, going to second grade? That's not even a joke. William didn't concern himself with Serafina's enrollment. He also believed that Serafina wasn't crazy enough to randomly kill people at school. After a brief greeting, he continued back to his office to organize data on mutated creatures and plants. No sooner had William left than Serafina's expression changed. She glanced at the teachers nearby and asked, "Do you still need proof?" "No, no more." The surrounding teachers fled in panic. Serafina let out a cold laugh, patted Silas on the head, and said, "Silas, if anyone bullies you, just tell your sister." Silas nodded earnestly, then hesitated before asking, "What if Mr. Johnson bullies me?" Serafina's mouth twitched slightly. "Then you'll just have to endure it." Silas nodded reluctantly. Mr. Johnson seemed to be a formidable figure. He had been used to being bullied by Damien before, so if William bullied him, he would of course have to just bear it. Chapter 790, So Mr. Johnson was this powerful. Serafina agreed to attend second grade and listen to the elective course taught by William, which didn't really affect her since the teachers couldn't control her anyway. It was quite unusual for second grade students to attend William's class. Finally, William's class grew to 4 students. When Serafina entered the classroom, she immediately noticed Emma. She had previously accessed Sophia's memories and knew that Emma's current style could be described as goth. Before the global anomaly, the goth style was already unpopular, considered a tacky attempt to stand out. Even more so now. This little sister is really cute. Come, let big sister pinch your cheeks. Upon seeing Serafina, Emma's eyes lit up, wanting to pinch the cheeks of the adorable little girl in front of her. It must be said, a sweet little girl like her would likely be loved wherever she went. Serafina cracked a smile, and suddenly Emma couldn't move, while Serafina started pinching her face all over. "What are you doing? Don't mess up my makeup." Emma instantly felt something was off. Was this child a bit too creepy? Why couldn't she move at all? Meanwhile, William stood at the podium, watching the 2 girls frolic, his expression turning sour. There should be discipline during class. What kind of behavior was this? Serafina was sensible enough to know not to go too far. After a brief moment of mischief, She sat down properly. Emma's makeup, however, was ruined beyond recognition. William was now more eager to observe the growth of the young people, as their development could essentially shape the future of the world. Pay attention to the lesson, William said coldly, preparing to continue his lecture. Just then, a man wearing glasses entered through the door, knocked, and looked at William expressionlessly. William met his gaze and remained silent. The look on his face clearly indicated he was here to stir up trouble. If there was something to be said, he would naturally say it, and William couldn't be bothered to ask. "You're Mr. Johnson, right?" The man with glasses glanced around the classroom and said, "Do you think you deserve to teach in a classroom like this?" William roughly understood that some people felt he was hogging educational resources. In this era of scarce resources and tight space, William having only 4 students, yet occupying such a large classroom, was bound to cause dissatisfaction. "What's this beast-taming class? Is it even useful?" The man with glasses coldly said. "I heard you have some connections with Vice Principal Guerin, but this is a place for teaching and nurturing. Is it really appropriate for one person to occupy such a large classroom?" William responded, "When I'm not teaching, you all can use this classroom." Clearly, this classroom wasn't empty before William's arrival, which must have worsened the teaching environment for some other teachers. In Guerin's view, however, William teaching, no matter how many resources he used, was not excessive. What was one classroom in the grand scheme of things? And how could anyone else be allowed to use Mr. Johnson's classroom? That was the minimum respect due to William. The man with glasses paused slightly upon hearing William's words and said, "What I mean is, you could switch to a smaller classroom." "That's fine, you arrange it." William was often easygoing and was not the type to quibble. He didn't even bother to ask what the man's role was. He could see many conflicts at a glance and felt there was no need to argue with people in such situations. William simply stopped teaching and began to pack up his materials from the lectern, ready to switch classrooms. The guy did have a point, after all. With just a few students, it seemed it didn't really matter where the class was held. The man with glasses was stunned again. He hadn't expected William to be so agreeable. However, after hesitating for a moment, he frowned and said, "It seems there isn't a suitable smaller classroom available right now. Maybe you shouldn't teach at all, since your class isn't of much use anyway. Pushing your luck." William stopped what he was doing and showed a warm smile, saying to the man with glasses, "You can leave now. No one else is going to use this classroom." The man's face turned red with anger. William was right. He was indeed pushing his luck. After William had easily agreed to his conditions, he thought William was a pushover. Was he just someone who got into the school through his disgusting connection with Guerin? And did he really need to give him any respect? He hadn't expected William to take such a firm stance in the end. What use is there in what you teach? The man with glasses took a step forward, displaying the prowess of a mid-level soulmancer. "Get out," William said coolly, and the man with glasses was sent flying out of the classroom door, crashing heavily onto the corridor balcony. "You!" The man with glasses wanted to rush back in and confront William, but as soon as he stepped through the classroom door, he found himself entering a dark realm. From Serafina and the others' perspective, the man with glasses just stood at the doorway like a wooden statue. "Class, let's continue," William said, not intending to kill the man with glasses. In his code of conduct, killing was just a boring affair, especially killing someone like the man with glasses. It was like an adult feeling bored while squashing ants on the ground. Emma and Jasper stared dumbfoundedly at William. Jasper was somewhat okay with it. In his view, if Mr. Johnson could write those documents about mutated creatures and plants, then Mr. Johnson must be akin to a Yoda-like figure from Star Wars. And Emma became even more infatuated with William. So Mr. Johnson was this powerful. Silas was pulled aside by Serafina to sit down, and he too realized how formidable Mr. Johnson was. Could he also become as powerful as Mr. Johnson one day? That's all for today's lesson. Tomorrow, I will distribute a book to each of you about mutated creatures and plants, William said as he prepared to go back and further compile those documents about mutated creatures. It was just the end of class, and students and teachers from nearby classes came out only to see the man with glasses standing foolishly at the door of William's classroom. "Mr. Underwood, what are you doing standing here?" The man with glasses. After William walked out, Mr. Underwood returned to normal. albeit somewhat dazed and panicked. He watched William's retreating figure and swallowed hard. This man was no ordinary person. Mr. Underwood. What did that William say? Another teacher approached Mr. Underwood and whispered. Asking William to vacate the classroom wasn't just Mr. Underwood's idea alone. Go ask him yourself. Mr. Underwood stood there, still shaken, and heaved a deep sigh, saying, This William is no ordinary man. Huh, how extraordinary can he be? Let me meet him. Chapter 791. Had Mr. Johnson lost his mind? William had never fully grasped the concept of the cosmic laws set by the cosmic entity, nor had he ventured beyond the 13 universes. He had always believed that there were others more powerful than him. But after the battle with the cosmic entity's guardians, he found himself lost in confusion. Is this all the so-called strong beings of the universes are capable of? He had no intention of becoming stronger, and sometimes even wished someone could end his long life. Now, it seemed that fighting was truly a mundane affair, and the idea of someone else killing him seemed nearly impossible. He wondered if the avatar he had expelled from his body had made any progress. It had been a while since he discovered its existence. Since that avatar was born from William's obsession with becoming stronger, shouldn't it have grown stronger by now? Keep it up. William returned to his office and continued writing the books about mutated creatures. Since he had promised the students he would deliver the books tomorrow, he naturally had to finish writing them today. He preferred using a pen over typing on a computer, especially a quill pen. Mr. Johnson, what are you writing there? Dexter in the office had noticed William writing something and, curious, came over to take a closer look. The teachers at the school were unaware that William was providing information on mutated creatures. Dexter walked up to William's side and was instantly impressed. The handwriting was as uniform as printed text, with each letter almost exactly the same size and the spacing between letters perfectly even. Dexter, a Harvard PhD, considered himself well-educated and well-read, having seen many beautifully written texts. But William's handwriting was exceptionally rare. It was a pleasure to look at. Mr. Johnson, how many years have you practiced this handwriting? Dexter didn't believe that the most important thing in this era was just enhancing one's strength. Cultural heritage was vital. If human culture couldn't be preserved, then even if they could defeat the mutated creatures, the human world would still struggle to recover. Dexter greatly admired people like William. Without slowing his writing, William casually replied, For quite some years now. Exactly how many years? Probably since the 8th century BC in ancient Greece. Before that, including William and the deities, they used to carve writings on stones, or various objects with knives, or directly record events in murals. Dexter asked, Are you writing about mutated creatures? Yes, William replied, not really having the time to chat. Although he could conjure up the entire book with a single thought, he much preferred the process of recording it bit by bit. Dexter was completely taken aback. This was no ordinary writing. It was information related to mutated creatures, and William's speed was somewhat terrifying. He wrote without any pauses, and there was no need to correct any typos. It was like watching a human typewriter. As he stood behind and carefully read what William was writing, he was even more astonished and found himself at a loss for words. Mr. Johnson, how do you know all this information about the mutated creatures? Dexter understood what the implications of William's writings meant for humanity. First off, the amount of information was enormous. Many details about the mutated creatures were unknown even to him. And since mutated creatures were constantly evolving, how could one even begin to compile such a book? There were two possibilities for William's knowledge. Either someone like Garin or another powerful being had told him, or he knew it himself. The first possibility was manageable, but if it was the second, that was truly frightening. Not to mention, this book would be incredibly beneficial for humanity's future battles against the mutated creatures. William was writing about the creatures' habits, preferences, weaknesses, and even culinary uses. He also noted which plants were poisonous, what they feared, and how to cultivate them. It was as if humanity was back in the Stone Age, trying to stand out among various life forms by using weapons and traps. Knowing these creatures' habits, preferences, and weaknesses would make dealing with them much simpler. Mr. Johnson, please continue. I won't disturb you any further. Dexter tactfully walked away. Although some of it was beyond his understanding, from what he could see of William's writings, it was undoubtedly accurate. Dexter's attitude towards William had undergone a significant change. He now realized that William truly had substantial knowledge and skills. Just as Dexter reached his own desk, two individuals who looked like teachers walked in, clearly not from this office. "Hey, Adrian, what brings you guys here? Don't tell me you're here to invite me for a drink." Dexter greeted the two teachers as they approached, but then glanced back at William and lowered his voice. "Let's talk outside. Mr. Johnson is busy. Let's not disturb him." William was busy writing, and it wouldn't be appropriate to speak loudly there. "What's he so busy with?" Adrian said loudly. "We're actually here to see him." "Why are you looking for Mr. Johnson?" Dexter asked, puzzled. "Don't you know? He's hogging a large classroom for just 4 students. Isn't that a waste?" Adrian scoffed. "I know he's a distant relative of Commander Samuel and that he has some shady dealings with Garen, but this school isn't a place to mess around just because you have connections. Watch your words." Dexter's face darkened. Mentioning that William was related to Samuel was one thing, but suggesting that William and Garen had an inappropriate relationship was clearly provoking. Garen was, after all, the leader of a powerful guild, and his formidable strength was well known. Even if there was something unusual about William's relationship with Garen, it was something usually left unspoken. Speaking it aloud was asking for trouble. "You don't know I'm a disciple of the Pantheon Guild?" Adrian said disdainfully. "What's so great about Garen? He dares to challenge our Pantheon Guild. Don't worry, Garen's a dead man walking, and this William won't last long at this school either." As a disciple of the Pantheon Guild, Adrian didn't regard Samuel highly. He had heard that the elders and the leader of his guild were all of lesser deity level. Garen thinking he could challenge their Pantheon Guild alone was suicidal. If Garen was doomed, then how could they tolerate William here? And him occupying a large classroom all to himself? Even if it was arranged by Garen. What was Garen anyway? Adrian didn't respect the Emerald Lion Guild at all, but he couldn't defeat Garen. Now, he was looking to crush William, who he saw as someone who had used connections to get into the school. William slightly furrowed his brow, looked up at Adrian, and slowly raised his hand, pointing at him. "Come here and bring me the ink." Just as he ran out of ink, Adrian showed up. Dexter turned back to look at William, bewildered. Had Mr. Johnson lost his mind? These guys were here to cause trouble, and he was asking Adrian to fetch ink for him? Was he out of his mind? Sure. Adrian, as if possessed, wore a silly grin on his face, picked up the ink nearby, and scurried over. "Adrian, what are you doing?" The middle-aged man who came with Adrian was completely baffled. One second they were talking about kicking William out of the school, and the next, Adrian was running to fetch him ink? Could he be any more servile? Chapter 792. His words became reality in an instant. Garen, leading his disciples, came to provoke, and naturally, the people from the Pantheon Guild weren't going to show him any kindness. William, rumored to have a close relationship with Garen, was bound to be implicated. However, what the disciples of the Pantheon Guild couldn't foresee was that this seemingly weak man was actually incredibly powerful. "William, what exactly did you do?" The middle-aged man who came with Adrian looked at William with a mix of fear and confusion. He wasn't a fool. Adrian's bizarre behavior must have been William's doing. Adrian, after all, was a mid-level soulmancer. For William to make him act as if he'd lost his senses, he must have used some kind of dark magic. "Shut up for now." William was busy and had no time to entertain him. He spoke indifferently, and the man suddenly found himself unable to speak. He pointed at William, then at his own mouth, opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out. His eyes filled with terror. Did his words just come true instantly? What kind of secret technique could achieve such an effect? The middle-aged man who came with Adrian looked uneasy and tried to secretly cast a spell using hand gestures. Bang! A purple bolt of electricity suddenly struck him on the head, leaving him charred, with white smoke rising from his body, looking utterly disheveled. Using lightning magic on William. How audacious! Even the 3 high-ranking god kings of Olympus wouldn't dare to do such a thing. William didn't even glance at him, focused on his writing. Adrian stood beside him, holding the ink above his head with both hands, not daring to move, looking very much like William's servant. Dexter and the other teachers in the office felt a chill down their spines. Adrian and the middle-aged man who came with him were certainly no weaklings, but the scene unfolding before them was hard to digest. Who the hell said William got into this school through backdoor connections? Are backdoor connections ever this powerful? William, completely focused, wrote fluidly as if his pen were a dragon gliding across the page. Having someone hold the ink for him improved his mood significantly, and his writing sped up. By the time the school day ended and all the other teachers had left, William was still in the office. Serafina, accompanied by Silas, arrived at the office and, seeing William still busy, dared only to wait at the doorway. After school, Dexter couldn't hold back any longer and called Principal Samuel. Principal Samuel, who exactly is Mr. Johnson? Don't tell me he's some distant relative of yours. Samuel sounded a bit frantic, asking, "You didn't get into a conflict with him, did you? Damn, are you trying to embarrass me? Were there any casualties?" Samuel was, of course, taken aback. He had always suspected that William might be a powerful mutated creature in disguise, but later realized that although William wasn't a mutated creature, he was definitely someone incredibly powerful. There were no casualties, but Adrian and Barrett went to the office this afternoon to trouble Mr. Johnson. What did William do? Samuel became even more agitated. Dexter had already mentioned there were no casualties, so how exactly had William handled the situation? This would reveal a lot about William's temperament. He didn't really do much. Dexter's tone turned a bit strange. He had Adrian hold his ink, and then Barrett used lightning magic and ended up zapping himself. It sounded so bizarre that if Dexter hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might have thought he was losing his mind. There was a pause on the other end of the phone before Samuel finally said, "Just know that even Ares shows utmost respect to Mr. Johnson." Ares? Who's that? Dexter was a bit slow to catch on. The number one on the human power rankings. Wow. At that moment, Dexter really just wanted to swear in astonishment. The number one on the human power rankings was a legendary figure. 2 years ago, he had slain a god and become world famous. Such a person showing utmost respect to William? That said volumes about William's identity and strength. Dexter remembered asking William how long he had been writing. William had said, "Quite some years." That must indeed be a very long time. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, that's fine. Samuel simply hoped that William was a benevolent deity. But what if he does kill someone? Dexter didn't know why he asked this question, but it seemed like a real concern. Samuel fell silent again, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. "What do you think?" Samuel finally realized that he couldn't answer the question. Dexter laughed awkwardly and then hung up the phone. After all, they definitely couldn't defeat William. If William really did kill someone, all they could do was stand by and watch. William continued writing until after 1 a.m., finally finishing the first volume of the Global Mutated Creature Cookbook. "Print 10 copies and bind them," William said, setting his quill aside. The rest of the work was, of course, left to Adrian. Barrett, who had come with Adrian, just stood there foolishly. William stood up, looked at him, and asked, "What were you trying to say earlier?" Barrett finally could speak, but at this moment, he realized that the man before him was not someone to be trifled with. His words became reality in an instant. This man's power level must be at least that of a lesser deity. "Mr. Johnson, it was all our fault. We shouldn't have deliberately provoked you. We hope you can forgive us. When it's time to bow your head, you bow." There was nothing more to say about that. If he wasn't worried about Adrian's safety, and also afraid that William wouldn't let him leave, he would have already gone back to the Pantheon Guild for reinforcements. "I'm not angry," William said. "Since there's no issue, you can leave once he's finished with his work." With that, William walked out of the office. He wanted to try and fit into the life of ordinary people, but his power didn't allow it. After William and the others left, Adrian began to print, organize, and bind the book William had written, working mechanically like a robot. Barrett, standing by, continuously used various secret techniques trying to snap Adrian out of it, but all his efforts were futile. It wasn't until he, in a fit of anger, tore up the books William had written that Adrian finally came to his senses. "Adrian, are you all right?" Barrett asked, staring at Adrian. "Let's hurry back to the guild. That William guy is off. He must be a user of dark powers." He relayed everything Adrian had experienced that day, And Adrian broke out in a cold sweat. It seems there's something wrong with what he wrote. Luckily, you were smart to tear it up, Adrian said, frowning in thought. We need to go back now and report this to the president. This William must be in league with Garen, and he's also a user of dark powers, Adrian analyzed seriously. He's at least of lesser deity level. It looks like we'll have to ask President Andreas to intervene. Barrett nodded vigorously. Right. The two of them took advantage of the night to return to the Pantheon Guild and reported everything about William. Meanwhile, they both felt incredibly clever, as if they had uncovered some great demon lurking among humans. Chapter 793, Because I Killed Him. Garen and Alexios had been waiting in the sky on the other side of Mount Olympus for a full day and night, but Ilias never showed up. To them, this seemed perfectly normal. The reason was simple. They had completely forgotten that Ilias was already dead. Since they believed Ilias was still alive, he must be nearby. A confrontation lasting a day and a night among soulmancers wasn't unusual or strange at all. However, back at the Pantheon Guild, there was a problem with the Destiny Spirit bead that connected all the elders. The Destiny Spirit bead belonging to Ilias, which was kept inside the guild, had lost its glow. This meant that Ilias was dead. This method of determining whether a member of the guild was alive was useful in many soulmancer organizations. It allowed the guild members to be informed of any accidents that happened to members who were outside. Ilias is dead? When did this happen? Andreas, the president of the Pantheon Guild, was shocked. Ilias was not weak by any means. How could he have died within just a day of leaving? President Andreas, the disciple monitoring the Destiny Spirit beads, only discovered today that Ilias's bead had gone out. The reporting disciple said with his head bowed, barely daring to breathe. But we don't know the exact time it went out. Andreas frowned deeply. Could it be that Garen's swordsmanship has become comparable to that of a god? He had heard of Garen, who was acclaimed as the strongest human swordsman. But that was just a claim. In the face of absolute power, what did being the strongest human swordsman mean? With the recent surge in Earth's energy, their magic should not be weaker than Garen's secret sword technique. Logically, even if Ilias couldn't defeat Garen, he should have been able to escape unscathed. Moreover, Andreas felt that even if Garen was incredibly powerful, he wouldn't dare to actually kill Ilias. Killing an elder of their Pantheon Guild would truly be starting an irreconcilable feud. President Adrian and Barrett have been waiting outside the Great Hall for a long time. They say they have something important to report. Andreas sighed and said, Let them in. Important matters? What could be more important now? Ilias is already dead. After entering the Great Hall, Adrian and Barrett knelt on one knee before Andreas. Speak, what is the important matter? Andreas suppressed his anger. He had already decided that he must teach Garen a lesson. Daring to kill an elder of their Pantheon Guild would cost him his life. President, we discovered a user of dark powers in Arcane Village, and it seems he is associated with Garen at Brokeback Mountain. This user of dark powers must also be at least a lesser deity level. Andreas raised an eyebrow. A user of dark powers? Adrian quickly said, Yes. His name is William. Andreas realized him. Adrian asked, Do you know him, President? Andreas replied, The affair between Garen and that William was once the talk of the entire Soulmancer community. Who doesn't know about it? I just didn't expect him to be at the lesser deity level. Andreas said, his eyes flashing coldly. Pretending to be weak by hiding his true strength? It was said that William only showed the capabilities of a novice soulmancer. Now they say he's a lesser deity level user of dark powers. Then he might know how Ilias died. Garen conspiring with a user of dark powers, two lesser deity level powerhouses against Ilias and Alexios. Naturally, they could win. Has Alexios' Destiny Spirit bead not gone out? Andreas suddenly thought of this. Alexios' Destiny Spirit bead is still glowing normally. Andreas sat in the president's seat and summoned the elders of the Pantheon Guild through telepathic communication. Everyone, Ilias has fallen. Alexios must have been captured. Andreas's gaze swept over the elders in the Great Hall. Garen has conspired with a user of dark powers. It seems they have taken Alexios as a hostage. Conspiring with a user of dark powers? Garen really has some nerve. President, we are willing to join forces to annihilate the Emerald Lion Guild. The elders of the Pantheon Guild were furious. The 10 elders were as close as brothers, and now Ilias had been killed, and Alexios had been taken hostage? How could they tolerate this? Absolutely intolerable. Especially upon hearing about Garen's collusion with a user of dark powers, they resolved to destroy the Emerald Lion Guild. "Follow me, elders, and let us confront this William," Andreas declared. Since they've taken Alexios, they must be up to something. At Andreas's command, the elders of the Pantheon Guild mobilized en masse, setting out to settle the score with William. Meanwhile, William had made breakfast that morning and, after eating, leisurely headed to his office. He had cast a spell yesterday, and Adrian should have prepared the book by now. Promises made to a student must always be kept. Upon entering his office, he saw scraps of paper everywhere and was stunned. His book had been torn up? Good grief. William realized he had been careless. It must have been that Barrett fellow. For the first time in many years, someone had broken his spell. It must have been that Barrett fellow. For the first time in many years, someone had broken his spell. Mainly, he had never imagined that someone would dare to tear up a book he had written. A book he had spent an entire day and night writing. Someone dared to tear it up? Truly audacious. Normally, William was very even-tempered and preferred not to quarrel with ordinary people. But what Barrett had done was really too much. Pantheon Guild. William's consciousness swept across the entirety of Mount Olympus. He had found out that Adrian had labeled him a user of dark powers. Damn it, if I were a user of dark powers, you two wouldn't have even made it out of the school alive. And now Andreas was gathering forces to come and settle scores with him? Well, speaking of settling scores, that wasn't entirely wrong. After all, Ilias had indeed died by William's hand. William stepped out of his office and moved to a secluded area, then teleported to appear in front of Garen. At that moment, Garen was still intently scanning his surroundings. When the space around him fluctuated, he instinctively drew his sword and swung it. A wave of energy shot out 3,000 miles. William caught Garen's sword with one hand, yanked it forcefully, and threw it away. "Look before you strike," William said coldly. "You can stand aside now. That man named Ilias is already dead." "Mr. Johnson?" Garen was in a state of panic. What had he just done? Had he really just attacked Mr. Johnson? And his full-force strike, his sword, was just snatched away by Mr. Johnson like it was nothing. What energy wave? What secret sword technique? They crumbled to dust. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Alexios was even more shocked. William's disarming move was terrifyingly effective. Garen's strike, which could definitely be considered a peak lesser deity-level attack, was effortlessly neutralized by William. And what did he just say? "You said Ilias is dead?" Alexios chuckled. "And why would you say that?" William glanced at him and said, "Because I killed him." Chapter 794, When did such a powerful deity appear on Earth? William killed Ilias? Alexios was filled with doubt. In his memory, William had never made a move from start to finish. And judging by William's apparent level of strength, he seemed to be just a novice soulmancer. No. From the way William effortlessly caught Garen's sword with one hand, it was clear that William couldn't possibly be just a novice soulmancer. It's not the strong who are frightening, but those whose true level of strength you cannot fathom. Especially considering Garen's respectful attitude towards William, this didn't seem like a simple friendship. Who exactly are you? Alexios was beginning to believe what William had said. Not for any other reason, but if Ilias were still alive, he should have shown up by now. William's gaze turned icy as he said, "Say one more word, and I'll kill you." The actions of Adrian and Barrett had truly enraged William. Was the Pantheon Guild so great? If Ilias didn't value the lives of ordinary people, William certainly didn't regard these so-called soulmancers highly either. If they hadn't provoked William, he would have remained good-natured. But Barrett dared to tear up the book he wrote. They were deliberately provoking him, and now the Pantheon Guild members even thought about ambushing William. Remember, when Adrian first came to trouble William, he only asked him to help with ink and printing books, and didn't do anything too outrageous to him. William had overlooked Barrett's disrespectful actions. But what had they done? It was laughable for Andreas of the Pantheon Guild to take the word of his guild members and immediately label William as a user of dark powers, intending to mobilize the entire guild against him. Could William tolerate such treatment? Alexios's face turned ashen, but he still sneered at William, saying, "Kill me? Do you want to make an enemy of our Pantheon Guild?" William didn't waste words. With a sweep of his robe, Alexios was reduced to dust, dissipating into the air. Why waste words on a mere soulmancer? Garen was already stunned by the sight. He knew Mr. Johnson was powerful, but Alexios died just like that? And when did Ilias die? He had been waiting here all day, thinking that Ilias's invisibility technique was so sophisticated that he couldn't detect him. So the guy was already dead. Doesn't that make him look foolish? Not long after Alexios's death, Andreas arrived with the remaining 8 elders of the Pantheon Guild, confronting William and Garen. Andreas glanced at Garen and William and asked, "Where is Alexios?" Garen knew it wasn't his place to speak at this moment, and he wisely kept his mouth shut. "Garen, you collude with a user of dark powers and kill an elder of my Pantheon Guild. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Andreas's aura surged, trying to overpower Garen directly. He was slightly stronger than Garen, and most importantly, he possessed an artifact left by the god Poseidon, which, in his view, should easily defeat Garen and William, even if they were lesser deity level. "You want to kill me?" William's gaze fell on Andreas. Instantly, the energy Andreas had unleashed dissipated into nothingness, and he stood frozen in midair like an ancient statue. With William there, Garen naturally wouldn't be affected. "You." Andreas's body began to tremble, feeling the overwhelming force of absolute power. "Let's see what little Poseidon left you." William's eyelid flicked, and a blue pearl flew out from Andreas's forehead, landing in his hand. This blue pearl contained remnants of Poseidon's energy and was enhanced with some magical runes. With this blue pearl, Andreas should be able to battle some lower-level deities. But he was facing William. Even the god Poseidon would respectfully call him master. The artifact Pearl of Tides from Poseidon. How dare you take it? Andreas was terrified. This Pearl of Tides, given to him when Poseidon descended, had become bound to his body after 5 years of absorption. Yet William had effortlessly taken this precious pearl, and he even referred to the god Poseidon as Little Poseidon. "You dare show disrespect to Poseidon." Andreas gritted his teeth and said, "You will be punished by Poseidon." Holding the Pearl of Tides, William gently pinched it with his thumb. Snap! The Pearl of Tides turned to powder with a crisp sound. Silence fell over the entire scene. This was an artifact given by the god Poseidon, and William just crushed it to dust with a flick of his fingers? Andreas and the other elders of the Pantheon Guild were dumbstruck. Garen, standing by the side, dared not speak. What had he just witnessed? From what Andreas had just said, this pearl seemed to be a gift from high-ranking god kings. "I have some acquaintance with Poseidon, but when you do something wrong, you must pay the price." William casually scattered the crushed Pearl of Tides like tossing away a handful of sand. In William's view, the Pearl of Tides was truly subpar. The Pantheon Guild worshipped the 12 main gods of Olympus, barely qualifying as followers of Poseidon, but Poseidon was William's disciple, so there was some connection to these followers. William's book had been torn, and he was somewhat angry, but not to the point of unbridled fury. "I have a book here, and each of you from the Pantheon Guild must copy it 10,000 times. Then go out and teach its contents to others, one by one." A book suddenly appeared in William's hand, the very same Global Mutated Creature Cookbook, Volume 1 he had written the day before. It had been torn, but for William, restoring it was a simple matter. William didn't really lose anything, so how angry could he be? "Mr. Johnson, we will obey." What else could Andreas say? He had effortlessly crushed a top-tier artifact given by Poseidon himself. Just how powerful was this man? And to think there had been rumors before that William and Garen were involved in a Brokeback Mountain scenario. As if Garen, that little trash, was even worthy of carrying William's shoes. William waved his hand dismissively and said, "Everyone leave. If you cannot do what I've asked, then there's no need for the Pantheon Guild to exist." William could guess why Poseidon had given the Pearl of Tides to Andreas. It was simply because he wanted to break through to the planetary level, not knowing how long it would take. Earth was not a place he could stay, but with gods from other dimensions descending, he needed Andreas to guard this land. Clearly, Andreas had not utilized the Pearl of Tides well, so it might as well be destroyed. After all, it wasn't anything extraordinary. As for the gods descending from other dimensions, if they obediently followed orders, well and good. But if they thought to occupy Earth and hinder William's process of watching over humanity's revival, then a slap would be ready for them. Where could Andreas and the others dare to waste words? Once Andreas regained his freedom, he bowed deeply to William and left with his people in a disgruntled manner. They dared not neglect the task William had assigned. A being who could casually destroy a top-tier artifact from high-ranking god kings had given them orders. If they didn't handle it well, they wouldn't even know how they might die. William's attitude just now, not to mention the Pantheon Guild, even Poseidon himself, wasn't regarded highly. When did such a powerful deity appear on Earth? Chapter 795. Frederick is too crazy. Barrett tearing up the book didn't really cause any loss to William. William had calmed down as well. It wouldn't be right to annihilate the Pantheon Guild just because of Barrett's personal actions, would it? Over the years, William had always tried to blend into the lives of ordinary people. From his current standpoint, wiping out the Pantheon Guild would seem a bit extreme. Having the members of the Pantheon Guild collectively copy the book was a minor punishment. Having them spread the knowledge was much faster than if William had to teach the students himself. William didn't bother with the Pantheon Guild members anymore and went straight back to school. The books that Adrian had printed out the night before were also repaired by William. During class, he handed out a copy to each student. Today, there were still only 4 students in class. Serafina, of course, was there to attend William's lecture. Silas and Jasper naturally came along as well. Mr. Johnson, this book is so detailed. Has it been verified? Jasper looked at the book William had given and voiced his doubts. It couldn't be helped. The details William had written were so thorough that it made him somewhat incredulous, especially since it included detailed information about numerous SSS-grade mutated creatures. How could the authenticity of this information be verified? Of course, it has been verified, William said. You just need to remember it. Serafina wasn't really interested in the data about mutated creatures. She was mainly there to sit in front of William, especially since William had given each person a book. From the handwriting, it seemed to be handwritten by William and then photocopied. My goodness, handwritten by Mr. Johnson himself. Even if just photocopied, such books weren't something just anyone could get. Now being given away for free, it was an absolute steal. Jasper and the others, not being of high enough level, just thought the handwriting in the book was nice. But with Serafina's current strength, as she read the text, she felt a unique power continuously channeling the surrounding energy into her body. Boom. Serafina felt her strength breaking through continuously, still ongoing. Serafina looked down at the book, crazily absorbing the energy around her. William frowned slightly. He had only written the book to give students some information about mutated creatures and plants. Who would have thought that Serafina would use it to boost her strength directly? Inside the Pantheon Guild, Andreas and others initially wondered about William's background, but as they began to meticulously copy William's book, they all started to zone out. Although their strength wasn't on par with Serafina's, they had reached the lesser deity level and could naturally sense the subtleties in William's writings. These characters, if I stared at them for 10 years, who knows what level of strength I could achieve? Andreas, being the president of the Pantheon Guild, naturally had a high level of aptitude and insight. When he saw the book written by William, it was as if a door to a new world had opened for him. Impressive. Could this be the true essence of the universal truths? Andreas and the others couldn't imagine who William really was. Just the photocopied text alone was enough to enlighten them. It was laughable that they had even considered taking action against William before. In the research base, Frederick, after thousands of experiments, finally discovered how to use the blood of mutated creatures and the crystals from mutated creatures to modify the human body. This was somewhat similar to the secret arts used in witchcraft to enhance the body. Commander Samuel, look, if we transform the power of mutated creatures' blood and crystals and inject it directly, we can modify the human body, Frederick said, looking through the glass wall at the volunteer undergoing the transformation. He was just an ordinary person before, but after the transformation, his strength is comparable to a B-level superhuman. This is just using B-level mutated creatures' crystals and blood. If we find SSS-level mutated creatures' crystals and blood, Could we directly create SSS-level warriors? Frederick, having mastered this body-modifying technology, was naturally thrilled. If it really worked, would humans still need to fear those mutated creatures? Dr. Sanger, have you considered how we could kill an SSS-level mutated creature? Samuel's brow furrowed slightly. But you're right. This technology could indeed improve the physical condition of ordinary people. This way, the overall strength of humanity could be greatly enhanced. Samuel had some understanding of Frederick's body-modifying technology. Firstly, the people undergoing the transformation also had specific physical requirements. Not just anyone could withstand the modification. And was it that easy to obtain an SSS-level mutated creature's crystal? That would require killing an SSS-level mutated creature. Wasn't Samuel being a bit too imaginative? Although Frederick was excited, he was aware that his technology had many limitations. For now, being able to enhance ordinary humans was already a significant achievement. With the development of this technology, the overall strength of humanity would inevitably be greatly enhanced. We could completely have powerful soulmancers and superhumans capture mutated creatures, then modify the physiques of ordinary people. With this cycle, it might not be long before human restoration becomes hopeful, Frederick said, trembling with excitement. And there's William. Since he isn't a transformed mutated creature, maybe we could ask him to help capture some mutated creatures. And the information he compiled is also very important, detailing the characteristics of various mutated creatures. Frederick opened his computer to review the data on mutated creatures that William had compiled. These mutated creatures also possessed different attributes, such as wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. Using some secret techniques of soulmancers, it seems possible to determine a person's attribute, then have them absorb the blood and crystals of mutated creatures with matching attributes. This could definitely create powerful superhumans. Frederick has gone further and further on the path of using science to transform ordinary people into soulmancers, becoming increasingly mad in the process, much like Dr. Lopez back in the day. Samuel, watching Frederick nearing madness, couldn't help but silently remark that there was indeed a fine line between genius and insanity. Frederick is too crazy. He was actually attempting to use science to modify human bodies and forcibly create superhumans. However, this didn't seem entirely impossible. If this research succeeded, it would certainly make history. No. Based on the technology developed so far, it was already possible to create gods. As for William, I don't know if he would help, Samuel mused, piecing together clues from various sources. William must be an extraordinary figure. Would such a prominent person really help him capture mutated creatures? After all, William had chosen to hide his strength and teach at a school, clearly indicating his reluctance to involve himself in matters between humans and mutated creatures. Providing this information was already quite generous. Approaching William rashly might not be well received. Chapter 796 Mr. Johnson is usually quite easygoing. William's forceful intervention also gave Garen a glimpse of the Pantheon Guild's strength. Afterwards, thinking it over, Garen felt a chill down his spine. Damn it, how does the Pantheon Guild have so many lesser deity-level members? That's just terrifying. And to think that a freak like Andreas even has an artifact bestowed by the sea god Poseidon. If it weren't for Mr. Johnson, would he really have dared to challenge Andreas? Wouldn't he have been annihilated without a trace? The greatest sword master among humans? Garen had a realistic grasp of his own combat abilities. His swordsmanship? It was merely scratching the surface of the secret sword technique used by William. Their Emerald Lion Guild, speaking of which, didn't really have much historical depth, especially compared to the Pantheon Guild. The Pantheon Guild, with its long history, followers of the 12 Olympian gods. The Pantheon Guild, including its president, had a total of 673 members. After hearing Andreas' report, the Pantheon Guild's Supreme Elder requested a photocopy of William's Global Mutated Creature Cookbook. A superhuman who could crush the pearl of tides between two fingers. How precious must his writings be? Even a photocopy would be revered as a sacred text. The three Supreme Elders of the Pantheon Guild, one after another, copied William's handwriting and felt signs of breakthroughs in their strength levels, as if their understanding of the world had been elevated. Under these circumstances, the The photocopy left by William directly became a treasured possession for the three supreme elders. The three old men sat in a row, handing over their copied works to Andreas. The original photocopy left by William, as long as the Pantheon Guild exists, would never circulate again. As the entire membership of the Pantheon Guild copied the text, over 100,000 copies of the Global Mutated Creature Cookbook were produced in just 3 days, a testament to their zeal. On the third day, members of the Pantheon Guild began to teach the contents of their hand-copied Global Mutated Creature Cookbook far and wide. With the Pantheon Guild's renowned reputation, their efforts in disseminating the book's content had a deeper impact on people than William's individual lectures. However, the members of the Pantheon Guild dared not set foot in Arcane Village's base again. After a bout of frantic analysis, Andreas realized that Mr. Johnson was merely playing around in the human world. And Mr. Johnson, teaching in Arcane Village, must be instructing on the characteristics of these mutated creatures. Would they dare to steal the spotlight from a great god teaching there? Were they looking for death? Also, because the Pantheon Guild was spreading knowledge about the habits of mutated creatures everywhere, they received support from around the world. In the process of disseminating knowledge, the members of the Pantheon Guild inevitably engaged in skirmishes with nearby mutated creatures, naturally saving many people in the process. In no time, the Pantheon Guild was seen as a beacon of justice in the hearts of people worldwide. Have you heard? The Pantheon Guild has started teaching people everywhere from that book called Global Mutated Creature Cookbook. It looks like they really want to save the world. Global Mutated Creature Cookbook? What a name. Only the strong members of the Pantheon Guild could adopt such an attitude towards treating mutated creatures as food. Global Mutated Creature Cookbook must have been written by one of the strong members of the Pantheon Guild. To have such deep knowledge of mutated creatures, how powerful must that person be? William, without revealing his strength, explaining the Global Mutated Creature Cookbook would likely be met with skepticism, but not so for the members of the Pantheon Guild. The world's strongest Soulmancer Guild, naturally filled with powerful individuals, made it seem only natural for them to know detailed information about mutated creatures. Why hasn't anyone from the Pantheon Guild come to our base to spread knowledge? The people at Arcane Village's base became somewhat puzzled. Logically, given the proximity of the Pantheon Guild to Arcane Village's base, shouldn't the powerful members of the Pantheon Guild have come to Arcane Village's base to impart knowledge first? Maybe the members of the Pantheon Guild think that since we're within their protection range, they don't need to teach us, someone suggested. Yeah, that's entirely possible. I heard there's a teacher at the school teaching this stuff. Could that teacher be a member of the Pantheon Guild? Teaching in this way isn't a bad idea. Due to a series of misunderstandings, many people started to believe that William was a member of the Pantheon Guild, responsible for teaching students about mutated creatures at the Arcane Village base. When William taught, the large classroom was always packed. Not only that, but the entire Emerald Lion Guild stood in the corridors outside the classroom, listening in. From having only 4 students in earlier classes to now being overcrowded, William felt a small sense of achievement. After all, what's the point of lecturing if no one's listening? As the number of students grew, William sent Serafina to the Pantheon Guild to fetch the books copied by the guild members. Andreas and the others had come to regard the original book left by William as a sacred relic, so giving the copies to Serafina was no big deal. And since Serafina was acting on William's orders, Andreas naturally treated her as a distinguished guest. Miss Serafina, here are 50,000 books. My people are still copying. How will you take them away? Andreas remembered William's instruction that each guild member should copy the book 10,000 times. Now, even their Supreme Elder was tirelessly imitating William's handwriting. Hearing that the Supreme Elder had gained breakthroughs in strength by copying the script in the book, the disciples were fervently copying as well. Looking at the 50,000 books in front of her, Serafina felt like a fool. Have your people help me transport them. Serafina was strong, but she didn't possess any spatial magic artifacts to transport 50,000 books by herself. How could she carry them all? Mr. Johnson really could have come himself and taken all the books in one go, but instead, he made her come all this way. Serafina couldn't imagine that William liked to engage in these trivial tasks. but he had no interest in visiting the Pantheon Guild, especially not for something as mundane as picking up items. We could also help you deliver the books to the Arcane Village base, Andreas suggested excitedly upon hearing Seraphina's dilemma. Has Mr. Johnson forbidden you from going to the Arcane Village base? Seraphina asked in return. That? He hasn't, Andreas replied, somewhat nervously. Miss Seraphina, do you think we could go? As long as Mr. Johnson hasn't said you can't go, then it should be fine. Seraphina paused thoughtfully before adding. Mr. Johnson is usually quite easygoing. Yes, at least most of the time, Mr. Johnson was known for his good temper. Just give me a moment. Upon receiving this information, Andreas quickly reported the matter to the 3 supreme elders of the guild. After seeing the Global Mutated Creature Cookbook, all 3 supreme elders expressed a desire to attend one of Mr. Johnson's lectures. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Seraphina sat down in the grand hall of the Pantheon Guild. Wasn't it just about getting some help to deliver books? Why not just send a few young disciples? In no time, all the higher-ups of the Pantheon Guild, above the rank of elder, had assembled. 3 venerable elders, each with white hair, carried 2 boxes of books each, their eyes eagerly fixed on Seraphina. Miss Seraphina, we are ready to depart. Seraphina glanced at the group, impressed. The strongest members of the Pantheon Guild were all here. Chapter 797, A Peaceful Life Isn't So Bad. Seraphina led a grand procession back to the Arcane Village base with the group in tow. In the past, Andreas and his companions would have descended upon the Arcane Village base like gods from the heavens. But now, they wouldn't dare. No matter what Seraphina said, they insisted on carrying the books through the city gates, claiming that doing so was a sign of respect for the place. Suit yourselves. Seraphina couldn't be bothered with them anymore and headed back to the school. William was in his office working on the 2nd volume when Seraphina returned. Did you get the books? He asked. Seraphina grimaced. I had Andreas and his team bring them over. They're at the base now. William looked up at Seraphina, smiled briefly, and didn't say much else. These were trivial matters to him. Mr. Johnson, they really went all out, copying 50,000 books, Seraphina said enthusiastically. That's just how women are. Even though she told herself there was no hope and she could give up, she always found something to say in front of William. Let them keep 20,000 copies and distribute the rest around the world. The population of the Arcane Village base was just over 60,000, and not everyone would read the book. 50,000 copies were indeed too many. Seraphina laughed. I think they just wanted an excuse to come over and curry favor with you. What's there to curry favor with me? William said indifferently. Tell them not to come looking for me. I don't want to see them. Despite some connections between the Pantheon Guild and deities like Poseidon and Zeus, William didn't know Andreas and the others well, so naturally, there was no need to meet. Mainly, William wasn't interested in the people from the Pantheon Guild. Understood. Seraphina sensed that William was in a good mood, so she leaned in and asked, Mr. Johnson, are you planning to help humanity eradicate those mutated creatures? Seraphina had wanted to ask this question for a long time. She wasn't human herself and naturally didn't care about human affairs, so over the years, she had mostly been an observer. But if Mr. Johnson wanted to help humanity, she was certainly willing to contribute. While William and Seraphina conversed, the other teachers in the office couldn't hear a thing. From their perspective, it just looked like Seraphina came over to find William, and then the two didn't speak at all. William was busy with his work, and Seraphina just stood by his side. It was a scene that should have seemed odd, yet it appeared perfectly normal to them. Of course, the teachers couldn't hear the conversation between William and Seraphina either. Why would I want to eradicate them? William chuckled. It's survival of the fittest. Let everyone fend for themselves. But Mr. Johnson, you still side with humanity, Seraphina teased. You are somewhat biased. From William's actions, it was clear he was aiding humanity. William nodded. You're not wrong there, especially since human civilization is much more interesting than those beasts that are always fighting and killing. I've lived in the human world for the last few millennia, so I do have some affection for it. Seraphina looked puzzled and asked, at your level of power, shouldn't you be indifferent to everything? William understood what she meant. Seraphina was implying that he shouldn't have emotions. A lot of things are indeed indifferent to me, William said calmly. But if I were indifferent to everything, Wouldn't life be even more boring? Living requires finding things to do, just like some people continuously improve their strength and experience the thrill of leveling up. Don't you enhance your power? Serafina frowned. William's point was valid. The deities in the divine realm continuously increase their power, not just for survival, but also to experience the thrill of each breakthrough. Becoming stronger, making those who once looked down on them look up to them, or to avenge deep-seated grudges, or to pursue a longer lifespan, even immortality, or to become a dominant ruler, finding a sense of superiority by enslaving others. There were many reasons and strong motivations. If one couldn't become stronger, they would just end up being enslaved and exploited. William shook his head. I haven't sought to increase my power in many years. There was a time when I found life meaningless, even wished for death, but couldn't achieve it, so I just kept myself busy. A peaceful life isn't so bad. Serafina found it hard to understand William's state of mind. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, So, Mr. Johnson, don't you want to become more powerful and explore worlds beyond Earth? I've heard that besides the divine realm, there are several parallel dimensions with many powerful beings. William just smiled and didn't respond. Powerful? How powerful? Have you already been there? Serafina thought about Amy's two masters who were high-ranking god kings in terms of power. That meant William must at least be at the level of high-ranking god kings too. As for other parallel dimensions, William must have already visited them. With the power of high-ranking god kings descending into other parallel dimensions, wouldn't that just mean wreaking havoc at will? William didn't answer her. Serafina chuckled. It really is lonely at the top, isn't it? A bit. William admitted, not having much left to pursue. He used to think about reviving Artemis or exploring beyond the universe, but now he could easily toy with cosmic entities and revive Artemis at will, slaughtering powerful beings from beyond the universe without a second thought. Becoming stronger? Wouldn't that just make things even more boring? Not to mention the pursuit of immortality. Better to just be an old man teaching at a school, which was quite nice. Then have you found the ultimate cosmic truth? Serafina remembered that the deities in the divine realm were all in search of this ultimate cosmic truth. William coughed lightly and said, I don't chase after those elusive things. The so-called ultimate cosmic truth and the power of cosmic laws were just a matter of thought. Besides, Dolly, the cosmic entity of the 13th universe, had exiled herself. But your words give me some ideas. William was indeed quite bored. Chasing after the ultimate cosmic truth was certainly off the table, but now that the 13th universe was without a cosmic entity to govern it, many places had become even more chaotic. With nothing better to do, taking Dolly's place and setting some rules might actually be quite interesting. Being a teacher by day and setting some rules by night wouldn't be so boring after all. Take it slow. It definitely needs to be taken slowly. This way, setting some rules for the 13th universe could keep him busy for a long time. William fell into silence, deciding to start from Earth. Between humans and mutated creatures, he could design a way for them to understand each other's languages. This way, perhaps they could negotiate in future encounters. Yes, that's the decision. With a mere thought from William, all the mutated creatures around the world could now understand and speak the local human languages, even the dialects. This way, communication would be barrier-free. At least if they couldn't win a fight, they could still throw some fierce words, right? Suddenly, humans all over the world were baffled. In a corner of the world, humans were fighting. That two-headed netherwolf just called you an idiot. I heard it. No need to repeat. I was just worried you didn't hear clearly. Damn it. Dare to call me an idiot. Watch me beat the crap out of you today, unless you've cleaned up your act. Chapter 798 Swearing had given soul to the fights. William felt that good communication could foster better relationships between humans and mutated creatures. After all, it was just a matter of territorial disputes, not necessarily a fight to the death, right? However, what William hadn't anticipated was that his actions allowed some humans to discuss their attack strategies in front of the mutated creatures, who could now understand everything being said. Blatant loud plotting. Could the mutated creatures tolerate that? They immediately used the tactics they had just learned to overpower those humans. Many such incidents occurred, and with William's intervention, humans were generally left dumbfounded. Damn it, Those mutated creatures can actually understand what we're saying. Indeed impressive. That bird just called me a fool. Fuck, I can't accept this. It's over. These mutated creatures can curse now. We can't beat them, and now we can't even outswear them. Who knows where they learned it? As William's consciousness swept across the world, he couldn't help but smirk. Arguing is the best way to communicate feelings. What if, in the future, they argued without resorting to violence and just exchanged insults instead? How wonderful would that be? Wouldn't the whole world be more peaceful? Inspired by Serafina's words, William felt that being just an observer was somewhat boring. Why not do something whimsical to accelerate the peaceful development between humans and mutated creatures? The mutated creatures suddenly seemed as if they had downloaded a language pack, understanding human speech as if a new world had opened up to them. Especially the part where they greeted each other's female relatives before a fight, which had become an essential prelude to any brawl. Many things, if not properly initiated, no matter how well done afterwards, would fail to reach the pinnacle of enjoyment. Clearly, swearing had given soul to the fights. Actually, humans felt relatively okay in this environment. Although they were being insulted, at least they didn't feel as oppressed. Meanwhile, William was in his office, busy writing the second volume of his book, while the entire human world was utterly baffled. Various news reports spread, plunging the world into temporary chaos. Had now mostly grouped together, while the mutated creatures had taken over the majority of the territories. More of the battles were actually between mutated creatures themselves. Previously, with no common language, enemies among the mutated creatures would just fight on sight. But now, those in the same area could speak the same language, and surprisingly, there were fewer conflicts and even alliances forming between different species. For the current situation, William decided he didn't want to change anything for the time being. After Serafina stepped out of the office, she immediately sensed that something was off. Her divine consciousness swept over the world outside the base, and she was stunned. These mutated creatures had indeed become stronger, but how had they suddenly all learned to speak? It was known that in the divine realm, the Shapeshifters clan only transformed into human forms and gained the ability to speak after thousands of years of power enhancement and the awakening of their spiritual intelligence. Especially the languages of various countries around the world, said to be the crystallized wisdom of the ancestors of all nations' peoples, ordinary mutated creatures, even if they became stronger, couldn't possibly learn these languages so quickly and easily. And now, what was going on with mutated creatures learning dialects? It was utterly absurd. Serafina couldn't possibly trace the origins of this anomaly. She simply followed William's instructions to tell Andreas and others that William didn't want to see them. When Andreas and his group arrived at the Arcane Village base, it was natural for Samuel to host them properly. In the eyes of Samuel and others, Andreas and the elders of the Pantheon Guild were almost godlike beings. Compared to Andreas and his group, S-class superhumans were far behind in terms of real combat power. President Andreas, these past few days, the mighty ones from the Pantheon Guild have saved many lives, a truly meritorious deed. Samuel started with a flattering compliment as soon as they met. Who doesn't like a bit of flattery? Samuel's intention was to encourage Andreas and his group to continue their efforts on behalf of humanity. With the formidable combat power of the Pantheon Guild, securing their help was certainly the best outcome possible. Facing William, Andreas naturally didn't dare to speak carelessly, but his attitude towards Samuel remained haughty and dismissive. Eliminating mutated creatures is our duty as soulmancers. There's nothing much to say about it. Our visit this time is twofold: to deliver a book and to visit Mr. Johnson. Andreas didn't really consider Samuel worth his attention. If it weren't for the fear of upsetting William, he wouldn't even bother interacting with Samuel. In his eyes, Samuel, despite being an S-class strongman, was still just an ordinary person. One strike would be all it took to kill him. What superhuman? It was a joke. Samuel pondered for a moment, sensing the coldness in Andreas's words. He quickly changed the subject. You mean William, Mr. Johnson, right? Andreas's eyes narrowed as he looked at Samuel, asking, From your tone, it seems you're quite familiar with Mr. Johnson. They were in the base's reception hall, surrounded only by a few of the base's key personnel besides Samuel. Samuel laughed heartily. Of course, I'm familiar with Mr. Johnson. I was the one who hosted him when he entered the base. He's even staying in my old room now. How's that for familiarity? Andreas tried to gauge from Samuel's expression whether he was lying. Turns out, Samuel was telling the truth. A smile broke across Andreas's usually icy face. Samuel, since you're familiar with Mr. Johnson, could you perhaps introduce me? I was rash last time and offended Mr. Johnson. I've been thinking about visiting to apologize. This matter, you'll need to put in a good word for me. Andreas's attitude did a complete 180, almost as if he and Samuel were close friends. To those unaware, it would seem they had a very cordial relationship. Even so, the three supreme elders behind Andreas and the elders of the Pantheon Guild didn't find anything amiss. Given the power displayed by William's book and his previous demonstrations of strength, Andreas's change in demeanor was completely justified. Of course, Samuel said with a mysterious air. But, with the world in such peril, Mr. Johnson would surely also wish for peace to be restored. Oh, Andreas frowned, under the impression that someone like William wouldn't care about the rise and fall of humanity. Perhaps Mr. Johnson was a benevolent deity? Did he want to save the world? Samuel chuckled. Isn't it obvious? Didn't Mr. Johnson write that global encyclopedia of mutated creatures to help humanity overcome this crisis? He continued earnestly. Moreover, Mr. Johnson is teaching at our school. Isn't that indication enough of his intentions? So, President Andreas, if you feel you should apologize to Mr. Johnson, perhaps you should consider doing something more practical. Samuel grew more animated as he spoke, beginning to coax Andreas. If he could sway Andreas, getting the entire Pantheon Guild to exert their efforts to save humanity would be fantastic. Chapter 799. Now was not the time to talk about filet mignon. Andreas was chatting with Samuel when Serafina suddenly appeared at the base. Miss Serafina. Andreas was very deferential in front of Serafina, even bowing slightly as he spoke. He could sense that this young girl was not weak, especially since she was associated with William, perhaps even having a special relationship with him. Was this someone Andreas could afford to offend? Mr. Johnson said there's no need for you to come to him. He won't meet with you, Serafina said. Also, just leave 30,000 copies of the book. The rest, including any new copies, should be distributed around the world by your Pantheon Guild. Serafina was just there to convey William's message, showing no reverence for the Pantheon Guild. To Serafina, the three supreme elders of the Pantheon Guild were nothing special, and she didn't take them seriously at all. Andreas bowed his head slightly and said, "The members of the Pantheon Guild will certainly follow Mr. Johnson's orders." After delivering William's message, Serafina prepared to leave, but heard Andreas ask, "Does Mr. Johnson intend for all members of the Pantheon Guild to participate in saving the world?" Huh, Serafina scoffed. "Do you think you can just guess Mr. Johnson's intentions? Do whatever you want at the Pantheon Guild. Do you think Mr. Johnson cares?" Serafina could guess that those mutated creatures that could speak were related to William. With such immense power, if he truly wanted to save the world, he could do it alone. What was the Pantheon Guild in comparison? Yes, yes, yes. Andreas didn't dare to argue, just smiled nervously, sweating profusely. Ever since he had witnessed William's methods, he knew he was dealing with an ancient deity. Calling the high-ranking god king Poseidon Little Poseidon. Such words were not spoken lightly. If Poseidon heard them, it could be deadly. But not only had William called him that, he had also casually crushed a divine artifact given by Poseidon. Was there any doubt about William's strength? Though Serafina appeared to be just a child, she had once been a dominant ruler in the divine realm. Except when facing William, she was extremely aloof to others. Glancing sideways at Andreas, Serafina then left the base. The meaning behind her gaze was left for Andreas and the others to interpret. After Serafina left, Andreas still didn't dare to breathe too heavily, his heart still pounding. Serafina was right. He had actually dared to speculate about William's thoughts. Wasn't that courting death? He knew that some deities hated most when others tried to guess their thoughts. You could do it, but you couldn't speak of it openly. Being too clever by half often led to an ugly end. Samuel was secretly sizing up Andreas. Really, he looked just like a dog trying to please its master. "Samuel, don't worry. I will make sure to fulfill the promise I made to you. Andreas said. All members of the Pantheon Guild will definitely strive to save the world. He didn't dare ask about Samuel and William's relationship or try to probe William's intentions anymore. Just get on with the work seriously. He had weighed things in his mind. After all, having the members of the Pantheon Guild participate in saving the world around the globe was definitely the right move. Although Samuel thought Andreas's recent behavior was very dog-like, the fact that the disciples of the Pantheon Guild were willing to participate in saving the world was undoubtedly a good thing. Guild leader Andreas is concerned about the whole world, and on behalf of all the refugees worldwide, I thank you. After all, it was a feat that benefited the entire world and also helped fulfill Samuel's wish, for which he was deeply grateful. One of the supreme elders of the Pantheon Guild spoke loudly. Saving the common people from dire straits is our duty. What's there to thank for? Andreas, not to criticize you, but you should have started this much earlier. Starting only now is really not praiseworthy. Chastised by the supreme elder, Andreas bowed his head and said, I have learned my lesson. In the end, they still hadn't met William. William had also found some things to do. In a moment of thought, he had changed the entire world. Why not train a few human warriors? Of course, this time he wasn't planning to personally train disciples. As a teacher, guiding a few students was only reasonable, right? Over the years, William had rarely personally trained disciples. Alice was clearly just someone he took in when he was bored, and she ended up becoming his wife, which was quite unexpected. Silas, do you want to learn magic? William decided to teach him some simple magic. As for combat skills, William wasn't too keen on teaching those. He tended to go overboard, being the type who could kill with a single punch. Was he supposed to teach Silas how to destroy the earth? As for swordsmanship, it was fine for Amy to learn, but for Silas, learning some magic was acceptable. Silas hadn't learned anything from Damien, instead enduring much suffering. Hearing that William wanted to teach him magic, he immediately tried to kneel and kowtow to William. William glanced at him, and Silas couldn't even kneel down. I'm not planning to take you as my disciple. I'm just teaching you some self-defense skills in my spare time. Just call me Mr. Johnson. Teacher and student, also a kind of mentorship, but not the kind that involves a lineage. Silas still looked timidly at William, unsure what kind of self-defense skills Mr. Johnson wanted to teach him. William thought for a moment, grabbed Silas, and the next moment they appeared in the forest around Mount Olympus. There are too many people in the base, not good for teaching. This place is better. Silas looked around, bewildered. What was going on? He hadn't even blinked, and suddenly they were somewhere else. And right in front of them was a huge mutated python. Wasn't this place a bit too dangerous? The mutated giant python in front of them hissed, saying, What brings these bipeds here? Looks like someone knew I hadn't eaten enough and sent me an extra meal. Silas trembled all over, terrified. This snake could talk. William looked at the mutated giant python and laughed. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing just by teleporting randomly. Silas turned to look at William, speechless. Was Mr. Johnson scared silly? The python in front of them looked very dangerous. Its head was bigger than William's entire body. One bite could surely swallow him whole. William hadn't released his aura, and the python had no idea it was in unprecedented danger. It even slowly crawled towards William. Cute bipedal creatures, don't be afraid. I'll swallow one of you whole, and it won't hurt a bit. As it spoke, the mutated giant python lunged at William, its mouth wide open. William raised his hand, grabbed the python's fangs, and stepped on its lower jaw, saying to Silas, Don't be afraid. Look at this little snake. I taught you about it in class. This is called a five-colored mutant python. Just by the name, you can tell it's the tasty kind. Five-colored. Silas was shaking with fear. When had he ever faced such a situation? William had indeed mentioned it in class. The five-colored mutant python, venomous fangs, juvenile length about 108.27 feet. Adult five-colored pythons can grow over 1,000 feet long, with about 660,000 pounds of strength and delicious meat, suitable for snake soup, barbecue, or stir-fried with ginger and garlic. Right? Although its name sounds a bit scary, its meat is much more tender than a filet mignon, William said with a smile. Silas twitched the corner of his mouth. Now is not the time to talk about filet mignon. Chapter 800 Fireball Spell. The five-colored mutant python could now understand what William was saying. Filet mignon? How could these damned bipeds even compare it to something like a filet mignon? After all, it was a dominant force on Mount Olympus, its massive body and venomous fangs allowing it to defeat most other mutated creatures. On Mount Olympus, few could suppress it, let alone these frail bipeds. Frail? The five-colored mutant python tried to bite down hard, only to find that the bipedal creature in its mouth was incredibly strong and could withstand the immense biting pressure. No matter how hard the python tried, the creature didn't budge. "Don't spray your venom," William said, and just like that, the five-colored mutant python's venom glands were completely blocked, unable to release any venom. It felt as if its glands were forcibly clamped shut, an incredibly uncomfortable sensation. The five-colored mutant python realized something was very wrong. This bipedal creature was not normal. If it were a normal biped, its bite would have turned them into a lump of flesh and blood. It was confident in its strength. But this creature, just with a single sentence, it made it impossible for the python to even spray its venom. Wasn't that terrifying? William completely ignored the five-colored mutant python's discomfort and turned to Silas. "Next, I'll teach you the art of controlling fire." Saying this, he released his grip, and the five-colored mutant python found itself unable to bite down. "Move back a bit. Bring your tail to the front." William felt that since they had met, it must be fate. This five-colored mutant python was clearly fated to cross paths with him, so inviting it to a meal wasn't too much, right? The five-colored mutant python didn't understand what was happening to it. Was it bewitched? Following the command of the biped in front of it, it actually moved back and brought its tail forward. Silas was puzzled by the situation. What was wrong with this giant snake? Why was it so obedient to Mr. Johnson's words? Could it be that this mutated giant python was Mr. Johnson's pet? The five-colored mutant python positioned itself about 10 feet away from William, its tail in front, and asked somewhat fearfully, "What are you going to do to me?" As a dominant creature, it now felt like a helpless girl surrounded by thugs in a corner, pitifully looking at William. William raised an eyebrow. "I don't really plan to do much, just that my new student here wants to practice some skills on you." "Practice skills?" The five-colored mutant python was filled with confusion. It clearly didn't understand what William meant. "I'll start by teaching you the simplest fire magic, the fireball spell." William thought for a moment and then instructed Silas, "Follow my lead. Start by learning the gesture to release the magic." William slowly demonstrated a hand gesture. Silas followed and learned slowly. However, just as William made a gesture, the sky turned blood red, and terrifying flames gathered wildly, enveloping the entire earth, causing glaciers to start melting. Mutated creatures around the globe began to stir restlessly, their instincts telling them that death was approaching, but were even more panicked. Countless people trembled as they looked up at the sky. What on earth is happening? Is another disaster coming, or has some malevolent deity arrived? It looks like the earth is going to be destroyed. It's all over. Everything is finished. Everyone felt uneasy, and many children were scared into tears, while some chose this moment to rush into the doors of evolution. Perhaps inside the doors of evolution, there might still be a way to survive. The flames in the sky were just too frightening. William also noticed the commotion in the sky. He had never used magic so formally before. Now that he had properly made a magical gesture, if the flames from the sky fell, it could really destroy the entire planet. It seemed he should avoid using magic carelessly in the future. He blew a breath towards the sky, and the terrifying flames immediately dissipated. Then he said to Silas, "Next, feel the energy around your body transforming. Convert the surrounding energy into flames. Then aim at the tail of this snake and shout, 'Fireball spell.'" The cosmic entity Dolly, the manager of the 13 universes, had already left the 13 universes, but the laws originally established in the 13 universes hadn't changed much. Teaching Silas magic was just a slight modification of the spellcasting method for William, and it wasn't a difficult task for him. Previously, formal magic required beginners to recite a long spell. For instance, to release magic, not only did beginners need to mutter spells, but they also needed to prepare some herbs, gems, special rune papers, and gods even had to draw out magic circles in advance. Then, Specific gestures were needed to guide and control the magical energy. All of this seemed too cumbersome to William. Why not keep it simple? Silas, naturally gifted with a divine constitution, learned quickly, and a ball of red fire lightly floated towards the tail of the five-colored mutant python. Puff! The fire landed on the five-colored mutant python, sparking a small flame that extinguished instantly. The five-colored mutant python, after all, was a powerful beast. Silas's casual gesture aiming to roast it for a meal was clearly unrealistic. Mr. Johnson. Silas felt he had performed very poorly. He had managed to convert the surrounding energy, as Mr. Johnson said, but the conversion wasn't very effective. Not bad. Just keep practicing. William didn't dare expect Silas to burn down the entire forest on his first try. Silas clenched his fists, excitedly looking at William. This was the first time he had ever been praised. Go on. Don't be afraid of it. William pointed at the five-colored mutant python not far away. The five-colored mutant python was almost paralyzed with fear. Others might not know, but it saw clearly that this biped had merely made a casual gesture, and the whole world was on the brink of destruction. And that intense oppressive feeling was too terrifying. It had actually thought about eating William just a moment ago. Now, hearing William's words, it didn't dare move an inch. Silas repeatedly used the fireball spell, becoming more efficient at converting the surrounding energy, and the flames grew larger and larger. But still, the attacks left not even a mark on the five-colored mutant python. Clearly, such attacks couldn't harm the five-colored mutant python. As the sun set, it was time for dinner. William waved his hand, and a table appeared in front of them, along with 2 chairs, 2 sets of dinnerware, and even a set of cooking utensils. Are you hungry? William looked at the sweaty Silas and asked softly. Silas nodded cautiously. After practicing the fireball spell all afternoon, it was impossible not to be hungry. William smiled. Then sit there. Dinner will be ready soon. Silas obediently took his seat, unsure of what Mr. Johnson was going to do. William casually picked up a chef's knife he had bought at the supermarket earlier, his gaze falling on the five-colored mutant python. The five-colored mutant python, making eye contact with William, felt as if a huge danger sign was etched on its forehead. Chapter 801 This is how geniuses are made. The five-colored mutant python watched as William approached with a chef's knife in hand. Resembling a farmer ready to harvest ripe vegetables, the mighty five-colored mutant python, a dominant force on Mount Olympus, had now become mere ingredients on a chopping board. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to chop off a bit of your tail, William said as he walked over to the python's tail, wielding the chef's knife. He prodded along the python's body with his fingers, searching for the tastiest spot. Such a large python was more than he and Silas could eat, so naturally, he chose the most delicious part. The five-colored mutant python watched the chef's knife in William's hand, harboring a sliver of hope that such a simple weapon couldn't possibly harm it. It believed the knife would surely break against its tough skin. Its scales were impervious to water and fire, resistant to blades, and extremely tough. How could an ordinary knife cut through? Perhaps after a few unsuccessful attempts to cut it, William would give up. Wouldn't that be great? Right here. William's finger landed on a spot on the tail of the five-colored mutant python. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all, and there won't even be any blood. His words sounded eerily like something a player might say to coax a young girl. The five-colored mutant python's eyes widened as it stared at William. Then, with a swift motion, William's knife flashed, and a small section of the python's tail was cleanly cut off without any blood, the wound cauterizing instantly. The five-colored mutant python's mouth hung open in disbelief. What happened to its supposedly invincible defense? In front of William's chef's knife, why did it feel as fragile as paper? It couldn't understand that in the presence of a powerhouse like William, there was no such thing as absolute defense. As for the quality of the chef's knife, William could have split the five-colored mutant python in two with a straw if he wanted to. Silas watched with wide eyes. Mr. Johnson, you're so powerful. If only he could be as formidable as Mr. Johnson one day. William had cut a piece of the tail, and logically, the tough snake skin wouldn't be something a normal person could chew through, but William skillfully separated the skin first. Snake skin was the soul of this dish. How could he throw it away? Silas watched as the snake's skin floated midair, enveloped in a sphere of water that washed it clean. Magic isn't just for killing. It can be very useful in everyday life. William always believed that cooking was the proper use for magic. For instance, if ordinary fire was used, it wouldn't bring out the right flavor in the snake's skin. In Silas's view, as the water sphere disappeared, a gentle flame enveloped the snake's skin, which began to sizzle and emit a barbecue aroma. The five-colored mutant python trembled as it smelled the aroma. The flames in the air could easily roast it to perfection. William didn't care what the five-colored mutant python thought. He roasted the skin to a golden brown, withdrew the divine fire, and then cut it into small pieces, sprinkled homemade seasoning on it, and served it to Silas. Try this. William was generally kind to children, much like how most elderly people enjoy the company of young ones. Silas had suffered under Damien's abuse for years. Despite his divine constitution, his body was riddled with hidden ailments that needed treatment to recover. The snake skin roasted by divine fire could heal the injuries inside Silas's body. After tasting a piece, besides finding it delicious and chewy, he felt a warm surge throughout his body. In the post-apocalyptic world, Silas usually ate mutated rat meat, and Damien even threw him raw rat meat regularly. Compared to his time with Damien, being with William was like moving from hell to heaven. He silently vowed to himself to stay by Mr. Johnson's side and become as powerful as him. Eat slowly. This is just the appetizer. As a chef, tasting his own cooking was a basic practice for William. The five-colored mutant python skin was chewy and flavorful without being greasy. But of course, the snake meat was the real delicacy. The peeled and cleaned snake meat was translucent like white jade, its beautiful marbling making it look even more appetizing. William followed the marbling as he cut the snake meat, marinated it with various spices, and then sat down himself. Would you like a drink? William then took out a glass bottle from his space storage ring and placed it in front of Silas. His ring contained countless items, and this glass bottle held nectar from hundreds of thousands of years ago, a truly fine drink that couldn't be described by mere adjectives. Legend had it that a single drop could extend a normal person's life by 10 years, though it wasn't quite that miraculous in reality. At most, it could transform one's physique. Moreover, a normal person might die from the overwhelming power if their body couldn't absorb it. To William, nectar had no taste, he'd rather drink vodka. But Silas, with his divine constitution, could handle the nectar without any issues, and this particular bottle, having been stored by William for hundreds of thousands of years, had improved effects. Silas looked at the glass bottle in front of him without a second thought, grabbed it, and started chugging. In just a moment, Silas felt a comforting sensation throughout his bones, as if filled with strength. Now try the fireball spell again. William was quite relaxed, as the snake meat still needed to marinate for at least half an hour. There was no rush. After drinking the nectar, Silas underwent a significant transformation, fully activating the potential of his divine constitution and achieving perfect harmony with the surrounding natural energy. Okay, Silas responded, stood up, and focused on the five-colored mutant python. He quickly made a gesture, and his hands burst into a brilliant light. Fireball. Spell. As Silas shouted, a golden flame struck the five-colored mutant python, sparking a burst of fire. The five-colored mutant python was numb by now. Silas's fireball spell hadn't caused any real damage, but it didn't dare to flee. It stayed motionless, like a statue. Watching others eat its skin and meat, it dared not express its anger and had to remain a target. This was truly an unpleasant experience. When you find that feeling, try shouting fireball spell, William instructed. It's just about converting the natural energy around you. Eventually, you won't even need the magical gestures, just a thought, and the spell will release itself. William didn't want Silas to learn just the superficial aspects of magic. That would be too boring. Silas, hearing William's words, frowned slightly in thought, then made a gesture and launched a fireball. He was learning fast, much better than that fool Alice. Keep going, the snake meat will take a while longer. William busied himself with various seasonings, satisfied with Silas's performance, and let him continue freely. Chapter 8:02 William, you really had me fooled. The meat of the five-colored mutant python was well marinated, and Silas had already tentatively used the fireball spell dozens of times. William only occasionally glanced over at him. It was just a simple use of basic magic. Really, there was no danger involved, just a matter of efficiency. Silas fully demonstrated the potential of his divine constitution, casting fireballs faster and faster. In just a short while, he was able to release a dozen fireballs with a single gesture. Ordinary people rely on mental power to cast magic, and soulmancers meditate to train this mental power. Some powerful soulmancers might look frail, but with strong mental power, they can sit still, think, and continuously unleash thousands of spells, capable of breaking through armies of tens of thousands and destroying thousands of mountains. Although Silas possessed a divine constitution, he hadn't undergone systematic training. He had merely become powerful by drinking nectar to stimulate his physical potential. His mental power wasn't particularly strong. Continuously using the fireball spell, Silas's complexion had turned somewhat pale, but William didn't call a halt, so he was unwilling to stop, even with a splitting headache, continuing to cast the spell over and over. William didn't find anything strange about this. If one couldn't even persist through this, how were they any different from those web novelists who update sporadically? The snake meat was marinated, and William began by slightly pouring olive oil into the pan, adding the marinated snake meat along with scallions, garlic, and rosemary to lightly saute. Most people would think to make snake meat soup with water and seasonings, but William believed that lightly sautéing the meat of the five-colored mutant python was even more delicious. The snake meat was tender, it only needed the right heat. Just drizzle some soy sauce and quickly stir-fry for 15 seconds before plating with lemon herb sauce, and a delicious dish of stir-fried snake meat was ready. Silas, you can come and eat now. William waved Silas over, who was visibly exhausted. If he didn't replenish his energy soon, he might just faint on the spot. Smelling the aroma and hearing William's call, Silas staggered on the spot, nearly falling, gasping heavily. William was already seated, thinking if Silas fainted, would he have to eat alone? That would be something delicious. Silas's vision darkened. He supported himself with one hand on the ground, but clenched his teeth as his vision slowly cleared and a rush of blood went to his head, marking his first breakthrough in mental power. He didn't faint. William grinned. If you're okay, come over and eat. At that moment, Silas's mind felt warm and fuzzy, excitedly sitting across from William, somewhat shyly looking at him and whispering, "Thank you, Mr. Johnson." William laughed. "Boy, speak up next time. Don't be so timid." "Okay." Silas nodded vigorously, his eyes showing a new resolve. "Let's eat." William didn't waste words, already picking up his knife and fork. Silas's past experiences had left him somewhat insecure, but to William, that was nothing. Regaining confidence was the start of a new life. This experience was truly a reboot for Silas's life. In the doors of evolution, human elites had ventured in. Initially, they were just looking for Amy and Walker, but later, discovering a mysterious tower filled with treasures, who wouldn't want them? The arrival of Ares and Evelyn undoubtedly brought new support to Amy and Walker. What would have taken at least half a month to clear, they completed swiftly with their help, securing all the treasures within the tower. Nice. William sensed that Amy and her team had cleared the tower and sent them back to the Arcane Village base. Amy and her team had indeed brought back quite a haul. The base of Arcane Village was experiencing an unprecedented boom. Although Ares had also gone to the doors of evolution, the treasures from the tower were mostly in Amy's possession. "Mr. Johnson, when did you come out of the doors of evolution?" Amy had guessed that William was very powerful, but she thought he would be waiting outside the tower for her. When she came out, she didn't see William. She had performed so well, and William hadn't even praised her. William ruffled her hair, saying, "You guys didn't come out of the tower, so I came back first." Amy, like a pampered pup, was thrilled to be petted, her eyes sparkling as she looked at William. "I got everything from inside." "Oh, not bad. What do you plan to do with those things?" William considered the items from the tower treasures for ordinary people, but to him, they were nothing special. If Amy liked them, she could keep them all for herself. Even if Amy did that, William wouldn't think any less of her character. He almost regarded Amy as his own daughter. Not only did he not think there was anything wrong with her actions, but he would also protect her even if there were. Of course, I'll give them to Commander Samuel. Commander Samuel will definitely praise me. Amy was indeed the darling of many, equipped with secret techniques and top-tier artifacts. The items from the tower, although curious, were not something a playful child would actively learn. She was already struggling to keep up with the secret techniques taught by her two masters. How could such a clever girl burden herself with a pile of secret technique books? As for the weapons, she didn't care for them, possibly only liking the bunch of red fruits. So many secret technique books, aren't you planning to pick a couple to take back and learn? William raised an eyebrow at Amy, knowing well what the little girl was thinking. Do you think I'm stupid? Amy pouted at William, popping a red flame fruit into her mouth. She had said she would give all the items to Samuel, but before that, why not enjoy a few more red fruits? William wouldn't push Amy to learn more. She was just a child, and learning some self-defense from the likes of Poseidon was good enough. Anything more was unnecessary. William hadn't planned on involving Amy in saving the world. Amy was still scared of bloodshed. Saving the world was out of the question. Walker, standing nearby, hearing William's words, was even more convinced of William's immense strength. He was now certain. The doors of evolution, was it really a place where you could leave whenever you wanted? Even demigod-level beings couldn't freely enter and exit the doors of evolution, but William had left early. What did that imply? William, you really had me fooled. Walker finally couldn't hold back and spoke up after seeing William. I never lied to you. William had never truly deceived Walker. He had even repeatedly told Walker how powerful he was, but Walker hadn't believed him. Who was to blame for that? Chapter 803 How should it be allocated? What exactly is your power level? Walker had realized that William was strong, but he still had no clear idea of just how powerful William was. Certainly more than a demigod level. I really don't have a power level, William said. All I can say is, I don't really like to fight, it's boring. Walker, having finally asked, of course couldn't just let it go at that. He needed a reference point, so he hesitated before asking further. Then, are you more powerful than Amy's masters? Without hesitation, William replied, if we're talking about combat power, I'm a bit stronger. All right then. Walker now had a rough idea of William's power level. Isn't the whole point of classifying soulmancers by power level to distinguish the strong from the weak? Amy's masters were famously powerful. If William was even slightly stronger than Zeus and Poseidon, that would place him beyond the power level of high-ranking god kings. So Walker's brow furrowed as he spoke. You could directly solve the current crisis? Considering the might of high-ranking god kings, Walker guessed that someone of sufficient power level could single-handedly resolve the issue with Earth's mutated creatures. William shook his head and smiled. Those mutated creatures are just trying to survive. From their perspective, what they're doing isn't wrong. Asking me to kill them just doesn't sit right. In the world of rabbits, wolves are sinners too. Is it because of some restrictions? Walker clearly didn't understand William's point. In his view, since William had chosen to stand with them, why not just kill those mutated creatures? Could it be that William was restrained by some special rules? Indeed, many novels and films impose restrictions on powerful beings, such as cosmic laws or divine decrees that prevent the mighty from directly interfering in the affairs of mortals. There are no restrictions, I just don't want to, William said plainly, without any pretense or explanation. It was simply a matter of preference. In today's world, there really were no restrictions for him. Why don't you want to? Walker was still puzzled. If he were William, he would definitely eradicate all the mutated creatures and give humanity a peaceful world. Why do you care? William decided to end the conversation. There. Was this never going to end? Continuing this discussion would lead nowhere. Why though? Get lost. William turned and walked away, tired of wasting words on Walker. Amy trotted after William. Walker is a bit dense, Mr. Johnson. Don't be mad. I'm not mad. How could William be angry? He was just dealing with a persistent fellow. Samuel also held a celebration, with all the top human powerhouses present in the conference room. Everyone, you've worked hard, Samuel said. We owe the retrieval of these treasures from the doors of evolution to your collective efforts. Ares didn't dare take any credit. Evelyn remained silent, and the other powerhouses. Zed, ranked third, turned his face away when he saw William in the room. Their initial purpose in coming to the Arcane Village base wasn't for the treasures inside the doors of evolution, but to kill William. Zed's attempt to assassinate William had become a joke, and once it leaked, who else would dare make a move? Then they found out Walker and Amy were safe and sound, and the most terrifying part was Amy, who clung to William like a shadow. How could William be a simple character? And then there was Serafina. This woman wasn't on the human power rankings, but in recent years, she had severely taught some people a lesson. Didn't you see how meek she was in front of William? This time, the resources we've brought back from the doors of evolution should be properly distributed to maximize their use, Samuel continued. If anyone has any suggestions, feel free to share. Amy and her team had brought back a lot, including divine fruits, various powerful artifacts, future tech weapons, mysterious secret technique books, and various exquisite and powerful magic circle secret technique books, as well as some technology chips that surpassed this era. There were also resources to help soulmancers enhance their strength, including pills, crystal stones, and alchemical materials. With so many resources, it was truly like finding treasure. Amy was generous. Aside from the red flame fruits, she ate before handing them over. Everything she got from the tower was given to Samuel. Samuel, seeing the treasures filling the entire storeroom, was ecstatic. However, how to distribute these resources to maximize their benefits became a challenging task. The base of Arcane Village couldn't just keep them all in the storeroom. One method was to send everything to the headquarters in Washington for the higher-ups to distribute. But it would be better if they could think of a more effective way to distribute them before that. Because William was here, Samuel had called this meeting, in part, to seek William's opinion. William sat there looking at his phone. With the apocalypse upon them, novel websites had ceased operations, and most authors had stopped writing. He was reading old novels. Entertainment options for humanity had dwindled. Everyone was struggling just to survive. Who had time for fun? But none of this applied to William. He wasn't worried about survival, and reading novels was a fine pastime. As for those items, what did they have to do with him? Samuel's gaze kept darting towards William, but William showed no sign of interest. Evelyn then spoke up. Commander Samuel, I have something to say, though I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Please, Evelyn, speak, Samuel said, aware of Evelyn's background. This woman had been the CEO of Allen Group, known for her extraordinary methods, and a disciple of Moros, the deity of witchcraft. She had once publicly immersed herself in boiling potion, her skin blistering and peeling, enduring untold suffering to achieve her current strength. Evelyn's words were definitely worth listening to. Commander Samuel wants the major soulmancer organizations to come forward to resist the mutated creatures, right? Evelyn said. The items we've brought back from the doors of evolution are undoubtedly divine artifacts for any soulmancer organization. Commander Samuel could announce to the world that any soulmancer organization that contributes can come and choose a treasure. Secret technique books and those powerful magic circle setups aren't for everyone, Evelyn continued. These items must fall into the hands of those who are suited to them to maximize their value. Why not keep these treasures at the base of Arcane Village and let soulmancers and superhumans worldwide exchange them for contribution points? Evelyn suggested. For example, killing an S-class mutated creature, rescuing a certain number of civilians. All these could be converted into contribution points, and with enough points, they could come to the base to pick a treasure. In these chaotic times, many soulmancers and superhumans chose to look out for themselves. Not everyone was thinking about saving the world, and without sufficient benefits, it was impossible to motivate people. The treasures at the base of Arcane Village could indeed inspire soulmancers and superhumans worldwide to join the effort to save the world. Chapter 804 Top-Level Manager. That's a great idea. Samuel's eyes lit up upon hearing Evelyn's suggestion. Traditional soulmancers often looked down on superhumans. In their view, superhumans were merely humans with genetic mutations who suddenly gained some unique powers but had a low power ceiling. Unlike soulmancers, who could pursue supreme power and significantly longer lifespans. This was why many soulmancers didn't take superhumans seriously and mostly fended for themselves when it came to resisting mutated creatures. To soulmancers, the emergence of mutated creatures wasn't just a crisis, but also an opportunity. The others in the room had no objections, and Samuel occasionally glanced at William. Evelyn continued, "Of course, if we really want to maximize the benefits of these items, there are many steps involved." Samuel, as the highest commander of Arcane Village, certainly had some strategies and tactics. If they implemented Evelyn's plan, it should indeed motivate the Soulmancers. Just like how superhumans currently work to earn crystals from mutated creatures, only sufficient benefits could ensure the better operation of human civilization. Samuel had also been thinking about how to maximize the benefits of the treasures from the Doors of Evolution. His previous idea was to make many copies of the secret technique books and powerful magic circle layouts, and distribute them worldwide, giving everyone a chance to learn. But there were many issues to resolve. Who would teach these things, and who could learn them? And how would the weapons be distributed? It was all very complicated. Evelyn, with the memory of a queen, had managed a harem and manipulated people's hearts. The key point was that Evelyn thought big. She had once aspired to become the new Queen of Commerce. What Samuel found difficult, Evelyn saw as straightforward. If we only let Soulmancers kill mutated creatures for contribution points, that's clearly not enough. Evelyn said with a serene smile, "The first thing we need to do is categorize all the treasures by grade, just like how we categorize mutated creatures." At this point, Walker couldn't help but interject. If we categorize the items from there, wouldn't each one be considered an SSS-grade treasure? What's the point of categorizing them? Walker had seen those treasures. Any of the secret technique books or weapons were top-notch. Even the fruits that Amy snacked on were rare divine fruits. Was there really a need for categorization? William chuckled from his seat and slowly put away his phone. Walker was right. The items he had placed in the tower were all top-tier treasures in today's world. Evelyn wasn't surprised, but simply smiled. "Doesn't that make things easier?" Walker looked puzzled and stared at Evelyn. "If they are all SSS-grade top-tier treasures, that will maximize everyone's motivation," Evelyn explained. 20,000 D-grade mutated creature crystals can be exchanged for one treasure in the vault, 10,000 C-grade for one, and so on. 3 S-grade crystals can pick one item, and 1 SSS-grade crystal can pick one. Hearing Evelyn's words, Walker looked conflicted. He had always thought highly of himself, believing he was unmatched in both strength and wisdom. But these days, he had been deeply shaken. Not to mention William, the freakishly powerful old man. Even Amy, the freakishly powerful kid, had already overwhelmed him in terms of combat power. Today, Evelyn's performance made Walker feel foolish. Walker fell into a deep self-doubt. Was he really just a fool? Samuel, hearing Evelyn's words, felt enlightened. If they really implemented Evelyn's plan, the powerful Soulmancers would surely go crazy killing mutated creatures. This would completely mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. In the meeting room, one of the powerhouses raised a concern. How can you ensure that the truly powerful elites won't just come and raid the base? If there are those capable of killing SSS-grade mutated creatures, wouldn't the best method for them be to directly rob the base? Do you think you could stop them if they wanted to? Evelyn's smile grew broader, and she glanced unintentionally at William. "We really don't need to worry about that." William didn't speak. He might not intervene in killing mutated creatures, but if someone tried to rob Arcane Village, he might just have to reason with them. Surely people in this world were reasonable, right? No one would actually ignore advice, would they? With Evelyn's words, many in the room understood her implication. Not to mention William, the super demon lord. The people present could represent the top combat power of humanity. With the backing of people like Amy and Evelyn, who would dare to cause trouble? Would they be seeking death? "All right, we don't really need to worry about that," Evelyn said. "What I just mentioned is only the first step. Killing mutated creatures is just like a key to the door. If we really want to utilize these secret technique books and powerful magic circle layouts, we need to have them take apprentices." Samuel was stunned. What does it mean to be a capitalist? This is what they call a ruthless capitalist. When the powerful come to choose secret technique books and magic circle layouts, of course, they should choose for themselves, Evelyn continued. As for the apprentices they must teach, they must be officially recognized, with a clean social background and a positive mindset. Passing on the torch like this is the only way to truly strengthen humanity. Teach 10 apprentices to reach a certain level of strength, and they can choose another treasure. If they choose a secret technique book or a magic circle layout, they must teach at least one apprentice. Otherwise, they cannot choose other secrets or powerful magic circles. Hearing Evelyn's words, Samuel and others were impressed. In today's era, talent is what's most lacking. If they implemented Evelyn's plan, it would first solve the mismatch of secret technique books and magic circle layouts, maximize the motivation of soulmancers to kill mutated creatures, harvest a wave of creature crystals, and train more talent, creating a beneficial cycle. Mutated creature crystals were now a solid currency. With this cycle, the human alliance could gather more crystal reserves, thereby better motivating superhumans. Evelyn, I'm impressed. Samuel couldn't help but say, would you be interested in taking a position at our base? Poaching talent. With so many powerful individuals present, and Evelyn being a top-tier manager, why wait to recruit such talent? Evelyn, without any hesitation, smiled and said, of course, I'm interested. Chapter 805 A Child's Happiness is very simple. Throughout the meeting, William didn't offer any opinions. Evelyn's suggestions were excellent, and with her subsequent detailed proposals, no one present raised any objections. It wasn't that they were unintelligent, but rather that the soulmancers present were more focused on their cultivation and the pursuit of strength. They lacked ideas about management and how to motivate others. Evelyn was somewhat of an anomaly among soulmancers. As her cultivation progressed, she discovered a mysterious power within herself waiting to be unlocked, which was actually a drop of blood William had secretly given her long ago. Moros had also sensed William's aura on Evelyn, which is why he chose to focus on training her. The witchcraft he taught was specifically designed to activate the power from William's blood. Now, Evelyn's physical strength was among the highest in humanity, and advancing to a higher level of power seemed imminent. After the meeting, Samuel immediately reported the contents of the meeting upwards, and in less than an hour, a directive was issued. All treasures from the Doors of Evolution were to be stored at the Arcane Village base. Those who participated in the Doors of Evolution challenge could select any 3 items from the treasures without any restrictions. Furthermore, it was announced globally that the Arcane Village base had acquired 500 top-tier treasures. Powerhouses from around the world could exchange them for mutated creature crystals. The exchange rates were similar to what Evelyn had proposed. 20,000 D grade, 10,000 C grade, 5,000 B grade, 1,000 A grade, 3 S grade, 2 SS grade, and 1 SSS grade mutated creature crystals could each be exchanged for 1 treasure at Arcane Village. This number might sound staggering, but it was expected that many large soulmancer organizations would form groups to hunt mutated creatures. While S-grade and above creatures were challenging to hunt, for high-level soulmancers, killing A-grade creatures was not particularly difficult. Collecting 1,000 A-grade crystals was just a matter of time. The policy regarding the transmission of secret techniques would also encourage more superhumans and soulmancers, who were otherwise reluctant to contribute to saving the world, to join the official ranks. This was because it offered them the opportunity to learn secret techniques and powerful magic circles from the masters. After the policy was released, everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. The world's strongest had gathered. Those who participated in the Doors of Evolution challenge were essentially the top 10 powerhouses of Earth, along with Walker, Amy, and William. Allowing them to choose any 3 items from the warehouse also leveraged the value of these treasures, as these individuals represented Earth's top combat power. Choosing treasures from the warehouse. William just laughed. The items he had placed in the Doors of Evolution had been taken out, and now they were inviting him to pick 3? As for Amy, she probably didn't care much either, as she already possessed numerous treasures. William was well aware that among those items, some were of even higher quality than the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Over 500 items, and William had just tossed them in carelessly. To him, these items were just ordinary, just as the sword of the Abyssal Guardian seemed ordinary to him. Top-tier treasures? Even the weapons used by the Cosmic Entity Guardians in their battles were only a few good ones. In today's world, the strongest weapon was probably the sword of Soulbreaker that Alice wielded. I'm not going in to pick. Walker was straightforward this time. He had gone through the Doors of Evolution with Amy, and unlike her naive approach, He had already chosen some items during their adventure. Amy, being young, thought only of handing over the treasures to Commander Samuel to earn praise. But Walker had already chosen 15 items during their adventure, stuffing various weapons, gems, and secret technique books into his spatially enhanced underwear. To put it bluntly, the items currently in the Arcane Village base were what he had left behind. Besides the items from the tower, Walker had also acquired a robot and a black grossmesser. He was the biggest beneficiary of this Doors of Evolution challenge, although he was also committed to saving the world. In his view, these treasures were earned with their lives by him and Amy. Whether to hand them over depended on his mood. After all, he had given so much. Picking a dozen items first wasn't too much, right? Only a child as rich as Amy would hand over all the treasures. Samuel probably guessed that Walker had kept some treasures, but that was quite normal. He still said with a smile, "Go ahead, pick some more. Maybe there are some treasures you haven't discovered." Walker gave him a look. That statement wasn't very subtle, clearly implying he had already chosen. At his age, he really didn't know the art of subtlety. "All right then, I'll pick some more." Walker wasn't shy. Maybe because of the rush last time, some treasures were missed. Picking 3 more wouldn't be a loss, right? Samuel's words weren't meant to blame or mock Walker. In his view, even if Walker had kept some treasures, it was only natural. Besides, Walker had been diligent and upright as the head of the inspection team, a young man full of zeal. Since the opportunity was there, letting him pick some more was only fair. Now that it was out in the open, everyone present understood. Keeping secrets would only make things awkward. "Let's go?" Together. William's interest was piqued too. It would be interesting to see his collection from over the years. Amy excitedly said, "I like a little plate in there." William laughed. "Then why did you hand it over?" "I said I would give everything to Commander Samuel." Amy replied seriously, her eyes looking expectantly at Samuel. The message was clear. "Aren't you going to praise me?" Samuel finally caught on, his face breaking into a smile. "This operation owes a lot to Miss Amy. We've already reported it, and we will make a special certificate, a medal, and an honorary certificate for Miss Amy. I hope you don't find it too modest." Amy pouted with a smile, her eyes squinting. "Of course not. And a medal too. That's great." The child was thrilled. A certificate, a medal, and an honorary certificate might seem worthless to many adults, but to a simple-minded child like Amy, they represented recognition and appreciation of her efforts. She cared more about the spiritual reward than the material one. Perhaps it could also be said that Amy never lacked treasures. She mostly just wanted others' praise and recognition. "Take me to see that little plate you mentioned," William said, not even remembering what plate Amy was talking about. He had tossed so many unwanted items into the mix. Chapter 806 Small Plate. A group of people marched mightily toward the base's warehouse. This place was heavily guarded, with dozens of warriors clad in modern battle armor patrolling the area and various high-tech defenses, including ray scans, ensuring that most superhumans and soulmancers couldn't get in. "Commander Samuel, you still lack a powerful magical defense array here," Ares suggested after inspecting the warehouses. Defenses. A demigod-level soulmancer could easily enter and exit this warehouse. A powerful magic array. Samuel, not being a soulmancer himself, wasn't very familiar with setting up such arrays. In his view, the current defenses of the warehouse were sufficient. He glanced covertly at William. William, standing behind with Amy, wasn't even looking at him. Now, just an ordinary teacher. How could William know anything about setting up powerful magic arrays? Ares chuckled. Did Samuel really expect William to help him set up a powerful magic array? What was he thinking? "If Commander Samuel trusts me, I can help set up a powerful magic array," Ares offered, not expecting William to assist. Mr. Johnson surely wouldn't bother with such a trivial task. Samuel was overjoyed. "Then I'm much obliged, Ares." Asking William might not work, but Ares volunteering was perfect. Ares was the top-ranked warrior among humans. If he was willing to help, what more could Samuel say? William didn't care about the powerful magic array they were setting up and entered the warehouse with the others. Inside, the warehouse was filled with various treasures, neatly categorized, and everyone felt a powerful force as they walked in. It seems a bit much." William glanced at the items inside. If these items were spread across each floor of a high tower, they wouldn't seem so numerous, but all piled together, the feeling was completely different. The weapons laid on the floor were some that ordinary racks couldn't hold. This bow seems quite nice. Ares stopped in front of a large bow lying on the ground. From a distance, it appeared to be just an ordinary wooden bow, but up close, one could feel an ancient and solemn aura emanating from it. William glanced at the bow. Of course, the bow was good. It was the bow of Apollo. Good for shooting birds. But after playing with it a few times, William found it boring. William realized that, in his view, the items he discarded here weren't particularly powerful artifacts, but on Earth, almost any of them, if used properly, could be devastating weapons. However, fully unleashing the power of these top-tier artifacts wasn't simple. Just like Alice wielding the sword of Soulbreaker wasn't invincible, and Amy, despite carrying many top-tier artifacts, couldn't fully unleash their power. Amy truly had a luxurious set of equipment. The sanctuary pendant from Zeus, which contained his primal power, and the heart of the ocean from Poseidon, were among them. Even with some of her powers sealed by William, on Earth, she could recklessly use the sword of the Abyssal Guardian without dying from a lack of soul energy, since the sword had recognized Amy as its master. Driving some top-tier artifacts wasn't simple. If Amy handed the sword of the Abyssal Guardian to Ares, and he dared to use it in an attack, he'd likely die before harming his enemy. The same was true for the bow of Apollo. If someone tried to draw it without its approval, the weak would likely die instantly. Thinking of this, William decided to just give a general instruction about these artifacts. If someone chose one today, it would recognize its new master, but they'd have to control its power themselves. William was too lazy to seal each one individually. It was like a beauty sitting down, moving on her own. Same idea, right? William didn't have time to waste on these matters. Ares reached out for the bow of Apollo, which emitted a low hum. It seems this bow recognizes me. Ares grabbed the bow of Apollo and laughed. I can feel it responding to me. Truly a fine treasure. William gave him a sidelong glance. Ares didn't understand what the weapon spirit was saying. The low hum from the bow of Apollo was actually asking William if it could change its master, as this guy was too weak. Jokingly, this was an artifact used by Apollo, shot a few big birds by William, then cast aside, and now it was supposed to recognize a guardian deity-level person as its master. And this guardian deity-level person seemed very weak. If it weren't for William's warning, if Ares dared to touch it, it would have shattered him to pieces, soul and all. William could totally empathize with the bow of Apollo's weapon spirit's feelings. This was even more pitiful than the sword of Soulbreaker ending up in Alice's hands. Haha, that's just perfect. William smirked, ignoring Ares, and turned to Amy. Amy, where's that little plate you mentioned? Amy had been eyeing a direction inside the warehouse since they entered. These items were all stored by her, and before William warned the weapon spirits of these artifacts, not just anyone could touch them. Amy was so well equipped that the weapon spirits communicated among themselves, with the sword of the Abyssal Guardian arrogantly telling the others, "Behave yourselves, this is Mr. Johnson's daughter." Instantly, all the weapon spirits calmed down. Honestly, even the sword of the Abyssal Guardian was somewhat afraid after seeing these artifacts. It was a top-tier artifact, indeed Poseidon's personal sword. But the treasures William had thrown into the high tower, each was a powerful weapon used by the gods, some even crafted by William himself, each with a terrifying provenance. Just like the sword of Soulbreaker could easily suppress the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. If it didn't bring up William and mention that Amy was his daughter, the other weapon spirits wouldn't even consider it. Amy pointed toward the back of the warehouse. That little plate is over there. After speaking, she grabbed William's hand and ran forward, like a little girl pulling her father to buy candy. William followed Amy's pace to a small plate. He saw the plate and remembered. This plate was used by him for dining years ago. How many years had it been? It seemed like it was when Earth had just appeared, inhabited only by various fierce and powerful creatures. William had made this small plate casually, and it had held the meat of countless creatures. Back then, William was even more bored than now, occasionally carving the heads of ancient beasts he had eaten onto the plate, then using a special ability to shrink the images hundreds of times, so there were over 500 beast heads on the plate. He had used this plate for hundreds of thousands of years, and the immense power it contained went without saying. The densely packed beast heads looked quite nice from a distance. After all, William's carving skills were decent. Although some ancient beasts were ugly, William generally chose the better-looking ones to carve. Like Moros, who had escaped being eaten just because it was ugly. Amy had taken a liking to this plate at first glance, and William, looking at the plate, fell into thought. Chapter 807 Little Weapon Spirit. What are you saying? From a certain perspective, some powerful artifacts always have impressive names. For example, the Abyssal Eye Plate, Temporal Ripple Plate, and Eternal Wheel Plate. These are some of the magical artifacts modeled after plates that William had encountered. The Abyssal Eye Plate could absorb the essence of life. The Temporal Ripple Plate could enhance one's training efficiency, and the Eternal Wheel Plate, crafted by the fates themselves, was said to control the cycles of destiny. However, William's plate had no name, because in William's hands, it was never meant to be used as a weapon. You might say it could be used to smash in a fit of drunken rage, but using it as a weapon seemed absurd to William. But this particular plate, due to its prolonged use by William, even more so than the Sword of Soulbreaker, which was merely a tool for slaughtering beasts. William loved gourmet food, so naturally, a dining tool was used far more often than a food-cutting tool. This plate must have some effects, right? William himself wasn't sure what else this plate could do besides serving food. But based on years of experience, he suspected this plate might be more powerful than any of those plate-shaped magical artifacts he had seen before. It's all about experience. Anything William used for a long time seemed to surpass even the top-tier artifacts. This plate, William couldn't even think of any special effects it might have. After all, in his hands, this plate was nothing more than a piece of dinnerware, nothing special about it, and after he gradually switched to other utensils, this plate was retired. This plate is quite nice. You have good taste, William said. Although unclear about what was special about this plate, he knew well that any drawing he casually made seemed to create a space. With over 500 ancient beast heads carved on it, William couldn't even imagine what effects this plate could have in Amy's hands. Weapon Spirit, come out for a moment. William didn't want to guess anymore, and, with a thought, he summoned the weapon spirit of the plate. The weapon spirit of the plate was just a wisp of white mist, without any substantial form. Amy saw the white mist and blinked curiously at it. Tell her what you can do, William said, curious about what this plate he had always used might be special for. The people around didn't hear William's words, but the appearance of the weapon spirit caught everyone's attention. Little Master, hello, I am the weapon spirit of this plate. I don't have a name yet. You can give me one so you can call me. The voice of the weapon spirit was soft and respectful towards Amy. Everyone in the warehouse looked over, curious about what kind of treasure Amy had chosen. Walker frowned at the drowsy-looking weapon spirit. He had seen the sword spirit of the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian, which clearly had a solid human-like form. Compared to that, the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian's sword spirit seemed stronger. The plate's weapon spirit hadn't even fully formed into a human shape, looking quite weak. A name? Amy loved naming things. Then you'll be called Lumi. Amy was thrilled. The voice of the plate sounded so cute. Lumi likes the name the little master has given. The plate's weapon spirit also sounded lively and joyful. Unlike the weapon spirit of the Bow of Apollo, Lumi felt it was a great honor to be chosen by Amy. It wasn't as arrogant as the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker in William's hands. It was just an ordinary plate, not like the Sword of Soulbreaker's sword spirit, which was unruly and unmatched. Little Master, Lumi can be used for dining. I know. I just want to use you for eating. Amy chose this plate not thinking of using it as a weapon. After all, isn't a plate meant for holding food? Lumi likes the Little Master. Lumi didn't tell Amy about any special abilities it might have. Just then, the sword spirit of the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian slowly appeared, bowed towards William, and said, Mr. Johnson, may I help my master choose an artifact? William raised an eyebrow. Did the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian's sword spirit really think it had good taste? You may make your suggestion, William said indifferently. The sword spirit then said to Amy, Master, you are young and cannot recognize the true treasures. I think I can guide you. Can't we choose 3 treasures? We definitely shouldn't waste this opportunity. and this plate is definitely not one to keep." The sword spirit laughed. "A mere broken plate dreaming of having my master as its master. What a daydream. There are plenty of treasures here, like that bow in that man's hands, once used by the great god Apollo." The sword spirit pointed to a bell. "This bell, the soul-devouring bell of Grimmock the Vile, can swallow the souls of deities below the absolute deity level with a shake. And master, you have the sanctuary pendant to absorb these souls' power. You can fully utilize this soul-devouring bell. Of course, this soul-devouring bell is still inferior compared to me," the sword spirit said. Upon hearing this, the plate's weapon spirit Lumi immediately felt displeased, emitting a terrifying aura from within the white mist, directed solely at the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. The sword spirit suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure, completely numbing it. This pressure was even greater than what the sword of Soulbreaker had brought before. "Little weapon spirit, what are you saying?" Lumi wasn't as temperamental as the sword of Soulbreaker, but this broken sword spirit dared to suggest Amy not choose it and look down on it. This broken sword spirit dared to be so arrogant? The blade of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian trembled wildly, surrounded by the powerful souls of ancient beasts. The blade was about to disintegrate, and the sword spirit was about to dissipate. At this moment, the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian fully realized its rashness. How could it have known? This seemingly inconspicuous little plate was so terrifying. Artifacts are categorized, and normally offensive weapons have stronger weapon spirits, like the bow of Apollo's weapon spirit. Normally, no one would painstakingly craft a plate as an artifact, nor spend too much energy nurturing it. So initially, the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian thought this plate was very ordinary. How could it know? In the entire warehouse, this plate was the real artifact. Over 500 ancient beast heads were personally carved by William, and which of those dead ancient beasts wasn't incredibly powerful? Some could even match Cronus in battle, and these beast souls were all confined within the images on the plate, making it incomparable even to the sword of Soulbreaker before it was reforged. Chapter 808, I'm just a plate. Master, Mr. Johnson, help me. The sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian was terrified. It had never imagined that such a harmless-looking plate could possess such monstrous strength. William didn't even glance at the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, and he made sure that only Amy and he could hear its pleas. He had no intention of saving the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. You reap what you sow. Who else could it blame? Amy was startled by the sword spirit's cry for help. This sword spirit had always boasted in front of her about how incredibly powerful it was, claiming to be unmatched and invincible in the universe. It talked up a big game about being the second strongest divine sword in the universe, right after Poseidon's personal sword. Why was it calling for help now? Amy looked at the white mist formed by Lumi, then back at the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, and said to the mist, "Lumi, don't bully it." Lumi responded somewhat aggrievedly, "Little master, I wasn't bullying it, it started it." Despite feeling wronged, Lumi still retracted its power. The sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, feeling like it had been granted a reprieve, quickly apologized to Lumi. I'm sorry. After that, it hurriedly retreated back into the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. It was now thoroughly panicked. Everything in this warehouse was extraordinary. Who knew if there was anything even more bizarre than this plate? It had always considered itself the strongest artifact, second only to the sword of Soulbreaker. It had dismissed Zeus's thunder sword, Apollo's sun sword, Athena's wisdom sword, and Ares's war sword. But in this place, there were too many powerful items, especially this little plate, which had instilled fear in it. Now, the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian could only choose to remain silent. Lumi, are you very powerful? Amy might be a bit naive, but she wasn't stupid. From the behavior of the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, it was clear that the little plate she had found was truly formidable, at least much more so than the self-proclaimed second strongest divine sword in the universe. A voice came from within the white mist. Little master, I'm just a plate. How could I be powerful? Oh, Amy pouted and asked, Then why is the sword spirit of the sword of the abyssal guardian so afraid of you? It's just because it's too weak. This plate had never been involved in battle in William's hands, and neither William nor the plate itself knew how it could be used in combat. In its own self-perception, it was just an ordinary plate meant for dining. As for the sword of the abyssal guardian or the bow of Apollo, every artifact here, their weapon spirits were just too weak. Lumi didn't consider itself strong. It just thought these items were too weak. So weak that it only needed to release a slight aura to suppress all the weapon spirits here. William had thought this weapon spirit would boast like the sword of Soulbreaker, telling Amy how incredibly powerful it was. Unexpectedly, it had said such things. William hadn't thought much about it before. He just felt that anything he used regularly was probably an artifact, but he hadn't considered that this plate could be so powerful. Amy picked up the little plate and looked closely at it. What are these carvings? They're so pretty. Amy had already examined the plate closely before because she thought it was beautiful, which is why she remembered it so well. They're all food. Lumi didn't think the ferocious beasts depicted on it were anything special. They were just food. Even if they were once dominant creatures of the ancient times like the Crimson Flame Gold Leon, Frost Scale, Horned Demon Dragon, Pyroclaw Octodrake, Nine-Winged Sky Dragon. In the plate's perception, they were merely simple food. William stood by, finding his little plate rather interesting. He had progressed with the times, habitually controlling his power, moving from a world of chaotic divine battles to an ordinary city, and then to an era where science fiction and magic coexisted. He had somewhat accepted the changes in the power system. But this little plate hadn't experienced so many eras. It only knew that the things carved on it were food. No matter how powerful the beasts were in life, they were just food. Amy looked closely at the beautifully carved images on the plate and couldn't help saying, "These look so delicious. They should be tasty." The little plate didn't have taste buds. It only knew that Mr. Johnson had carved these food images on it, so they must be tasty. William's eyes narrowed slightly. The beasts carved on the plate had long been extinct on Earth, and there were few left in the divine realm, and those that remained were no longer of pure blood. Their taste would likely be somewhat off. Amy, very satisfied, held the plate and said, "I just want this little plate. I don't need anything else." William didn't offer much opinion on Amy's choice. Others might choose artifacts to become stronger, but Amy's initial reason for choosing this plate might have been simply because it looked nice. With Amy's choice made, others began to select their desired artifacts. Walker leaned close to William and whispered, "Could you help me choose?" He had realized that Amy must have chosen a great treasure. What seemed like an inconspicuous little plate turned out to be a hidden gem he might have misjudged before. If William could help him choose, wouldn't that be great? Clearly, Walker didn't feel intimidated by William's prowess. Everyone was so familiar. Even if you're powerful, helping to choose a treasure isn't too much to ask, right? Help you choose. William could see what Walker had hidden in his spatial storage underwear. This guy's taste really wasn't as good as Amy's. It was filled with weapons of William's defeated foes, which looked impressive but were just mediocre. But then again, weapons crafted by ancient powerhouses tended to be flashy, impressive in appearance but ordinary in essence, unlike the treasures crafted by William's hand, which looked very ordinary. A normal person would probably choose those items based on their thinking. And those secret techniques, most creators of secret techniques give them impressive names, but William, the odd one out, might not even name his creations. His self-created techniques also weren't suitable for contemporary soulmancers. How about that paint palette over there? William pointed to a paint palette in the corner. That paint palette was also something William had used frequently. As for its other uses, William wasn't sure at the moment. But if this little plate was so powerful, that paint palette should be decent too. Walker looked in the direction William pointed, seeing a chipped paint palette, ordinary and just clean, but he couldn't see what was special about it. Chapter 809. These unassuming little things had indeed become spirited. A paint palette is an essential tool for painting. It is used to mix and blend paints to ensure they appear uniform when applied to the canvas. Skilled painters are particular about their tools, and painting can often be a lengthy process during which the paint may dry out. To prevent the paint from drying, it's important to choose a palette made from non-absorbent materials. Nowadays, Paint palettes are made from various materials such as wood, glass, ceramic, plastic, and stone. However, William's palette is made from an ancient stone called cloudrift stone, the same material as a steel he had left behind. In terms of material, this paint palette is of good quality, though William has grown tired of using it for so long and no longer likes it. The missing piece from the palette was simply due to William's boredom. He fiddled with it until he accidentally broke off a piece. Upon hearing William's suggestion, Walker decided to take a closer look at the palette. Having studied both music and painting with his first master, Walker had some understanding of the materials used for paint palettes. This palette doesn't even show its age, it hasn't even cracked. Walker examined the palette closely, realizing he had never seen this type of stone before. It looks fragile. Could it be used as a weapon to hit someone? William's eyebrows twitched slightly. Hit someone? What an idea. How could a painting tool be used to hit someone? Such a violent thought. As Walker held the palette, its weapon spirit quickly appeared, floating in midair like an oil painting. The face of the weapon spirit changed continuously, sometimes an old man, sometimes a young man, sometimes a boy. Its voice sounded divine. Young man, thinking of using me to hit someone is quite ridiculous. The weapon spirit looked at Walker calmly, not angered by his words, and even bowed towards William. Seeing its gesture, Walker glanced at William and wasn't surprised. He knew William was powerful, but to him, William was at least a good friend, if not a brother. He had always said he would look out for William and had William call him Big Brother, but deep down, he still considered William a good friend. Friends, no matter how powerful, are still friends. Knowing William was strong, Walker felt relieved. He no longer had to worry about his safety. What else can you be used for if not to hit people? Walker asked the weapon spirit of the paint palette directly. The weapon spirit laughed. Since I am a paint palette, of course, I am used for mixing paints. With the paints I help mix, you can paint mountains, waters, and anything in the world, and the results will surely be astonishing. Walker was speechless. Using me to hit someone would be a waste of talent, wouldn't it? Walker twitched his mouth. So you're just a paint palette. The weapon spirit proudly smiled. That's exactly what I am. Walker was resigned to the weapon spirit's attitude and turned to William. What use do I have for it then? William smiled meaningfully. You don't always have to fight. Paint a little, adjust your mood, and perhaps you could open the door to a new world. Walker fell silent. If it were before the apocalypse, painting to adjust his mood might be feasible. But in these chaotic times, was painting really useful? Seeing Walker's silence, William continued. You already have plenty of artifacts for fighting, and probably enough secret manuals, but to advance further, you might need to improve your mental state. There's a paintbrush over there, you could take that too. William merely made a suggestion. Whether Walker listened was up to him. The paintbrush William mentioned had bristles that were somewhat worn, but had been used by William himself. The bristles were plucked from a creature called a crimson flame gold lion, and the handles seemed to be made from the pinky bone of an ancient giant dragon, making it a truly unique paintbrush. That crimson flame gold lion, by current strength levels, would be considered a high-ranking god king. William had vivid memories of that creature because it once chased Poseidon right up to his doorstep. William just watched and even told the gold lion that if it could bite Poseidon's butt, he wouldn't eat it. The creature ended up waiting outside for 3 days and nights, and Poseidon, unable to stand the loneliness, ran out and was chased again. Walker looked in the direction William pointed, but the brush didn't seem very impressive. William had said all he wanted to say. These items had never shown any weapon spirit or special abilities in front of him, but he knew that if a small dish could suppress the power of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, then the paint palette and paintbrush must also be exceptional. Of course, Walker might prefer artifacts that looked more powerful, like the bow of Apollo. I trust you. Walker decided to take the paint palette and the paintbrush from the corner, then told Samuel, I don't need the rest. I've already chosen plenty from the doors of evolution. Samuel had spoken vaguely before, but Walker felt there was no need for such secrecy. He had taken them, and that was that. He didn't need 3 items, these 2 were enough. Samuel had seen the weapon spirit of the paint palette and heard its words, feeling. It seemed rather weak. And that worn-out paintbrush. He even wondered how such items could appear in the doors of evolution, and how such things could generate a weapon spirit. But since Walker had chosen them, he didn't ask further, just feeling that Walker had symbolically picked a couple of items that nobody else wanted. "Mr. Johnson, why don't you also choose 3 items?" Samuel, unaware that these items were originally placed by William, tentatively asked. William waved his hand and smiled. "I'm just looking. I'm a teacher, not fond of fighting. What do I need these artifacts for?" Samuel could only nod. "Mr. Johnson, that's vision. You have vision." William smiled and didn't explain further. He had come today to accompany Amy and Walker and to see what was special about these items. Previously, these items had been inconspicuous, merely performing their intended functions without ever revealing a weapon spirit. Now, it seemed these unassuming little things had indeed become spirited. Chapter 8:10 Astrokinesis. When Evelyn and the others were picking items, William didn't get involved. After selecting their items, William, Amy, and Walker left the base's storeroom. The powerful individuals summoned by Samuel each found a divine artifact or secret tome that they desired. The so-called top 10 humans in the divine realm were actually considered minor gods of no significant standing. Some didn't even reach the level of a lesser deity. "William, am I really supposed to take this paintbrush back and start painting?" Walker wondered, filled with doubt. Painting was supposed to cultivate the mind, and theoretically, there was nothing wrong with that. But now, with sword techniques to practice, throwing knife skills to master, and various secret tomes in his underwear space storage unread, was he really expected to drop everything and just paint? Was that insane? "Up to you," William replied nonchalantly, having already helped Walker. "Choose 2 treasures. The rest was up to Walker." After some hesitation, Walker figured he might as well give it a try since he had already taken the items. What should he paint? Holding the paintbrush, he calmed his mind and began mixing the paints. The colors spread evenly on the paint palette. As Walker held the paintbrush, an image of a person painting appeared in his mind. Suddenly, the scene in the room shifted, and he found himself in a small cabin, watching the figure paint various beautiful landscapes on paper. Mountains and rivers stretching tens of thousands of meters, along with various powerful species he had never seen before, merged into Walker's consciousness. It felt as if an invisible hand was guiding his own in painting. In a daze, Walker ended up painting a landscape from ancient times. "My God!" Walker stared at the painting on the easel for a long time. "Did I paint this?" The painting was exceptionally good, but it seemed to lack any special effects. The spirit of the paintbrush didn't reveal itself, and after finishing, Walker only felt a lightness and relaxation throughout his body. Did I make a breakthrough? When Walker introspected his spiritual world, his mental strength, which was already not weak, now seemed to have expanded from a small pond to a vast river or lake, and he seemed to have found a path leading to the ocean. With the Human Alliance's decree, more human warriors turned their blades towards mutated creatures. All members of the Pantheon Guild, including the 3 Supreme Elders and President Ares, joined the battle. As these warriors acquired more secret techniques and weapons at the Arcane Village base, their combat abilities grew stronger. Most importantly, humans knew to unite and hunt mutated creatures together, while the creatures themselves were plagued by internal strife. Apart from the powerful mutated creatures of Class A and above, those below Class A became mere prey for humans. 3 years passed. In these 3 years, humans had accumulated ample experience in combating mutated creatures. Many bases had expanded, and a stable situation was gradually forming. During this time, the overall strength of the mutated creatures also increased. Importantly, the weaker creatures, after being hunted by humans, sought refuge even if it meant being prey for stronger mutated creatures. These powerful creatures generally had a strong territorial sense and normally wouldn't leave their domains unless provoked. Warriors, however, were different. Unable to defeat Class S mutated creatures, they hunted weaker ones, harvesting their crystals to build their power and reputation, and exchanging them for contribution points at the Arcane Village base. Why not? William had been teaching at a school for 3 years, a rather uneventful time, but he could see that it was only a matter of time before humans would reclaim their dominance on Earth. Of course, provided they didn't provoke those powerful mutated creatures. However, achieving the absolute dominance of the past, where ordinary people could freely slaughter mutated creatures, might still take some time. That night, as the stars twinkled, William looked up at the sky. Were other powerful beings from parallel dimensions about to might still take some time? That night, as the stars twinkled, William looked up at the sky. Descend? But he felt that now, he probably didn't need to intervene. Silas, the stars are beautiful tonight. Let's teach you astrokinesis, William decided, treating Silas as his student and planning to teach him seriously. In 3 years, Silas had made significant progress. With his divine constitution, he easily learned many spells. William had categorized spells into 9 major types, and Silas had already mastered one major category, the offensive spells. Normally, a regular soulmancer would need centuries to master the use of offensive spells completely. For someone like Alice, without the power of a divine aura, mastering these spells could take her about 500 years, considering how long she took just to learn to levitate. Silas's talent was clearly beyond ordinary. At 8 years old, he had already learned the offensive spells taught by William, reaching the strength level of a mid-tier soulmancer. Moreover, with his powerful spells, he could easily crush any mid-tier soulmancer on Earth. Now regarded as a prodigy, Silas's demeanor had also changed. He was no longer timid, his face full of vitality and vigor. Amy, now 13, had replaced Aries as the top-ranked human. She usually lived in New York, but today she was with William, eager to learn whatever Silas was learning. She had learned offensive spells at the age of 7 from Poseidon and had reviewed them with William, but astrokinesis was new to her. Mr. Johnson, what is astrokinesis? Amy, now with the strength of a nature deity from the divine realm, was a prodigious talent unmatched in any era, not to mention her possession of various top-tier divine artifacts. Even in the divine realm, she could hold her own. William explained, astrokinesis is the art of predicting future events based on the movements of the stars and using the power of the stars in combat. Mastering astrokinesis allows you to control the trajectories of planets, and it doesn't require high physical strength, just strong mental power. In simpler terms, mastering astrokinesis could allow one to predict future events and even destroy stars or harness their power for attacks, making it an excellent technique for overcoming challenges beyond one's level. Looking at the sky, William wondered if beings from other dimensions were planning to descend on Earth. This time he really wouldn't intervene. Maybe let the kids, Amy and Silas, give it a try? Chapter 8, 11 Ignorant Ants Daring to Disrespect Me. Astrokinesis starts with celestial divination, William said, looking up at the starry sky. Celestial divination involves sensing the movement and energy of the stars. Stars generate tremendous energy through their motion, and each star has its own inherent power. If you can harness this for your own use, you can exert force beyond your own level of strength. William had only studied astrokinesis to some extent, as most of his battles didn't require external forces. Amy and Silas listened, somewhat puzzled and bewildered by William's explanation. Harnessing the energy of the stars and their movements? That sounded quite challenging. However, as soulmancers, they were experienced in absorbing various natural energies, which is essentially harnessing the Earth's power. The Earth is one of countless stars, just more accessible because it's right under our feet. Astrokinesis simply extends that reach to more distant stars. The principle is the same. After explaining this, Amy sat down and stared at the sky, trying to sense the stars with her mental power. Silas stood on a mountain peak, fixating on the half-moon. William noticed their states. Amy, bolstered by various top-tier artifacts and possessing a strong foundation, had no trouble connecting with distant stars. Silas, realizing his mental power was not as strong as Amy's, turned to the moon, the closest celestial body to Earth. He began to sense the moon's orbital path and the changes in its internal forces. For a mid-level soulmancer, manipulating the moon's power was clearly a challenge. Silas first sensed the moon's power and then attempted to harness it, wanting to prove himself in front of William. Silas spat out a mist of blood, his fists clenched and brow furrowed, looking uneasily at William. "Don't be too hasty," William said calmly. "Your strength level is still too low. First observe the changes in the stars, and when your own power is sufficient, then you can harness those forces. It's like wanting to use a rock as a weapon. First, You need to be able to lift it. If you can't even lift a small stone, how can you think of hurling a boulder? Silas nodded. I understand. Amy didn't experience what Silas did. She simply had too many treasures on her. The small plate she picked up in the base's storeroom 3 years ago had become an artifact connected to the source of her life. Weapon Spirit Lumi said its purpose was just for eating, but after Amy subdued it, the plate could directly enhance her mental power, causing a surge that made sensing the power of the stars no problem at all. Mr. Johnson, there's a giant appearing in the sky, Amy said, looking up curiously. William nodded. I see it. Why don't you talk to him? Suddenly, a 30-foot-tall divine figure appeared 5,000 feet in the air. William had already notified Moros and other deities of witchcraft, as well as Prometheus, to not interfere. This deity was only of absolute deity-level strength. If Prometheus intervened, he could annihilate him on sight. If he just killed this guy outright, how would he see Amy get tested? Cough. Actually, William was quite optimistic about Amy's capabilities. Although Amy was only at the level of a nature deity, above that were levels like destroyer deity, creator deity, supreme deity, and then absolute deity. This absolute deity, well, William had only allowed his power to reach the level of a creator deity. It was only fair for Amy to spar with him. Hearing William suggest she talk to the giant, Amy reached out with her divine sense. Hello, my name is Amy. What's your name? The giant deity, a chief god from another parallel dimension, had come to Earth after sensing a surge in its energy. His purpose was simple, to see if there were any strong beings in this world. If not, he intended to make its creatures submit to him. Conquering Earth. It was that simple. His name was Varinus, titled the Abyssal Sovereign, and he had climbed his way up through countless bloody battles. Just arriving on Earth, he was somewhat cautious. When a nature deity greeted him, Varinus frowned slightly and said, You may call me Abyssal Sovereign. At the same time, his divine sense swept across the entire Earth. Moros and other deities of witchcraft, along with Prometheus, had their presences masked by William, so Varinus naturally couldn't detect them. As for William, needless to say, he scanned the entire Earth and found Amy to be the highest-level being in this world. Just a little. Nature deity. Are you the god of this world? Varinus ignored William and Silas, considering them too weak to be of any concern. Amy replied, Oh, I'm not a god, Abyssal Sovereign. Are you here to play? Play. Varinus scoffed. I see you have potential. Why not follow me and become my disciple? Amy said, Thank you, but I already have a master, so I won't be your disciple. Ignorant child, how dare you refuse me? What's your master to me? Let him come out, and I'll persuade him to change his mind. Varinus didn't think much of Amy's master, but he recognized her potential. As a benevolent god, he was reluctant to harm Amy. After all, she seemed too weak in his eyes. Killing her would be a mere thought, hardly worth his interest. Amy pouted, My master seems to be doing something very important. I haven't seen him for a long time. Something important? Varinus laughed. I just scanned this world with my divine sense. There's no one capable of fighting. Your master must be dead. Amy's mouth fell open as she looked at William. Mr. Johnson, that big guy said my master is dead? William smiled. Your master isn't dead. Looking up at the sky, Amy said, Mr. Johnson says my master isn't dead, so he must not be dead, right? Mr. Johnson? Varinus's gaze fell on William, snorting, the words of ants. William didn't bother to respond. He had no intention of intervening. Amy, this guy came to Earth to cause trouble. Just beat him up. No need to talk anymore. William said, tired of waiting. Varinus's attitude made it clear he was here to stir up trouble, so why bother with more words? Okay, I'll beat him up. Amy looked up, conveying her divine sense. Mr. Johnson said you're here to cause trouble. If you don't want to get beaten up, better leave quickly. Ha 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 ha. Varinus laughed loudly. Ignorant ants daring to disrespect me. A mere nature deity being so presumptuous. With that, he launched a mental attack, aiming to kill Amy. Chapter 8:12 You call this an ordinary weapon? Varinus, despite being a chief god of another world, launched a mental attack on Amy, expecting an instant kill. However, as his attack reached Amy, a small plate's phantom image appeared on her forehead. How dare you harm my master? Lumi, the spirit of the plate, was furious. What was this creature thinking, trying to harm its master? A mist of white fog swirled around the small plate, and the spirits of ancient, ferocious beasts appeared behind Amy, their roars echoing through the heavens. Vorenus's mental attack dissipated instantly, and the spirits of ancient beasts, formidable even compared to high-ranking god-kings and slain by William, now stood solidly behind Amy, glaring menacingly at Vorenus, locking onto him. Vorenus was petrified. No, it wasn't just fear, he was literally immobilized. These beast spirits, many of whom were stronger than the current high-ranking god-kings in their lifetimes, had not weakened in death. Instead, nourished by the small plate, they had grown even stronger. Although Vorenus was a chief god from a parallel dimension, without the cosmic entities, chief gods couldn't borrow power from them. Facing these beast spirits, he was nothing but a novice. Cough. William coughed lightly. It was his oversight for not sealing the plate's power. After Amy obtained the plate, she had only used it for eating, and William had never seen her use it in combat. This was entirely a passive skill activation. From the looks of it, the small chief god seemed rather foolish in front of these ancient beast spirits. And then there was the plate's weapon spirit. After Amy received the plate, she only named the weapon spirit, while William renamed the small plate, Wild Wisp. Do you want to die? Wild Wisp's voice reached Vorenus's ears, causing him to bleed from all orifices and suffer a severe blow to his soul, a faint golden crack appearing on his forehead. His divine essence was nearly splitting apart. Chief God, wasn't that a bit of a joke? Miss, can I still leave now? Vorenus was on the verge of tears. You're telling me this is just a minor nature deity? Even if she was hiding her true strength and pretending to be weak, she shouldn't be this powerful. Amy wasn't really intent on killing, and Wild Wisp knew its young master's temperament well. Otherwise, Vorenus would have been a corpse the moment he attacked Amy. Hearing Vorenus's address, Amy found it strange, but somewhat nice. She turned to William and asked, Mr. Johnson, he's asking if he can still leave now? William didn't answer Amy directly, but looked up at Vorenus and smiled. Young man, thinking you can come and go as you please is a bit naive, don't you think? Vorenus felt like a boxing champion being harassed by street thugs. He was afraid of Amy, but not William, though it was clear William had a deep connection with Amy, so he couldn't afford to offend him just yet. What do you want? Vorenus, despite his irritation, had to swallow his pride. William said, suppress your power to the level of a nature deity and fight her. Then, suppress it to the level of a mid-tier soulmancer and fight this young friend of mine. If you win, you can leave. A rare sparring opportunity. How could he let it go so easily? Amy was shocked. Mr. Johnson, I really don't want to fight him. Vorenus was equally embarrassed. It's not like he wanted to fight either. And having to suppress his power, Amy would absolutely crush him in terms of strength. Just one artifact was terrifying enough. How powerful must she be in person? The mere thought was frightening. Why don't you fight me? Vorenus had given up on any treatment. If Amy wanted to kill him, he was dead either way. He was done dealing with William's arrogance. William pondered. From your words, you want to fight me? Vorenus scoffed. What else? Do you dare? If I win, you let me leave? I'll suppress my power level to match yours. William fell silent again, contemplating how this minor chief god from another dimension could possibly suppress his power to match his. That was somewhat challenging. So you're scared? Vorenus was convinced William couldn't beat him. After all, he was a chief god of a world, and even if he suppressed his power to match William's, his vast combat experience would absolutely crush him. William replied, It's not that. I'm just worried I might accidentally kill you. Vorenus was speechless. He couldn't understand where William got the courage to say such things, having just arrogantly called him young man. He had lived for 100,000 years. Enough talk. Are you scared or not? Vorenus tried to provoke William. I'll let you fight using only one hand and 2 feet. You're not scared of that, are you? Well, that's exactly what William wanted to say. Forget it, you two fight first. After that, if you're still alive and want to fight me, I'll oblige. William wasn't really keen on fighting. Since the Cosmic Entity Guardian battle, he found fighting quite pointless. Vorenus had given up, pleading with Amy. Miss, I promise I'll never come to this world again. William raised an eyebrow. looking towards the horizon. Poseidon was coming? Well, Varenus's words were well said. No matter what, he definitely couldn't come back after today. William didn't like fighting, but he wouldn't stop others from doing. So, Poseidon was hot-tempered and vengeful, and some of Varenus's earlier words might have reached him. Poor chief god. Amy was still unaware her master was coming, continuing to look at William, asking, "Can we not fight?" William shook his head. "Try sparring a bit, just don't use Wild Wisp. Practice always needs a sparring partner." Amy pouted, reluctantly retracting Wild Wisp, then pulled out the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Varenus saw the sword Amy drew and was overwhelmed. From this sword, he could sense an aura of high-ranking god kings. Doomed. "Miss, how are we supposed to fight if you use that sword?" Everyone was supposed to suppress their power to the level of a nature deity, which sounded fair, but pulling out such a high-ranking god king's level artifact was too much. Amy was also stunned, already unhappy, and now Varenus was suggesting she couldn't use the sword? She could only put away the sword of the Abyssal Guardian and take out Zeus's gift to her, the Stormcore Orb. The Stormcore Orb, one of the artifacts of Zeus, the king of gods, was no less powerful than Poseidon's sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Varenus was numb. "Miss, can't you use a more ordinary weapon to fight me?" Amy's pout deepened. The sword couldn't be used, nor the orb. She thought for a moment and then took out another gift from Zeus, the sanctuary pendant. "Varenus, can you be reasonable? You call this an ordinary weapon?" Chapter 8:13 Amy, who got beaten up. Amy was at a loss for words as she looked at Varenus. She really didn't know what to say. If this can't be used, and that can't be used, then what's the point of fighting? Varenus also looked innocently at Amy. Amy, in turn, looked innocently at William. "Mr. Johnson, can we just not fight?" William chuckled heartily, amused by Varenus's antics, which had also left Amy bewildered. Neither of them wanted to fight, so what was to be done? Besides, Silas was waiting on the sidelines. Most importantly, the sea god Poseidon was already on his way here, and Varenus was practically a dead man walking. It would be such a waste not to use him for a bit of practice before his demise. "How about this? Neither of you use weapons," William helpfully suggested. Varenus thought this was a brilliant idea upon hearing it. Without weapons, and with their power levels equalized, he really didn't think he would lose. After all, he was also a chief deity. Years of combat experience made him feel invincible in a fight at the same power level. Amy might have a high power level, but she looked clueless, probably with little combat experience. Thinking this, Varenus felt sure of his victory. Even if he lost, it wouldn't necessarily mean death, right? Fortune favors the bold. After all, he was convinced that if Amy used weapons, he was definitely a goner. So why not just fight barehanded? It seemed like a no-lose situation. Amy looked speechlessly at William, not understanding why Mr. Johnson insisted she fight this person. "Then let's fight," Amy said. What else could she do? They had to fight anyway. With just a thought from William, Varenus's power level was restricted to that of a nature deity. Varenus had no idea that William was behind this. To him, Amy was the real deity, and that William was just a weakling hiding behind others. But having his power mysteriously restricted sent chills down his spine. Just who was Amy? He had once fancied ruling the world. How naive he was. Varenus gave a bitter laugh and looked at Amy from a distance. "Miss, I hope you can keep your promise and suppress your power level to that of a nature deity." Amy looked blankly at Varenus. She was already at the level of a nature deity. What was there to suppress? This big guy must be out of his mind. Clueless. Yes, just clueless. Amy was confident in her own abilities. At the same power level, couldn't she beat a fool? Varenus frowned slightly under Amy's gaze. What did that look mean? It was as if she was looking at someone intellectually challenged. All right then, both regarded each other as fools. Amy and Varenus stood in the void, facing each other. "Can't you just shrink a bit before we fight?" Amy grew more irritated the more she thought about it. Why did fighting have to involve so many demands? No using this, no using that, and the guy was so tall. Was it really appropriate for them to fight at these sizes? Amy's eyes reddened a bit, feeling utterly wronged. What could Varenus say, or dare to say? Upon hearing Amy's command, he could only silently shrink, and he even became as tall as Amy, his muscular body at about 4 feet 5 inches, looking utterly ridiculous. He was the spitting image of a dwarf. He had no choice. Amy asked him to shrink. What if he ended up taller than Amy, and she got upset and killed him on the spot? Varenus's actions baffled even William. This was too much. At least shrink to a normal adult height. Begin. Amy gestured as she spoke. These days, she had learned quite a few attack spells from William. Seeing Amy's gesture, Varenus was so scared that 9 black flames burst from behind him, and his body was enveloped by a thin barrier. Seal spell. Ice. Amy saw the 9 black flames behind Varenus and shouted out these words. Instantly, the temperature around them plummeted dramatically. Suddenly, countless ice chains appeared in the void, and before Varenus could react, he was bound by the ice chains. Fire of Apocalypse. Varenus's limbs were locked by the ice chains, but he didn't panic. If everyone was at the same power level, his fire of apocalypse could melt everything. It was like water versus fire, but it also depended on whether there was more water or fiercer fire. Clearly, Varenus, as a chief deity, was not to be underestimated. The ice chains summoned by Amy quickly melted away, dissipating into the air. Amazing, seeing that things were going south. Amy quickly made another gesture. She realized that her opponent was not simple. Recalling the astrokinesis she had learned from William, she moved her thoughts and directly harnessed the power of the stars of the entire galaxy. Although they had agreed not to use weapons, Amy's various artifacts were hidden in her divine consciousness space, and using them felt completely natural. They weren't held in her hands, so how could it be considered using weapons? Using various top-tier artifacts, Amy frantically harnessed the power of the stars, and her speed was extremely fast. Varenus immediately felt something was off. You're telling me this is the power of a nature deity level? Did he look like a fool? The power to harness such terrifying celestial forces at the nature deity level? In the next moment, it was still the same gesture and spell. Thick ice chains emerged from the void again, like countless ice snakes dancing wildly, wrapping around Varenus. Varenus quickly teleported away from the spot, clearly sensing that if he got caught by these ice chains again, he might not be able to dissolve them. In a moment of urgency, he had to use teleportation in the fight. There are 2 types of teleportation. One is to instantly transform one's body into a molecular structure and then appear at another place at the speed of light. The other is to travel through space. Real fighters generally don't use teleportation, because the first type of teleportation could cause one to lose combat ability in that instant. If the transformed molecules were scattered or captured by the enemy, it would be game over. The second type, traveling through space, although using the power of spatial laws can achieve very cool effects, if the opponent is also at the absolute deity level, they could disrupt the space during the teleportation, possibly banishing the teleporter to a chaotic flow of space. This method is usually only visually effective against much weaker opponents. At the same power level, it's too risky. Varenus also directly took a risky move, appearing behind Amy in the next moment. Boom! He punched Amy in the back, followed by a series of attacks that kicked Amy down. This barrage of attacks was solid, and Amy didn't even have time to react before she was struck from the sky to the ground, smashing into the earth and creating a huge crater. Although Amy had learned quite a few attack spells, her actual combat experience was still lacking, especially in unarmed combat. Unable to harness the power of spatial laws, she was at a loss against the teleporting Varenus and could only passively take hits. Chapter 8. 14 Children need the right education. Varenus had never imagined he could win. Using teleportation in front of Amy was a huge risk. He thought Amy might disdain to attack him while he teleported, but he also believed it was impossible for him to land a hit on Amy under those circumstances. Yet, against all odds, he succeeded. He actually managed to hit Amy. The feeling was incredibly surreal. How could it have been successful? Seeing Amy lying in the huge crater, Varenus could hardly believe his eyes. Was this the same person who could easily suppress her own power? Amy didn't concede defeat. She soared into the sky to continue the battle with Varenus. It was clear that close combat wasn't Amy's strong suit, especially without weapons. After this round of fighting, Varenus quickly realized that Amy might not be as strong as he had thought. This was his warrior's intuition. Amy had to gesture every time she cast a spell. Although her movements were quick, speed is relative. In the time it took Amy to gesture her spells, Varenus could have attacked her hundreds of times. Because of this, when Amy got up again, she faced a barrage of attacks and had no chance to retaliate. Before she could complete her gestures, Varenus's fists were already landing on her. It was like a classic battle between a warrior and a mage. Amy, the mage, got her spells interrupted every time. In less than 10 minutes, Amy, eyes red, pulled out the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Even though she wore the battle armor given by the sea god Poseidon, Varenus's punches landed solidly on her, some even hitting her face, causing unavoidable pain. "Why can't I use a sword?" Amy shouted in protest. Seeing her wield the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, Varenus instinctively backed away. Several hundred feet. This was playing dirty. "Miss, we agreed no weapons," Varenus pleaded earnestly. This was no longer a game. She was ready to kill him with one strike. He was utterly confused by the situation. Amy's strength was undeniable. Perhaps she wasn't adept at hand-to-hand combat, but with a sword, Varenus felt he might meet a gruesome end. Amy's healing abilities were strong, but when a child is hit, they don't think about rules. They either cry or draw their sword. "I don't care. You can use weapons too." Amy had learned swordsmanship from Poseidon and more from William. It was absurd to fight this giant and not be allowed to use her sword. Wasn't that just bullying? Varenus was speechless. He had weapons, but were they on the same level? This kid was really pushing it. Why not just end it quickly with one decisive strike? Puffing her cheeks, Amy held the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, her energy bursting forth like a flood. Angered, she prepared to use the sword techniques William had taught her. Varenus was completely suppressed by William in terms of power level and mental strength, but Amy was unaffected. Her powerful spirit locked onto Varenus. Varenus felt a terrifying energy pressure envelop him. If his power hadn't been suppressed, this wouldn't have been a big deal, but now he was just a nature deity. With various artifacts boosting her spirit, plus the secret sword technique taught by William and the power of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, Amy's next strike would surely be lethal. "Amy, you've already lost. We agreed no weapons, and drawing your sword means you concede. Come down now." It's Silas's turn. Although William was indulgent and loved this somewhat foolish child, Amy needed to continue growing and living in this human world. As a social creature, she had to learn to follow some rules. Otherwise, Amy would just become an arrogant, unpleasant person, unless she turned into a lonely, unfeeling, cold deity. Clearly, William didn't want that for her. When Amy heard she had lost, her expression was full of grievance. She felt she could still have beaten Varenus. If it were a contest of swordsmanship, she definitely wouldn't lose. This time, William didn't stand by her side. All right. Although Amy was angry, she sheathed her sword and reluctantly returned to William's side. William ruffled Amy's hair and asked, "What's wrong? Not happy?" Amy pouted and remained silent. "Keep your word," William said earnestly. "You promised not to use the sword. Breaking your word is not acceptable. Your two masters must have taught you the importance of integrity. You must do as you say." William didn't need to think twice. Poseidon wouldn't have taught Amy just spells and combat skills. He surely taught her some life lessons too. Amy, at her young age, possessed so many top-tier artifacts and had formidable combat abilities. If not guided properly, she could easily stray onto the wrong path. "I understand," Amy said, her head bowed. She took a deep breath, then looked up at William and said, "Mr. Johnson, I was wrong." "Yes, recognizing your mistakes is good," William affirmed. He believed in some of the world's standards of right and wrong, many of which had arisen because of him. William didn't believe in the inherent goodness of human nature. At her age, if Amy wasn't guided properly, who knew what she might become? Varenus breathed a sigh of relief when Amy sheathed her sword. Silas, seeing Amy return, eagerly looked up at Varenus in the sky. Mr. Johnson had said they would fight with their powers equalized. Silas had rarely experienced real combat since he began his training. Now that the opportunity was before him, he couldn't pass it up. Even if the opponent was formidable, he wanted to try. As a mid-level soulmancer, Silas could already fly. He flew up to Varenus, wielding a small wooden sword. Varenus thought this was too easy. Fighting Amy might have unnerved him, but fighting Silas, just a kid, and judging by his flying posture, a weak one at that. "Begin." William shouted from the mountaintop. As soon as he spoke, Silas was sent flying with a punch from Vorenus. What followed in the fight doesn't need to be said. Silas was completely overpowered. Despite all the spells he had learned from William, he couldn't use a single one. In less than half a minute, he was bloodied and lying on the ground, barely breathing. He didn't have Amy's array of top-tier artifacts to protect himself. Injured, it was already fortunate he wasn't killed. Vorenus smiled. According to the agreement, he could finally leave this world alive. Chapter 8:15 Clearly, William didn't look like a fool. Vorenus felt that just being able to leave alive today was a win in itself. As for ruling Earth or anything grand like that, he decided it was best not to dwell on such thoughts. However, his gaze still lingered on William. This man annoyed him. Even though it was William who had called Amy back, Vorenus felt no gratitude towards him. As a great chief deity of a realm, William's disrespect made Vorenus feel that this man must die. You? Yes, you. Dare you fight me? Vorenus looked down at William arrogantly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, tinged with mockery. In his view, William surely wouldn't dare to engage him in combat. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderclap boomed through the sky. The sea god Poseidon, clad in a sea-blue robe, descended from the heavens, appearing opposite Vorenus. The overwhelming aura of a high-ranking god-king emanating from Poseidon made Vorenus feel extremely oppressed. So it was you who fought my disciple, right? Poseidon looked at Vorenus with disdain. You're just a minor chief deity of some world, right? Daring to run wild here and even attack his disciple? And you had the audacity to verbally insult him just moments ago. In front of Poseidon, Vorenus felt utterly weak and helpless. This Poseidon was known for his fiery temper, not exactly a deity who reasoned with others. At least William was more reasonable. May I ask who you are? Vorenus asked nervously, looking at Poseidon. At this moment, William had already stopped suppressing Vorenus's power, but his strength was still nothing compared to Poseidon. Poseidon chuckled coldly. Didn't you want my disciple to follow you, to become your apprentice? And just now, you disregarded me? Oh my gods! Vorenus was numb. From Poseidon's words, he realized that Amy was his disciple. What had he just said? Had he not just made a complete fool of himself? And now to be slapped in the face so quickly, was this really appropriate? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, my lord. Please do not be angry. Didn't Vorenus understand now? Amy had a master with the power level of a high-ranking god king. No wonder she possessed so many top-tier artifacts. Thinking about it made his scalp tingle. He had dared to scorn a high-ranking god king? He had really narrowed his own path. If you say it's a misunderstanding, then it can be, Poseidon said with a sly smile. I heard you say you wanted to fight William, right? Poseidon was not as rigid as Zeus. Although he respected William in his heart, sometimes he just liked to stir things up. Vorenus was at a loss for words for a moment. He wasn't sure about the relationship between William and Poseidon, so he didn't know whether to answer yes or no. How about this? Poseidon mused. You fight William, and if you win, I'll let you leave alive, but if you lose... The consequences of losing went without saying. Vorenus had already won 2 fights, and even Amy, without using weapons, was no match for him, let alone a mere William. William wasn't upset by Poseidon's words. He was inherently playful, and Poseidon's personality was largely influenced by him. He also favored this particular disciple the most. So when Poseidon did and said such things, he wasn't surprised. In fact, he found it quite amusing. Vorenus had initiated the challenge. Anyway, this guy wasn't going to survive today, so a little practice wouldn't hurt. Vorenus didn't realize that he had initially just narrowed his path, but now he had completely sealed it. Offending Poseidon might still leave a chance for survival, but offending William meant he might not even walk normally today. Come on, William, fight me. Let me see what you're capable of. Vorenus called out loudly. Let's agree first. Can we use weapons? Whatever you want. If you want to use weapons, go ahead, William replied. Good. Then I will also suppress my power to the level of a novice soulmancer. Vorenus arrogantly pulled out a speared axe, pointing it at William. That means you want to use weapons, William observed with interest. He wasn't really in favor of using weapons. It could get so bloody. But if this man insisted, it wasn't a problem. William was always a genteel and easygoing person, so he took it as just going through the motions. "Silas, lend me your little wooden sword," William said, and a small wooden sword appeared in his hand. The wooden sword Silas had used earlier had turned to ash in the battle. To Vorenus, it seemed William had simply procured another wooden sword. But to Poseidon, it was different. William had just transformed the ash back into the wooden sword. It was like making a heart that had stopped beating come back to life. This completely broke the law of conservation of energy in the universe. Even high-ranking god kings found it difficult to bring the dead back to life. Otherwise, William wouldn't have struggled to revive Artemis in the past. Poseidon strained to sense the shift in the universe's laws. His heart gained some new insights. "Amy, watch and learn." Poseidon called out to Amy as William prepared to take action personally. Seeing William about to use swordsmanship excited Poseidon. The last time Poseidon had seen William use swordsmanship was during their last battle. Vorenus had no idea what he was up against. In his view, if William borrowed a weapon from Amy, he might have some trouble handling it. But to fight with a little wooden sword was simply humiliating. William instantly flew into the air, appearing opposite Vorenus. "You don't have to suppress your power. Use whatever skills you have," William said considerately. After all, this was probably Vorenus's last fight. It was better not to leave any regrets. Truly considerate. Clueless, Vorenus laughed loudly, the speared axe glowing with a sinister black light, emitting a dangerous aura as if it could devour everything. If he didn't suppress his power, he felt he could kill William in a second. This should be a simple task for him. Wait, what? How did he get up here? Vorenus suddenly realized something was off. William had just appeared in front of him out of nowhere, and he hadn't understood what method William had used, using the power of spatial laws. But he hadn't felt any spatial fluctuations. Just pure speed? A novice soulmancer, and his speed was already so fast that Vorenus couldn't catch it, and William had seen his fight. Knowing his strength, he was still so arrogant. Either he was foolish, or he really had the skills. Clearly, William didn't look like a fool. Chapter 8:16. You seem very happy just now. At this moment, Poseidon, the god of the sea, spoke. "Young man, I admire your courage. Even if you die after making Mr. Johnson draw his sword, it's worth it." As he said this, Poseidon's laughter resembled that of a child. What the heck? Hearing these words from Poseidon, Vorenus instantly felt a sense of despair. Firstly, it was all about the title. To be respectfully addressed as Mr. by high-ranking god kings. What kind of being could that be? William didn't waste words and said, "Let's get started." Vorenus had no other choice. Retreating was now impossible. He lifted his speared axe and fiercely chopped at William. The speared axe, enveloped in dark aura, tore through the space, intertwined with thunder and lightning, truly extraordinary. Against any other opponent, anyone less than an absolute deity would surely perish. The moment the speared axe was swung, William simply sidestepped slightly, easily dodging it. As for the thunderous and annihilative powers, they had no effect on William at all. If William had simply wanted to kill Vorenus, it would have been very easy, needing just one sword strike. But now, he was trying to teach Amy and Silas something. Vorenus gritted his teeth. William was fast, but not invincibly so. After easily dodging one attack, Vorenus felt anxious but still clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe he could actually win? Vorenus roared, his body growing immensely, assuming the true posture of a supreme god. He exerted his full strength, and the speared axe in his hands grew even larger. In front of Vorenus, William seemed as insignificant as an ant. But obviously, this was just a matter of size and had nothing to do with strength. Vorenus no longer used his speared axe, but began to employ his magic and special abilities. Countless black flames carrying the scent of death flew towards William, almost engulfing him instantly. William could have stood still, as these flames couldn't really harm him. But such a fight wouldn't teach Amy and Silas anything. So, he decided to fight magic with magic. Just using magic, huh? As if he couldn't do it too. As the black flames gathered around him, William casually gestured with his hand. Yes, that's right. He just casually made a gesture. Seal. Ice. Was it the same spell Amy had used before? Vorenus was huge, but the ice chains summoned by William were even thicker. Wasn't it about who was bigger? In this regard, William had never been afraid of anyone. Vorenus saw the ice chains suddenly appearing in the void. He felt a rush of urgency and teleported again, just like he had defeated Amy before. He thought this was how he could defeat William. When he teleported behind William, his speared axe swung tens of thousands of times in an instant. A triumphant smile appeared on Vorenus's face. William turned around, and it was just one sword strike. The wooden sword pierced through the dense black flames, stabbing the tip of the speared axe. In an instant, the flames dissipated. The speared axe shattered into pieces, turning into countless fragments the next moment. Vorenus's huge body was also locked by the ice chains. How could this be? William had actually anticipated his teleportation spot. And what's more outrageous? In William's hand was just a plain wooden sword. Vorenus was sure it was just an ordinary wooden sword. An ordinary wooden sword had broken through his fire of apocalypse and even shattered his speared axe. This was utterly inconceivable. How could you be so strong? Still a novice soulmancer level? That's just insane. At this moment, Vorenus felt an incredible sense of disbelief. William had always been a straightforward person. You use magic, I use magic. You use a weapon, I use a weapon. But such a minor god. Even Poseidon didn't take him seriously, let alone in front of William. Are you also at the high-ranking god king's level? Vorenus looked at William in horror. Now his power was not suppressed, but he was still easily crushed by William. That's not high-ranking god king's level. Then what is? William simply said, I'm not at the high-ranking god king's level. Vorenus burst into hysterical laughter, filled with despair, feeling he had no hope left. Still saying you're not at the high-ranking god king's level? That's just too hypocritical. The main gods of their parallel dimensions were just administrators set up by the cosmic entity to manage the various dimensions. Just helping the cosmic entity manage the dimensions, their strength was still far from that of the high-ranking god kings. Facing a high-ranking god king's level powerhouse, if they fought, death was certain, no doubt about it. William didn't bother explaining too much. With a casual sword strike, he slashed through the air towards Vorenus. Vorenus's huge body turned into dust in the air. Since the fight had already started, William didn't bother letting Poseidon make a move, handling it himself cleanly. Amy had always known William was strong, but she never knew just how strong William really was. Now, seeing William in action, she understood what true strength was. Holding just a wooden sword, he still managed to annihilate a giant she couldn't defeat. Remember, this giant had his powers suppressed when fighting her. Now, with his full strength displayed, William still managed to kill him with one sword strike. William's strength was evident. William's battle was still captured by satellites. Samuel and others watching on the screen also saw this scene. That giant was a deity, right? But he seemed so frail in front of William. What does a mere deity count for in front of William? Some staff at the base saw this scene and couldn't help but cheer. With such a powerful being on Earth, what did they have to fear? Probably only William felt that this battle didn't mean much. It didn't share any special combat experience with Amy and Silas. It was simply that he was too powerful and Vorenus was too weak. This was an absolute overpowering of strength, with no combat experience to speak of. Perhaps Poseidon learned a little something on the side. Did you break through again? William turned around, smiling at Poseidon. Poseidon bowed slightly towards William and said, Yes, master. You seemed very happy just now? William remarked. He did seem very happy. Poseidon suddenly felt uneasy. William performed a sword flourish, pointing the wooden sword at Poseidon. Come on, let me see how much you've progressed. Damn. Poseidon was completely flustered. William was testing his skills. Chapter 8:17. Perhaps he would have given up on himself. Poseidon, the god of the sea, had a gleeful look on his face, which William didn't particularly dislike, but he felt it necessary to teach the young god a lesson, to show him that being a spectator isn't always as enjoyable as it seems. The next moment, William and Poseidon found themselves in the vast, desolate cosmos, facing each other from a distance. Master, I was wrong, Poseidon said, a hint of panic in his voice. Could it be? Was the master really angry? William shook his head. No, you're not wrong. I really was wrong, Poseidon insisted, his face a picture of misery. When others grasped the true power of the highest cosmic truths, they invariably experienced phenomena wrapped in thousands of holy lights, a scene of grandeur. But for him, it seemed he was just about to get a beating. Poseidon had no desire to fight William. "Enough talk," William said. "Let me see what progress you've made." William still held only a wooden sword in his hand, but Poseidon knew all too well that whether William chose to use the sword or not, the outcome would be the same. Poseidon might have grasped the true power of the highest cosmic truths, but the power of the holy aura within him hadn't increased. At best, there had been a qualitative change, but no quantitative increase. He had seen William participate in the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle. Even the cosmic entities were casually brutalized by him. The champions of various universes were no match for William, as weak and inexperienced as they were. In front of William, he was merely a novice with a combat strength of 5. He knew well that William wouldn't really kill him, but a beating seemed inevitable. Luckily, there were no others nearby, or he would have lost face big time. The mighty Poseidon, casually brutalized. Just thinking about it felt quite tragic. As he thought this, Zeus and Hera suddenly appeared nearby. William looked indifferent, as if their presence had nothing to do with him. They had come on their own. How could there be a fight without an audience? Zeus stood far away, looking at Poseidon, knowing that little Poseidon was about to get a beating. Hera also stood aside, sneaking glances, pretending not to see what was happening, as if she knew nothing. She too was preparing to break through her power limits. Poseidon had now first grasped the true power of the highest cosmic truths, henceforth no longer restricted by the cosmic entity. But how much had Poseidon's strength really improved after his breakthrough? Talking too much was pointless. Poseidon clenched his fist, and his trident appeared behind him, standing on Triton's tempest circle, his eyes overflowing with blue light. Countless mysterious and complex blue runes appeared around him. Having grasped the true power of the highest cosmic truths, Poseidon now controlled the forces of the highest cosmic truths, no longer limited to this universe. But his trident pointed at William in the air, trembling. Could it be? Could it be? Had Poseidon gone mad? What was he trying to do? Why use a weapon against William? Why use me? His trident, which had been borrowed by William many times over the years, had often been intimidated by other weapon spirits in William's spatial storage ring, especially by the Sword of Soulbreaker, which was just too bullying. When it was in William's hands, it truly feared that the big boss might accidentally break them. With such little strength, Poseidon dared to point it at William the Obliterator? My goodness, you guys are just fooling around. But could you please consider the trident's feelings? Poseidon also sensed that his trident was a bit scared. But what could he do now? He was scared too, but he couldn't show his fear. William clearly just wanted to test him. He wasn't going to really kill him. If he showed fear even now, what was the point of controlling the power of the highest cosmic truths? Trident, get serious. Keep this up, and after we're done, I'll throw you into a dung pit to soak for 10,000 years. Poseidon shouted angrily. Don't you understand what knightly spirit is? So embarrassing. Upon hearing about the dung pit for 10,000 years. That. Might as well just break it. If it were taken out again in the future, other weapons would definitely point and gossip. Look, that's the trident that's soaked in dung. Damn, it emits energy with a hint of poop smell. I swear, it must have soaked in a dung pit for 10,000 years. Yes, 10,000 years. Thinking of these, the trident trembled lightly, its tip swirling with light. The trident split into 4 clones, each pointing at William from different directions, surrounding him in the middle. Triton's tempest circle instantly formed a barrier, enveloping William within. Thousands of energies, sharp as scalpels, crisscrossed within this barrier. William had suppressed his own power to match Poseidon's, his body raging with sword energy. The chaotic energy flows of Triton's tempest circle were undeniably strong, each stream capable of slicing a planet. Even high-ranking god kings like the Archangel Amenadiel, controlled by the cosmic entity, wouldn't survive 10 seconds within this barrier. The protective shield raised by William's sword energy began to crack under the relentless cutting of the thousands of energy streams. Very good. William didn't think less of Poseidon for failing to break his shield. He was invincible after all. If he always judged others by their combat strength, then everyone would look like trash to him. How arrogant would that be? Because of this, William didn't favor someone just because they were strong, nor did he look down on someone because they were weak. After all, none were as strong as him, right? Poseidon could hear William's praise and see the situation within Triton's tempest circle. He had managed to damage William's protective shield to this extent. That was probably enough to boast about. The chaotic energy flows within Triton's tempest circle were colorful and beautiful. William, with his wooden sword planted in the ground, watched the splendid scene within the barrier, thinking that enjoying a meal in such a setting wouldn't be too bad. Even the special effects in movies couldn't compare to the beauty within Triton's tempest circle. Although this beautiful scenery was full of deadly threats, William only worried that doing such a thing might deal a devastating blow to Poseidon's confidence. That would be an insult not high in damage, but very high in humiliation. William was straightforward, drawing his sword and slashing towards the trident. The target was clear. To break Triton's tempest circle under normal circumstances, one would have to break the barrier from each of its four corners. If not done this way, it wasn't impossible. William could slightly increase his power and break the barrier with one sword strike. But that would be no fun. Facing a powerful barrier, it was proper to break it the right way, which was the minimum respect for the person who set it up. Especially for Poseidon, William decided to give him that minimum respect. With this sword strike, Poseidon also saw William's intention, his expression turning somewhat excited. This was the feeling of being respected. If William had broken the barrier with one strike again, it would only have led to defeat for Poseidon. Perhaps he would have given up on himself. After making a big decision to abandon his original power and painstakingly grasping the true power of the highest cosmic truths, to be mercilessly slapped in the face right after stepping out. Who could endure that? Chapter 8:18 Triton's Tempest Circle. In theory, Triton's Tempest Circle, a powerful magical barrier, shouldn't fear being broken. The trident, being a top-tier divine artifact, splitting into four and being broken one by one, sounds almost laughable. Four high-ranking god kings like the archangel Amenadiel, if trapped within Triton's Tempest Circle, could they really withstand the chaotic energy flows and directly break one of the trident's clones? Even if they risked everything to break one corner, the other three clones of the trident wouldn't just stand by idly. The barrier is filled with chaotic energy flows. Any injury would lead to endless destructive attacks. That's why it's said that unless there are four high-ranking God Kings level beings working together, Triton's Tempest Circle is unbreakable. Even then, each could only break one corner, merely managing to escape the barrier. From this perspective, it's clear just how formidable Poseidon's combat power is. Against anyone else, Poseidon wouldn't even need to consider whether they could break the barrier. But this time, he's facing William. This master, not to mention breaking his Triton's Tempest Circle. Even snapping the trident would be normal. Seeing William attack the trident, Poseidon quickly shifted its position. William might be holding a wooden sword, but in his hands, it wouldn't be surprising if he sliced the trident in two. Poseidon was determined not to let William strike the trident's clones. William leaped forward, sword in hand, as the trident vanished from its spot. Poseidon breathed a sigh of relief. He had already planned all possible countermeasures before making his move. Within the barrier, the trident's clones flickered in and out of existence, hiding within spatial portals unless William decided to destroy the space itself. William's lips curled into a smile as he let the trident disappear from before him. His figure didn't stop, but in a blink, another William appeared within the barrier. This clone of William attacked the trident again. No, even Poseidon couldn't tell which was the clone and which was the real William. The chaotic energy flows within the defensive magic circle had never managed to break William's protective shield. Poseidon swallowed hard. Was there even a difference between the clone and the original? This was too unfair. According to the law of conservation of energy, William's clone should have half the strength of his real body, right? It should be weaker than me. Poseidon instantly felt this was unscientific. Very unscientific. But in a blink, the entire Triton's Tempest Circle was swarming with Williams. You're surrounded. No need to hide anymore. William declared like a police officer announcing that Poseidon's trident was surrounded. Not to mention Poseidon, if his trident could cry, it would surely be in tears. What kind of strongest barrier is Triton's Tempest Circle? Do you know what the strongest is? After William entered, why did it feel like the trident was playing hide and seek? And the trident was the one hiding. William caught the trident in the simplest and most unadorned way. The trident fell into his hands, and naturally, Triton's Tempest Circle broke. Compared to forcefully breaking the barrier with a single sword strike, William felt this method was more considerate of Poseidon's feelings. At least this way, the trident wouldn't be destroyed. Poseidon's feelings were incredibly complex. He had thought himself strong, but in William's presence, he still wasn't taken seriously. "Here you go. Your performance was quite impressive," William said as he broke out of the barrier, sending the trident flying back to Poseidon. "You are much stronger now than before." That was indeed the truth. Poseidon sighed, quickly regained his composure, and with a smile asked, "May I stay on Earth?" He had realized, why chase invincibility? Isn't it enough that William is invincible? As for others, besides William, there seemed to be no one in this universe who could kill him. "You decide what you want to do. There's no need to ask me," William said. "Don't you need to manage your palace of the sea god?" Poseidon glanced back at Zeus, his smile deepening. "It doesn't really need much managing, and with Zeus around, he can keep an eye on things. They're not children anymore. Do I need to watch over them?" William glanced at him, scoffing. "You're not planning to freeload off me, are you?" Poseidon should understand that William was unlikely to give him any more divine artifacts. They had already declared the end of their master-disciple relationship, so he was probably thinking about freeloading off William. Back when he didn't know William's identity, he used to come over for meals regularly. His face was shamelessly thick. "Look at what you're saying." Poseidon felt awkwardly exposed. "Isn't it just that I simply want to train by your side? You'd better stay as far away from me as possible." William's gaze was icy, making Poseidon vanish on the spot. Zeus and Hera, standing at a distance, bowed to William before leaving. When William returned, Silas had already been rescued by Amy, a bunch of pills fed to him, and his injuries healed. "We're going back," William said, not really concerned about Silas's injury. "How can a child grow without getting hurt?" Silas followed behind, murmuring, Mr. Johnson was my performance too poor just now." William, walking ahead, chuckled. "Not too bad. You just lack real combat experience. After all, you were facing a world's main god. It would have been strange if you had won." A world's main god. Silas didn't quite understand what William meant by a main god. He only knew clearly that Mr. Johnson had killed that formidable giant with a single sword strike. Someday, he too would surely become as strong as Mr. Johnson. Just as William returned to the school, Samuel came looking for him. "Mr. Johnson, we plan to start tomorrow, expanding outward from the Arcane Village base to gradually save the world. What do you think?" After 5 years, the cities occupied by humans had stabilized, and the future technologies brought back from the high tower had greatly advanced the world's technological level. The enhancement of military power and the proliferation of soulmancers made saving the world feasible earlier than expected. William smiled. "Such matters, you can decide on your own. Why ask me?" Samuel gritted his teeth, plucking up courage. "We were hoping Mr. Johnson could join us." "I don't know." "Of course, no problem." William pondered for a moment, then said, "Since I live in the Arcane Village base, I'm a part of this community. However, I only have the strength of a novice soulmancer. What do you expect me to do?" William didn't mind participating in the battle, but he definitely wouldn't single-handedly eliminate all the mutated creatures. He just wanted to be a somewhat involved spectator. "Just having you with us is enough. As for what to do, you decide." Samuel didn't dare to press further, perhaps just feeling more reassured with William around. For instance, if they encountered an SSS-level mutated creature, William would probably take action. Chapter 819 Astral Adder. The revival of human civilization was imminent, and William had already done plenty. The gates of the Arcane Village base swung open. Almost simultaneously, the gates of bases around the world flung open, marking the beginning of humanity's counterattack. Thanks to the Pantheon Guild's efforts in educating the public about the habits of mutated creatures, William's beast-taming class had become a special course, and William himself was appointed as the head of the beast-taming class. However, The official enrollment for the beast taming class stood at only 10 students. William didn't want to teach too many students. These 10 included Serafina and Amy, plus Silas, Jasper, and Emma from before, with the remaining 5 being individuals William found particularly intriguing. This time, William was taking them outside the base. According to the base's regulations, a level A fighter could lead 100 level B fighters, and an S-level fighter could command 100 level A fighters. The school's students could follow the main troops and observe the battle. It was time for them to witness a real battlefield. In the records, William was only a C-level fighter, technically not qualified to lead students outside. But now, the upper echelons of the Human Alliance and some core members of the base knew that William was truly Earth's strongest combatant. He could do as he pleased without concern. Taking 10 students out for training? Even if William took 10 babies out for a stroll, there would be absolutely no need to worry. After the main force of the Arcane Village base departed, the frontline fighters began clearing out mutated creatures, and the engineers started rebuilding on the ruins of the old cities. The mutated creatures around Mount Olympus were left untouched, as they were stronger than most others, and besides, Mount Olympus itself was not suitable for city building due to the massive engineering and resource demands. William paid no heed to the fierce battles at the front lines. Nowadays, the powerhouses of the Soulmancer realm were going all out to exchange for artifacts and secret scrolls at the Arcane Village base, mobilizing almost entirely unless they encountered an SSS-level mutated creature. These SSS-level mutated creatures generally lived deep in the mountains or the ocean and were not easily encountered. "Today, you'll get some real practice," William said. He had been at the base for quite a while and was a person who could endure solitude. But now that he was out, of course, he had to make the most of it. Foraging alone in the mountains was one thing, but it was quite another to do it with a group of kids. Perhaps it was his age, but William found he enjoyed being around children more because they weren't burdened with complex thoughts. Like Amy, even though they knew William was powerful, the most they did was look up to him with admiration. Just like how Crayon Shinchan adores Action Kamen. It was a simple fondness. Jasper's constitution was clearly not the best. At 17, he was still only a novice Soulmancer, not on the same level as the others in terms of personal combat ability. "Mr. Johnson, is that starlight grass ahead?" Jasper pushed up his glasses, pointing at a clump of grass. William glanced over and replied, "Yes, that's starlight grass. It tastes pretty good. Want to try some?" Jasper responded expressionlessly. "Isn't that the starlight grass that can sap a Soulmancer's strength? And isn't there usually an astral adder near starlight grass?" Emma, still sporting her goth makeup, frowned and said, "Astral adder? The kind that can cause hallucinations? An A-level mutated creature." She looked around warily. An A-level mutated creature was a formidable presence for her. As she spoke, a pale snake slithered out from the grass, hissing, "Damn humans, get off my territory, or I'll kill you." Astral adder? Jasper stepped back, well aware of his own strength. As long as he retreated to William's side, he would be safe. Mr. Johnson was very strong, a mere A-level. Mutated creature was no match for him. Just as Jasper stepped back to William's side, William gently pushed him forward. "Astral adder tastes quite good, and this one's not fully grown yet. Not very dangerous. You handle it." "Me?" Jasper's head drooped slightly as he pulled out a bag of yellow powder from his pocket, then slowly donned a gas mask from his backpack. "All right then." With that, he stepped towards the astral adder. A novice Soulmancer, effectively a D-level, facing an A-level mutated creature. The gap was significant. Amy and Silas had agreed with William before coming out that unless he permitted, they wouldn't intervene. Serafina was the type who disdained getting involved. William's outing with the students was not just for training but, of course, also for finding delicacies. Or rather, it was the other way around. Despite Jasper's low power level, he had his unique strengths. While the other students, being powerful, didn't carry much when they went out, this bespectacled boy carried a large pack and faced everything with calm composure. "You can step back now. Let Jasper handle this little snake," William said with narrowed eyes. "You need to understand, we're not out here for fun. In a place crawling with mutated creatures, we've already severely strayed from the main force. For food, you'll have to rely on yourselves." Of course, if you want to try finding the main force on your own, that's also fine. While at the Arcane Village base, William was a genteel and easygoing teacher, but once outside, his students had to face some real challenges. They weren't out here on a picnic, after all. As Emma grew older, her obsession with William only deepened, following his every word with absolute obedience. As for the remaining 5 students, they were children selected from various major Soulmancer organizations, all under 10 years old and absolutely obedient to William. For a moment, it was just Jasper and the Astral Adder facing off. "What are you trying to do, kid?" The Astral Adder glared at Jasper, threatening. "Take one more step, and you'll regret it." The lenses of Jasper's glasses flashed coldly as he donned black metal gloves and said coolly, "You can try." The Astral Adder flicked its tongue, spewing a cloud of green smoke that enveloped Jasper. But Jasper's steps were firm as he quickly charged at the Astral Adder, his black gloves sparking as he punched towards the snake. "Think you can catch me with that speed?" Seeing Jasper unaffected by the poison, the Astral Adder attempted to flee like lightning. A smile appeared on Jasper's face as a steel net shot out from his gloves, accurately trapping the Astral Adder and then tightening around it. From his gloves, he then sprayed a cloud of sulfur powder onto the captured Astral Adder. Chapter 8. 20 Women Are Emotional Creatures. "Ugh, you jerk. What the hell did you sprinkle on me?" The little snake cursed and writhed within the steel net. Many people think sulfur can harm snakes, but in reality, snakes fear sulfur mainly because of its pungent smell, which instinctively signals danger to them. However, having it sprinkled on them just makes them feel nauseous. It's like how a person would feel being doused in sewage, not highly damaging, but extremely insulting. Jasper was momentarily stunned by the Astral Adder's barrage of curses. "Mr. Johnson, it's been sprinkled with sulfur. Why is it still so lively?" Jasper asked, puzzled. William gave him a look. "Is sulfur poisonous? And when did you hear that sulfur could kill snakes? Besides, now you'll have to wash the snake meat several times more." "Ah, really?" Jasper always thought he was quite smart. After all, his strength wasn't great, and if his brain wasn't sharp either, he'd really struggle. "This snake, you handle it yourself." William didn't want to get his hands dirty with sulfur, which also didn't smell particularly pleasant. Besides training, these students needed to learn how to fend for themselves, right? It wasn't William's job to be both their bodyguard and babysitter. Even Alice didn't get such treatment. Oh, right. He seemed to have a wife. William suddenly remembered that he hadn't called Alice in nearly 5 years. Right. Not even a single call in 5 years, let alone video calls or face-to-face meetings. William had been so engrossed in teaching and exploring culinary delights that he almost forgot he was married. Calmly, William pulled out his phone and dialed Alice's number. It was off, probably out of battery. William's divine sense swept through the divine realm. Alice was still being hunted. A group of nature deities was chasing her, with some shapeshifter lords lurking in the shadows. She had camouflaged her aura, dressed in dirty clothes, covered in mud, and leaning in a street corner under a tattered hat. Passers-by frowned and steered clear of her. As for her phone, she didn't have one on her, nor in her storage bracelet. That made sense, considering phones are fragile, and Alice faced formidable demons and shapeshifter lords daily, any of whom could smash her phone in an instant. As for Loki and the others, they seemed to be in a bad spot, all captured by Hades. Why did Hades capture them? William furrowed his brows, recalling that many forces in the divine realm had been ordered to make trouble for Alice. Right. He remembered now. It was because he wanted to surprise Alice, leading to a decree that got her hunted across the whole divine realm. With Hades wielding the Archangel Amenadiel's 7 treasures staff and the Spear of Apocalypse, dealing with Loki and his ilk was a breeze. Seems I might have made things a tad too difficult. William felt he might have gone a bit overboard. Alice had plenty of artifacts, but it depended on who she was up against. Various absolute deity-level beings, powerful demons, and all the shapeshifter lords. Only high-ranking god-kings hadn't made a move yet. That Alice had managed to survive in the divine realm for 5 years and still calmly hide out here undetected was quite impressive. "Seraphina, keep an eye on the kids for me. I need to step out for a bit." William decided it was time to see Alice. They had been effectively living apart, with no contact for 5 years. On Earth, If a couple went through this, they'd typically break up. But William had no intention of abandoning Alice. On this matter, he realized he was at fault. Although he wasn't one to devote much time to matters of the heart, it was indeed too much for Alice. Serafina didn't know what William was up to. "Mr. Johnson, rest assured, I guarantee they won't die," Serafina said with a smile. "Of course, that's just about not dying." William and she exchanged a glance. "Even if they die, it's okay." This was said in front of Jasper and the others, leaving Jasper relatively calm, but the other kids turned pale with fear. They had seen William let Jasper tackle the astral adder alone and felt anxious, knowing well how dangerous it was outside the base, where ferocious beasts reputedly ate children. Mr. Johnson was entrusting their fate to a little girl. In their eyes, Serafina was just a girl about their age, barely in her teens. Leaving them in Serafina's care seemed like a death sentence. Without further explanation, William teleported from Earth to the divine realm. With Serafina and Amy there, those kids were in no real danger. Facing an SSS-level mutated creature, Amy could now take it head-on and even potentially slay it directly. William appeared on the streets of Abyssal City in the divine realm, dressed in a white robe. He approached within 15 feet of Alice and called out, "Alice!" At his shout, all the deities and shapeshifter lords on the street turned to look his way. Currently, Alice was the most infamous figure in the divine realm. This woman topped the wanted lists of both the Divine Alliance and the Ultimate Force Alliance. Capturing her would yield at least 10 top-tier artifacts and millions of energy crystals. Such a bounty was unprecedented since the birth of the divine realm. Hearing the shout, Alice didn't move, but slightly turned her head to look at William. How could she openly acknowledge her identity? Who knew if she had really been spotted? Alice planned to keep up her act, but as she turned her head, she saw a familiar figure. No wonder the voice was so familiar. "William!" Alice cried out, tears streaming down her face as she flung herself at him. William stood still as Alice clung to him like a koala, her tears flowing freely as she sobbed. "Where have you been? My phone was destroyed. I thought you didn't want me anymore." William had envisioned many possible scenarios for their reunion. Alice might have become disheartened and ignored him, or she might have angrily called for a breakup. After all, their relationship had started quite abruptly. Women are emotional creatures, neglected for 5 years and constantly hunted during that time. What would her attitude be upon seeing him again? He never expected Alice to react like this. Chapter 8:21 I told you, I'm invincible. Women are a complex species, something William knew all too well. Over the years, he had his fair share of women around him. When a woman loves you, she can kiss you, hug you, and spin you around, always seeking frequent physical contact and closeness. But when she says she doesn't love you anymore, that's it. She can turn her back faster than flipping a book. Moreover, this time, it was indeed William who was somewhat at fault. Even if Alice was angry, it wasn't really a big deal. At most, he just needed to coax her a bit. But after not seeing her for so long and being cold to her for so long, she surprisingly wasn't angry. Alice, the gods, demons, and shapeshifter lords all around the street were staring this way. They recognized her. This was Alice. Suddenly, tensions were high. These powerful beings were ready to fight at any moment. "William, let's run." Alice panicked. With so many eyes on her, she couldn't escape. It had become a reflex. In the 5 years since the Earth had changed, Alice had been constantly hunted. If discovered, she had to flee, assessing the situation to see if she could fight her way out. Clearly, they were outnumbered here. What were they waiting for? Run. Why run? William smiled, seeing no need to flee anymore. These people weren't really his enemies. He wasn't planning to fight. After all, if he did, everyone here would die. Let's end the special training. I think you've trained enough, William thought. Although they hadn't reached the final destination, the sanctum of the holy light, 5 years should have taken them a long way. Considering the entire divine realm was against her, if Alice could reach the sanctum of the holy light in 5 years, she would truly be outstanding. Let's head west together, William decided, not to be too harsh. Even if William was a bit slow in matters of love, there should be a limit. Alice looked at William puzzled. What do you mean the training is over? It means we're now going to pick up Loki and the others, then head west, back to Earth, William explained with a smile. Consider it a honeymoon. A honeymoon before marriage was quite normal on Earth. So, since they were already integrated into modern society, William was okay with that. He hadn't properly spent time with Alice in 5 years, almost forgetting his wife. William felt somewhat guilty, especially since Alice had no complaints when they met again. Really? Where are we picking up Loki and the others? Alice asked. A yellow wind blew through earlier, and they all disappeared. Alice knew Loki and the others were strong. That meant they were captured by someone very powerful. A gust of wind had swept away several strong individuals. How powerful must the enemy be? You forgot. I told you. I'm invincible. William never thought it was a big deal. Hades was his disciple, and he had just checked with his divine sense. Loki and the others were doing quite well with Hades, because Rhadamanthus was one of Hades' 3 major guardians before. They were all old acquaintances. They seemed miserable, apparently captured by Hades. But in reality, everyone except Alice was thriving under Hades' care, not suffering at all. They were eating, drinking, and having a great time, while Alice, their master, was still pondering how to rescue her disciples. William didn't think Loki and the others were being too excessive. Wasn't this the effect he wanted? Loki, Bob, and the others were just a random team William had put together. He didn't expect them to contribute anything. The best outcome was for them to be captured, Alice to rescue them, and then Alice to get a bit roughed up. It was that simple. The perfect ending would be Alice rescuing them all, just like Alice's disciples occasionally called out to her on the road. Master. Loki was captured by the shapeshifters. Master. Bob was captured by the shapeshifters. Master. Gump was captured by the shapeshifters. In the end, the heavy responsibility of rescuing the disciples fell on Alice, the master. Do you mean we're going to rescue them together? Alice's eyes lit up, knowing William's strength. With his help, it would be very easy. Yes, we'll rescue them together, William said. But if he asked Hades for people, would Hades really stop him? And was that really the treatment for being captured? As William and Alice spoke lovingly, the surrounding gods, demons, and shapeshifter lords were not only puzzled, but also angry. They were being completely ignored. Are you Alice? A middle-aged magician in a long robe stared at William and Alice and questioned. William, letting Alice hug him, glanced at the magician and said, Yes, she's Alice. But you all can disperse now. The mission to capture Alice is over. Over? You say it's over just like that. The middle-aged magician gestured with his hand, and a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere, attacking William and Alice. William flicked his finger, sending the fireball flying. No matter how powerful the fireball was, it was nothing in front of William. I, William the Obliterator, hereby declare the mission to capture Alice over. His voice spread across the sky, throughout the entire divine realm. Everyone involved in capturing Alice heard this voice. This voice carried a powerful deterrent force. Who was William the Obliterator? There were too many legends about him in the divine realm. Previously, it was William the Obliterator who had the gods, demons, and shapeshifters capture Alice, and now he was the one canceling the mission. But ordinary gods, demons, and shapeshifters didn't know all this. They only knew that the Divine Alliance and Ultimate Force Alliance's gods, as well as demons and shapeshifters, were all offering a reward for Alice, with no relation to William the Obliterator. Zeus, Odin, and the shapeshifter lords, as well as powerful demons, also heard William's voice. They immediately sent their subordinates to notify their followers to stop pursuing Alice. Let's go. I'll take you to find Loki and the others. William affectionately stroked Alice's head, tentatively asking, Do you want to get down first? I don't wanna. Alice clung to William, not wanting to let go. Perhaps because she hadn't seen William for so long, Alice buried her head in William's shoulder, her arms wrapped around his neck, and her legs tightly clamped around his waist in a perfect embrace. Chapter 8:22 A Warrior Unafraid of Death. All right, if you don't want to get down, then don't, William said, no longer putting on any airs of a domineering CEO. After all, he and Alice were already a couple. If their story were written into a novel, it would probably be one of those clicked teacher-student romance stories that wouldn't even pass the submission stage on those novel websites. Putting on a domineering act now would just be pretentious. After William spoke, the surrounding gods, demons, and shapeshifters all stared at them, but dared not make a move. William the Obliterator, after all. He was a legendary figure. Surely no one would be foolish enough to challenge him. Are you William the Obliterator? A burly man with long hair clad in battle armor suddenly stepped forward. Holding an 18-foot-long machete, he pointed at William and declared, "So what if you are William the Obliterator? Today, unless you leave this woman behind, you will die here." A cold smile played at the corner of the burly man's mouth. The surrounding gods, demons, and shapeshifter lords all backed away, far away. A brave warrior. A warrior unafraid of death. William had initially just wanted to leave with Alice. But even after revealing his identity, there were still those who wanted to challenge him. Creator deity level? William glanced at the giant man. In terms of strength, he was passable, but such strength also depended on who the opponent was. Creator deity level was nothing in front of William. But if this young man insisted on fighting, William didn't mind teaching him a lesson. "I am Curvox of the Blood Oath Legion from the Blood Moon Plains. Leave Alice, and you can go," Curvox said arrogantly, his knife pointing at William. "Otherwise, I'll kill you both." Alice looked back at Curvox and whispered in William's ear, "Are we going to fight? Maybe I should get down." Clearly, with the enemy right in front of them, if she continued to cling stubbornly, she feared William might dislike it. It's not a big deal to keep holding you. It was just facing a minor creator deity. Did he really need to prepare anything to fight him? Even holding Alice, dealing with him would be a piece of cake. After a brief separation and reuniting, their affection only grew sweeter, especially after being apart for 5 years. Alice clung tightly to William, unwilling to let go. Alice knew William's strength. Since William said so, she just clung tightly to his neck and didn't move. His scent was so comforting. "William the Obliterator, right? Today, I will obliterate you," Curvox boasted, a talent in his own right. In just a few thousand years, he had risen to the level of a creator deity, and he had the pride to match. His machete glinted with a bloody light, and his long hair emitted a faint red glow. Curvox had heard the legends of William the Obliterator, but he believed them to be false. William the Obliterator was a big name even before the Divine Alliance was established. How could he be like this man, cuddling with a woman in the street? In Curvox's view, a figure like William the Obliterator should either be an old man with white hair or even a bald one, having transcended worldly desires and living in seclusion in some remote mountain, not looking young and handsome like now. A true sage should have the demeanor of one, right? Thinking this, the man in front of him couldn't possibly be the real William the Obliterator. He must be an imposter, bluffing his way through. If today Curvox killed this fake William the Obliterator and captured Alice, wouldn't he become famous throughout the divine realm? After all, these fools on the street all thought this man was the real William the Obliterator. If he could kill William the Obliterator, wouldn't that prove he was even more formidable than the legendary figure? Even if it later turned out this William the Obliterator was fake, it would still show his unique insight, having seen through the charlatan's disguise and acted decisively. His heroic deeds would spread throughout the divine realm, and countless super-powerful beings would scramble to take him as a disciple. Perhaps he would catch the eye of some high-ranking god, kings, and reach the pinnacle of his life. With this thought, Curvox roared and swung his machete at William with incredible speed. The blood light tore through the space, stirring the winds and clouds with murderous intent. William didn't want to kill this young man. After all, the previous mission to hunt Alice was also his doing, and if he were to act against these people now, it would indeed be too much. Curvox's machete stopped in midair, a foot away from William's body, unable to advance further. It wasn't that his blade wasn't sharp enough or fast enough, nor was it because his strength was too low, but rather because the person in front of him was too powerful. The gap between them didn't necessitate any action. William chuckled lightly, and Curvox was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away, his machete flung out of sight in the blink of an eye. This was already a merciful outcome. If William truly wanted to kill him, a mere glance would suffice to turn him into dust. Curvox of the Blood Oath Legion from the Blood Moon Plains? William hadn't even heard of this man's name. Perhaps he was one of the notable figures to emerge in the divine realm in the last few 100,000 years. William only really knew the 12 Olympian gods and the gods of Asgard. "Let's go," William said, appearing directly outside Hades' palace with Alice in his arms. Rhadamanthus was once one of Hades' 3 major guardians. He was living comfortably in Hades' palace, even having a private room. Loki and Bob were similarly just tied up loosely with a rope. Hades had no intention of harming them. "Everyone, it's time for dinner. Let's untie these ropes." Hades personally came to fetch Loki and the others. "William the Obliterator has already spoken to stop the pursuit of Alice. You should be able to go back soon." Hades knew William just wanted to train Alice. Alice was William's wife, and he certainly didn't dare offend her. But with William's command, he still decided to do something. Like now, tying up Loki and the others and letting Alice face the pursuit of gods and demons alone was a pretty good setup. "Loki, don't worry, Alice will be fine. You just stay here comfortably for the next few days. Tell me whatever you want to eat or need, and I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Learn a bit from that fat guy." Loki actually wanted to protect Alice, but hearing Hades say this, he reluctantly settled down here. After all, he couldn't beat them. What else could he do? Hades wasn't really making it hard for them. They had been captured for 2 days, but during that time, they were only tied up with ordinary hemp rope. Yes, just ordinary hemp rope. Their powers weren't even sealed. At mealtimes, they were untied and allowed to dine together in the Great Hall. This wasn't captivity at all. It was more like hosting honored guests. Chapter 8:23 Lean your head forward. I wonder how Loki and Bob are doing now. Alice was somewhat worried about her disciples. They had spent 5 years together, enduring hardships. Even if they weren't just master and disciple, they were at least friends. It was impossible not to worry. "Are you worried about them?" William asked softly. At this moment, Alice was still clinging to William like a monkey, unwilling to let go as if fearing he would leave her again. "You have no idea what kind of powerful people I've encountered during the days you weren't here," Alice murmured into William's ear. She then shared the experiences of the past 5 years and the amusing incidents that occurred with her disciples. "I thought Loki and the others were strong, but there are always stronger people in this world. Just a few days ago, a black wind swept through, and before I could even see anyone, Loki and the others were gone. I don't even know what powerful figure captured them. I heard they wanted to eat Jesus' flesh. I hope he hasn't been eaten already." Alice seemed to have opened a floodgate, chattering nonstop into William's ear. William didn't find it annoying. Suddenly, he felt that having someone talk about these trivial matters was quite nice. "There will always be someone stronger." "That's a correct view," William said. "But Loki and the others are doing very well. So well that you might want to hit them when you see them." "Huh? Why would I want to hit them if they're doing well?" Alice genuinely couldn't understand why she would want to hit Loki and the others if they were faring well. "You'll see in a moment." William, keeping Alice in suspense, carried her to the gates of Hades' palace. The guards at the palace gate were confused by their arrival. What did he mean by arriving at the gates of Lord Hades' palace while embracing a woman? "How dare you show affection in front of Hades' palace?" The 2 guards drew their spears and pointed them at William and Alice. William didn't bother explaining. He simply teleported with Alice directly inside the palace. At that moment, Hades was sitting at the center of the Great Hall, while Loki and the others were seated around him. Each person had a table filled with food in front of them. The ancient frost dragon Eirik took up a lot of space and even enjoyed a massage from a woman, reveling in the service. Jesus had a pile of delicious dishes in front of him, fine wine and food. There was no one more comfortable than him. Seeing this scene, Alice's eyes widened, and she jumped down from William's arms. Her fists clenched as she stared at Loki and the others. She had been worried that Loki and the others were dead or tortured, but now it seemed they were living the good life. Here she was, alone and hunted, always worrying about her disciples and how to rescue them. But what about them? Alice looked at Loki's face, stormed up to him, and seeing the table filled with various meats and fruits, her anger flared. "Loki, is the roasted chicken leg tasty?" Alice couldn't help but ask. Loki looked terrified and tried to explain something, gesturing with his hands, but ultimately, he said nothing. At that moment, Bob was actually lying in a corner, sound asleep. The snoring was almost deafening to Alice. She went over and kicked the fat man awake. "Fatso, wake up, it's time to eat pork knuckles." During the 5 years in the divine realm, Alice felt she had a good relationship with these disciples, considering them her best friends. Although they often bickered and fought, she now felt truly angry, feeling as if their relationships were fake, all a deception. "Master, you're here?" Bob lazily shifted his body, turned his head to look at Alice, and asked calmly, "Weren't you captured? Do you look like someone who's been captured?" Alice was angry, previously puzzled about who could have captured such powerful individuals. Now it seemed more like someone had invited them here as guests. "We were captured," Bob said, nodding towards Hades. "It was this lord of the underworld who captured us, and we couldn't leave even if we wanted to." Hades had already stood up and walked down from his throne upon seeing William, bowing repeatedly. "Master, you've arrived." William waved his hand. "Stand up." Hades smiled broadly and nodded at Alice, greeting her. "Miss Alice, hello." Alice was truly baffled this time. Why was the Lord of the Underworld addressing her so respectfully? What was going on? Was this person also a disciple of William? Seeing Alice seemed a bit upset, Hades quickly explained. "Miss Alice, I was just showing a few friends my palace. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to capture them. We're all friends here. Inviting friends over can't be considered capturing them, can it?" Now that William had canceled the order to kill Alice, they no longer needed to trouble her. So, Hades thought it best to get on good terms with Miss Alice, definitely not to offend her. Alice frowned at Hades. "You call sweeping them away with a black wind inviting them over?" Hades chuckled. "Miss Alice, please don't take offense. You are a person of high status with many responsibilities. Naturally, I couldn't just invite you in the same way. As for the others, I thought having them over for a couple of days wouldn't be a big deal." Alice was at a loss for words. It seemed no one had said Loki and the others were captured. It was just Hades' actions that had led Alice to believe they were captured. William noticed Alice was upset. "Hades, come here," William called. Hades approached, puzzled but obedient. "Lean your head forward." Hades did as instructed. When he was close enough, William smacked him on the head. Hades winced in pain, but quickly understood why William had hit him. After all, William hadn't really used much force. Otherwise, his head would have been gone. "So you think you're clever? Who told you to capture them?" William felt he owed Alice, and now that she was upset at Hades' place, he naturally wanted to stand up for his wife. It was just a matter of letting off some steam, not really about killing Hades. As long as Alice was happy, that was what mattered. Hades quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly apologized to Alice. "Miss Alice, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought them here without permission." He didn't mention that this was an idea he had after William issued the order. He took the blame willingly, as long as Alice was happy. Chapter 8:24 Hades cooking personally. Hades might not be the most powerful among the gods, but he certainly has his wits about him. Perhaps it's his cleverness that makes William rather fond of him. Though he'd never admit it, Hades and he are somewhat alike. Hades knows exactly when to do what. At least when it's time to take responsibility, he never falters. After all, taking responsibility won't kill anyone. Instead, it might even win William's favor. Like that time he tricked the Archangel Amenadiel, some people thought he was a schemer. But he doesn't care. What others think of him doesn't matter. What matters is how William sees him. As long as William thinks well of him, everything is negotiable. Sure enough, after Hades got beaten up, Alice also cooled down. She wasn't a petty person to begin with. With Hades being the king of the underworld, and having been beaten by William, what more could she want? Was she supposed to kill him to feel better? It must be said, although Alice isn't very busty, she's not petty either. After Hades took responsibility, she even found a spot to sit down, looked at Hades with a smile, and said, "I want to eat something too." Her smile meant she was no longer holding a grudge. Alice's power had reached the level of a destroyer deity. She couldn't possibly be hungry, but she just wanted to eat with her disciples. To be precise, she wanted to dine with William, and that was it. Those disciples, she really felt like poisoning them all. Look at that silly Loki, still eating fruit. In fact, many powerful deities choose to give up worldly desires and focus on their spiritual practices. But being around Alice every day, it sometimes felt wrong not to eat something. Of course, since Alice hadn't been on her path of growth for long, and had previously been with William, a gourmet, how could she give up worldly desires? Since William had come to Hades' palace, he was here, and out of politeness, he should eat something before leaving. He also sat down next to Alice. Seeing this, Hades quickly had the table in the center of the hall removed. He had been with William before and knew his tastes. "Miss Alice, to apologize, let me cook a meal for you and master myself." Hades knew that no matter how well he did in other areas, nothing compared to excelling in culinary arts. This was the way to win William's heart. William had disappeared for many years, but Hades had significantly honed his culinary skills. He had spent 1,000,000 years perfecting his cooking, and today he could finally show off his skills in front of William. Hades walked to the center of the hall, waved his hand, and a barbecue setup appeared before everyone. "Master, Miss Alice, friends, today let me treat you to my specialty, grilled dragon ribs." There were quite a few of Hades' subordinates in the hall, and when they saw this, they were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? The king of the underworld was grilling dragon ribs for them in public. Wasn't this a servant's job? Hades' subordinates, seeing this scene, dared not ask, speak, or even look in Hades' direction. They were genuinely afraid that after William left, the king would silence anyone who had seen this. If word got out, where would Hades' dignity be? Hades then brought out a large table, placed a huge dragon rib on it, drew a divine sword, and quickly chopped it into pieces, deboned it, and then skewered them with meteoric iron skewers. William sat there motionless, watching Hades perform. Seeing this, William remembered. When Hades had been with him, he had done this before. The toughness of dragon ribs is imaginable, and ordinary knives definitely couldn't cut through them. So using a divine weapon as a chef's knife was most appropriate. Also, dragon ribs naturally have a strong smell, and without divine fire to soften them, they are basically inedible. Grilling dragon ribs to eat, probably only big shots like William and Hades could manage that. After cutting and deboning the dragon ribs, Hades took out holy spring water to soak and clean them. Using holy spring water to wash away the smell from the dragon ribs, he was indeed very meticulous. Then he sprinkled various precious seasonings on them. That was sort of marinating, I guess. After serving William and the others, Hades' subordinates went to wait at the door. They had just received a telepathic message from Hades. The message was simple: "Don't be afraid, and feel free to discuss this matter." And he seriously told them that the young, handsome man was William the Obliterator. Sure enough, after leaving the hall, Hades' subordinates started talking. So that was the famous William the Obliterator from the divine realm. He's so handsome. I wonder what level of power he has reached now. That dragon rib must be from an ancient god dragon that the king hunted thousands of years ago. He's been saving it all these years. What a warm welcome. Hades' subordinates also spoke well of him at the door. They didn't know if William would hear their words, but if he did, "You didn't see the water the king used to wash the dragon ribs. That was holy spring water." It said that even a guardian deity could advance to a nature deity level by drinking a mouthful of holy spring water. To use such a treasure just for washing dragon ribs, the king is really thoughtful. Hades' subordinates weren't afraid of these words being overheard. After all, they were all praises. The divine realm's various powers are complex, and Hades' palace also had spies from other forces. Though Hades knew, he turned a blind eye. The events in the hall were quickly spread. They didn't know this was exactly the effect King Hades wanted. Today's events were meant to be spread. In less than half an hour, many big shots in the divine realm knew about this event, that William the Obliterator was in Hades' palace, and Hades was personally cooking for him and his wife Alice. Their relationship must be really special. It's not normally something to boast about for a king to cook for someone, but it depends on who's cooking, right? William the Obliterator had also disappeared for a while, and now that he reappeared in the divine realm, it was in Hades' palace, which only shows that William and Hades' relationship is indeed very good. Hosting William the Obliterator, many big shots in the divine realm would dream of such an opportunity, and now Hades had to proclaim it. Chapter 8:25 I don't care, I need to check. William wasn't blind to Hades' little schemes, but he wouldn't call him out on it. Hades' behavior now was like that of some minor internet streamers who leech off the popularity of bigger stars. The gods of the divine realm are just as idle. With endless eons at their disposal, they spend much of their time boosting their powers, having little else to pursue but face and reputation. Usually, these big shots rarely take action themselves. It's always their disciples who actually fight. If a disciple wins, it proves their master's strength. Isn't it all just a comparison game? Isn't it all about face for these gods? Now, all the gods already knew that Zeus was a disciple of William the Obliterator. But now, look, after disappearing for a while, William the Obliterator reappears not at Zeus's place, but dining at Hades. Zeus, upon hearing this news and looking in the direction of Hades' palace, couldn't help but sigh and lament. Master, in what way am I inferior to that rascal Hades? Even though William saw through Hades' little tricks, he didn't realize it would trigger such a chain reaction. Hades, in his current state, if you put a tall hat on him and played some background music, he'd look just like a kebab chef. This young man is quite impressive. William was very satisfied with Hades' performance, especially the meticulous and heartfelt way he grilled the dragon ribs. Isn't the path to godhood all about a firm heart? Some powerful beings focus solely on increasing their power levels, forgetting the mundane tasks of everyday life. Sweeping, cooking, doing laundry, all aspects of life are a form of practice. In the mundane drudgery of life, one can also forge a resolute heart. After grilling the dragon ribs, Hades personally handed them to William and Alice with respectful manners. Master, Miss Alice, please try this. Hades gently placed 2 plates of grilled dragon ribs on William and Alice's table, then stepped back slowly. Where was the posture of a king now? His face bore a simple smile, like a servant pleasing his master. William hadn't seen Alice in 5 years, let alone dined with her. Thank you. Alice gave Hades a grateful look. Basic courtesy was necessary. She wasn't the type to hold grudges, and upon reflection, it seemed there was no real animosity between her and Hades. Hades was filled with respect for Alice. He wouldn't be foolish enough to look down on her because of her lower power level. Recognizing one's own status and position is crucial in life. So what if Alice's power level isn't high? She is William the Obliterator's woman. Even if she were just an ordinary person, Hades would still treat her with the utmost respect. Alice took a bite of the grilled dragon ribs, her eyes sparkling. 5 years, 5 long years. During these years, she had been roughing it, hardly having a decent meal. The dragon ribs Hades grilled were tender yet chewy, each bite releasing a hint of fragrance. Alice felt as if her soul was being elevated. So delicious. Alice grabbed William's arm and shook it. Then she picked up a piece of grilled dragon rib and fed it to William. It's a common gesture among couples to feed each other, and Alice's expression and movements were very natural. Seeing this, Hades knew he had done the right thing. It seemed that William and Miss Alice had a very good relationship. Then his flattery had hit the mark. Master, Miss Alice, since you've come all this way to my place, why not stay here tonight and let me host you properly? Alice didn't answer immediately, but looked at William. Honestly, she really wanted to stay. These past 5 years had been tough, almost always in battle, hardly ever sleeping well. Not to mention the places she had stayed. Once a wealthy heiress, she had either slept on the streets or in her own alchemy furnace. William had previously mentioned taking Alice on a honeymoon, and Hades' place could be the first stop. Since they were here, staying wasn't out of the question. All right, we'll stay here tonight. William wasn't particular about where they stayed. As long as Alice was happy. Alice was so delighted she almost couldn't resist kissing William right there. But with so many people around, she decided to wait until they were back in their room. After William and Alice finished their meal, Hades led them to a super large room. A luxurious and elegant room, about 5,000 square feet. Miss Alice, I hope you find this room satisfactory? Hades had figured it out. As long as Alice was happy, all was well. Satisfied. It's very nice. Alice looked around. The room was truly exceptional, far better than any presidential suite. Hades, very tactfully, said to William, Master, I'll leave you now. If you need anything, just instruct the servants outside. After Hades left, Alice couldn't help but dive onto the huge bed, 25 feet in length. The bed was so big, so soft, it had been a long time since she had slept in such a bed. In these 5 years, Alice's nerves had been constantly on edge, and it was rare for her to relax like this. Lying on this big bed, she felt she could fall asleep the next second. William, what material is this bedding made of? It's so soft. Alice's head was buried in the pillow, and it was incredibly comfortable. What do you think it's made of? It feels like silk, but not quite. Alice sat up and touched the bed, looking at William. As they looked at each other, the atmosphere in the room shifted slightly. Alice's face involuntarily flushed. "Why are you blushing?" William glanced at her. Alice wrinkled her nose and beckoned William with a finger. "Come here." William moved closer. Alice stared at him and demanded, "Have you been with other women?" "While I was away, there have always been quite a few women around me. I'm not sure which one you're referring to." William's nature was not to deny directly, nor to admit he hadn't been with other women these years. Alice stared at William, then burst into laughter like a goose. "You still have that terrible temper." With William's way of speaking, most women would have been infuriated by now. "I don't care, I need to check." Alice pouted and grabbed William's hand. "Check what?" William raised an eyebrow at her. "Of course, I need to check your reserves, to see if any other woman has stolen your essence." Chapter 826. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Making love, for most people, usually lasts about half an hour or even just a few minutes. But William and Alice are not ordinary people. Didn't Alice say she wanted to check William's supplies? William made it clear to her that he had plenty. This had nothing to do with whether someone else had been sneaking some. Even if others had taken some, what of it? The way they made love in the past was somewhat monotonous. With the advent of smartphones, William had secretly learned some new techniques over the years. He just hadn't had the chance to use them yet. Alice's physical condition wasn't great in the past. If William took it seriously, she might have been overwhelmed after just a round or two. Now, as Alice's strength and stamina had improved, she had become much more robust. Although it was Alice who had initially wanted to challenge William, her techniques were somewhat lacking. William wasn't usually very enthusiastic about making love, but since Alice insisted, he was of course determined to satisfy her. William also thoughtfully cast a spell to mute the sounds. Otherwise, the noise from their lovemaking would have attracted too much attention. After more than an hour of relentless effort, William fully demonstrated to Alice what speed and passion meant. Many inexperienced boys think that only men enjoy making love, but they don't realize that girls enjoy it just as much. And generally, when it really comes down to it, men are not necessarily more wild than women. It's like playing a game. Men have cooldowns, while women can almost go without any, or their skills last a long time, almost endlessly casting abilities, which ordinary men can hardly withstand. At most, women pretend they also have cooldowns, just to keep things even. But with William, it was different. Skill cooldowns? Non-existent. "Can we take a break?" Alice pleaded, almost in tears. William smiled and said, "Didn't you want to check my supplies? Are you done checking? The one who started the conflict can't just call for a truce, can they?" Do you have too much supply?" Considering the disparity in strength, William finally decided to change tactics, lying there motionless. "Then you take over." What else could Alice say? She wanted to check the supplies. And now that she found there was too much to handle, she couldn't eat anymore. She couldn't exactly ask someone else to help her digest some of it. In the end, Alice had no choice but to keep going, pushing even harder. Since ancient times, making love has required a strong physique. Because many fancy lovemaking techniques can only be performed with a strong body. Clearly, these were not difficult for William. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Alice also benefited a lot from her passionate time with William. Hades had arranged a large room for them, complete with a hot spring bath on the left. After several bouts, Alice was drenched in sweat. William initially just wanted to wash off the sweat from his body. But Alice, not knowing better, provoked him again. Could he tolerate that? For a while, the hot spring was splashing wildly until Alice cried for mercy. Hades was wise enough not to let anyone disturb William and Alice. It wasn't until noon the next day that William and Alice emerged from the room. Hades had already instructed the servants to wait at a distance. As soon as they came out, someone immediately greeted them and escorted them to the Great Hall. Hades was very thoughtful in his hospitality. This time William returned to the divine realm, not only to find Alice, but also to attend to many other matters. Having Loki and the others accompany Alice on this journey, they deserved some benefits. Not giving rewards was not William's style. During these 5 years following Alice, they had faced many hardships. The entire divine realm was hostile, with various forces hunting them. The difficulty level was truly hellish. And then there was Baldur's son Forseti, still in the heavenly dungeon. If William didn't go to retrieve him soon, the boy might break down. "Master, I've noticed some disturbances in the energy fields of this universe. Has something big happened? Hades, as the king of the underworld, could sense that something was off in the 13 universes. William knew what he was talking about, and after thinking for a moment, said, "The cosmic entity no longer cares about this universe." Hades asked in confusion, "Master, have you seen the cosmic entity?" William nodded. "You don't need to worry about that. Just know that there is no longer a cosmic entity in this universe." "No cosmic entity?" Hades frowned, spreading his hands, a black flame appearing in his palm. "But the power of the universal laws hasn't changed." William explained, "You can think of these laws as the rules of a game, and the cosmic entity as the person who set up the game rules. Now the game has been programmed, the person is gone, but the game remains unchanged." Hades, who had never played games, looked at William with a half-understanding, half-confused expression. He could understand games, but programming was a new concept to him. It meant that the cosmic entity was gone, but some rules remained unchanged, so he could still cast spells. The cosmic entity is gone. Does that mean we can only comprehend the true power of the ultimate cosmic truth, or try to break through to become a sovereign high divine king? Hades suddenly realized this issue. "Isn't that a good thing?" William countered. Being controlled by the cosmic entity, high-ranking god kings ultimately remained under its control. As William's disciple, why should Hades want to be one of those controlled high-ranking god kings? Hades looked at William, hesitatingly asking, "Master, have you been to other universes? What are they like?" William smiled. "I've only been to the arena of the cosmic entity's guardians battle once. I haven't really visited other universes, but there shouldn't be much difference, just moving from one familiar place to another, nothing mysterious." Traveling from one universe to another, in William's view, was really just like traveling to another country. Once you get there, it's not much different. But for someone of William's age, sometimes curiosity prevails, but more often, he prefers staying in familiar places, among familiar people. Like the small courtyard in New York he loved, which was actually the site of the first house he ever built, though it had long since changed from its original form. Chapter 8:27 It was ignorance that bred fearlessness. Although Hades had become the king of the underworld, there were still many secrets he was unaware of. For instance, he knew about the existence of cosmic entities but didn't understand how they actually existed. William shared some insights with him, and although Hades only grasped a bit of it, he got a rough idea. Initially, William thought about giving Hades some additional rewards, but upon further consideration, this guy already possessed 2 top-tier divine artifacts. If William gave him another, who knows how arrogant he might become. That wouldn't be good for him. Hades clearly wanted to discuss more about the battle of the cosmic entity guardians with William. As William's disciple, Hades had been a good host during their stay, and it seemed a bit stingy for William, as a master, not to offer some reward. Since Hades was curious about the battle of the cosmic entity guardians, William straightforwardly transferred the images of his battle during that event directly into Hades' mind. William's performance in the battle was ruthlessly dominant, crushing everyone on the field, even slaying other universes' cosmic entities. The images of those battles stunned Hades. There was a time when he thought high-ranking god kings were the pinnacle of existence. But seeing William's performance, he realized that even the power of high-ranking god kings was relatively modest. What then was his own power worth? Since acquiring 2 top-tier divine artifacts, he had become somewhat arrogant, believing he was very powerful and could easily defeat other high-ranking god kings. Now, it seemed he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. It was ignorance that bred fearlessness. Without seeing these images, Hades might have remained content with his current status. "Thank you for letting me know all this." Hades bowed deeply to William. "What's there to thank?" William waved his hand dismissively and said, "If there's nothing else, then we'll be on our way. Safe travels, and farewell to you and Miss Alice." Hades expressed his gratitude. The events William participated in during the battle of the cosmic entity guardians were not something ordinary beings were privy to. Allowing him to witness those battle scenes was a great favor, and Hades felt that William was giving him a hint. The battle images were transmitted from William's perspective. Such first-hand experience of the battle, viewed from William's perspective, would be immensely helpful for his future power enhancement. After watching William's battle, Hades felt as if his worldview had suddenly expanded. William was right. The cosmic entity was gone. Now he could seek to comprehend the true power of the ultimate cosmic truth. Life seemed full of new drive and direction. Hades even thought that one day he might personally participate in the battle of the cosmic entity guardians, and even dying there seemed like a worthy end. The group left Hades' palace. Walking along, William asked them, "Do you have any wishes? Speak them, and I will fulfill them as best as I can." The journey Loki and the others had taken with Alice had been exceedingly tough. Previously, William had promised Jesus that if they reached the sanctum of the holy light, he would let him become God. But now, it was uncertain whether Jesus would want to take up the position of God. William invited them to make wishes, and it seemed likely that he could fulfill whatever they desired, no matter what it was. Eirik was originally an ancient ice dragon, but the status of dragons in the divine realm was not what it used to be. Various forces wanted to hunt them or keep them as pets, and the divine realm was becoming increasingly populated with powerful beings. Most dragons either lived under the protection of others or were turned into food. Just yesterday, Hades grilled dragon ribs in front of the ancient ice dragon Eirik. He was pleasing William and Alice, but completely disregarded the feelings of the ancient ice dragon Eirik. And Eirik could only pretend to see nothing. When Eirik heard William's offer, he excitedly asked, "Mr. Johnson, can it be any wish?" William looked at him deeply and said, "As long as it's reasonable and not too excessive, it's mostly possible." Although William promised to fulfill their wishes, if their requests were too excessive, naturally, he wouldn't agree. For instance, if someone among them wished to replace Zeus, to unify the entire divine realm, to destroy the universe, or to instantly achieve the power level of high ranking God kings, would William really fulfill all these? Eirik thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Johnson, you must know that our status in the divine realm is not what it once was. I only wish for Mr. Johnson to provide a sanctuary for our dragon kind. Mr. Johnson, can you stop those powerful forces from hunting us? We can live in the deep sea or mountains, never to appear in the world again, and we don't want to be anyone's mount or pet." William knew that in the divine realm, dragons held little status. An ancient dragon was even imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon. The status of dragons in the divine realm was evident. Even hiding in the deep sea was unsafe. After all, dragon meat was too delicious. Speaking of which, the trend of eating dragon meat was started by William. "All right, I agree," William said. "You can choose a sea area including islands as a sanctuary for your dragon kind. I guarantee that no one will hunt you in this area." The ancient ice dragon Eirik was overjoyed to hear William's words. Initially, when William asked them to accompany Alice to the sanctum of the holy light, Eirik thought they might end up joining God's camp. Now, William had granted it freedom and ensured the continuation of its entire dragon kind. Naturally, Eirik was immensely grateful. Just accompanying Alice for 5 years had brought such great benefits to the dragon kind. Eirik was now a hero among them. After William made his promise, with a thought, all dragons in the divine realm felt his powerful presence, including the one in the heavenly dungeon. From now on, the eastern oceans of the divine realm, including the islands therein, belong to the dragon kind. No one is allowed to hunt dragons within this range, or they will be enemies of William the Obliterator. William's telepathic message reached the ears of leaders of the major powers. Those capable of hunting dragons were none other than these major powers. William just needed to notify these people. Originally, hunting dragons was not an easy task, and to make an enemy of William the Obliterator over such a matter seemed unlikely in the divine realm. William also released the divine dragon and Forseti from the heavenly dungeon. Forseti's last 5 years had not been as comfortable as Alice's. The heavenly dungeon was filled with powerful and deadly magical arrays. Moreover, William had given a heads up, and that ancient dragon and the phoenix had taken special care of Forseti. The 5 years of hardship were also beneficial for Forseti, as his strength had once again made a significant breakthrough. Chapter 8:28 Bob, what is your wish? The ancient frost dragon Eirik didn't rush to say goodbye to William and his group. The eastern seas of the divine realm were considered a mysterious territory, originally inhabited by many powerful aquatic shapeshifters and deities, primarily under the jurisdiction of the Divine Alliance. After William communicated with Zeus, the Divine Alliance promptly arranged for their people to leave, and from then on, the eastern seas belonged to the dragon race. Eirik, an ancient frost dragon from the primordial era, had heard of William the Obliterator. Knowing that William had made such a statement meant that the eastern seas would be the dragon's territory from now on, so there was no need to hurry. William then asked Bob, "What is your wish?" After thinking for a long time, Bob said, "Could Mr. Johnson take me to see Aphrodite?" Aphrodite. William looked at him curiously, as it seemed Bob had no connection with Aphrodite. "You don't actually have a crush on Aphrodite, do you?" The rumor of Bob liking Aphrodite was just a tale circulating in the divine realm, a story that had spread over the last 5 years, mostly concocted out of boredom by those who couldn't catch Alice and the others. As far as William knew, it was unlikely that Bob had any real connection with Aphrodite. As for the rumors about Marshal Dionysus going to the Isle Palace of Delightful Love to flirt with Aphrodite, that was even more implausible. Aphrodite was the guardian deity of the 13th district of the Sanctuary of the Celestial Gods, daughter of the sky god Uranus. Even those who reached the level of absolute deity wouldn't dare flirt with Aphrodite. Bob looked at William and said, "I'm not familiar with Aphrodite. I've heard the rumors too. Alice and the others often tease me, asking what my relationship with Aphrodite is, even saying I flirted with her when drunk, which is why I got so fat. But Aphrodite is considered the most beautiful woman in the divine realm by everyone, and now I'm starting to wonder what my relationship with her really is. Could it be that I had a connection with her in a past life?" Alice and Bob, having faced life and death together over the past 5 years, often gossiped about such things. For instance, the rumored story between Bob and Aphrodite. Even Bob himself didn't know, yet Alice could talk endlessly about it. It was quite embarrassing, really. Why carry the blame for flirting with Aphrodite when he had done nothing of the sort? William seemed to understand and, without much thought, said, "All right, I'll take you there." In the next moment, the group teleported and appeared at the entrance of the Isle Palace of Delightful Love. Bob asked, "Mr. Johnson, can I return to my former appearance?" William smiled. "Of course. Alice's special training has ended early, and you can not only return to your former appearance, but even reclaim your former identity." Bob, restored to his human form resembling Dionysus, looked somewhat majestic and handsome, a figure likely to be popular with women, certainly no longer just a fat man. William personally went to the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, where not only did Aphrodite come out to greet them, but Uranus did as well. "William, what brings you here today?" Uranus seemed a bit flustered upon seeing William. He and Odin were quite fearful of William meddling in their affairs. William merely glanced around the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, sensing an unusual atmosphere. It seemed Odin and Uranus had some secrets, but this was none of William's concern. He was on good terms with Uranus. He glanced at Dionysus and said to him, "This young man here wanted to meet your daughter." Dionysus? Uranus was puzzled. What did this young man want with his daughter? Aphrodite merely glanced at Dionysus, having never met him before, and couldn't understand why he wanted to see her. At that moment, Aphrodite, dressed in a white silk gown, her features stunningly beautiful and uniquely aloof, caught the eye not just of Dionysus, but even Alice felt a sense of kinship. Beautiful women are always likable. Dionysus, looking at Aphrodite, secretly swallowed his saliva. The most beautiful woman in the divine realm? If he could flirt with her, that might not be so bad. Aphrodite, sensing Dionysus's strange gaze, frowned slightly, but out of respect for William, she held back her words. William, of course, noticed Dionysus's intentions. "All right, you've seen her. Now let's go." William had promised to bring Dionysus to meet Aphrodite, and now that the wish was fulfilled, they could leave. Dionysus was stunned, looking at William and asked, "Can I flirt with her?" Uranus glared at Dionysus. What was this young man saying? Daring to speak such words in his presence? Flirt with his daughter? Did he have a death wish? Aphrodite was also stunned. This man was incredibly rude. "By saying what you just did, you've already flirted," William chuckled. He was willing to fulfill Dionysus's wish, but some things were simply unethical. "Is that so? Can I kiss her cheek then?" Dionysus suddenly felt dejected. "Mr. Johnson, Didn't you say you could fulfill any wish of mine? I've already fulfilled your wish, haven't I? You asked to meet Aphrodite, and you have. William looked innocently at Dionysus, saying, the rest is up to you. It has nothing to do with me now. Dionysus looked at Aphrodite, then at Uranus, his expression awkward. What did it mean? It had nothing to do with him. Dionysus couldn't help but ask, so if Lord Uranus attacks me, Mr. Johnson, will you help me? Ha ha ha. Are you joking? William laughed. Uranus is a good friend of mine, and Aphrodite is like my niece. If you really flirted with her, it's already quite generous of me not to intervene. A million fucks danced above Dionysus's head, bringing him to meet Aphrodite. Was that really fulfilling his wish? That seemed rather hasty. After all, the ancient frost dragon Eirik had secured a living space in the eastern seas for the dragon race. And Dionysus? He just met Aphrodite. If he just wanted to see Aphrodite, he could have come by himself. Why waste a wish? Uranus was initially afraid that William would discover some secret and confront him. So he was nervous, but hearing William's words, even if William discovered something, he seemed not to care. He knew very well, standing here, William could probably sense everything, but William said nothing. Instead, he said they were good friends, and it was clear William didn't want to deal with the situation. Just like that, daring to flirt with his daughter in his presence? That was too arrogant. If he didn't teach him a lesson, where would he, the sky god, put his face? William, seeing Uranus ready to act, asked Dionysus, are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, then we'll go ahead. Dionysus took a deep look at Aphrodite, sighed deeply, and finally said, let's go together. If he didn't leave, was he waiting to be killed by Uranus? Alice, standing by, probably understood what was happening, holding back her laughter, yet not daring to laugh aloud. Uranus, we'll take our leave now. William didn't plan to deal with whatever Uranus and Odin were conspiring. Whatever they wanted to do, let them do it. He didn't belong to any faction in the divine realm. Chapter 8:29. What exactly did William the Obliterator mean? Hold on. William, what is your relationship with this man? Uranus called out to William. At that moment, Uranus glanced at Dionysus. It was clear he didn't consider Dionysus a threat. His concern was more about William's feelings. If William intended to protect Dionysus, he certainly wouldn't act against him. But if William and Dionysus weren't that close, then Dionysus's earlier remarks were practically suicidal. After all, it would be laughable to let someone who flirted with the daughter of the mighty sky god Uranus just walk away unscathed. Dionysus could clearly see that Uranus was genuinely angry. He was the sky god Uranus, after all. Before his training with Alice, Dionysus was just a minor marshal of the Celestial Legion of Olympus. The title of Marshal of the Celestial Legion of Olympus might sound impressive, being the highest commander during a mission, but in the Divine Alliance, this position wasn't permanent, and there were many deities like him. Keep in mind, even Zeus wouldn't want to provoke Uranus lightly. Would he have been so bold without William's promise of a wish? To flirt with his daughter right in front of Uranus? That was audacious. William chuckled. Brother Uranus, don't be too upset. He's my wife's disciple. He's just a bit lecherous. Why take it so seriously? But if you just want to teach him a lesson, I suppose that's fair. Just leave him breathing. Dionysus's behavior had indeed been asking for trouble. Even if lecherous, making such comments in front of her father was downright suicidal. If he wasn't taught a lesson, what then? Wishing for something doesn't mean any wish can be granted. Especially since William had already fulfilled his wish, and he still wanted to push the boundaries. Well, getting beaten up was quite normal. William himself said Aphrodite was his niece after all. If Uranus wanted to discipline Dionysus a bit, there really wasn't a big problem. Very well, since that's the case, let me test your mettle then. Uranus was also testing William's true intentions. Just as William was about to leave, he suddenly thought, did William come to the Isle Palace of Delightful Love just because Dionysus wanted to flirt with Aphrodite, and William was merely responsible for bringing him here? For someone like William the Obliterator, that didn't sound quite right. So he probably had some other motive, right? What could that motive be? Was William the Obliterator really planning to interfere with what he and Odin were conspiring? He couldn't rest easy today without understanding this. William the Obliterator was too powerful enough that he had to be cautious. If he disciplined Dionysus and William still didn't react, it would prove that William really didn't want to get involved with what he and Odin were up to. Otherwise, there would be a problem. Now that things had come this far, it was straightforward. Just a test. Merely a test. Uranus just wanted to know William's true intentions. Whatever came after could still be negotiated. To say he was very angry wasn't quite right. After all, he was the so-called sky god, not so easily angered. With Dionysus's meager strength, even Aphrodite could easily discipline him. People like Uranus always had a lot to consider. He wouldn't think that William the Obliterator would bother bringing a young man to flirt with Aphrodite and then just leave. It was very likely that William wanted Uranus to confess something himself. If he really let William leave, that might actually cause a problem. The more Uranus thought about it, the more he had a headache. What exactly did William the Obliterator want? He had to delay for time until Odin arrived. Then they could discuss it. Dionysus sent a pleading look towards William, who just smiled and said, "Don't worry. Uranus isn't really going to kill you." This was also meant for Alice, indicating she didn't need to worry about Dionysus's safety. With a heavy heart, Uranus appeared in front of Dionysus in a blink, grabbed his neck, and in the next moment, they were above the Isle Palace of Delightful Love. Then Uranus started to beat Dionysus mercilessly. Uranus versus Dionysus. Undoubtedly, it was a one-sided thrashing. In less than a breath, Dionysus was beaten to a pulp, utterly powerless to retaliate. No matter what divine powers Dionysus used, they were as fragile as bubbles in front of Uranus. As for hand-to-hand combat, could he even compare? Whether it was physical strength or competing with divine weapons, Uranus crushed Dionysus from every angle, 365 degrees. This was still because Uranus didn't dare actually kill Dionysus. Otherwise, the guy would have died 1,000 times over in the blink of an eye. No. If Uranus really wanted to kill him, he would definitely not spare even his soul. Alice, Loki, help. Dionysus couldn't help but cry out for help. In William's view, Uranus wasn't really going to take Dionysus's life, but all Dionysus could feel was intense oppression. It was like an ant in the hands of a human. Even if the human doesn't kill it, the ant would still be terrified. Especially if the human kept poking it with a finger or something. How could it believe the human wouldn't kill it? Loki and Eirik exchanged glances. Loki approached William and asked, "Mr. Johnson, can I help that fat guy? Although he really deserves a beating." Loki was a warrior at heart. Although he often argued and fought with Dionysus, seeing him getting thrashed made Loki want to help. Especially since Uranus was strong, he was eager to test himself. No matter what, in Loki's view, Dionysus was one of their own. No matter how absurd he was, Loki felt he should help. Loki didn't have the clarity of others. William nodded, glancing at the ancient frost dragon Eirik, Jesus, and Rhadamanthus. "If you guys want to join in, you can." Even if all of them together took on Uranus, they were no match for him. If they wanted to get beaten up, William seemed to have no reason to stop them. Loki charged first, and Eirik, unable to resist joining in, moved as well. The name of the sky god Uranus was known to all present, and Jesus joined the fray with an expressionless face. Rhadamanthus was one of the three great guardians of Hades. How could he not know that their group, even together, couldn't possibly match Uranus? But since William had said so, he didn't quite understand William's real intentions. His companions had all made their move. Naturally, he also charged forward. Seeing them all come at him, Uranus thought even more. What exactly did William the Obliterator mean? He could easily handle 4 of them. The name of the sky god Uranus wasn't for nothing. But William the Obliterator letting all these guys come at him to fight. Did he really have some special idea? Chapter 830, it always feels like William is up to no good. Loki and his companions joined the battle, unleashing powerful spells that darken the sun and sky. The Isle Palace of Delightful Love, located in District 13, was originally the territory of the Divine Alliance. Uranus made such a commotion that it immediately drew a patrol team from the Celestial Legion of Olympus. Leading the team was Pisces Pero from the Zodiac. He led 5,000 guards of the Celestial Legion of Olympus to the skies above the Isle Palace of Delightful Love and shouted, "Who dares to engage in private combat here?" Uranus punched Loki away and kicked Jesus down. then coldly glanced at Pisces Pero and said, "Scram." Pisces Pero trembled as if struck by lightning, nearly falling from the sky. The guards behind him were even more shocked. Time seemed to freeze, and they appeared like figures in a painting, with Uranus as the one outside the frame, able to tear them apart with a mere flick of his hand. Understood. Understood. Pisces Pero, pale-faced, quickly turned and left. As for the guards he brought, they fled in disarray, not daring to waste words. They had come upon seeing the battle, but after Uranus told them to scram, could they still claim they were there to maintain the peace of the sanctuary of the celestial gods? Although the Isle Palace of Delightful Love was under the jurisdiction of the Divine Alliance, it was more like an autonomous region because Aphrodite was the daughter of Uranus, the god of the sky. Normally, the Divine Alliance's patrol teams wouldn't interfere with the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, and few dared to cause trouble there. Uranus didn't want the Divine Alliance's people at the Isle Palace of Delightful Love. Even if he killed a minor figure like Pisces Pero, what could Zeus do? After they left, the battle between Uranus and Loki resumed, but this time, Uranus was also telepathically urging Odin to hurry over. Many priests watched from a distance, and upon learning that Uranus was involved in the fight, none dared approach. Someone dares to fight with the god of the sky, Uranus? Could it be Hades? I think it might be the legendary William the Obliterator or the temperamental sea god Poseidon. The onlookers speculated, not daring to probe the center of the battle with their divine senses, as such an act could directly provoke Uranus and turn themselves into fools. From a distance, they saw the battle dragging on and mistakenly thought that Uranus's opponent was of equal strength. In the current divine realm, only a few could match Uranus. Ordinary gods didn't know how powerful William the Obliterator's slap was. They only knew that recently. The most prominent were Hades and Poseidon, who had just grasped the true power of the supreme cosmic truth. They didn't realize that Uranus was holding back. Otherwise, apart from Jesus's physical body, which could withstand Uranus's attacks, the others would likely end up shattered. Uranus alone was overwhelming Loki and his companions. If the battleground had not been midair, it might have caused mountains to collapse and leveled the entire Isle Palace of Delightful Love. And this was without Uranus even using any spells. Alice stood next to William, watching her disciples being mercilessly beaten by Uranus, and couldn't help but whisper, "William, Uranus isn't really going to kill them, right?" William shook his head. Theoretically, Uranus doesn't plan to actually kill them, but accidents can happen, and sometimes he might strike too hard. They chatted casually. Alice was worried about Loki and the others' safety, but William seemed less concerned. Now, he had reached a state where he truly disregarded all rules. Even if Loki and the others were killed, it would just take some time to resurrect them. Was that really a big deal? Uranus, while playing around with Loki and the others, was paying attention to William. Every word William and Alice said reached his ears, and he began to subtly analyze William's tone and intentions. William the Obliterator knew he wouldn't really kill these guys. But then again, if there was an accident, Uranus couldn't help but think, if he accidentally killed one of William the Obliterator's wife's disciples, would William the Obliterator use it as an excuse to explode? For beings like them, most actions needed a reason, even if it was just an excuse to turn hostile. So, William the Obliterator was planning to intervene after all. He had Dionysus provoke Aphrodite, forcing him to act, then had Loki and the others join in. With more opponents, Uranus was very likely to make a fatal mistake. If that happened, it would play right into William the Obliterator's plans. All calculations, just waiting for him to make a fatal mistake, then take the opportunity to cause trouble, right? Indeed, it was just like William the Obliterator. If Uranus had been slightly less patient, he might have really fallen for it. At this moment, Alice felt genuinely awkward. She was a person who could discern right from wrong. The whole situation was Dionysus's fault, trying to flirt with someone's daughter right in front of her father, even talking about kissing Aphrodite's face. Such outrageous talk made her want to beat Dionysus herself. However, Dionysus and the others were her disciples after all, and letting them get beaten up without intervening, especially when they might be in danger, didn't seem right either. If you want to intervene, you could. You should be able to handle it. William noticed Alice's hesitation. It had been quite a while since he had seen Alice fight, and given her many skills, Uranus would be a good challenge for her. Hearing this, Alice shouted towards Uranus in the sky, "Lord Uranus, Dionysus is my disciple. He is at fault, and as his master, I share the blame. I apologize to you here first." Uranus knew Alice was William's wife, and for a moment, he was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Had William the Obliterator meant for Alice to fight as well? Could he still stop now? At that moment, William also shouted to Uranus, "Brother Uranus, my wife wants to spar with you a bit. It would be good for you to give her some pointers." Uranus's feelings grew more complicated. William must value Alice highly. To fight against Alice, how should he approach it? What if he injured her? Uranus glanced at Alice and suddenly felt uneasy. Damn, Alice was only at the level of a destroyer deity? With that level of power, wouldn't he risk killing her by accident? If he accidentally killed Loki and the others, perhaps some excuses could still be made, and there might be a way out. But if he killed Alice? Uranus felt that William the Obliterator was truly setting a trap for him this time. If he accidentally killed her, William the Obliterator would definitely draw his sword. Chapter 831. Come on, little Uranus. Fight. Alice had no idea what Uranus was thinking. She only knew her disciples were being severely beaten by him. As their master, she felt obligated to stand with them. She was aware of her lower strength level, but couldn't just stand by idly. However, her joining the fight only made things more difficult for Uranus. Initially, dealing with Loki and the others was challenging enough for Uranus, as he had to adjust his strength constantly to avoid killing them, but still needed to strike hard enough to be effective. He knew that as long as he didn't kill them, William the Obliterator might not turn against him outright, at least not without a good excuse. But harming Alice, even slightly, could spell real trouble for him. Now, with Alice, a destroyer deity-level fighter, joining the fray, Uranus was thoroughly perplexed. To avoid injuring Alice, did he really need to suppress his power to the level of a destroyer deity? If he did that, Dionysus and Loki would likely turn the tables on him. These were no ordinary foes. Jesus had an incredibly strong physical form, and Loki was exceptionally fierce. With many from the Divine Alliance watching, it would be a disgrace for Uranus, the god of the sky, to be openly humiliated by a group, regardless of whether he had suppressed his strength. The thought of such a scenario was a blow to his dignity. Uranus's mind raced, unsure of how to proceed. Alice quickly joined the battle, aware of her weaker strength, and immediately drew the Sword of Soulbreaker. The moment Uranus saw the Sword of Soulbreaker, a chill ran down his spine. That was William the Obliterator's sword. How could he not recognize it? Even if Alice was less powerful, being struck by that sword would likely result in injury. Uranus frowned, thinking of the only solution that seemed feasible, simple and direct. Avoid Alice's attacks entirely, engaging with everyone else but not her. For him, dodging Alice's strikes during the battle wasn't too difficult. Alice had made some progress over the past 5 years. Although the power of the Sword of Soulbreaker was sealed by William, its sword spirit could still instruct Alice. Especially now, the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker became excited upon seeing Alice battle Uranus. Hey, isn't that Lord Uranus? Got a lot of nerve, huh? Thinking of challenging my master? Are you seeking death? Master, beat him, turn him into dust. Perhaps others might still revere the god of the sky, Uranus, but what scene hadn't the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker witnessed? In the battles of Cosmic Entity Guardians, it had slain numerous high-ranking god kings. It didn't even regard cosmic entities highly, let alone a mere god of the sky like Uranus. Alice felt somewhat embarrassed. The whole situation had started because of Bob's wrongdoing, and she had drawn her sword out of necessity. The words now spoken by the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker were somewhat excessive. Alice had just apologized to Uranus, and now the sword spirit was maxing out its taunts, making her feel quite awkward. Shut up. Alice couldn't help but scold the sword spirit. However, the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker didn't take it seriously, cheerfully saying, "Master, you don't need to fear him. I'll cheer for you. Just a mere god of the sky, Uranus, easy to slaughter." Alice, despite being the master, had no control over this sword spirit. Her initial attacks had been easily dodged by Uranus, and now she just wanted to seriously fight to alleviate some pressure from Dionysus and the others, not waste time with the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker. Minutes passed, and Loki and Dionysus were still getting beaten, while Uranus continued to merely dodge Alice's attacks without any direct confrontation. Alice felt helpless, her strength clearly insufficient. Even wielding the Sword of Soulbreaker, she couldn't possibly defeat a super being like Uranus directly. Uranus, what the hell? You look down on my master? Dare you fight her head-on? The sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker was not one to stay quiet, increasingly intolerant of Uranus's evasive actions. What was the point of continuing like this? It shouted, "Come on, little Uranus. Fight!" Uranus's expression turned sour, stumped by the dilemma before him. In his hand, Alice held William the Obliterator's Sword of Soulbreaker. A swordsman's blade is their second life, a fact Uranus knew all too well. But William the Obliterator had given the Sword of Soulbreaker to Alice. What did that signify? He must value Alice immensely. Thus, Alice was even more untouchable. Yet the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker kept chirping, its words laden with mockery, clearly trying to provoke him. In Uranus's eyes, the intentions of the sword spirit reflected the will of William the Obliterator. Especially that line, "You look down on my master?" Everyone knew that William the Obliterator was the true master of the Sword of Soulbreaker. Uranus dared not respond to that challenge. Was William the Obliterator really trying to force him into a direct confrontation with Alice? If he continued to dodge, would William the Obliterator lose his temper? Uranus stole a glance at William the Obliterator. Indeed, William was looking at them with a stern face. Actually, he was misunderstood. William's expression wasn't really grim. He was mostly expressionless, pondering what was going on with Uranus. Uranus's imagination was running wild, believing that if he didn't engage with Alice directly soon, William the Obliterator might actually get angry. But with his current level of power, if he did engage, injuring Alice was inevitable. Just then, Odin finally appeared. Uranus saw a way out. If Odin could handle Loki and the others, then he could suppress his power to the level of a destroyer deity and engage Alice without harming her. Then they could end the fight in a draw and see what excuse William the Obliterator could use to explode. Odin, perfect timing. I want to have a fair match with Alice. Take care of those others. Give them a good lesson. Uranus quickly communicated the situation to Odin through their divine senses. Odin glanced at Loki and the others, acknowledged with a nod, and used a spatial translocation spell to move Loki and the others next to him, saying, "Come on, you youngsters, let's have some fun." Suddenly, Uranus and Alice were facing each other in midair, gazing at each other from a distance. Alice felt numb all over. She didn't know how many sword strikes she had swung, all effortlessly dodged by Uranus. And considering Uranus was still able to beat Loki and the others under these circumstances, his strength was formidable. Now he was about to engage her one-on-one. Could she possibly match him? She was doomed. She was going to get beaten too. Alice was on the verge of tears, while Uranus was also feeling complicated. In his view, Alice was a hot potato. He had to fight her without injuring her, and then somehow end the battle in a draw. It was incredibly troublesome. Chapter 832 Starlight Illusion Array. William, if you suppress my power to the level of a destroyer deity, and I don't use any artifacts or secret techniques, how about I spar with Alice? Uranus proposed, his mind clear on the matter. He knew he could fight, but he wanted to clarify things with William the Obliterator first. This would also give Uranus a chance to gauge just how powerful William the Obliterator had become. He had seen William obliterate the Archangel Aminadiel with a single slap, but Uranus himself had grown significantly stronger over the past 5 years. Even for someone like William the Obliterator, suppressing his power might not be so straightforward. If William the Obliterator couldn't perfectly suppress his power to the level of a destroyer deity, it would prove that even he wasn't invincible. William, unaware of the depth of Uranus's thoughts, responded casually, "Why don't you just suppress your own power?" He hesitated, then added, "And I don't recommend doing this." Uranus, a seasoned warrior with vast combat experience and formidable physical strength, would normally be unmatched at the same power level, even if he suppressed his power to that of a destroyer deity and refrained from using artifacts or secret techniques. But this was not a normal situation. Uranus laughed at William's response. That takes the fun out of it. I might not control it well on my own. You do it. Indeed, even the formidable William the Obliterator couldn't effortlessly suppress his own power. William frowned. I suggest you use a weapon. I'll help suppress your power level. As soon as William spoke, Uranus felt his power level forcibly reduced to that of a destroyer deity. It was a strange sensation, as if all the strength in his body had been drained in an instant. This wasn't just suppression, it felt like his power had been locked away. He couldn't activate the secret techniques that were only available to those above the destroyer deity level, and even his physical strength had weakened. This was the peak of what a destroyer deity could be, and Uranus knew his power couldn't possibly be any stronger. Fear filled Uranus's eyes. William the Obliterator had done nothing but speak a few words. Was it really that simple? Words becoming reality without any visible spells? Now you two fight, William said, glancing at Alice. She's just stepped into the destroyer deity level, but considering her weapon, you two should be fairly matched. William was being considerate. Knowing the power of Alice's artifact, if he had really suppressed Uranus to the early stages of a destroyer deity, Uranus would likely have been slain. Hearing this, Uranus felt a mix of fear and indignation. He was Uranus, the god of the sky. Even if his power was suppressed to the peak of the destroyer deity level, could he really not defeat Alice, who was just at the beginning of the same level? When his gaze fell on Alice's sword of soul breaker, a chill ran down his spine. Oh heavens, what a blunder. He had been so focused on William the Obliterator that he had forgotten about the sword of soul breaker. In Alice's hands, that weapon was dangerous. Normally, with the sword of soul breaker, Alice could easily slay enemies above her level. Alice, holding the sword of soul breaker, watched Uranus cautiously. Even with his power suppressed to the peak of the destroyer deity level, he still posed a significant threat to her. If she wasn't careful, she was sure to be beaten. Please, Uranus gestured for Alice to begin, not using his own artifact. Without hesitation, Alice unleashed a terrifying energy from the sword of soul breaker. She combined William's secret sword technique, Poseidon's god-slaying strike, and her own understanding of swordsmanship into a powerful blow. Facing a formidable opponent like Uranus, Alice took no chances and held nothing back, starting with her most powerful attack. The sword spirit of the sword of soul breaker laughed. Little Uranus, receive the baptism of this sword spirit. In that instant, Uranus was locked onto by the sword of soul breaker. Uranus's eyes widened. How many years had it been? How many years since he had felt fear from someone at the early stages of the destroyer deity level? Uranus took a deep breath, his instincts screaming that if he didn't use an artifact to defend himself, he would die under this sword. Was Uranus, the god of the sky, really going to die at the hands of a destroyer deity? The sword of soul breaker had slain numerous high-ranking god kings, and Uranus had no intention of dying so ignominiously. Surely, this was all part of William the Obliterator's calculations. William must have anticipated that Uranus would choose to suppress his power and then perish under the sword of soul breaker. Being killed by a destroyer deity would be the ultimate insult to him. Demon-slaying sword. Unable to hold back any longer, Uranus shouted as a blood-red longsword appeared before him, and the celestial compass materialized beneath his feet. The demon-slaying sword was Uranus's personal artifact, and the celestial compass was a legendary top-tier artifact, linked to the very life force of Uranus. With both top-tier artifacts appearing simultaneously, and because Uranus's current power level was higher than Alice's, the enhancement from the two magical artifacts allowed him to barely break through the barrier created by the sword of soul breaker. Although Uranus was stronger than Alice, the sword of soul breaker was qualitatively superior to both the demon-slaying sword and the celestial compass. If William hadn't sealed most of the sword of soul breaker's power, the moment Alice drew her sword, the two artifacts might have simply ceased functioning. Demon-slaying sword? Pathetic little trash. The sword spirit of the sword of soul breaker taunted upon seeing the demon-slaying sword. As for the celestial compass, to the sword of soul breaker, it was no different. All just trash. Alice's strike was swift. Even though Uranus's power level was suppressed, he could only manage to block with the demon-slaying sword. Clang. The sword of soul breaker clashed with the demon-slaying sword, sending sword energies swirling through the air, and the demon-slaying sword broke upon impact. Ah! Uranus cried out in anguish. The demon-slaying sword had been with him for many years, and now it was shattered. His feelings were incredibly complex at that moment. Starlight Illusion Array. Although Uranus couldn't use some of the higher-level secret techniques due to his suppressed power, powerful magic arrays were not restricted. With a low shout, Uranus enveloped Alice in the Starlight Illusion Array. The brilliance of the Starlight Illusion Array lay in its ability to trap its victim in a timeless illusion, where mountains could be seen turning into oceans and seas into land. The illusions of the Starlight Illusion Array were myriad, making moments seem like eons, as if witnessing countless cosmic explosions. Had Uranus's power level not been suppressed by William, this powerful magic array might have instantly aged Alice to death, dissolving her will. Fortunately, with Uranus only at the level of a destroyer deity, the power of the array he could muster was merely a fraction of its full potential. Chapter 833. What is your real purpose here? The Starlight Illusion Array is a powerful magic formation created in ancient times. According to the rankings of powerful magic formations by William the Obliterator back in the day, Poseidon's Godslayer Array ranked 4th, while the Starlight Illusion Array was second only to Odin's Gungnir Stellar Array, which took the top spot. This is precisely why Odin and Uranus dared to join forces and confront Zeus's divine alliance. Of course, another reason was that the cosmic entity didn't want any single power to dominate. Regarding the rankings of powerful magic formations, it was also because William found the dazzling effects of the Gungnir Stellar Array more interesting. It's tough to rank them strictly by strength. Anyway, the Starlight Illusion Array is also considered a famous offensive magic formation from ancient times. Alice, caught in the array, immediately noticed the changes in her surroundings. She summoned her alchemical furnace, which enveloped her. The Starlight Illusion Array is formidable, but Alice's alchemical furnace, crafted by William from the finest golden magic sand, is a top-tier artifact. Protected by the golden light of Alice's furnace, no magic could breach its defenses. After 5 years, Alice had mastered the use of the alchemical furnace. Such a premium artifact, if used solely for alchemy, would indeed be a waste. She even named her alchemical furnace Little Vajra. Yes, Little Vajra. Other big shots have alchemical furnaces named Stellar Core Crucible, Void Inferno Furnace, Creator's Crucible. Just by hearing these names, you know there's something formidable. But Alice simply named hers Little Vajra. Not for any other reason, but because this furnace could really take a beating. Even the Sword of Soulbreaker once suggested she call it Little Turtle Shell. What kind of artifact is this? Uranus was full of questions. Alice was trapped in the magic formation, but after her alchemical furnace expanded, it completely shielded her from the effects of the magic array. Inside the alchemical furnace, it was as if a separate world had formed. William, watching this scene, couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Uranus. You were supposed to guide Alice, yet you insisted on limiting your strength to match hers. At the same level of strength, Uranus's swordsmanship is definitely not inferior to Alice's. Although his artifact is also considered top-notch, compared to Alice, the ultimate spender, he's completely outclassed in terms of equipment. The mighty sky god Uranus, outclassed in equipment? That's quite absurd. Alice, protected by her alchemical furnace, remained unharmed, and the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker excitedly said, "The Starlight Illusion Array again? Interesting. Again? What do you mean?" This was Alice's first encounter with Uranus's Starlight Illusion Array. Protected by her alchemical furnace, Alice didn't feel any danger from the magic formation. Instead, she was mesmerized by the beautiful scenes changing within the magic array, saying, "It's so beautiful. Last time I saw it was the last time," said the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker. "I only remember that last time I saw this magic formation, Mr. Johnson was also admiring the scenery for a while. Then with a flick of his hand, he broke the array. It wasn't anything special. I didn't even get to move around much." Back in the day, William was essentially a reviewer of powerful magic formations. Breaking a magic formation didn't necessarily require drawing a sword. It was all about the mood. Speaking of which, if William had drawn his sword back then, he might have split the celestial compass in two. given that he didn't have as fine control over his power as he does now. In the eyes of the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker, this was somewhat regrettable. What should I do now? When in doubt, ask. Alice was always willing to listen to the advice of the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker. What else is there to think about? Just slice it in half and cut through the space. That's what the Sword of Soulbreaker was waiting for, right? Previously, when the Sword of Soulbreaker was in William's hands, it wasn't fully satisfied just being used to chop vegetables. Now in Alice's hands, it was eager to slash through all top-tier artifacts and establish itself as the strongest artifact. Alice's safety was no longer a concern. Hearing the sword spirit say this, she naturally swung her sword. But this magic formation was like an independently created space. As Alice swung the Sword of Soulbreaker, energy waves rippled through the space, causing mountains to split and the earth to crumble. However, Alice was still within the magic formation. The Starlight Illusion Array wasn't something she could break with just one swing of her sword. Alice was puzzled. You said one swing would break it. What's going on here? The sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker felt quite embarrassed. I was too hasty. The Sword of Soulbreaker had been sealed by William with 9 layers, and Alice had only unlocked the 2nd layer so far. Even though the Sword of Soulbreaker was incredibly sharp, thinking that a mere swing in the air could break the Starlight Illusion Array was a bit of a stretch. If it had been William wielding the sword, he definitely would have solved all problems with one swing, including slicing the celestial compass into nothingness. But now, it was Alice wielding the sword, and whether in terms of power level or the intensity of using secret sword techniques, she was light years away from William. It was clearly unrealistic to expect her to easily break the magic formation. Outside the Starlight Illusion Array, Uranus was sweating bullets. The words spoken by the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker were indeed frightening. He really thought Alice could easily break the magic formation with one swing. Given the reputation of the sword she held, he even began to doubt himself. Phew! Uranus breathed a sigh of relief and looked into the distance, where Odin was fiercely disciplining Jesus and Loki. Alice was trapped within the magic formation, and from the outside, it seemed like Uranus and his group had the upper hand. But Uranus knew better than to count any temporary advantage as definitive. William the Obliterator was standing there, and so far, he hadn't figured out what William the Obliterator really intended to do. His own power level, William the Obliterator could suppress as he pleased. He didn't want to clash directly with William the Obliterator. In terms of power, he was clearly outmatched. Uranus waited a while, watching Alice struggle within the magic formation, swinging hundreds of swords but still unable to escape. He then teleported next to William, smiling, and asked William, "William, let's be frank. Do you have something against me? If there's any issue, just tell me. And if I've done something wrong, I'll correct it." "What are you talking about?" William raised an eyebrow. "I don't quite understand what you mean. You should already know, now that the cosmic entity of our universe is gone, a mysterious consciousness approached me and Odin to sign a pact. Odin and I have already signed it. He will support us in dominating the divine realm. If you have any objections, perhaps you should talk to him? You must know of his existence, right?" William looked meaningfully at Uranus. He truly had no intention of getting involved in the struggles among the powers of the divine realm. He even wasn't clear why Uranus was telling him all this. "Of course, you also know that my daughters are about to be reborn. They will become the main force in our conquest of the divine realm. I remember you knew about this before." William nodded. He had visited the tombstones of Aphrodite and her sisters before and knew that Uranus had used secret techniques to attempt to transfer the souls of his deceased daughters into the bodies of some ancient monstrous cubs. "So, William, what exactly are you implying? Just be clear, what is your real purpose here?" Chapter 834. Don't bully my wife just because you think you're powerful. William was momentarily stumped by the question. Dionysus did me a favor before, and I promised to bring him here to meet little Aphrodite, William pondered. But I absolutely do not condone him harassing her. That's why I didn't intervene when you disciplined him, right? William is a reasonable man. Although he had promised Dionysus to fulfill their wishes, those wishes should at least adhere to basic morals. Uranus was full of questions. "Is that it?" William nodded earnestly. "As for the other matters you mentioned, They have nothing to do with me. So, you mean you won't interfere with the affairs between our Ultimate Force Alliance and the Divine Alliance? Uranus wanted to confirm once more. William couldn't help but laugh. Why should I interfere? Do I look idle to you? He had figured it out. Uranus and his ilk always overthink things. Without clear explanations, they'd just make wild guesses like fools. Uranus stuttered, clearly frustrated. If William the Obliterator wasn't going to intervene, then what was he doing here? William looked at Uranus's expression. He wasn't about to swear, was he? After all, Uranus was known as the sky god, a dignified figure. It would be unbecoming for him to use foul language. Uranus swallowed hard and asked, "So, can I stop competing with Alice now? If you don't want to compete, then don't." "What does that have to do with me?" William replied. "You could just call it off." It was funny that Uranus even had to ask him about this. "Then I'm not fighting." Uranus was decisive. Why continue fighting? If he accidentally hurt Alice, he might offend William the Obliterator. And if he lost, with so many onlookers, it would be embarrassing. Win or lose, it seemed like a losing deal either way. So why continue? William was almost reluctant to continue the conversation. The mighty sky god Uranus. Why did he seem so foolish? Just then, within the magic formation, Alice, wielding the sword of Soulbreaker, actually broke through the third seal set by William. Damn it, Master! Split his celestial compass in half. The celestial compass was right there. With the third seal of the sword of Soulbreaker broken, a full-powered strike from Alice was enough to kill a creator deity. This level-jumping feat was quite extraordinary. In the divine realm, the power levels are classified as mortal deity, guardian deity, elemental deity, nature deity, destroyer deity, creator deity, supreme deity, absolute deity. Alice, with the initial strength of a destroyer deity, directly achieved the power to kill a creator deity, which was truly like cheating. Now, Uranus's power was also suppressed to the level of a destroyer deity by William, at his own request for help in suppressing his power. Therefore, he couldn't restore his original power. At this moment, the sword of Soulbreaker had already locked onto the true form of the celestial compass. With the power of a holy aura, Alice's strength climbed again, and she leaped forward to strike with her sword. This time, it wasn't just a release of energy waves. The true form of the sword of Soulbreaker made direct contact with the true form of the celestial compass. The sword struck the celestial compass. The starlight illusion array was mercilessly broken, and the celestial compass was directly chipped. "Master, take it." The sword of Soulbreaker was thrilled. During William's absence, it had taught Alice a lot. According to the sword of Soulbreaker's theory, if you're going to fight, you must gain something from it. If there's no benefit, why fight? Since a fight had occurred, every effort should be made to reap benefits. One should never return empty-handed. Well, that's the principle. After 5 years of continuous learning, Alice had ingrained this survival rule into her very bones. With one strike, Alice chopped off a corner of the celestial compass and immediately used her alchemical furnace to collect the two pieces. The celestial compass was split into two, and Uranus spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. William stepped aside and looked towards Alice. At that moment, Alice stood in midair, holding the sword of Soulbreaker, with little Vajra floating above her. Uranus's face was pale, devoid of any color. The celestial compass, linked to his life essence and nurtured with his blood for 700,000 years, was now deeply connected to his soul. Now that it was split in two and its connection to him severed, even Uranus could no longer maintain any contact with it. Although little Vajra had not yet developed sentience, it was a top-tier artifact personally crafted by William. Now that it had taken the celestial compass, even Uranus could no longer hope to reconnect with it. This. Uranus looked at Alice, the mighty sky god, feeling an urge to cry. At this moment, he was filled with regret and anger. Regretting that he didn't let Dionysus leave and that he had overthought things. Angry at himself for not retrieving the celestial compass sooner. Upon realizing that William the Obliterator had no intention of intervening in the conflict between the Ultimate Force Alliance and the Divine Alliance, he should have immediately taken back the celestial compass. He had been too complacent, believing that even with Alice wielding the sword of Soulbreaker, She couldn't possibly break the Starlight Illusion Array. Even if she did break the Starlight Illusion Array, he never imagined she could actually split the celestial compass in two. When it was time to think things through, he hadn't thought at all, and when it wasn't necessary, he overthought everything. Why would you want to take Uranus's celestial compass and then slash it? William pondered if Alice was being a bit foolish as Uranus suddenly coughed violently, blood spurting from his mouth. Are you all right? William stepped back, wary of the blood. He genuinely feared Uranus might cough up a lung. No problem. Uranus suddenly realized, his excitement palpable. How could there be no problem? That's good to hear, William comforted. Winning and losing in battle is normal. Don't be discouraged, it's not good for your health. He couldn't help but admire Uranus, the sky god, for not being upset even when his life-linked artifact was taken. Perhaps that was what they called a grand demeanor. William felt somewhat inferior in comparison. What I mean is, there is a problem. Uranus corrected himself, his eyes reddening. William the Obliterator's words were problematic. What's the problem? William frowned, having just said there wasn't one. The conversation was always awkward. William, could you ask Alice to return the celestial compass to me? Uranus's chest heaved with emotion. How could such a significant issue be dismissed? If he stubbornly claimed there was no problem now, then the celestial compass would definitely not be returned. William said, "This is between you and my wife Alice. Competitions always involve some stakes, right? Now that you've lost, she's taken your celestial compass, and I see no issue with that." William was a man of reason, so he felt Uranus should discuss this directly with Alice. Losing meant accepting the outcome. The mighty sky god Uranus couldn't possibly be a sore loser, could he? Now that the competition was over, if Alice was willing to return the celestial compass to Uranus, William wouldn't object. But if Alice didn't want to return it, and Uranus tried to take it by force, then William would have no choice but to intervene. If Uranus tried to use his superior strength to bully Alice after the competition, William would certainly not stand for it. Uranus was baffled. Did William, the Obliterator, really not care about anything? I'll restore your power level, but don't use your strength to bully my wife, William warned, raising an eyebrow. He had already given his warning. If Uranus tried anything, William would be ready to step in. Chapter 8:35 Old Man. Don't be so shameless, okay? After his power level was restored, Uranus immediately tried to reclaim the celestial compass. With his restored strength, it should have been easy to summon the celestial compass back, but he soon realized that he still couldn't sense its presence. Terrifying. Uranus looked at William and tentatively asked, "William, may I discuss something with Alice?" William had already warned him, and he wasn't foolish enough to try to forcefully take it back. That would be suicidal. "You guys sort it out yourselves," William said, not wanting to get involved in such matters. It was up to Alice to decide. Hearing this, Uranus quickly approached Alice and asked, "Miss Alice, may I discuss something with you?" The sudden respectful and somewhat ingratiating tone in which Uranus addressed her as Alice took her aback, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "What is it?" she asked. Alice, could you please return the celestial compass to me?" Uranus was nervous, wondering what he would do if Alice refused. Force it? Was he as tough as William the Obliterator? Forcing it would likely get him killed. "You mean this?" Alice put away little Vajra and brought out the celestial compass, which was already missing a corner. Uranus winced at the sight of the celestial compass, now split in two. The artifact linked to his life essence had been severed. How could it not hurt? Of course, if he could get it back, that would be something, but if not, yes, that's the one. Uranus was excited yet had to restrain himself, saying, "Miss Alice, could you please return it to me?" "All right." Alice looked at the celestial compass. Its magical runes and constellation diagrams were indeed intricately carved, but such craftsmanship, William could probably achieve as well. As for the artifact's power, it didn't seem all that impressive. The sword of Soulbreaker had sliced it in two with a single strike. How powerful could it be? Returning it was no big deal. Alice knew that Uranus and William were close, like brothers. Even if not for Uranus's sake, she should consider William's feelings. This would show her to be understanding and wise. Yes, that's the way. Just as Alice was about to return the celestial compass to Uranus, she heard the sword spirit of the sword of Soulbreaker shouting loudly, Little sky god Uranus, what are you thinking? You wanted to fight, and now that you've lost, you want to give nothing in return. Old man, don't be so shameless, okay? Of course, if you're going to be shameless, I can't do anything about it. My master is too kind-hearted. The sword spirit's words made Uranus's face turn red. This was a lesson in fairness for him. According to the rules of the divine realm, the victor takes all. Uranus used the celestial compass to trap Alice, and Alice won and took the celestial compass. It was all fair and above board. Come on, everyone, come and see. This is the sky god Uranus, who has lost his face, lost a fight, and still shamelessly asks for his artifact back. Wow, is this really the sky god Uranus? Any friends from the Ultimate Force Alliance here to claim him? With the third seal of the Sword of Soulbreaker broken, it was indeed becoming quite arrogant, its loud voice, almost spreading throughout the entire divine realm. Even Odin lost interest in disciplining Loki and the others. Reputation and credibility are what the powerhouses of the divine realm value most, especially for the sky god Uranus. Odin had come to help Uranus, but he hadn't expected such a turn of events, especially with the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker acting so ruthlessly. The onlookers who had been watching from a distance, not daring to intervene in the battle and unsure of the outcome, now knew that the whole divine realm would soon learn of Uranus's defeat. The sky god Uranus lost. Uranus was fighting William the Obliterator's wife, right? That Alice. I thought Alice was just a destroyer deity level. How could she possibly defeat the sky god Uranus? Isn't it obvious? Uranus must have limited his own power. Even at the same power level, the sky god Uranus lost. This Alice is really something. Even if he limited his power, he should accept the loss. I didn't expect Uranus to be such a person. The vice leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, Uranus, really has poor character. It's embarrassing. Hearing these discussions from afar, Odin felt extremely embarrassed. If this got out, it would be a disgrace for the entire Ultimate Force Alliance. Uranus, can we just let go of the celestial compass? Odin gritted his teeth and telepathically communicated with Uranus. We really can't keep it, since it's already been split in two. Anyway, as he said this, Odin's heart was pounding, questioning himself whether he could let go if his own Gungnir were to be broken. Uranus was on the verge of tears, powerless against the taunting of the Sword of Soulbreaker. What could he do? Dare he retaliate? He dared not. William the Obliterator was right there. Stop shouting. Alice couldn't stand it anymore and directly stopped the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker. This sword spirit was too malicious, killing not just the body but the spirit too. Quieted by Alice's shout, the sword spirit spoke more softly. Master, we don't have to keep the celestial compass, but it's still your trophy. You should offer something in exchange. At that moment, Alice was in a good mood and didn't have much interest in the celestial compass, so she simply handed it back to Uranus, saying, "Don't listen to it. Here, take it back." Once the celestial compass was back in Uranus's hands, the sword spirit immediately spoke in a sarcastic tone. No way, no way. The noble sky god Uranus actually takes back his artifact, which was already considered a trophy, without offering anything in return. My master is kind-hearted and just gave it to you. And here you are, sky god Uranus, without any gesture of gratitude. How shameless. This voice grew loud again, and deities throughout the divine realm could hear the sword spirit's voice. Although the sword spirit's mocking tone was obviously trying to provoke Uranus into offering something, everyone felt it was only fair. If Uranus really gave nothing in return, that would indeed be shameful. Oh, I get it now. Does Lord Uranus only have the celestial compass and that broken sword left? Never mind then. My master is generous and won't bother with a pauper like you. Take your stuff and leave. Pauper. Uranus was numb. In all his years, he had never suffered such humiliation. The powerhouses like William the Obliterator were usually very dignified, and he had never encountered someone as vulgar as the sword spirit. After all, ordinary vulgar people would behave themselves in front of Uranus. William stood by, thinking to himself, this shamelessness, he wondered who taught her that. Certainly, he had never taught such behavior. Chapter 836 What is your wish? Uranus never imagined that one day he would be called a pauper, and to be mocked in front of so many people. He didn't even dare to retort. What does the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker represent? It represents William the Obliterator. Besides, the mighty god of the sky, Uranus, getting angry with a sword spirit? If that got out, how embarrassing would it be? Oh no, no, no. It's not just about it getting out anymore. Now, practically the entire Divine Alliance knows he's been mocked by a sword spirit. Master, let's go. This god of the sky, Uranus, is just a pauper. The sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker didn't plan to give Uranus any face at all. Face. That doesn't even exist here. Alice was caught between laughter and tears. The way the sword spirit spoke made her feel quite awkward. Anyone who didn't know better might think she had instructed the sword spirit to mock the god of the sky, Uranus. Where did it learn this sarcastic tone? Thinking this, Alice glanced deeply towards William. She felt sure the sword spirit hadn't learned this from her. The Sword of Soulbreaker had only been with her for a short while, right? After so many years by William's side, it was clear that the sword spirit had picked up his traits. It turns out William had this side to him too. Alice's lips curled into a smile, as if she had discovered something incredible. William and Alice exchanged glances. Seeing Alice and William the Obliterator exchanging glances, Uranus feared that William might suddenly change his mind and interfere with their Ultimate Force Alliance's affairs. Now that the sword spirit was extorting him, it was quite clear he had no way to refuse, unless he was willing to give up the celestial compass. But for him, everything else could be forsaken, but the celestial compass was a must-keep. Even if it was damaged, it needed to be repaired, no matter the cost. I wonder what Alice wants. Uranus gritted his teeth. Under these circumstances, he felt that if he offered something in exchange now, he might be mocked by the entire divine realm. I don't want anything, Alice flatly refused, because she genuinely had no interest in the celestial compass, and had already said she didn't want it. If, after a round of mockery from the sword spirit, she accepted something from Uranus, it would seem as if she had orchestrated the sword spirit's words. As soon as Alice finished speaking, the sword spirit continued sarcastically. Hee, my master says she doesn't want anything. You don't really think she doesn't want it, do you? You take politeness seriously, don't you have any clue? And you have the nerve to ask what my master wants, as if you could really offer anything valuable. Alice and Uranus both fell silent. Well, that was awkward for both parties. Alice genuinely didn't want anything, and yet if Uranus didn't offer something, it would seem like he really was the pauper the sword spirit claimed. Why don't you just pick something to give me? Alice whispered. She was considering Uranus's feelings, wanting to end this matter quickly. Uranus thought for a moment, and then brought out 15 artifacts, generously telling Alice, Alice, choose whatever you like, just take it. The sword spirit scoffed. What junk are you offering? You have the nerve to let someone choose? Master, just take them all, there's nothing worth choosing. That was utterly shameless. Uranus cursed inwardly. These were top-tier artifacts from their Ultimate Force Alliance's collection. The sword spirit said, Uranus, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it. Is it appropriate to trade these trash items for the celestial compass? If you don't offer something of equal value, you won't have any dignity, right? The celestial compass is only worth this much? I'm considering your feelings in front of all these people. If I let my master just pick one, it would be criticized later. The sword spirit acted as if it was considering Uranus's best interests, making him feel even worse. A million fucks wanted to burst out of him. Alice, just take them all. I don't want them anymore. Uranus, for the sake of his pride, had to give all these top-tier artifacts to Alice. After all, at his current power level, aside from the celestial compass, other artifacts didn't mean much to him. Alice was even more embarrassed, laughing and crying. You're giving me so many artifacts. I don't even need them. The sword spirit said gloomily. Did you hear that? My master doesn't even like your stuff. Taking them is just to give you face, okay? You should hurry up and thank my master. I fucking want to thank you. Uranus was truly pained, but he could only say to Alice, thank you, Alice. Uranus will take his leave now. With that, he left without looking back. Odin, watching from the side, felt overwhelmed and lost the desire to continue his squabble with Loki and the others. He stopped the fight and flew over to William, saying, Mr. Johnson, hello. It was merely a greeting to William. William also smiled and nodded at Odin. Odin continued, I heard you tell Uranus that you have no intention of interfering in the affairs between our Ultimate Force Alliance and the Divine Alliance, right? William nodded again, not wanting to repeat himself. That's very good. Then I won't disturb you any further. Odin was well aware that William the Obliterator was unlikely to take their side. As long as William maintained neutrality, that was already quite favorable, and he dared not hope for more. Alice, meanwhile, could only tearfully accept the 15 artifacts Uranus had offered, then returned to William's side. She awkwardly said to William, I really don't want these things. Could you return them to him? She felt she had to explain the situation to William, otherwise, it would seem like she was shameless. I understand. It's okay, they're just trinkets. William had already repaired Uranus's celestial compass by then. Otherwise, Uranus would have been furious. They were old acquaintances. After all, there was no need to be so ruthless. Let's go. If we stay here any longer, I guess both Odin and Uranus are going to lose it. William understood how Uranus was feeling. Losing face, being mocked by the sword spirit, and having a dozen magical artifacts taken by Alice. It was quite something that his mental state hadn't exploded. If William and his group lingered around, Uranus would indeed be overwhelmed. Loki and the others, battered and bruised, returned to William's side, their wounds visibly healing rapidly. William's gaze then fell on Loki, asking, What is your wish? Chapter 837 Did you order this fire? William was known for his efficiency, and he had decided to first help these fellows fulfill their wishes, thus fulfilling his own promise. Me? Loki looked at William and smiled. Right now, I just want to go back to my home in the Maldives, to take a good vacation and live a carefree life. Hearing this, William thought that this hardly counted as a wish. Loki wanting to go home for a relaxing vacation didn't require William's intervention. He could simply go back on his own. Is there a Maldives in the divine realm too? Alice's eyes lit up with excitement. There was a Maldives on Earth too, but she wondered how different it was from the one in the divine realm. She was clearly eager to see it. Of course, my Maldives has beautiful scenery, white sandy beaches, crystal-like shallow blue waters, and plenty of fruits. My luxurious overwater villa is really something. Why don't you and Mr. Johnson come along for a visit? Sure. Alice agreed, then looked at William. William smiled and said, If you want to go, then let's go together. Loki was very pleased. With a thought from William, the space around them shifted. And just like that, they arrived in the Maldives. In the southeastern part of the divine realm, there was a vast ocean with a beautiful place known as the Maldives, and in the southern part of the Maldives was an island called the Lingalai Island. The Maldives was once known for its endless emerald waters, white sandy beaches, and colorful coral reefs, painting a beautiful picture of a relaxing tropical paradise. But at this moment, the Maldives they saw was a scorched wasteland. The entire island was devoid of greenery, the surrounding waters dried up, and no living creature was in sight. Seeing this scene, Loki's eyes reddened, and he shouted madly, Zeus! I will smash your sanctuary of the celestial gods. William frowned, feeling that this might not be Zeus's doing. After all, Zeus was his disciple, and he wouldn't likely commit such an extreme act. Even though Zeus had once imprisoned Loki for his drunken behavior, there was no need to destroy his home to such an extent. Alice was also stunned. She hadn't expected the Maldives Loki spoke of to have turned into this. Loki, don't be like this, Alice said, feeling pity as she saw Loki's state. She could imagine that the island must have been home to Loki's friends and family, and now it was reduced to ashes. One could only imagine how he felt. It was like someone going out and coming back to find their home burned down, with all their loved ones perished in the fire. It was impossible not to feel devastated. While they were in the Maldives, Zeus was sitting in the Thunder Sanctum. William was in the 13th district of the Sanctuary of the Celestial Gods. Zeus wasn't particularly interested in the topics discussed by the other gods. Uranus was formidable, but his opponent was Alice. The outcome was probably predetermined. Zeus was now wondering if William would come to see him. After all, William had visited Hades before, and now that he was already in the 13th district of the Sanctuary of the Celestial Gods, wouldn't he come to see him? The gods all thought Zeus should be a ruthless and aloof ruler, but who knew how lonely he felt inside? His status meant he couldn't really have friends, except for his respected William the Obliterator. Zeus's feelings for William were like those of fervent fans towards their idols. Knowing that William had visited Hades and Uranus but had not come to see him, Zeus felt incredibly disappointed. Yet, he held a glimmer of hope. Maybe his master would come to see him soon. His thoughts were simple. He didn't want anything from William. Even just having a meal together, seeing him, and talking would be great. As for the position of King of the Gods, what did it matter? Though called the King of the Gods, leader of the Divine Alliance, this status suffocated him. Just then, Zeus heard William's voice. "Zeus, come to the Maldives." Only William could speak to him like that. Inside the Thunder Sanctum, the gods were discussing the loss of the celestial compass and many top-tier artifacts in the battle between Uranus and Alice. Uranus's power had greatly diminished. Some war-hungry priests began to urge Zeus to take this opportunity to attack Odin's ultimate force alliance and unify the divine realm. Of course, there were also peace advocates. In their view, if a great war with the ultimate force alliance erupted again, it would devastate the divine realm, and the outcome was uncertain. If they failed, the losses would be severe. The debate was fierce, almost coming to blows. Upon hearing William's message, Zeus immediately stood up and said, "Continue the discussion. I have something to attend to and must leave for a while." With that, he left the Thunder Sanctum and appeared in the Maldives. Zeus was indifferent to the devastation in the Maldives. To him, it was just another place where many had died. As the king of the gods, he believed he must see beyond such events. If he couldn't, he wouldn't deserve his title, as emotions could cloud judgment. All he could think about was that William finally wanted to see him. Since William had recently arrived in the divine realm, Zeus had heard many rumors about William the Obliterator. Some said he had visited the territory of the shapeshifters. Zeus had personally sought out William before, but they had only met briefly. Subsequent meetings also lacked substantial interaction. Was he finally willing to meet him now? After all, he used to be William's favorite child. How else could he have become the king of the gods? As for the drastic changes in the Maldives, Zeus was oblivious. When he arrived, he had changed into a clean white robe. Upon seeing William, he bowed deeply and said, "Master, hello." Then he turned to Alice and said, "Miss Alice, hello." Regardless of his high position, even as the king of the gods, Zeus always showed respect to his master, William. Protocol was something he could never neglect. William nodded and said, "No need for such formality." Alice had met Zeus once before and knew who he was. She was somewhat nervous as she fiddled with her hands. Loki had just shouted about smashing Zeus's sanctuary of the celestial gods, and now Zeus had arrived? If Zeus was responsible for burning the Maldives, what should she do now? And what would William do? Alice stole a glance at William, sensing that he might be in a difficult position being caught in the middle. "What did you call me here for?" Zeus asked with a smile. Looking at William, his eyes filled with joy. William asked, "Did you order this fire?" Chapter 838. All right. Let it all end. Zeus was slightly taken aback and asked, "Master, did you call me here today just to ask about this?" William nodded. At this moment, a flood of emotions surged through Zeus. He was aware of the burning of the Maldives, but it wasn't the work of their divine alliance. Yet, the only time his master had ever summoned him was for this matter. Could it be that William now cared more about this Loki? "Master, if it weren't for the burning of the Maldives, would you never have sought me out in your life?" Zeus's smile gradually faded, and his expression turned solemn. William replied, "How could that be? I just thought you were too busy to be disturbed." Zeus looked at William and asked again, "Master, if it were true that I ordered the burning of the Maldives, how would you deal with me?" William frowned and said, "Loki only offended you. Did you really need to burn down his home?" When he asked this, William still saw him as the young boy from years past. "You've already punished him by locking him in the heavenly dungeon. Why go to the extreme of wiping him out?" Zeus took a deep breath. Indeed, if it weren't for the burning of the Maldives, William wouldn't have sought him out. Even though he was the king of gods, in William's heart, he couldn't compare to Hades, let alone the Loki before him. "I am the king of gods, and this Loki dares to call himself the king of all gods. What's wrong with burning down his home?" Zeus didn't know what he was thinking anymore, but since the master felt this way, he would accept it. He was curious to see if William would execute him over this. If so, he would be utterly disheartened. Being reprimanded by his master again wouldn't be too bad either. "I called you here just to ask about the situation," William said. "I thought it wasn't you who did it." Zeus, now the king of gods, was no longer the little boy William once doted on. He naturally didn't need William to micromanage his actions. Just as Zeus didn't regard the lives of Loki's relatives and friends. William, although he mentioned Zeus being extreme, didn't actually think Zeus was wrong from his perspective. Every place has its own rules of survival. As the king of gods, Zeus was challenged by Loki, and to assert his authority, even if it meant punishing Loki's relatives and friends, it wasn't wrong. Even in Earth's history, it was normal for some emperors to kill all relatives and friends of their enemies as punishment. If an emperor wasn't ruthless enough, he couldn't hold his position, and William couldn't expect everyone to follow the same moral standards. When Loki saw Zeus and heard him say this, he was furious and threw a punch at Zeus. Zeus, after all, was the king of gods and wasn't afraid of this young Loki. 7 million years ago, Zeus had been by William's side, and his strength was undoubtedly the strongest among all gods, even possibly stronger than Poseidon, who had now mastered the ultimate cosmic laws. Loki's fierce punch aimed at Zeus. Zeus didn't even flinch. Loki was then suspended in midair, unable to move. "Zeus, I'm going to kill you." Loki, unable to do anything to Zeus, could only roar loudly. The next moment, he couldn't even speak. Zeus didn't even glance at Loki but asked William, "Master, do you think I did something wrong?" "There's no absolute right or wrong," William said. "You're the king of gods. Whatever you do is right. You're not blaming me?" Zeus was curious, as he had clearly seen William frown earlier. He thought, William was angry. "Why would I blame you? With your status and position, whatever you do is considered reasonable," William said. The divine realm was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. For someone as weak as Loki, who had dared to challenge Zeus at the Thunder Sanctum, whatever happened to him was only to be expected. "You're not protecting this Loki?" Zeus asked. "I am protecting him, but you didn't do anything wrong." William waved his hand and said, "I've already asked what I needed to. You can go back to your duties now." Zeus stood there stunned, while Loki had regained his ability to move. Immediately, Loki shouted at William, "Mr. Johnson, my wish is to kill Zeus. Help me kill him." Yes, he still had one wish with William. Now his wish was to kill Zeus. Zeus glanced at Loki, then asked William, "Master, what does he mean by that?" William explained, "It's nothing. I just promised before to fulfill one wish for each of them." Zeus smiled. "Then you must be a man of your word, right? Now, Loki's wish is to kill me. Please, go ahead." He didn't even show a hint of resistance, just spread his hands and looked at William with a smile. William ignored Zeus and asked Loki, "Are you sure this is your wish?" "I'm sure. Please help me kill Zeus." Loki was visibly agitated and indignant, saying, "Mr. Johnson, you wouldn't break your promise, would you? When enemies meet, they are especially hostile." Loki also realized that the gap in strength between him and Zeus was too vast. Only by having William intervene did he stand a chance at revenge. At that moment, Rhadamanthus stepped between William and Zeus and loudly said, "Mr. Johnson, killing Zeus would surely plunge the divine realm into chaos." He had once been one of Hades' 3 major guardians, and from a certain perspective, he might actually prefer Hades to take Zeus' place. However, for the sake of the beings of the divine realm and peace, he felt that William should not act against Zeus at this time. Zeus looked at William, hands clasped behind his back, and chuckled. "Master, you surely don't care about the lives in the divine realm. Besides, even if you kill me, letting Hades succeed me isn't out of the question." William shook his head. "I don't care about the lives in the divine realm." "Then, Master, please proceed." Zeus slowly closed his eyes. Zeus had thought that if one day he were to fall, he would rather die by William's hand, as it would be less painful. If William could kill him for Loki's wish, then his role as the king of gods really meant nothing. William's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the past events of the Maldives, how it was burned. After seeing all this, he slowly walked up to Zeus and then extended his hand. Zeus could feel the change in William's energy. William was finally going to act. "All right, Let it all end. William reached out his hand, slowly touched Zeus's face, and pinched it hard. Kid, you didn't order the burning of that island, and yet you dared to deceive me. Zeus opened his eyes. Chapter 839. Yes, this is my wish. William did indeed lay his hands on Zeus, but it was only to firmly pinch his cheek. It was like an adult dealing with a mischievous child. William pinched Zeus's cheek with force. Rhadamanthus stood there, stunned. This was Zeus, after all. But then he thought about it, and Mr. Johnson pinching Zeus's cheek didn't seem like such a big deal. Caught by surprise, Zeus didn't react immediately, standing frozen on the spot. As the king of gods, it had been many years since anyone dared to touch him. Yet, William's action didn't anger him. Instead, it brought a rare sense of closeness. Master, Zeus softly called out. It was as if he was back in his younger days when he did something wrong. William would pinch his cheek instead of scolding him, and after the incident, he would even make him something delicious. Those days by Master's side were the happiest times in Zeus's 7 million years. Back then, he didn't have to worry about the welfare of the world or engage in any power plays. Life was simple and pure. Even though he often got bullied by Poseidon, even if he ended up with a bruised face, a delicious meal awaited him after his tears dried. Learned how to lie, have you? William wasn't angry about Zeus punishing Loki's family because Zeus's jurisdiction was vast. As the king of gods and the leader of the divine alliance, he had his own principles of conduct. But when William called him for questioning, and he spoke nonsense, at best, it was lying, at worst, it was deceiving his own master. Master, it's not, you asked me like that. Zeus stammered. Speak properly. Show the dignity you had just now as the king of gods. William confronted Zeus sternly. Explain to me. The island clearly wasn't burned by you. Why did you say it was? Are you too full? Zeus meekly replied in a low voice. I thought you were being partial. You've been in the divine realm for so long, and you always come to me for help. William frowned. Nonsense, you're now the king of gods, dealing with so many things every day. Why would I bother you unnecessarily? I'm not actually that busy. I always have time whenever you need me, Zeus said softly. Hades and the others are busy too, but you went to them, didn't you? Is Hades the same as you? William said. He's just a guy with nothing to do. How can you compare yourself to him? Don't worry, I will manage my territory well and handle the gods of the divine alliance properly. I won't disappoint you. In front of William, Zeus had none of the dignity of the king of gods. He was completely respectful. How you manage is your business. Since things are clear now, you should go back to your duties. William wasn't displeased with Zeus, but considering that Zeus had a lot to handle, it seemed a bit wasteful to always spend time here. Even the emperors in Earth's history, unless they were utterly debauched, led busy lives. Some emperors managed only 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day, which is why many of them died young, even without any coups or rebellions, simply from overwork. However, William believed that Zeus wouldn't die young. Master, you don't want to see me? Zeus's tone was truly like that of a neglected lover. Alice, listening by the side, felt a bit jealous. Couldn't William hear it? It's not about wanting to see you or not. Do you understand? William said. Don't you know how busy you are? But Zeus hesitated. Alice quickly interjected. Zeus, the island wasn't burned by you? Loki had calmed down by now, and even though Zeus had just admitted those words, he still believed William more. Faced with Alice's question, Zeus said, the island truly wasn't burned by my order. Since that's the case, and you haven't seen your master for a long time, why don't we all have a meal together before you go? Alice smiled. I've heard many stories about you on Earth and have great respect for you. Having a meal with you has always been one of my wishes. Zeus knew Alice was William's woman, and her saying this now seemed like she was helping him. Thank you, Miss Alice. Zeus didn't utter any insincere words. He understood Alice's intent. He hadn't asked Alice for anything, yet she was offering her help. You're not busy? William asked again. Zeus shook his head. Right now, the thunder. Sanctum's great hall was probably in uproar, but what did that have to do with him? Did he need to personally handle everything? Let the Council of Gods argue it out and see what solutions they could come up with. Since you're not busy, then stay and have a meal with us, William said with a smile, then turned to Loki and suggested. You might consider changing your wish. Loki looked confused. If his home wasn't burned by Zeus, then who was responsible? Who should he seek revenge against now? Mr. Johnson, please tell me, who really burned down my home? Loki's eyes were red with emotion, his mood far from calm. Zeus was thinking about having a meal with William, while at the same time, Loki was dealing with a deep-seated vendetta. How could he be in the mood to eat? Is this your wish? William really felt that Loki wasn't very clever. Or perhaps he was blinded by his hatred. At that moment, Alice asked, William, can you restore the Maldives to its original state and revive the creatures of the island? Alice knew William was powerful, but she wasn't sure if her request was something he could fulfill. William nodded. It's not difficult. At this, Loki's eyes lit up. Mr. Johnson, then please restore it to its original state. Had he finally understood what he truly wanted? Revenge? No matter who the enemy was, even if he did get his revenge, what then? Could his friends and family be brought back to life? Normally, people would think that the dead cannot be revived, and restoring the island to its original state wasn't a simple matter. Is this your wish? William owed Loki a wish, and he just wanted to confirm if this was it. If so, he could proceed. Loki nodded excitedly. Yes, this is my wish. William's eyes slightly closed, and the surroundings began to change dramatically. In just a moment, trees sprouted, corals reappeared, houses materialized out of thin air, and the island was filled with numerous birds. The calls of Loki's family members reached Loki's ears. The island was restored, not just in physical form, but with life itself brought back, a rare feat that even in the realms of gods was considered a profound act of power. This not only fulfilled Loki's revised wish, but also demonstrated William's immense capabilities, subtly reinforcing his status and benevolence in the eyes of all present. Chapter 840, The Uprising in the Divine Realm. With a single thought, all things are reborn. For many deities, this is a power beyond reach, especially when the cosmic entity was still around. Even if some gods had the power to defy fate and resurrect the dead, the cosmic entity would absolutely not allow such acts. In a universe governed by the cosmic entity, it believed that only it had the power to create. Resurrecting the dead was seen as an overstep by the cosmic entity. It's like certain things only an emperor can do, and not his subjects, no matter how capable they are. If they attempt it, they would be condemned. This is why when William resurrected Artemis, he always faced the law of cause and effect, and later, those he resurrected turned into zombies. It wasn't that William lacked power, but that the cosmic entity of that time saw William as merely one of its subjects, no matter how strong he was. It was only when William finally confronted her and demonstrated a fraction of his power that the cosmic entity realized he was not so simple. Later, during the Guardians' War of the Cosmic Entities, it became clear that William the Obliterator was not someone these cosmic entities could afford to provoke. After the cosmic entity left the 13 universes, no matter what William did, no one would interfere anymore. William's mass resurrection even restored the memories of Loki's friends and family on the island. Not only the deceased friends and family of Loki, but also those who had escaped calamity returned here. Thus, there was no need for Loki to question Zeus and the others about the origins of these events. A group of people chattered and told Loki everything. It turns out that since Loki was imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon, powerful shapeshifters, commanded by Uranus, had come here. These powerful shapeshifters demanded that Loki's friends and family living here submit to them. Those who disobeyed were executed. Eventually, the island was burned to ashes by that shapeshifter. The souls of the deceased friends and family of Loki were absorbed by the shapeshifter, doomed never to reincarnate. Those who had died told Loki that after their death, their souls seemed to be continuously drained of power. Zeus said, such incidents have been happening frequently in the divine realm lately, and it's unclear what Uranus and his ilk are up to. Recently, many villages and towns in the divine realm that hadn't joined any faction were mysteriously destroyed. Zeus sensed that something was amiss, but since it involved the shapeshifters of the Ultimate Force Alliance, it wasn't directly related to their divine alliance, and he could only send people to investigate secretly. William didn't say much. He was well aware that Odin and Uranus probably wanted to resurrect Uranus's daughters. When the cosmic entity was still around, Odin and Uranus didn't dare to act and could only prepare in silence. Or perhaps even with the cosmic entity around, they were willing to take the risk. Now that the cosmic entity had left the 13 universes, the current order was simply a matter of who was more powerful. They used the bodies of ancient monstrous beast cubs for resurrection, nourished by the souls of countless beings. The resurrected beasts should still be powerful. Odin and his group wouldn't dare to recklessly slaughter other members of the Divine Alliance. That would certainly alert Zeus. Only by slaughtering those not affiliated with any faction could they operate undetected. At least Zeus had no reason to interfere. For those like Loki's friends and family on Valingalae Island, if they couldn't submit to the Ultimate Force Alliance, their deaths were seen as insignificant by Odin and Uranus. The survival rule of the divine realm has always been such. In the games of power among the great forces, the weak inevitably suffer. Many in the divine realm do not wish to participate in the struggle between the Divine Alliance and the Ultimate Force Alliance. To some powerful shapeshifters, Loki's friends and family on Valingalae Island were just insignificant trash. For the grand scheme of the Ultimate Force Alliance, these people's deaths were insignificant. Perhaps in their view, the deaths of Loki's friends and family could contribute to the Ultimate Force Alliance's unification of the major forces in the divine realm, and that was already an honor for them. Loki, trembling with rage upon hearing the recount from his friends and family, felt somewhat helpless. With his current power, could he kill Odin and Uranus? He had just confronted Odin and Uranus. Either of them could easily overpower him. But at least Valingalae Island had been restored to its original state. Loki's friends and family had been resurrected. So did he still need to seek revenge at this time? William had made a vegetable salad from some vegetables he found on Villingil Island, and Loki had his friends and family bring some fresh fruit. Together, they sat down to eat. The resurrection of Loki's friends and family, no matter what they had been through, was ultimately a good thing. After many years, Zeus was able to sit down and share a meal with William again, which was a great comfort. Just then, in the 13th district of the Sanctuary of the Celestial Gods, at the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, a riot broke out. Odin and his allies could wait no longer. It was now clear that William the Obliterator would not intervene, but their actions might have already been exposed. Waiting any longer could lead to unpredictable consequences. The armies of the Ultimate Force Alliance charged directly at the headquarters of the Divine Alliance. With the Isle Palace of Delightful Love as their center, Odin and Uranus, leading several powerful ancient beasts, charged directly towards the Thunder Sanctum in the 1st District. Now that Zeus was not in the Thunder Sanctum, the army of the Ultimate Force Alliance rampaged through like wolves among sheep, causing chaos. Countless deities fell. Blood stained the sanctuary of the celestial gods. As Zeus was talking and eating fresh fruit with William, he suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of the Thunder Sanctum. William said, "If you have to go, then go." Zeus looked solemn. He wanted to say it was nothing serious. But with the Ultimate Force Alliance advancing to the Thunder Sanctum, if this wasn't considered a major issue, what would be? At this moment, without Zeus's leadership, the Divine Alliance was in disarray, and the momentum of the Ultimate Force Alliance was overwhelming. If Zeus didn't return soon, the sanctuary of the celestial gods might soon be overtaken. Go, don't let yourself regret it later. I can meet you anytime, William said, noticing Zeus's troubled expression and naturally understanding what was happening. In his view, even if Zeus returned now, it wouldn't change much. It was just that if he didn't go, Zeus might regret it later. Zeus finally stood up and bowed to William. "Master, I must go now." "Go." William waved his hand. William had said he wouldn't interfere in the affairs between the Ultimate Force Alliance and the Divine Alliance. And as the Ultimate Force Alliance stormed the headquarters of the Divine Alliance, he didn't plan to do anything. However, if Odin and his allies were to kill Zeus, then William would have to intervene. Zeus was his disciple, whom he had always been reluctant to even scold or punish. If someone else killed him, that would be unacceptable. This was no longer about whether or not resurrection was possible. As Zeus arrived at the sanctuary of the celestial gods, Odin and Uranus had already reached the Thunder Sanctum. Many priests had been subdued. Zeus, unflinching, stared at Odin and Uranus and asked, "What exactly are you two trying to do?" Odin lifted his eyelid and said, "The divine realm needs unity. What we're doing is necessary." "What's wrong with that?" Chapter 841. Was it really necessary to prepare for so many years just to rule the entire divine realm? Zeus. Now that the cosmic entity has vanished and the energy fields are in chaos, it's inevitable that our ultimate force alliance will unify the divine realm, declared Uranus. Behind Uranus followed a massive nine-tailed dragon scorpion, a golden griffin mutated from a griffin, a dark ore-emitting hydra, and a behemoth with a dragon's tail. In the recent battle, these four beasts rampaged through the gods as if no one could stop them. Zeus stood calmly on the high platform and said lightly, "You want to unify the divine realm and be its king. I can grant you that. Why start a war and kill so many creatures?" Uranus and Odin were silent. They had considered that Zeus might have some tricks up his sleeve, being a disciple of William the Obliterator. It wouldn't be surprising if he had some hidden strengths. Odin and Uranus had even thought that if Zeus's trump card was strong enough, they might consider letting him rule over some land and people. Of course, they couldn't kill Zeus. This was the conclusion Odin and Uranus had reached after much deliberation. William the Obliterator was known for favoring his friends and family. That much was clear to Uranus and his allies. Forget the fact that William the Obliterator had promised not to interfere with the affairs between the Ultimate Force Alliance and the Divine Alliance. Zeus was William the Obliterator's disciple, and just on that point alone, if they really killed Zeus, William might very well seek retribution. And that was not a confrontation they could afford. But they never expected Zeus to respond to their takeover by saying, "If you want to rule the divine realm, go ahead." Not even a hint of resistance, not even a symbolic curse. Even earthly kings faced with a coup, even with enemies at their gates, would at least utter some words of condemnation. "Zeus, what trick are you playing?" Odin could hardly believe these words came from Zeus. So many gods had fallen in this battle, and Zeus wasn't planning on avenging them? "What tricks can I play? You want to rule the divine realm, right?" said Zeus. "I'm letting you do as you wish now." "Really?" Odin was still in disbelief that Zeus would compromise so easily. He shouted, "Zeus, you can't just give in to them like that. Zeus, your master might help, right? And there's William the Obliterator. Zeus, what about your thunderbolt? If you use your thunderbolt, you definitely have a fighting chance. Zeus, the divine alliance can only rely on you now." The captured gods shouted loudly, hoping Zeus wouldn't give up so easily. They still had so much hope. Zeus's thunderbolt was incredibly powerful. Using it might even turn the tide of the current situation. Poseidon and Hera hadn't even arrived yet. How could Zeus surrender? Zeus ignored the pleas of those gods and said to Odin, "I have no problem relinquishing control over the lands and people of the Divine Alliance, but you must agree to 3 conditions. Otherwise, you will die here." A flash of lightning sparked in Zeus's eyes, and a golden thunderbolt slowly appeared on his forehead. The appearance of the golden thunderbolt filled the entire Thunder Sanctum with a deadly aura. This was Zeus's unique artifact, the thunderbolt. This thunderbolt was specially forged for him by William when Zeus was his disciple. Over the years, Zeus had nurtured it with his essence, and it had become a supreme artifact. Surely no one thought that Zeus, the king of gods, would be without any trump cards. When Zeus summoned the thunderbolt, Odin and the others immediately felt the pressure increase. They weren't sure if they could defeat Zeus even if they joined forces. And even if they could, at what cost? The main point was, they were also gambling that Poseidon and Hera wouldn't arrive in time. Now that Uranus's celestial compass had mysteriously repaired itself, if Poseidon and Hera joined forces with Zeus, they might not be able to withstand them. They never really dared to kill Zeus, and now that Zeus was surrendering without a fight, it was naturally the best outcome. Why bother fighting? What are the conditions? Speak. Odin and Uranus exchanged glances, then conceded. It wasn't really a concession. Zeus was giving up control of the Divine Alliance. Letting him set 3 conditions wasn't too much. It was reasonable. Zeus said expressionlessly, "First, ensure the safety of the current priests and civilians of the Divine Alliance. No more senseless killing." "No problem," Odin replied without hesitation, as managing the divine realm also required manpower. They couldn't just kill all the gods of the Divine Alliance. The second condition, the laws of the Divine Alliance remain unchanged. Treat the creatures of the divine realm well, maintain peace, and ensure equality among all races. Is that even a condition? Uranus frowned. Zeus replied coldly. Would you prefer I make 100 more demands? Even surrounded by the Ultimate Force Alliance's army, Zeus remained composed. Odin said, continue, the third one. Zeus nodded in satisfaction. The third condition is that after you unify the divine realm, leave me alone. If the first two were conditions, what was this third one? What do you say? Do you agree? Zeus's gaze swept over Odin and Uranus. Of course, that's no problem. Odin really couldn't understand. They had taken over the sanctuary of the celestial gods and unified the divine realm. Why would they need to bother Zeus anymore? Zeus sighed deeply, relieved. Finally, I don't have to deal with these tedious matters anymore. Dressed in a white robe, Zeus laughed heartily 3 times and strode out of the thunder sanctum, addressing the gods. Dear gods, follow Odin and Uranus and maintain the order of the divine realm. Don't come looking for me anymore. It's useless, I won't come. Back to be the king of gods. Zeus wasn't sure how long it had been since he felt this relaxed. Sitting in this position every day, deciding on every little matter of the divine alliance, was truly tiresome. Like today, he could have had a nice meal with William, but instead, he was forced to return. Was managing the entire divine realm really that great? 50,000 years. For 50,000 years, not a single day had been easy. He couldn't laugh, couldn't cry, had no friends around, not even a confidant to talk to. An immortal king, forever alone. Zeus's loneliness, not even William could understand. William at least could do what he wanted, but what about him? What could he do? To maintain the peace of the divine realm, he had to protect too much, losing himself in the process. The Ultimate Force Alliance attacking the Divine Alliance? They had no idea how long Zeus had actually been waiting for this day. Was it really necessary to prepare for so many years just to rule the entire divine realm? Chapter 842. What a mess this was turning out to be. After Zeus had finished handing over everything, he disappeared as if he were an employee resigning without even wanting his last paycheck, leaving behind a group of gods, and both Odin and Uranus looking at each other in bewilderment. With Zeus having resigned and left, the remaining gods of the Divine Alliance naturally gave up any resistance. Odin and Uranus had planned for years, paying countless prices, and had meticulously strategized, as if anticipating every move in a chess game. But just as they made their move, their opponent conceded and walked away. It was as if they had identified an opponent, trained painstakingly for tens of thousands of years, expecting a tough battle, even preparing a victory speech, but their opponent didn't fight and just said, "Okay, you win." The feeling was too complex. Did they win? It seemed so. Did they achieve their goal? It seemed they did. But neither Odin nor Uranus could feel happy about it. Because Zeus seemed very happy. Odin and Uranus exchanged glances. Then a question arose. Who would manage the divine realm now? Odin frowned and said, Uranus, since the overall situation is settled, I'll leave the rest to you. Uranus was silent. The situation was settled, but there was still a mess to clean up. Neither Uranus nor Odin, having endured so much over the years, really cared about power at their level of strength. Defeating the Divine Alliance and unifying the divine realm had been like their life's driving force, around which they could plan many other things, making life fulfilling yet interesting. But now, Zeus had left, effectively putting a full stop to that driving force. What remained was just a headache. As Uranus was lost in thought, Odin had already disappeared. Uranus, I'm off to pursue another breakthrough in strength. After that, let's have a good drink together. This was the only message echoing in the Thunder Sanctum. Some priests were utterly confused. Odin really seemed in a hurry to leave. Other priests felt that Odin's words were just an excuse to avoid a power struggle with Uranus, a gesture of deference. Uranus almost gritted his teeth in frustration. That shameless Odin, who had just made a breakthrough not long ago, was now using it as an excuse? He might just be off to have fun somewhere. Zeus and Odin's actions left the priests with little to say. After all, Odin and Uranus had agreed to Zeus's terms to keep everything the same and to treat them well. So who ruled the divine realm? Did it really make a difference? Under the rule of Odin and Uranus in the northern part of the divine realm, things weren't too bad. If under Uranus's rule, The shapeshifters and demons ceased their evil deeds and simultaneously restrained the gods. Wouldn't that create peace in the divine realm? Some gods thought of these things, and their view of Uranus changed. They were also communicating these thoughts through telepathy, which Uranus easily overheard. Today, he had led his resurrected daughters to kill so many gods, and on the Thunder Sanctum, not a single god cursed him, and a good number of them had already decided to support him as the ruler of the divine realm. The survival rule of the divine realm was that the strong prevail. Since Zeus no longer cared about the divine alliance, someone had to take charge, right? Uranus stood in the center of the Thunder Sanctum, his gaze sweeping over the gods of the divine alliance, his feelings complex. Many lords who had once been displaced and had joined his shapeshifters because they had offended William the Obliterator or because they looked tasty had fallen. Those shapeshifters who had fought alongside their Ultimate Force Alliance were nearly at a point where no one was usable. Now that the gods of the Divine Alliance were willing to submit, there would be fewer battles in the future, and what was needed more were managerial talents. They had attacked the headquarters of the Divine Alliance, the sanctuary of the celestial gods, and operated in such a way just to unify the divine realm. At the level of power of the sky god Uranus, to advance further in strength, gaining the power of faith became extremely important, and now the goal had been achieved. Was Uranus supposed to learn from Zeus and resign and leave? That seemed very unreliable. But managing this vast divine realm. In the past, Uranus had managed it, and now thinking back, it still felt somewhat tiring. Gods, who among you wishes to manage the divine realm in my place? Uranus also had a beautiful thought. He only wanted the power of faith derived from the people of the divine realm after ruling it. If he could find someone to manage the divine realm for him, and he did nothing, wouldn't that be wonderful? Lord Sky God Uranus, who else but you is qualified to lead the gods now? No. Sooner had Uranus spoken these words than a god raised this challenge. No one would obey another person managing the divine realm. So, Uranus had to take charge. Uranus was overwhelmed with frustration and said, I have no interest in managing the entire divine realm. Lord Uranus, are you joking with us? You've gone to great lengths, leading the Ultimate Force Alliance's army to defeat the Divine Alliance and take control of the southern region of the divine realm, and now you don't want to manage it. Zeus has disappeared, and if you don't take charge, won't the divine realm fall into chaos? For the sake of all creatures in the divine realm, please, Lord Uranus, take good care of the affairs of the divine realm. The various pleas came all at once, and these priests seemed to have suddenly forgotten who was slaughtering their colleagues and friends just a moment ago. After all, the greater good of the entire divine realm was at stake. Uranus couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Was he supposed to be responsible for this mess without even enjoying any of it? The power of faith could indeed make him stronger, but ever since he realized the extent of William the Obliterator's strength, he had felt an urge to give up. Get stronger? How much stronger could he get? In the end, it was just a matter of a slap from William the Obliterator. Apart from William the Obliterator, no one could kill him. If even Zeus wouldn't fight him, what use was there in becoming so powerful through the power of faith? At this moment, the supreme authority of the divine realm in Uranus's hands felt like something of no practical value that he was reluctant to discard, yet it would be a pity to give up. Uranus finally understood why Zeus had surrendered without a fight. Damn it, all the scheming. Was Zeus just eagerly waiting for them to attack? The best hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Wasn't that Zeus? What a scheme. Over the years, Zeus had absorbed enough power of faith, and now by leaving, he ended up free and easy. How could he think of anything but a win? Was he supposed to struggle here for tens of thousands of years like Zeus? Now that he ruled the divine realm, there was almost nowhere left to conquer, and his days would likely be filled with trivial matters. Ah, the frustration. Even if there were places to conquer, Uranus had completely lost interest by now. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Uranus, unable to contain his anger, swept his gaze over the gods and said, I don't have time for this nonsense. Whoever wants to manage it, go ahead. With a wave of his sleeve, he addressed the leaders of the Ultimate Force Alliance's army. Follow me. After saying this, Uranus felt decisively wise, resisting temptation and avoiding much trouble. In just a short while, The shapeshifters had taken over the divine alliance, driven away Zeus, and then both Odin and Uranus had also fled, leaving only a group of confused priests behind. What a mess this was turning out to be. Chapter 843, Zeus cooking himself. William was enjoying some fruit on Valingalai Island in the Maldives when Zeus showed up unexpectedly. That was quick, wasn't it? William had thought that Zeus would at least have a big showdown with Uranus and the others. But given how quickly Zeus returned, it seemed a bit too fast. When he extended his divine sense towards the Thunder Sanctum, what a mess. Odin and Uranus had been testing him repeatedly, asking if he would intervene in the war between the Ultimate Force Alliance and the Divine Alliance. He hadn't interfered, right? But after all the trouble Odin and Uranus went through to take down the headquarters of the Divine Alliance, both of them just walked away. What's going on with you guys? William couldn't help but feel frustrated. Zeus explained earnestly, didn't Odin and Uranus want to rule the divine realm? I let them have it to avoid further suffering for the living beings. There shouldn't be a problem with that, right? William pondered, but now Odin and Uranus are refusing to take over the territories of the Divine Alliance. Do you want to go back? Clearly, Zeus was unaware of the subsequent events and was utterly astonished. Are they sick or something? Must be something serious. I'm not going back either. I finally got out, and they've taken over everything. They can't just decide they don't want it anymore, Zeus scoffed. There's no such logic in this world. Seeing Zeus's attitude, William couldn't help but ask curiously, you weren't just waiting for them to attack your temple, were you? Zeus was slightly taken aback and laughed. Master, what are you saying? I never thought that way. I've always worked diligently as the king of gods. My stepping down today was also to avoid reigniting war in the divine realm. Is that so? William was somewhat skeptical. Of course, Zeus continued. I was managing everything well. Why would I wait for them to attack me? William wanted to suggest that since Uranus and the others had given up on occupying the Divine Alliance territories, maybe Zeus could go back? But he never voiced that thought. Zeus was making it too obvious. Master, how about I show you something? I've improved my cooking skills recently. Zeus rubbed his hands excitedly. As the king of gods, he rarely had the chance to cook for others. The last time they met, he didn't get the chance to show off his skills because of Odin's interference. In this world, besides William, he couldn't think of anyone else worthy of eating his cooking. Zeus, you can cook? May I try it? Alice curiously sized up Zeus. She had seen Zeus in movies before, where he was always portrayed as solemn and serious, usually played by a middle-aged man. But the Zeus in front of her looked somewhat slender, with pale skin and a youthful vibe. Hardly the solemn figure she expected, especially not when he was excitedly rubbing his hands. Zeus cooking himself? Alice looked at Zeus with curiosity. Miss Alice, if you would like to try, of course you can. Thank you. Alice's own cooking skills were, to put it mildly, disastrous, the kind that even dogs wouldn't touch, so she was quite impressed that Zeus, despite his high position, had managed to learn such a skill. It must be said, Zeus's culinary skills were quite good. Using just some vegetables picked on the island, he managed to create a dish that was cool, fresh, and full of flavor. Anyone who had spent time with William had usually picked up good cooking skills. You're not going back to your temple, so where do you plan to go? William could tell that Zeus definitely didn't want to return. All that talk of the welfare of the mortals and the stability of the divine realm, he wasn't planning to deal with it anymore. William wasn't the type to force issues. Zeus asked, where do you plan to go next? Do you want to come with me? William caught the hint. Let's travel around. William glanced at Alice and continued. I haven't spent much time with Alice lately. We plan to travel around the divine realm and then head back to the prime world. If you really don't want to go back, then travel with me. William disliked compelling others. Zeus clearly wanted a break, and he couldn't force him back to work as a master. He himself wouldn't want to do something he disliked, so he wouldn't persuade others to do so either. William knew if he were in Zeus's shoes, having worked for hundreds of thousands of years without a break or a change of job, he would have quit long ago. The emperors in Earth's history at least got to enjoy themselves and had pursuits. Zeus had reached the pinnacle of power, and his desires were not as intense as those of Earth's historical emperors. He didn't seek immortality, wealth, or power. Zeus was simply too exhausted. Can I? Zeus's eyes lit up when William agreed. Being by William's side was his greatest wish and his only pursuit. Of course you can. You're my disciple, and we haven't seen each other in a long time. Come travel with me. William smiled. Back in the day, William, having nothing better to do, had come across the homeless brothers Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades and taught them the use of divine magic. After the brothers defeated Cronus, it was William, again out of boredom and seeking some amusement, who divided Cronus's power among them, legitimizing their rule over their respective domains. Zeus had always been William's favorite as a child. That's why he was the strongest among the brothers and became the king of gods. But he could never forget the days he spent living with William. With William's affirmation, Zeus was even more excited and asked, "Master, where are we heading next?" William said, "You'll need to change your identity a bit, otherwise it would be too troublesome." Zeus quickly pulled out a white mask and put it on his face. To anyone other than William, Zeus, whether in features or aura, underwent a drastic transformation, his power appearing to be at the mortal deity level. William glanced at Zeus's mask and chuckled, "Still carrying that around?" "Of course, it was the first gift you gave me." Zeus seemed to revert to the lively, adorable boy who had once followed William the Obliterator. William added, "I still have to fulfill their 2 wishes." The remaining unfulfilled wishes of Rhadamanthus and Jesus were on his mind, and since he had promised them, he intended to see them through. "Mr. Johnson, I don't want to be a deity anymore. I just want to see what lies beyond this universe. I've heard about the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle. Mr. Johnson, could you take me to see it?" Jesus asked sincerely. He had existed since ancient times, had lived long enough, and had never seen beyond the 13 universes. That was his wish. Chapter 844 William the Obliterator is here, run. The Battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians is something that many big shots in the divine realm have heard of. Back when the Cosmic Entity was still in the 13th universe, it had sought out some powerful beings, at least reaching the level of absolute deity. However, at that time, even someone as powerful as Jesus didn't catch the Cosmic Entity's eye. Yet, Jesus was incredibly eager to join the battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians. Jesus had lived too long. Often the more you know, the more you realize how ignorant you are. He wanted to explore more unknown entities. The battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians? William asked, "Are you just looking to watch, or do you want to fight? Do you think I'm strong enough to fight?" It was clear that Jesus wanted to join the battle. William chuckled. "Your current strength is obviously not enough. It seems one wish might not be sufficient." William thought that if Jesus wanted to join the battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians, all he needed to do was enhance Jesus' strength to the level required for the battle, or even stronger. Jesus, calm, asked again, "Then Mr. Johnson, can you participate in the battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians?" William frowned slightly. "Of course I can. Don't you want to fight yourself?" Jesus shook his head. "I'm quite aware of my own strength. I won't join such high-level battles." "So what do you want? Just to go and watch?" Jesus pondered for a moment, then asked, "Mr. Johnson, can I watch you fight in the battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians?" Jesus had known William for a long time, but he never had a clear idea of William's strength. He knew William was strong, but how strong? That was unknown. What kind of level was required to participate in the battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians? The battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians sounded very formidable, and if he could witness Mr. Johnson fighting at full strength, that would be enough. Me? Fight in the battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians? William squinted at Jesus. Jesus asked, "I wonder, Mr. Johnson, what kind of strength do you represent in the battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians?" "Me?" William said, "It's decent, I can manage a fight, but I'm not sure if they'll let me participate. Is there any danger to life?" "Not really." "That's good, then. In that case, this is my wish." "All right, then, you guys wait here." William decided to take Alice, Zeus, and Jesus to the arena of the Cosmic Entity Guardians. Alice and Zeus had also never seen the battle of the Cosmic Entity Guardians. Taking them to see, it would be good for their experience. Most importantly, William had indeed been a bit harsh before, leaving Alice alone in the divine realm for so long and deliberately causing her trouble. From now on, he should try to involve her in everything. After all, Alice was now his wife, not his disciple. The habit of constantly causing trouble for his wife, although good. Well, maybe not so good. As for Loki and the others, there was no need to bring them along. It wouldn't do to turn a visit into a brawl with a large group. The next moment, William, along with Alice and the others, appeared directly on the void platform they had been on before. His arrival startled the cosmic entities from other universes, but many were also curiously sizing them up. "William the Obliterator is here, Ron," some cosmic entity shouted, and suddenly about a dozen platforms were emptied. There was no helping it. The name William the Obliterator had more deterrent power in the arena of the cosmic entity guardians than any other. In the divine realm, some might find William the Obliterator interesting and reasonable, a nice person. But in the arena of the cosmic entity guardians, among the cosmic entities, William the Obliterator was nothing short of a true demon. An ultimate boss. The cosmic entity of the third universe had been slain by William the Obliterator with a single sword strike. His ruthless methods had frightened many cosmic entities. Around them, streaks of light vanished, and some of the fighters who had been battling also stopped and chose to cease fighting. Jesus and the others were stunned by this situation. "Mr. Johnson, I'm really curious. What exactly did you do here?" Jesus was genuinely curious. Just now, he had asked William if he could fight in the battle of the cosmic entity guardians, and William had merely said he could manage a fight. "Your idea of managing seems a bit too modest. Look at how you've scared these cosmic entities and their guardians." "I didn't do much. It seems they're not very welcoming of me." On the arena of the cosmic entity guardians, many cosmic entities hadn't left. They had been waiting for this day. After all, most of these cosmic entities were just avatars, as long as they didn't use the primal forces of their own universes. Even if they were slain, it wouldn't result in significant loss. Moreover, after the last battle of the cosmic entity guardians, they had already started looking for ways to counter William the Obliterator. Many cosmic entities who hadn't witnessed the previous battle thought William the Obliterator wasn't as formidable as the legend suggested, so they were curious to see for themselves. They also wanted to see what William the Obliterator would do next. "William the Obliterator, have you come to participate in the battle of the cosmic entity guardians?" The cosmic entity from the first universe looked down at William. Strictly speaking, William didn't have any personal grudges with these cosmic entities. Just as these cosmic entities started the battle of the cosmic entity guardians out of boredom, William participated for the same reason. Since it was a battle, casualties were inevitable. They were beings who had lived for eons. Even if they died, there probably wouldn't be much to regret. "Can I participate?" William asked. "I'll just fight one battle. How about that?" The cosmic entity from the first universe said. "The cosmic entity from the 13th universe isn't here. If you lose, who will pay the stakes?" William was curious, wondering where the first universe's cosmic entity got the courage to say such a thing. He countered, "Do you think I would lose?" Hearing William's response, Jesus and the others felt that it was just like William the Obliterator. The first universe's cosmic entity laughed. "Who can be sure? But I don't have the power of the divine halo right now," William said, hands behind his back, looking at the first universe's cosmic entity. "If I lose, then you can do as you please with me. Besides, in the battle of the cosmic entity guardians, losing probably means disappearing, right?" William also suddenly became interested. The first universe's cosmic entity saying this must mean they had something up their sleeve. Perhaps there really were more powerful contenders present. "If you lose, let us divide the 13th universe among ourselves." William didn't know that since his last participation in the battle of the cosmic entity guardians, a group of cosmic entities had come together to create a combat monster. Each cosmic entity contributed a portion of their divine halo power, imbuing the monster with various skills, just waiting for William the Obliterator to appear again. This combat monster was a combination of the strengths of dozens of cosmic entities, designed to wait for William the Obliterator's return. If not for certain rules, the cosmic entities would probably have led this monster to attack the 13th universe directly. As cosmic entities, how could they be completely frightened by the appearance of William the Obliterator? Chapter 845. William is seriously injured. The cosmic entity from the third universe that William had slain with a single sword strike possessed the power of over 23,000 divine halos. Although it was impossible for the cosmic entity of the third universe to use all those 23,000 divine halos in battle, the fact that William the Obliterator could kill it with a single strike was a testament to his formidable strength. Now that William the Obliterator had reappeared in the arena of the cosmic entity guardians, the combat monster they prepared had to be at least as strong as the cosmic entity of the third universe. This was also the first time since the creation of the arena that the cosmic entities had collaborated. Gone were the days of hiding and hoarding. All the cosmic entities had brought out their most powerful assets. It seems you all are well prepared, William chuckled. I want to know, if I don't die, does that mean you can't divide the 13th universe among yourselves? The cosmic entity from the first universe responded. Little 13 has gone to the cosmic entity Holy City, Nebulopolis, and has already changed your status to that of a cosmic entity of the 13th universe. Didn't you know? Normally, a messenger from the cosmic sovereign should have come to notify you. William stared at the first universe's cosmic entity. A messenger from the cosmic sovereign? It seemed there were still things he didn't know. But these were not important. William's curiosity wasn't as strong as before. What he needed to know, he would find out sooner or later. Keeping some things unknown made life more interesting. If everything was clear and understood, life would indeed be dull. Moments later, a muscular man wielding a spear and shield appeared on the platform of the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle. This battlefield was the largest ever created by all the cosmic entities involved in designing the combat monster, and it was also the largest in the history of the Cosmic Entity Guardians arena. A spear and shield? Achilles. William appeared on the battlefield the next moment, confronting the muscular man. He sized up the man, who was also in human form. This fellow had long flowing golden hair, and even in William's eyes, his body proportions were near perfect. No, this guy seemed to exist solely for battle, every inch of his muscle bursting with explosive power. His gaze was ice cold, and when he looked at William, there was nothing but a murderous intent. But the man did not make any rash moves, just coldly watching William. William the Obliterator. His name is Invincibility. He is a grand gift from us to you. If you can kill him, all of us cosmic entities are at your disposal. Invincibility? You really need to improve your naming skills. William chuckled lightly. I came here today not to trouble you, just to have a simple fight. Speaking of naming skills, William thought these cosmic entities were about as good as Amy, clearly uneducated. They should learn from those internet novelists from the past, who knew how to come up with names. William stared at the one called Invincibility and said, You attack first. I'm afraid if I make the first move, you won't get a chance. Invincibility was clad in black armor, clearly not of inferior quality. William had decided he was just here to have some fun, to let Jesus and the others see what it was like. If he ended the fight with one move, it wouldn't be much of a spectacle. After clarifying this, William's gaze softened when he looked at Invincibility. He wasn't fond of fighting, nor did he enjoy it. Since these cosmic entities wanted to play, he would just play along. As soon as William finished speaking, Invincibility, spear in hand, had already thrust it forward. Some cosmic entities didn't even see his shadow, only feeling a disturbance in space. The spot where William had just stood collapsed, creating a massive black hole. The platform of the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle they had created disintegrated in an instant. What kind of monster have we created? Some cosmic entities close to the battlefield could clearly feel the power bursting from the black hole. But from the start, the platform of the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle couldn't withstand it. The ferocity of the battle between William the Obliterator and Invincibility was unimaginable. In that instant, William and Invincibility had already exchanged tens of thousands of blows. Very nice. William hadn't even entered his battle mode yet. He had already been hit at least 100 times, his clothes torn to shreds. His body was bloody, but those wounds healed instantly. If we were to calculate based on the so-called combat power the cosmic entities mentioned, William's combat power was only 30 points, while Invincibility's was over 30,000. The gap was enormous, yet Invincibility still couldn't kill William. The spear was enough to pierce William's flesh but couldn't shatter his bones, naturally failing to achieve a lethal effect. To put it bluntly, even if William stood still and let him strike, Invincibility couldn't kill him. Are you tired yet? William's aura was surging wildly, while invincibility remained silent, a relentless fighting machine. The cosmic entities had created him without the capacity for emotions like fear or sensations like pain. His only purpose was to kill William the Obliterator. That was the reason for his creation. Once he killed William the Obliterator, he would have no further purpose in this world, and his body would dissipate, the divine halo power that constituted his body returning to the cosmic entities. He was merely a tool designed to defeat William the Obliterator, and he was well aware of this, yet felt no discomfort with his role. See? How strong can William the Obliterator be? Invincibility is formidable. William the Obliterator is already struggling. The first universe's cosmic entity laughed loudly, one of the few beings able to clearly discern the flow of the battle. When he saw William the Obliterator covered in blood, he believed their combat machine could easily slay William the Obliterator. He had seen clearly that William the Obliterator had no chance against invincibility. The gap is just too large. The first universe's cosmic entity laughed. Other cosmic entities, who couldn't even see their movements, also began discussing as if they could see the battle clearly. In my view, that William the Obliterator can last at most 100 more attacks. 100 attacks? I think invincibility hasn't even used his full strength yet. William the Obliterator is probably about to die. That's right. Invincibility is, after all, a creation of many cosmic entities combined. How could he not defeat a mere human? What does he think he is? Alice couldn't see clearly what was happening on the platform of the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle. Hearing the cosmic entities' discussions, she felt as if the sky was falling. He hasn't used his sword. Alice, holding the Sword of Soulbreaker, said, "Sword of Soulbreaker, go help him." Alice was frantic, her other fist clenched, her lips bitten, hoping only that William could hold on. The sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker, however, spoke calmly. "Please rest assured, Master. They're just trash. Mr. Johnson hasn't even used his full strength yet." Chapter 846. Wouldn't that be preferable? As the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker finished speaking, a fierce light burst forth from the spot where William was standing. The platform of the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle instantly collapsed. Invincibility was sent flying backward as William's fists landed on him repeatedly, and the carefully designed armor crafted by numerous cosmic entities shattered into dust after just 3 punches. The fight then became a back-and-forth exchange. With the platform gone, William and Invincibility battled indistinguishably in the void. William the Obliterator's power is increasing. The cosmic entity from the first universe's expression turned grave. How does it matter if he's getting stronger? He's still no match for Invincibility. Some cosmic entities couldn't perceive William's true strength. As it had far surpassed their understanding, they simply couldn't gauge it. They knew William the Obliterator was strong, but how strong could he really be? According to the first universe's cosmic entity, there was a significant gap in strength between William the Obliterator and Invincibility, meaning William must have sustained severe injuries in their initial clash. It seemed Invincibility had the upper hand, and even if William's power was increasing, what difference would it make? William the Obliterator's sword is powerful. We can't let him get his hands on it. The cosmic entity from the second universe eyed the Sword of Soulbreaker in Alice's hands and appeared before her in a flash, his gaze cold. "Give me the sword." The second universe's cosmic entity didn't mind erasing everyone William the Obliterator had brought with him. "What are you trying to do?" Alice reached for her sword. The sword spirit cursed. "Dare to touch my master? Do you want to die?" Zeus also angrily shouted. "Ugly bird, what do you think you're doing?" Humph. The second universe's cosmic entity didn't regard Zeus or Alice at all. Even the threats from the sword spirit meant nothing to him. William the Obliterator was strong, but the Sword of Soulbreaker, powerful as it might be, was just a sword. In the hands of a weakling, what could it possibly do? Although he didn't know the exact relationship between this group and William the Obliterator, if killing them now could potentially affect William's mental state, it might be worth it. The avatar of the second universe's cosmic entity, a giant bird, screeched and lunged at Alice with its beak open. This bite was enough to erase Alice and the others. With William the Obliterator not around, wasn't erasing these little beings as easy as opening and closing his beak? In that instant, William suddenly appeared in front of the second universe's cosmic entity. This was not William's main body, but merely an avatar. William's avatar, expressionless, raised his hand and swung it. Slap. He slapped the second universe's cosmic entity right on the beak. The sound of the slap was loud, drawing the attention of all the cosmic entities. Just one slap, and the avatar of the second universe's cosmic entity dissipated like smoke. The large bird's body vanished under the palm of William's avatar like a puff of smoke. William the Obliterator? How is he there? Isn't he fighting invincibility? How could he? That must be an avatar. An avatar that can kill a cosmic entity from the second universe with a slap. How strong is he really? The cosmic entities were filled with terror. While William the Obliterator was fighting invincibility, he could still spare an avatar to kill a cosmic entity from the second universe. Anyone else who wants to die? Come forward. William's avatar stood in front of Alice, having just slapped the second universe's cosmic entity. He stood with his hands behind his back, like an insurmountable mountain. William, are you all right? Alice stepped forward and took William's hand. William's avatar squeezed Alice's hand, slowly turned his head, and gently patted her head with his other hand, his smile warm and gentle. It's nothing serious. Watch closely, learn whatever you can. Alice nodded. Sometimes, she thought William was just a boy who was clueless about romance. But at other times, she found him incredibly tender. Despite the fierce battle with invincibility, he was still keeping an eye on Alice. I can't see what's happening over there. Alice truly couldn't make out the details of the fight between William and invincibility. Their movements in the void were too fast, and the constant spatial collapses made it impossible for light to travel from there, nor could their spiritual senses probe that area. Under such circumstances, even if she wanted to learn, there was nowhere to start. You can see now? After William spoke, a white light enveloped Alice and the others, allowing them to clearly see the battle on the platform. What the first universe's cosmic entity had said about a great disparity in strength seemed irrelevant now. In their eyes, where was the supposed gap? Invincibility was strong, but William effortlessly countered every move. Fighting barehanded, William's strikes landed relentlessly on invincibility. You're covered in blood, are you okay? The battle between William and invincibility was intense, but Alice's main concern was William's safety. Although it appeared that William was dominating the fight, the blood on him was undeniable. Oh, that's his blood. William wasn't fond of lying to women, but he felt that telling Alice it was his own blood would worry her to death. Given her straightforward thinking, it was easier to say the blood was invincibility's. Zeus chuckled from the side. How could Master possibly be injured? Jesus remained silent. William's clothes were tattered. How could he not be injured? It was unclear whether Alice and the others were pretending not to understand or were just overly confident in William. In just a moment, invincibility had taken hundreds of punches from William, his bones breaking and healing repeatedly. Mr. Johnson must be fighting with all his might. Yet, invincibility's onslaught showed no signs of weakening. The battle continued fiercely, with no clear winner in sight. If this is truly your wish, I hope you didn't come just to spectate. William's avatar, noticing Jesus's demeanor, spoke softly. Jesus had designed a special training for Alice on William's behalf, sacrificing much of his divine power and even being used as bait. If not for his physically robust body, even with Alice and the others' protection, he might have died from the slightest involvement in battle over those 5 years. Since his wish was to witness the cosmic entity guardian's battle, he deserved to gain something from it. Mr. Johnson, I understand. Jesus then sat down, his eyes fixed on the battle between William and invincibility, memorizing every move and countermove. Even invincibility's techniques were being etched into his mind. This battle could be considered a pinnacle of confrontations. With his divine power depleted, Jesus found himself in a better position to learn and understand their combat skills. Seeing Jesus so focused, William chose not to speak. This battle with invincibility was, in a way, orchestrated for Jesus. If not for this, wouldn't it be better to end invincibility with one punch and then return to embrace Alice? Wouldn't that be preferable? Chapter 847, What are you even thinking about? The battle between William and invincibility intensified, their energy terrifyingly powerful. The independent space created by the cosmic entities began to collapse rapidly under the strain of their combat. Many of the cosmic entities' avatars hadn't even reacted before they were unwittingly swept into the fray, instantly vanishing in the aftermath of the battle. However, the spot where Alice and the others stood remained safe, shielded by an avatar of William, impervious to any residual effects of the battle. Jesus, Alice, and the others sat on the ground, watching the fight between William and Invincibility, each gaining insights. This battle might just be the fiercest since the birth of the universe. The essence of power. Jesus's eyes swirled with golden light, focusing only on William. Every punch, every minute detail of William's movements was etched into his mind. At this moment, it was clear to him that William was far more powerful than this being named Invincibility. The avatar of William standing before them was unimaginably strong. Boom! William threw another punch, shattering Invincibility's spear into pieces. Invincibility quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and William. The space around William crumbled inch by inch. Power of space? William chuckled, waving his hand as the bloodstains on his body disappeared and he was robed in white. Even as the space around him collapsed, his robe remained unscathed. Even with top-tier divine artifacts, Invincibility was no match for William in hand-to-hand combat. It was almost laughable that Invincibility tried to use the power of spatial laws against William. How could the Apocalypse spear shatter with one punch? It was forged with the multicolored divine stones from the holy city of Nebulopolis by me and the cosmic entity of the ninth universe. How hard must his fists be? We all infused Invincibility with the power of spatial laws. He should be fine. After the collapse, the space quickly returned to normal. In that instant, the cosmic entities could finally see the state of the battle on William's side. What they saw was William the Obliterator, in his unblemished white robe, while Invincibility was knocked back, his other shield, the Apocalypse Aegis, pulverized by a single punch from William. The most terrifying part was that Invincibility had used all his strength and still couldn't touch William the Obliterator. Hadn't the cosmic entity from the first universe said the power disparity was huge? It really did seem so. Alice watched with joy. William was as handsome as ever. Indeed, the blood splattered on William must be from that muscular opponent. While Alice and Jesus were focused on different aspects, Zeus's attention was on both William and Invincibility. He too realized that William's strength completely overwhelmed Invincibility, yet Invincibility was not weak. William dodged all of Invincibility's full-force attacks without even moving, a testament to his overwhelming strength. Just learning a bit from this battle was impressive, but learning from Invincibility seemed even simpler. The power of spatial laws used by Invincibility seemed slightly different from what he had understood. Invincibility was born to slay William the Obliterator, and he realized that he was no match for William in close combat. But his strength was not limited to just that. Hundreds of cosmic entities had infused him with the supreme cosmic truths they had comprehended over the years, and this was his strongest power. William stepped forward, and space returned to normal. He no longer pressed towards Invincibility. Close combat was no longer meaningful. Invincibility had hoped to use the nearly perfect power of the supreme cosmic truths, enhanced by spatial laws, to split William the Obliterator's body into fragments. Even if it couldn't kill him outright, he thought it would at least severely injure William. Unfortunately, even with the power of spatial laws, enhanced by the nearly perfect cosmic truths comprehended by hundreds of cosmic entities, it couldn't even damage a single thread of William's robe. How can he be so powerful? The cosmic entity from the first universe watched in growing horror. Other cosmic entities might not understand what this meant due to their own power and knowledge, but he was very clear. Even with the supreme cosmic truths enhancing the power of spatial laws to tear space, William the Obliterator was unaffected. This could almost be taken to mean that other laws of power would also struggle to harm William. Then, Invincibility used various other powers. Time acceleration, time deceleration. But William just stood there, unchanged, whether in appearance or physical function. Wind, fire, thunder, water, various elemental spells. For a moment, The previously desolate and dark universe was brilliantly dazzling. These were not ordinary spells. They were all released under the enhancement of the supreme cosmic truths by hundreds of cosmic entities. It was as if William was facing the spell attacks of hundreds of cosmic entities alone in the eyes of the cosmic entities. Invincibility was considered a flawless warrior. Yet, in front of William, all the spells he cast seemed like mere beautiful fireworks. Around William, the scenery was spectacular and colorful. Alice watched, her eyes wide with amazement. Yet, William remained completely unharmed. William's avatar stood beside Alice, smiling and asking, "How is it? Pretty, isn't it?" "Beautiful." Alice gazed at William's avatar, her face flushed with excitement, yet she cautiously asked, "You won't be mad if I don't study properly, right?" Compared to the intense focus of Jesus and Zeus, Alice seemed more like a student daydreaming during a lesson. Such behavior, if noticed by a teacher, would typically earn a reprimand. William's avatar laughed. "I promise to spend our honeymoon together. This is our honeymoon period. You can learn if you want, and if not, then don't. If you don't want to learn, just consider this a spectacular fireworks show. With me by your side, even if you were bedridden, who could harm you?" Alice stared at William's avatar and asked, "You're not the real William, are you?" Unfortunately, Alice remembered clearly that William was somewhat clueless in matters of romance and always managed to cause her trouble, like kicking her off a cliff or into a volcano, or leaving her in the divine realm for 5 years. These were things William could indeed do, but such romantic words as now, he had never said before. From this, it could be concluded that this William in front of her was definitely not the real one. "Do you like this fake me or the real one?" William's avatar asked, his smile gentle as water. Alice's expression changed. "You really are fake." "Of course, I like the real one." William's avatar still smiled warmly. "The real William wouldn't be as gentle with you as I am." "Then I like the real him too. Stop talking to me." Alice's smile had frozen, her expression icy as she stared at the still fighting William in the distance, her fists clenched. William's avatar gently tapped on Alice's head. "Are you not used to being treated well? This avatar is also me. The same consciousness, no different." "Ah." Alice rubbed her head, staring at William's avatar, and said, "Then you could use this ability to sneak around with other women?" "Ah, the way her mind works." William's avatar tapped her head. "Again, what are you even thinking about?" Chapter 848, it seemed these cosmic entities were attempting to scam William. The battle between William and invincibility was far from over, and the power levels of Jesus and Zeus were climbing steadily, clearly gaining insights from the ongoing conflict. Invincibility's spells were not infinite, and many were unfamiliar even to William, likely secret techniques from other universes. Even Jesus and the others were gaining insights, so naturally, William wasn't going to pass up the chance to learn. These spells were somewhat interesting. Although they weren't particularly useful for William, he thought they might be good to teach to kids someday. After all, William was always eager to learn. What kind of monster is William the Obliterator? Invincibility can use spells from all our universes, yet William hasn't moved an inch. His origins must be extraordinary. Could he be some high-ranking figure from the holy city of Nebulopolis just toying with us? It looks like invincibility stands no chance against him. We created this being, and in his eyes, it might just be a toy. The cosmic entities were no fools. Since invincibility began using spells enhanced by the supreme cosmic truths for long-range attacks, William the Obliterator hadn't made a move, yet he stood unscathed amidst tens of thousands of spells bombarding him. As the cosmic entity from the first universe said, the gap in strength was just too vast. No matter the outcome, the power of our sacred halo will return to us. Right? There's no loss for us either way. The cosmic entities were old calculators. Even if invincibility was killed by William the Obliterator, he would eventually revert to the power of the sacred halo and return to the original cosmic entities. Thinking this way, even a loss wasn't really a loss. There's such a setting that the power of the sacred halo will return to the original cosmic entities. William, overhearing some of the cosmic entities, took another look at invincibility. This was a fine creation, although not quite to William's aesthetic taste. Nevertheless, There was no doubt that the cosmic entity's meticulous work wasn't junk. If William were to kill him, then he would revert to the power of the sacred halo and return to those cosmic entities. Not a loss. Hearing this, the first thought in William's mind was, that won't do. Just like the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker taught Alice never to leave a battle empty-handed, a lesson also gleaned from years of experience following William. William had been playing this game for so long, and if the cosmic entities didn't lose anything, wouldn't that mean he was just watching a show for free? Even watching movies on Earth requires a paid membership. Thinking this, William began to study the structure of invincibility. There were 87 laws of power controlling invincibility, 86 of which were weaker, and one resembled a contractual law of power. It was probably this contract-like law of power that ensured, upon invincibility's death, the power of the sacred halo wouldn't be lost and would return to the cosmic entities. It was like some payment apps on Earth, where if a payment fails, the amount is refunded. Interesting. But didn't the cosmic entities use the power of the sacred halo to create this guy just to kill him? If you didn't manage to kill, you still consumed the power, right? Consumed and still want a refund? Isn't that a scam? Thinking this way, it seemed these cosmic entities were attempting to scam William. Although William hadn't downloaded Truecaller on Earth, scamming such a kind-hearted elderly person in such a cruel manner was unacceptable to anyone. These were cosmic entities from various universes, a bunch of utterly corrupt individuals. William decided that today he must rid the people of this menace and confiscate the criminals' ill-gotten gains. No sooner said than done. William, a man of action, absolutely couldn't let these criminals succeed in their schemes. He finally made his move, but not to attack invincibility. An invisible hand appeared above invincibility's head, forcibly grabbing those intangible yet thread-like laws of power. In an instant, the 87 laws of power vanished. Invincibility was completely cut off from the cosmic entities, even disappearing from their perception. William used a spatial storage ring to directly capture invincibility. Where is he? What kind of spell is this? Even I can't detect it. William looked around seriously, as if he too couldn't locate invincibility. The cosmic entities were even more confused. What just happened? They couldn't sense invincibility's existence at all. It was like, payment successful. No refunds. But William the Obliterator was still fine. They paid but didn't get the goods? Are we still fighting or not? If not, I'm leaving. William's gaze swept over the cosmic entities. He said indifferently, hiding and skulking around. It's pointless. The cosmic entities. Invincibility had already severed some ties with them. What was this about hiding and skulking? Did they not know what spells invincibility could perform? What strange spell? Clearly, it was William the Obliterator pulling some tricks. But what could they say? These cosmic entities were just avatars, and in terms of combat power, they were not even close to invincibility. Now that William the Obliterator said invincibility had disappeared using a spell, what could they dare to say? If they dared to speak out, who knew what kind of heinous act William the Obliterator might commit next? We're done fighting. None dare to face me head-on. William's avatar disappeared, and his true form appeared beside Alice. My dear, let's go. We're done playing with them. Jesus and Zeus also slowly got up. The battle was over, and it seemed it was time to leave. The cosmic entities hadn't recovered yet, but William had already taken Alice and the others away from the Cosmic Entity Guardians arena, back to the Divine Realm in the Maldives. William, did you win? Alice finally asked in a low voice. William smiled. Do I ever lose? With that, invincibility appeared on Valingalai Island. Ah. Alice stepped back in fright. Don't worry, he's not aggressive, William reassured her. After invincibility was taken into the spatial storage ring, William had made some modifications to him. For instance, his core mission was to kill William the Obliterator. William told him that he was William, not William the Obliterator. Besides killing William the Obliterator, invincibility's purpose in life was now also to serve William. Well, why bother altering his core mission when adding a new one would suffice? William. Invincibility began to speak, a capability William had granted him. Come to me when I call you, William instructed. Do whatever you want when I don't. Besides giving invincibility the ability to speak, William also made him understand concepts like prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendliness, and some ethical norms. William also made him understand that fighting was wrong, believing this strong man would surely make something of himself in the future. Mr. William, what should I do now? Invincibility, though, still looking a bit fierce, had now acquired a gentlemanly demeanor. I don't have anything for you right now. Go about your business. William looked at Invincibility and said, I'll change your appearance a bit more. After that, Invincibility's features became handsome, and he was dressed in a suit. This way, he looked much better. At least he wouldn't scare children when out in public. Chapter 849, The Ultimate Punch. Invincibility didn't have many acquaintances in this world, but William had essentially recreated him. At this moment, Invincibility was no longer just a tool obsessed with killing William the Obliterator. William had instilled too many beliefs in him, and he had learned to think for himself. He even wondered, why should he kill William the Obliterator? After killing him, he would cease to exist as well. So what was the point of it all? After killing William the Obliterator, he would die too. So what was he doing this for? Invincibility had learned to weigh pros and cons, and there were many places he wanted to see. He even longed for friends, for family, for love. William, won't you come with me? Invincibility hadn't left yet and was looking at William. Why should I go with you? William had added something to Invincibility, but he didn't know what Invincibility was thinking now, and he didn't want to see through his thoughts directly. Are we friends? Invincibility asked. Not really. William didn't feel that they had become friends just like that, but instead asked, Do you know I am William the Obliterator? Invincibility hesitated and nodded. I know. Then why don't you kill me? William was somewhat curious. He hadn't removed the cosmic entity's commands from Invincibility, and Invincibility wasn't foolish. Two identical people. William was indeed William the Obliterator. Did that need to be said? Invincibility smiled. I can't kill William the Obliterator, and I won't kill William. That was Invincibility's answer. William was glad he hadn't turned this Invincibility into a fool. Then you go ahead. William waved his hand. We might not be enemies, but we're definitely not friends. We don't mesh well. Oh. Invincibility looked somewhat dejected, responded with a sound, and then in the blink of an eye, he was gone. William had thoroughly transformed Invincibility, including suppressing his power. Otherwise, Invincibility could destroy the entire 13 universes with just a casual punch. That was definitely not something William wanted to see. The gods of the divine realm still didn't know that a monster had been born in this world, and Invincibility's appearance was sure to stir things up in the divine realm again. Your wish has been fulfilled, William said to Jesus, fulfilling his desire. Jesus clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. He had lost his divine power a long time ago, and to him, all spells and powers of faith seemed weak, which is why he could disperse his divine power without hesitation. Even if William had the chance to take over God's position, he scorned it. He had lived from the era of the ancient gods to the present. What hadn't he seen? Were God's spells impressive to him? When he was still with God, he was just an idle person living a carefree life. Why would he like to become a high and mighty God? Now, he had abolished all his divine powers, leaving only his fists. Having witnessed the ultimate battle between William the Obliterator and Invincibility, he finally understood the power of William's ultimate punch. This punch could shake the heavens. This punch could slaughter all the gods. It seems you've gained something. William looked at Jesus, who was definitely not slow-witted. During the recent Cosmic Entity Guardian battle, Alice had limited insights, but Jesus had definitely gained a lot. It's just a pity it's hard to verify. Jesus shook his head. He had some insights, but how strong this punch really was hard to say. That's simple. William's consciousness swept across 3,000 parallel dimensions, finding a chief god who had signed a contract with a desire expelled from his body. Young chief god, fancy a fight. William appeared before the chief god. This chief god had a pair of sharp horns and a huge body, currently lounging lazily on his throne. William's sudden appearance surprised him. However, the next moment, his face was filled with disdain and contempt. Where did this insect come from? The chief god spat at William, trying to kill him with his spit. In his view, His spit was enough to kill this seemingly weak creature. William teleported in front of the chief god, raised his hand, and swung. Smack! One of the chief god's sharp horns was broken. Spitting everywhere is very rude. I'm just asking, do you want to fight? William said, his released energy already making it hard for the chief god to breathe. The young chief god finally realized that the person in front of him was not so simple. He quickly shrank his body, laying his head at William's feet, and said in a low voice, "Respected sir, I dare not fight." William looked down from above. "I'm not asking you to fight me. Fight someone else. Whoever you ask me to fight, I will fight," the chief god replied obediently. How obedient? If William didn't know that this chief god could destroy a planet on a whim, he might really think he was some obedient little dog. Good. William finished speaking, and Jesus had already appeared in front of this chief god. "Mr. Johnson, what is this about?" Jesus was a bit unclear about William's intentions. "You wanted to try, right? Try with him," William said. "He is one of the strongest chief gods among the 3,000 parallel dimensions, nearly at the level of high-ranking god kings." Oh, Jesus looked at the chief god and made a gesture of invitation. "Please, enlighten me." The chief god looked at William, then at Jesus. "Sir, you want me to fight him?" William nodded. "Defeat him, and you can live." The nameless young chief god sized up Jesus, grinned, and said, "Easy." William's thought moved, and the chief god and Jesus appeared in a separate space similar to the cosmic entity guardian battle arena. This chief god, having signed a contract with an entity formed from obsession expelled by William, had his strength greatly enhanced. Facing Jesus, he went all out, reverting to his original huge body, shouting, "Little insect, this god will show you what fear is." In terms of aura, the chief god was completely overwhelming Jesus. Jesus, in a simple robe, didn't speak, just stared at the behemoth in front of him. He didn't use any secret techniques, didn't reveal any aura. The chief god's hand held a huge black scythe, and in front of him, Jesus looked like a mere ant. The scythe swung down heavily. The black aura of death solidified, seeming like a monster that could devour everything. Jesus took a deep breath, his mind flashing with images of William fighting invincibility. One punch, the ultimate punch. Standing in the void, his eyes swirling with golden light, he punched. Jesus's fist collided with the chief god's scythe. Time seemed to stand still. The fist didn't move any further, nor did the scythe change, but the young chief god seemed to have turned into an ancient statue. Jesus slowly withdrew his fist. Whoosh! The chief god's body gradually cracked, eventually falling apart like a pile of puzzle pieces, and a breeze blew past, scattering the cracked body like smoke. Chapter 850. You better not do that. Not bad. William observed Jesus's performance, noting that his punch was quite impressive. "What are your plans for the future?" Jesus pondered. "I heard from Alice that Earth is quite interesting these days. I'd like to check it out." "It is fun," William chuckled. "But you'd better not use your powers carelessly, or that world might not withstand your might. Mr. Johnson, you and Alice are planning to live on Earth eventually, right? If I go there, I just want to live like an ordinary person. Why would I randomly start fights with others?" Jesus replied, "Then, when you're there, try to abide by the local laws and regulations," William advised, knowing well that Earth was too fragile for the powers of beings like them. Jesus, being a reasonable sort, was known for advocating love, mercy, peace, forgiveness, faith, and redemption. It was unlikely he would do anything too outrageous on Earth. "Do you want to say goodbye to Alice and the others?" "No need for goodbyes. If it's meant to be, we'll meet again. Saying goodbye just makes it awkward. Then I'll just send you to Earth." With a wave of his arm, William found himself in the Maldives of the divine realm, while Jesus was already on Earth. "William, where's Jesus?" Alice, seeing William return without Jesus, couldn't help but ask. From their perspective, Jesus and William had disappeared without a trace, and then only William returned. "He's gone to Earth," William explained. "We might run into him again someday." "Oh," Alice muttered. "He could at least have said goodbye before leaving. Next time I see him, I'm definitely making him buy me coffee." Alice couldn't quite grasp Jesus's manner of leaving without a word. William didn't say much. turning his attention to Rhadamanthus. "What about you? What do you wish for?" Rhadamanthus, a rather straightforward individual who had followed Hades through countless battles to become one of Hades' 3 major guardians, seized the opportunity to express his wish. "My desire is to become the strongest in the divine realm." "That wish?" William thought for a moment. "I can't make you stronger than me. That's beyond my capabilities." Rhadamanthus smiled. "I believe you can find a way, like making me just a bit weaker than you. And then, you never return to the divine realm." Alice felt Rhadamanthus's wish was a bit excessive. The divine realm was full of powerful beings, and making Rhadamanthus the strongest, second only to William, and then asking William to leave the divine realm seemed a bit much. "Miss Alice, this is the wish Mr. Johnson agreed to fulfill for me. I trust Mr. Johnson will keep his word," Rhadamanthus said with a smile, his normally honest face showing a hint of cunning. Since it was a wish, it should be ambitious. Like Jesus, who went to watch the cosmic entity guardian battle. What did he gain from that? What tangible benefits did he receive? "Your wish isn't impossible to fulfill," William said, and Rhadamanthus disappeared from their sight. "What did you do?" Alice asked. "You didn't kill him, did you?" Rhadamanthus's wish was excessive, but William shook his head. "Why would I kill him? I just helped him fulfill his wish. I created another parallel world's divine realm for him, where he is the only one. Naturally, he's the strongest there. Is he trapped there, unable to leave?" Alice was unsure how to feel about William's method. It seemed somewhat unfair. He had encouraged Rhadamanthus to make a wish, and now, by fulfilling it in a twisted way, William had trapped him in another divine realm. "Was that fair?" William explained. "I left 5 sets of secret techniques, 10 top-tier divine artifacts, and the power of 10 divine halos there. If he diligently seeks these items and enhances his own strength over some years, when he returns here, he should indeed be the strongest in the divine realm. I promised to take you on a honeymoon, so I can't leave the divine realm just yet," William said to Alice. "This way, I've also kept my promise to him. The secret techniques, divine artifacts, and the power of the 10 divine halos William left for Rhadamanthus were not merely the power of the cosmic entity's divine halos, but had been modified by William. Based on those powers, if Rhadamanthus could calm his mind and obtain these items, he would surely achieve greatness. But if he chose to leave the divine realm William created for him without seeking these items, they would disappear. Unaware of what had happened, Rhadamanthus found himself on a desolate, dark planet. His divine sense swept across the planet, finding no life forms, and in front of him stood only a stone tablet inscribed with 2 words, Divine Realm. "Well done, Mr. Johnson, truly worthy of being the Honorable William the Obliterator." Rhadamanthus laughed wildly to the sky. "Is this how Mr. Johnson fulfills my wish?" William was unconcerned with what Rhadamanthus might think. He had done what he felt was necessary. Having fulfilled the wishes of all companions who had been with Alice for 5 years, William now just wanted to travel around with Alice. After saying goodbye to Loki, Alice's intensive training journey was also officially concluded. Now, only Alice and Zeus remained by William's side. "Do you need a mask?" William pulled out 3 masks, offering them to Alice. "Your current appearance might attract too much attention in the divine realm. Wearing one of these masks can help conceal your aura. Did you make these masks yourself?" Alice examined the masks in William's hands. They were exquisitely crafted, with ancient and mysterious patterns that she instantly adored. This one, Alice picked the simplest mask. William handed it to her casually, and Zeus, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. Others might not know, but he was well aware that each mask William crafted was infused with a part of his power, not merely for concealing one's aura. The mask Alice chose was apparently the first one William had ever made. Zeus remembered how, when Poseidon was still a child, he had secretly taken this mask out to play and had slain countless ancient beasts with it. Wearing this mask could grant supreme divine power. After Alice put on the mask, the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker couldn't help but cheer. "Master, with this mask on, your power can now break all the seals imposed on me." "You better not do that," William cautioned. "This mask is meant for hiding your aura. If you use its power to break the seals on the Sword of Soulbreaker, unless you wear it for life, you won't be able to control the sword's power afterward. Chapter 851 Parthenon. The sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker spent its days longing to unleash its full power for a thrilling experience. After all, when it was wielded by William, it would recklessly charge and slaughter ancient ferocious beasts. During the battle with the cosmic entity guardians, it goes without saying, what deity could stand against it and not meet their end? During that battle, William even refined its blade a second time, making it arguably the strongest artifact in all the cosmos. Yes, the strongest. Alice's power was indeed very weak, which prevented the Sword of Soulbreaker from slashing and unleashing its full power freely. Now that William had given that mask to Alice, thinking about her power skyrocketing and breaking through the seals William had set was no issue. Wouldn't that be delightful? From now on, Alice could wield it and wreak havoc. I just won't break the seal, Alice said, ignoring the sword spirit and leaning close to William with a smile. Do I still need to become stronger? It's up to you. William had wanted Alice to become stronger because he feared what had happened to Artemis might happen to her. But now, William was so powerful that even the cosmic entities couldn't touch him. What did he have to fear? He himself didn't even want to become stronger anymore and found the idea quite boring. Why would he ask Alice to do something he himself was unwilling to do? So what if Alice chose to be a slacker? With him around, who could possibly harm Alice? Hearing William say this, Alice's eyes narrowed into slits. I've noticed you've changed. William chuckled. Indeed, I have changed a bit. Alice, hands behind her back and head tilted back, declared, Then I won't break the seal. She slowly put on the mask and could feel a surge of power filling her body. It seemed she could break the seal on the Sword of Soulbreaker in just a moment. But if William was by her side, why would she need to become so powerful? After 5 years in the divine realm, Alice was no longer the stubborn, naive heiress she once was. She also realized that reaching William's level of power was probably impossible. William was too strong. During her 5 years in the divine realm, she had heard from Rhadamanthus and Jesus about the powerful beings there. She had asked Jesus about his past, and he said he had been the Son of God, his power not inferior to the current high-ranking God Kings. Yet, in William's presence, he was as weak as a newborn baby. Later, Alice also inquired about the current powerhouses in the divine realm. Their answers included Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Hades, Uranus, and the king of demons, Satan. But these powerful beings were mere novices in front of William. None could withstand a single strike from him. Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon had once been under William's tutelage. How powerful William was, one could only imagine. Today, following William to the battle with the cosmic entity guardians, seeing him intimidate all the cosmic entities with his own strength, and even capturing and modifying the invincibility created by the cosmic entities, storing it easily in a spatial storage ring. With such a powerful William by her side, did she still need to become stronger? Leaving the seal intact is fine, girl. Fighting and killing isn't really nice. William's sense of crisis had dissipated, and he no longer felt the need to change Alice's fate to make her stronger. Alice's 5 years of trials in the divine realm had not only increased her strength, but also her insight and courage. It was not so much that William had changed, but Alice had too. Alice had transformed from someone who was terrified of even levitating to a strong individual who could face being hunted by the big shots of the divine realm without changing her expression. So, will you still leave me here alone in the future? Alice knew after seeing William's true strength that if he wanted to come to her from Earth, it was merely a thought away. She hadn't been angry that he hadn't come to find her in 5 years, at that time. She just felt that she needed to become stronger, otherwise, she wouldn't be worthy of William. His actions were merely meant to train her to become stronger. Of course, she had also thought, maybe William had abandoned her. So when William came to find her in the divine realm, she clung to him and refused to let go. At that time, she was truly afraid that if she let go, William would disappear. These thoughts, she dared not speak or ask, because in the divine realm, most deities didn't care about love. Abandoning love to focus on becoming stronger was a common practice among these deities. She was really afraid William would do the same. From now on, You'll be by my side. Wherever I go, you go." William gently squeezed Alice's hand and smiled. "I'll take you to meet some of my friends." "So, I'll be your clingy girlfriend?" William raised an eyebrow. "You don't want to be." Alice smiled broadly, like a flower blooming in spring. "I guess I'll just follow you around. But suddenly like this, I always feel like you're going to sell me somewhere, haha." "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" William always considered himself to be gentle and refined, especially towards his wife. How could he sell his wife? He, William, was not so destitute. After realizing some things, William naturally wouldn't be so strict with Alice anymore, like creating troubles for his wife as he had done before. He felt he wouldn't do that again. If possible, upon returning to Earth, he would just live quietly in his little courtyard, going out to fish and cook every day. Having someone by his side seemed quite nice too. "How about I take you to a place in the divine realm called the ends of the heavens? You've probably never been there." William had once toured all over the divine realm, and the ends of the heavens, with its beautiful scenery, was where Athena lived. William remembered he had a fairly good relationship with Athena back then, although Athena was also a bit of a pushover, but William occasionally let her win a bit, and it was quite enjoyable. He remembered after returning to the divine realm, he had overturned Athena and Zeus's chessboard. Now he was taking Alice there to see. Zeus whispered from the side, "Are you going to Athena's territory?" William nodded. "What about it?" Zeus put on a mask. "That's within the divine Alliance's territory. I'm afraid the divine alliance people, unable to find someone to preside over their affairs, will come begging me to return as that boring king of the gods." William laughed. "With your mask on, won't they fail to recognize you?" "I'll wear a mask too. Let's go have a look." The ends of the heavens also had a famous Parthenon in the divine realm, and a city called Metispolis, managed by Athena. Thus many deities chose to follow Athena and live there, making it quite lively. This time, William planned to take Alice on a tour of the divine realm, starting from Metispolis city. However, this time, they needed to hide their identities. After putting on masks, they would appear to others as just ordinary deities, likely not causing any trouble. After all, Alice had been a wanted person by the major powers of the divine realm for 5 years. Many powerful beings recognized her, and Zeus especially so. If they showed their faces, it would definitely attract widespread attention in Metispolis and surely cause major upheaval. Chapter 852. In front of William, he was still just a little brother. Upon their arrival in Metispolis, William and his companions couldn't help but overhear the latest gossip about Odin and Uranus leading the Ultimate Force Alliance in an assault on the Divine Alliance headquarters, the sanctuary of the celestial gods. Following Zeus's unresisting defeat, the subsequent events had everyone talking. Zeus seemed particularly interested, pondering the reasons behind Odin and Uranus's attack on the sanctuary of the celestial gods. "It's bizarre," someone commented. "Zeus didn't even put up a fight and just handed over the entire territory of the Divine Alliance. And after all that, Odin and Uranus didn't even want it. What's the deal with that?" In the end, it was Ares who took over Zeus's position, another added. "You call that taking command in a crisis? So many deities dream of becoming the king of gods. They just lack the power." William wasn't fond of using his divine sense to spy on the affairs of the divine realm, but he found these bits of gossip quite intriguing, much like how some elders enjoy neighborhood chatter. So, Ares took over Zeus's role. William mused, well aware of Ares, Zeus's son and the commander of the Divine Alliance's armies. With Zeus stepping down, it seemed only natural for the war god Ares to succeed him. However, William had thought Hades might intervene, given that he was the strongest among the remaining gods. But Hades wasn't well liked within the Divine Alliance, and his reputation was the worst. Of course, it was also possible that Hades simply had no interest in Zeus's position. The law of survival in the divine realm was the survival of the fittest, but peace prevailed near cities guarded by powerful beings. Under Athena's protection, Metispolis was a city of peace. After presenting their identity tokens, William and his group entered the city. Without issue, thanks to Zeus's effortless creation of a common identity for them. They strolled around the city when suddenly, a dazzling light burst in the sky. A beam of light illuminated the city center, followed by a sword shadow descending from the heavens. Everyone in Metispolis, except for William and his group, knelt on the ground. It's someone from the Parthenon. Someone dared to make a move at the Parthenon. This divine technique is... Could it be Lady Athena? The deities in Metispolis were completely subdued by the light column, unable to stand. The Parthenon was where Athena resided, and the brilliant light was her secret technique, Heavenly Decree. Heavenly Decree was a top-tier light magic, but it seemed futile against the sword shadow. Lucian, William laughed, recognizing the chaos unfolding. It seemed Elric was dead. When William's externalized obsession had caused trouble outside, William had seen through some things, but had let them be, seeing no need to intervene. Eventually, one of them, the externalized obsession or the original, would perish. As for who would survive, that was up to fate. The obsession was expelled from his body, and William was curious to know if the surviving Lucian was now dominated by that obsession, and whose consciousness was in control. Lucian's mental strength, in the face of his obsession, was likely negligible. Today, as soon as he arrived in Metispolis, Lucian had gone to the Parthenon to confront Athena, which could be seen as a provocation. Or perhaps, he felt he was now strong enough to defeat William. Impressive. Stay here and don't move. With those words, William vanished, reappearing at the Parthenon. There, Athena was held at sword point by Lucian, who wielded a wooden sword. Who are you? Lucian stared at William, not recognizing him. Oh, William almost forgot he was wearing a mask. It seemed Lucian, despite being much stronger, still couldn't recognize him. But if he didn't know William would come, what was he doing at Athena's place? William chuckled. Don't recognize me? That's good. Humph. Lucian swung his sword, sending a slash of energy towards William. A defensive barrier rose beside William. The energy from Lucian's sword strike shattered William's barrier. Not bad. William hadn't been serious, but the fact that Lucian's strike could break his barrier showed it was no ordinary attack. William. Lucian stared at William, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Just as William was impressed by Lucian's strike, Lucian realized that in all the world, only William could survive his attack. Although he hadn't detected William's presence immediately, a bit of analysis led him to the right conclusion. William slowly removed his mask. Lucian, looking at William, said, "Why would I kill her? I just came to challenge her." "William, you're here. Who is this person?" Athena, standing behind the ruins of the Parthenon, was battered and bruised. Her home demolished. Despite being an absolute deity, she had been beaten severely. If William hadn't arrived, whether Lucian would have actually killed her remained uncertain. "Are you now Lucian, or are you the obsession I expelled from my body?" William was curious to clarify this point. Lucian's brow furrowed, and he scoffed coldly. "You don't think I'd assume the identity of William the Obliterator, do you? A slacker who doesn't want to become stronger? Of course, I'm Lucian." If you say so, then you are the obsession I expelled," William smiled. "Congratulations on being reborn." "No need for congratulations," Lucian retorted sharply. "When you expelled me and tried to obliterate me with a punch, did you ever think I would come back?" William's smile remained. "And what if you have come back? What then?" "To obliterate you again." Lucian's eyes flashed with a bloody light, his aura wildly surging. With a wave of his hand, William moved Athena to a safe distance. He and Lucian then found themselves in a separate space. Lucian, holding a wooden sword and his robe fluttering without wind, his eyes blood-red like a demon incarnate, declared, "I have absorbed the power of warriors from 3,000 parallel worlds, reborn after countless tribulations. Today, I'll show you how the stronger me will crush you." William stood there, asking, "Are you trying to make me laugh?" "You have it. I have it. You don't think you can obliterate me as easily as before, do you?" William was unimpressed. "I never planned to kill you. You're still too weak. Only the weak need to become stronger," William said calmly. "I just find the pursuit of power meaningless. Gathering the power of warriors from 3,000 parallel worlds, what of it?" William shook his head. It seemed his expelled obsession still held an outdated view of him. He naively thought that by gathering the power of 3,000 parallel worlds, he could stand a chance against William. The idea was far too simplistic. Lucian was not weak by current standards, but that depended on who he was compared to. In front of William, he was still just a little brother. Chapter 853 Eat a Banana. Lucian's immense power was now beyond question. Athena was considered one of the stronger fighters among the absolute deities, yet she was defeated by Lucian with a single move. His rebirth, powered by the strength of warriors from 3,000 parallel worlds, was no joke. Even Odin and his ilk were mere puppets before him. What chance did Athena stand? However, his strength was still far from sufficient when compared to William. Just earlier, in front of the Parthenon temple, William had merely defended passively. It was already impressive that Lucian could break through his defensive barrier, especially since once William put on his mask, Lucian couldn't even sense his presence. This alone clearly showed the gap in their strengths. Now, as they entered a separate space, Lucian immediately sensed something was amiss. He had been forcibly brought into this space by William. He knew all too well what that implied. William's ability to bring him into this space indicated that Lucian was completely outclassed. "How strong are you, really?" Lucian asked, holding his sword but not daring to strike. William smiled. "Do you remember the first time we fought?" Lucian pondered. Back on Earth, as a descendant of Nostradamus and a genius in the arcane art of the ninefold stellar sanctuary, he had dared to attack William in a bookstore. William had merely flipped through a book and effortlessly dismantled Lucian's ninefold stellar sanctuary. That battle had once been considered a humiliation for Lucian. But looking back now, it was a different story. The fact that he had dared to attack William, who had spared his life, was an act of mercy. Does bringing that up serve any purpose? Lucian's expression was grim. "You don't think I'm still that same little soulmancer, do you? Do you think it makes a difference?" William countered. "How can it not?" Lucian's expression turned strange. According to William, what was the point of his rebirth after hundreds of thousands of years and countless efforts? "Then make your move." William was tired of the talk. After all, Lucian was merely a lingering obsession expelled from a body, reborn in a mortal form. How much stronger could he get? "Aren't you going to use your sword?" Lucian, now a fusion of two consciousnesses, shared William's pride. Unlike those who possessed others and erased their souls, he disdained the idea of erasing Lucian's soul, just as he had spared Athena. Though he sought strength, he was not the type to kill indiscriminately. Many of his beliefs aligned with William's. Whether or not to erase Lucian's soul made no difference to him. "Would you prefer I use a sword?" Lucian nodded seriously. William reached out, and the sword in Lucian's hand shifted into his. "You can't even hold your own sword steady. How do you expect to fight me?" Lucian was shocked. He had sensed the spatial turbulence and knew William intended to use the power of spatial laws to take his sword. He had tried to counter it, but it was all in vain. "Ha!" Lucian burst out laughing. "Just kill me." At this point, Lucian felt no urge to fight. "I finally understand why you expelled me from your body. To become stronger? There's no need, right?" William mused. "Not exactly. When I expelled you, it was more out of curiosity after discovering many soulmancers could do the same. I didn't know how to reverse it, so I thought, why not just end you? It was probably just boredom at the time. You should understand. If anyone could understand William's feelings then, it would be Lucian. No regrets." Lucian chuckled. "Go ahead. That's it. We're not fighting. No more fighting." He couldn't see any reason to continue. Decades of effort had proved futile against William's might. William casually tossed the wooden sword aside. They were back in front of the ruins of the Parthenon temple. Lucian looked at William and laughed. "So, you think killing me or not doesn't really make a difference, right? You wanted to grow stronger, right? Why not join the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle? I've heard there's a sacred city called Nebulopolis for the cosmic entities." William didn't dislike Lucian. He could simply erase that one obsession, but as Lucian said, there was no need. Wanting to grow stronger was not wrong, especially since that obsession was something William himself had expelled. He had already killed him once. Why kill him again after such a hard-earned resurrection? It seemed unethical. Even dying in the arena of the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle wouldn't be so bad. To die and then vanish, leaving nothing behind. William smiled at Lucian. "If you want to grow stronger, just do your thing. Why think about killing me?" "That makes sense." Lucian had come to a realization. Since he couldn't beat William anyway, whatever William said was right. He just wanted to become stronger. Even if that meant trying to kill William, it was all in the pursuit of strength. Knowing he couldn't win, but still fighting head-on would be foolish. Clearly, neither William's expelled obsession nor Lucian were that foolish. The sacred city of Nebulopolis was a place even William hadn't set foot in, potentially, offering a chance to grow stronger. Why keep butting heads with William unnecessarily? Lucian didn't say anything more to William and simply vanished. Where he went wasn't William's concern. This was about William's obsession with becoming stronger, not about killing. His thoughts were much like William's, so William wasn't worried about him doing anything drastic. It seemed, even if the world suffered, it didn't really matter. What did it have to do with William? After Lucian left, William found himself a bit bored. He had thought Lucian might become strong enough to challenge him, but the gap in their strengths was just too vast. Or perhaps, it was that he was too strong. Back in Metispolis, Alice and Zeus were waiting in the distance. On the way, William spotted a healthy-looking banana tree and picked 3 bananas. "Eat a banana." William handed one to Alice and Zeus. Alice shook her head. "I won't eat." "Eat a banana?" Was William implying something? That would be twisted. Thinking this, Alice's face flushed, and she shyly glanced at William. William simply punched Zeus on the head. Zeus, holding the banana, looked innocently at William, unsure why he had been hit. "It's okay. I meant to hit Alice but hit you by mistake," William said. Zeus. Alice's face turned even redder, clearly guessing what William had thought. Could it be? Really? That feels so twisted. Alice decided not to look at William anymore. William rolled his eyes at her. What was this woman thinking about every day? But considering Alice's current constitution, he wondered if she could even bear him a child. The stronger the species, the harder it is to reproduce. But William was now so powerful that he could disregard those rules. Having a child didn't seem too excessive. Chapter 854, Return to Earth. A lot has been happening in the Divine Alliance. Normally, Poseidon and Hera would have intervened to some extent. But currently, Hera is deeply engrossed in comprehending the powers of the ultimate cosmic truths, making it impossible for her to leave her meditation. Poseidon, the god of the sea, did sense the disturbances in the divine realm, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, with William around, what was there to worry about? He only leisurely returned to the divine realm once everything had settled down. When a major event occurred in Metispolis, Poseidon sensed Lucian's formidable power and mistook it for William, so he followed suit. William had previously told him to keep his distance, but this could be considered a chance encounter, right? Poseidon transformed himself into the guise of a young magician, handsome and elegant. If not for his magical robe, one might mistake him for a movie star from a film company. William and Alice had also concealed their auras and were walking down the street when they unexpectedly ran into Poseidon. Alice and Zeus didn't recognize him as Poseidon. William, seeing Poseidon, pretended not to notice him. Needless to say, if Lucian couldn't detect William's aura, Poseidon certainly couldn't either. "Young man, please wait." Poseidon called out as he approached William and stopped. William turned to look at him. "Are you talking to me?" Poseidon smiled. "Yes, for some reason, I find the aura you emit very pleasing. This must be fate. Do you have time for a drink?" Could it be that he recognized me? A flicker of confusion crossed William's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be that Poseidon found the aura of their masks somewhat familiar, or felt a kinship with William, which naturally made him pay more attention. William shook his head. "Not interested, I don't drink." Poseidon laughed. "Why refuse so decisively? You currently possess the strength of a nature deity. If you wish to advance further and become stronger, you'll need a good mentor. Your current master is." His smile froze as he spoke. He had tried to divine who William's master was, but found he couldn't. "Is it you?" Poseidon had already grasped the power of the ultimate cosmic truths, and he couldn't divine someone. There are only a handful of such beings in the entire universe. He had come to Metispolis sensing an extremely powerful energy. Who else could this person be? William responded with a question. "From what you just said, are you looking to take me as your disciple?" Poseidon was speechless. William asked again, "Should I kneel then?" "Ha ha ha. Don't joke with me. I really didn't expect to meet you here." Poseidon laughed awkwardly. "Since we've met, why don't you come over to my place?" William didn't hide his disinterest. What's fun at your place? I'm not going. Where are you headed then? I'm free, why not join you? Poseidon was shamelessly eager to accompany William. For Poseidon, besides Zeus, he only enjoyed talking with William. But Zeus was nowhere to be found. Thus, sticking with William was the most interesting option. If you're free, then come along. I have some things to discuss with you. William was in a good mood today and didn't mind an extra companion. Most importantly, William had decided to return to Earth soon. He might never come back to the divine realm. Perhaps this was his last meeting with Poseidon. You've been with me to the arena of the cosmic entity guardians before. How do you think you'd fare in the arena with your current strength? William knew Poseidon loved to fight, and at Poseidon's level of power, curiosity was even stronger. He would inevitably participate in the cosmic entity guardians battle himself. Poseidon walked beside William and whispered, "My strength is still far lacking." William extended his hand, and a golden light entered Poseidon's forehead. "You should be able to absorb this and gain the strength to fight. I've heard there's a sacred city of a cosmic entity that I haven't visited. If you're interested, go take a look. Remember Lucian? He should have gone there already," William said. "Don't worry, he probably won't kill you." "Huh? Lucian? Kill me." William's last remark made Poseidon feel uneasy. His current strength wasn't that weak, surely, and the golden light William had given him contained immense energy, which could significantly boost his power. He knew Lucian was the reincarnation of some great demon lord, but was that demon lord really that fearsome? "I told you he won't kill you." Lucian's mental state was similar to William's now, and William believed that Lucian wouldn't kill Poseidon. Poseidon followed William and the others for 2 days. The divine realm was indeed picturesque, filled with many exotic creatures. Alice had William take numerous photos with his phone, though it was clear her mind was elsewhere. "Worried about your father?" William reassured her. "Don't worry, he's fine. He had recently made a special trip to see Calvin, now his father-in-law, to put Alice at ease. It's been many years since I last saw Dad." Alice held William's hand and spoke softly. "Then let's go back." William wasn't particularly interested in the scenery of the divine realm. Spending time touring with his partner often meant playing the role of a photographer. There wasn't much else to do. Alice hadn't seen her father for many years, and it was time for a visit. Poseidon, understanding the significance of the golden light William had infused into him, and the words spoken, gracefully chose to take his leave. Zeus, on the other hand, had nowhere else to go and preferred to stay by William's side. After circling around for hundreds of thousands of years, he had returned to William's side and didn't want to leave. Once they returned to Earth, it was still the apocalypse, but East 62nd Street in New York City was peaceful. No mutated creatures dared step foot there. After visiting Calvin at the Arcane Village base with Alice, she decided it was time to end the chaos. Unlike William's indifferent nature, Alice, as one of Earth's powerful humans, couldn't stand by idly when she had the capability to act. "Do whatever you think is best," William said upon returning to New York, resuming his life as if he had just come back after a 50-year slumber, leisurely tidying up the yard. Alice's combat abilities might not have been top tier in the divine realm, but back on Earth, even the so-called SSS-class mutated creatures were no match for her single-sword strike. William had no worries about her safety. William had previously stated that he didn't want to interfere too much with the affairs between humans and mutated creatures, but by sending Walker and Amy into the doors of evolution to retrieve artifacts and secret techniques, he had already significantly enhanced the overall strength of humanity. Alice's return was like adding a significant weight to the scales. Mutated creatures can now converse and even argue with humans in various languages. This has enabled direct negotiations between humans and mutated creatures. William was absent, but Alice led Amy in both battles and negotiations. In reality, these could hardly be called battles anymore. With the sword of Soulbreaker in hand, Alice merely had to display a fraction of her power to send the mutated creatures scurrying in fear. Walker and the others were also wreaking havoc with top-tier artifacts. The small disc in Amy's hand was immensely powerful. Merely summoning the spirits of ancient beasts caused all mutated creatures within thousands of miles to flee in terror. Even SSS-class mutated creatures could only tremble in fear before the small disc, daring not to harbor any thoughts of resistance. The negotiations went incredibly smoothly. From then on, the territories of human cities and mutated creatures were very reasonably demarcated, each living their own lives. Even if there were occasional frictions, the human cities were no longer at risk of being massacred by mutated creatures. As negotiations progressed, both mutated creatures and humans established their own alliances. Due to her extraordinary combat abilities, Alice was elected as the supreme commander of the Human Alliance. After returning to his home on East 62nd Street, William began to enjoy his leisurely daily life. For years later, human cities had largely returned to normal life. In New York City, on East 62nd Street, William was lounging in a wingback chair reading a book. A little girl, covered in dirt, called out in a sweet voice, "Daddy, make food." William slowly closed his book, glanced towards the kitchen, and said, "Isn't your mom making food?" The little girl looked towards the kitchen, then nodded vigorously, turned around, and climbed onto the over 1-meter-long multi-eyed golden centipede in the yard, saying, "Goldie, let's go play a bit more." William calmly opened his book again. Alice, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen with a plate of something that looked like food. Seeing the little girl climbing back onto the multi-eyed golden centipede, she couldn't help but shout, "Olivia, stop playing, come and eat." William glanced at the shrimp on Alice's plate and commented, "You've put too much salt in this. You shouldn't add so much salt to shrimp." Alice rolled her eyes at him and retorted, "You don't cook." "Huh." William slowly stood up and said to Olivia, "Olivia, come and eat." Olivia, already seated on the multi-eyed golden centipede, looked at the dish in her mother's hands, tears almost streaming down her face. She was young, but she had already realized one thing. What her father served was delicious, while what her mother served was definitely hard to swallow. But whatever her mother cooked, her father would always watch her eat it all. Olivia tugged at the multi-eyed golden centipede's head, and understanding her cue, it immediately took off running. William watched Olivia's retreating figure with a smile, thinking how scared the child looked.